Things are going. Why are you following us? Go away. Go back home. Li Li shouted at Shang. After closing down the store for today, Jing was walking back home with Shang and Li Li. Something that Li Li disliked immensely. Shang wanted to spend more time with Jing and it was still light out, so he didn't feel that he was being inappropriate in attempting to stay with her longer. Li Li thought that after selling the cakes, Shang would disappear and he would finally be able to spend time with his mom alone. Who said I was following you? It is simply a coincidence that we're walking the same way. Shang dismissed the boy's accusations. You're lying. You're trying to find out where we live so you can visit. I already know. Li Li glared at Shang. Oh, you live this way? I had no idea. Shang's lips slightly turned up. I wonder which house could possibly belong to you two out of all the houses down this way. His eyes frantically searched. Li Li ran forward and used his body to block the entrance to his home, unknowingly revealing the very house that Shang was looking for in the first place. Jing couldn't help but giggle at the sight of her naive son. He fell for such an obvious trick because his emotions were all riled up. Oh, you live here? Shang calmly asked, taking in the view. No. We live over there. In his panic, he pointed to a house that was on the verge of collapsing. I see now, Shang nodded. So, it wouldn't be a problem if I took ownership of this house, correct? No. You can't stay here. Li Li's mind raced. Other people live here. Go back home. Well, where are they? If you live over there, then who stays here? I want to meet them. Shang stood in front of the young boy using his small body to block the door. Shang was not foolish enough to test fate by trying to use physical means to win the affections of Jing. Jing had to tell the bird boy that he couldn't kill him earlier under any circumstance. It was at that moment that Shang understood that the boy wasn't quite as harmless as he looked. If he played his cards wrong, he could possibly lose his life. The boy already looked at him as if he was going to take his mother away forever and keep him away from her till the end of time. They're out. They wouldn't want you around their home either because they're really strong. They'd beat you to a pulp and laugh at any spells you tried to throw at them. Li Li boasted. What's their names? I know quite a lot of strong people in the inner court. Maybe I already know them. Shang tried conversing. You don't. There's Xiaolian, Tong Yuan, He Yuhan, Wei Chao Chao, Ying Tong, Lu Guangming. Shang went on naming names upon names. Some real, some fake. He had a feeling that the boy wouldn't really know in the first place. Just go home. Li Li was overwhelmed. He's never had to argue with words before and found his refined brain failing him at this moment. Well, if you say so. Shang sighed. He walked next door to the shack on the verge of destruction. With a few simple talismans thrown here and there, it didn't take long for the young handsome genius to alter the ruined hut into something more presentable. With a polite smile, he waved at Li Li and Jing before entering the house and fixing up the inside as well. It was at that moment a deep terror took root inside Li Li's body that also brought forth a child's infinite anger. He would live next door to them. Every day, he would have to see him. Every day, his mom would see him. Every day, he would try and take his mother away from him until he succeeded. And he couldn't kill him. What was he to do? How could he protect his mom? Keep her away from his clutches? Li Li's owl brain that was altered for the better by Jing began to think of hundreds of thousands of schemes per second. A child's imagination was endless. Their selfishness knew no limits. It took less than 30 seconds before he came up with several ideas to keep his mom from being taken. All of which he would carry out in the near future to fully get rid of the evil man courting his mom. Shall we go in? Jing smiled at Li Li. I hate him. Li Li crossed his arms as he strolled inside their house. I don't know what you see in him but I'll definitely make you see him for the bad man he is. Li Li vowed. I can't wait, my little hero. Jing rubbed his head as she followed behind him. If he was a bad man, Mommy would have already saw it. She thought to herself in amusement. Stop. 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 I'm going to break. You're going to break me. Wait. Just give me a second to catch my An. Ji's screams continued inside Ying's void world before it cut off from her fainting. Jing's water clone tried to help Ji complete the all-purpose meditation stance. An unnatural and human pose that wouldn't be considered something that a normal human could perform. Neither of these strange exercises looked as if they were meant for humans. Ji was unable to progress past the first pose due to her fear and weak tolerance to pain. Ying and Wanqing were the only two able to keep up with these exercises daily. Ying persevered through the bone-breaking pain daily to further increase her strength. Wanqing refused to allow herself to be content with her current strength, and after Jing allowed her to become the person she always felt inside, that only further increased her need for strength. To better help and serve Jing to lead Heaven's angels to the peak that she wasn't quite clear on just yet. Bing and Lei Ji couldn't deal with the pain, but their greed for strength wasn't anywhere near as high as the others. Runt was terrified after seeing Ji's spinal cord snap on the first day and refused to even think about practicing such a horrifying exercise. It also didn't help that he watched as Jing easily fixed her injury and then ordered her to continue before it snapped once more. Whatever was in that book of torture that Jing's water clone read from, Runt wanted no part of it. Ji wasn't the only one attempting these poses. Two of Lei Ji's latest disciples wanted to give it a try as well at first. Until Ji snapped her spine, then there was only one, Lin Shu. The frail-skinned little firecracker wanted to become stronger so that she never had to be saved again. Zaiho Ki was the one who ducked out after seeing the horrific sight. He thought he was strong enough to handle a little pain, but no. No, he was not. You don't simply get your spinal cord snapped and then wake up ready to do it again. His need for power was great, but it wasn't to the point where he could torture himself with such pain to do so. All in all, everyone saw the two young women going through such a hellish experience day after day. They gained a newfound respect and fear towards them. Not just anyone could go through Jing's training. And many never wanted to be trained by Jing ever if this was what they had to go to just to start. Yes, start. This was only the beginning, Jing's water clone said. Inside a dimly lit room, splatters of darkened blood could be seen all over the floor. Candles sat upon a wooden bench to the right side of the room if coming from the entrance of the room. Similar blood patterns could be seen on the table as well, with deep gashes in the wood from some sort of tool. In the middle of the room, stood a metal contraption. Hooked to this metal contraption was a face that few would be able to recognize. Fukong, Gong Jun's voice was soft but held endless malice covering him. Was it worth it, in the end? He was genuinely curious. Every second of it. A withered, drained voice came from the metal tool. It's good that you are still lively. Still willing to fight back even in a situation like this where there is no hope for you. It really helps me know that I didn't make the wrong decision in being hasty with your due punishment. June smiled with blood all over him. I destroyed your muscles, crippled your legs, tore off your fingernails, shattered any hope of you cultivating again. Even if you were saved, the life ahead of you would be a life filled with nothing but suffering and hardship. Fu Kang's hollow laugh rang out. Good. June was pleased. It makes sense, the man willing to make him into a kook and steal the heart of his future wife would be a worthy opponent. A quick death is too good for both of them. June got up and left the torture room. He still had to deal with Lei Ji's medical office. It took a few days before Lei Ji could find someone to record all of his knowledge for Jing correctly. Runt couldn't write, but he could read. Bing's penmanship was not all that understandable. Ying didn't want to. Ji was busy with her training. He could only rely on Zaiho Ki. Lin Shu and He Winking came from mortal backgrounds. He was a farmer. Lin was nothing more than a stay-at-home daughter waiting to be married off. Zaiho Ki came from a multi-generational assassin's clan. He was taught many things growing up, but how to help others was not one of them. Lei Ji looked forward to trying to change this boy for the better. A boy who was probably surrounded by nothing but the rawness of the world since birth. It was probably the reason why he didn't talk so much. After Zaiho Ki wrote down all the information Lei gave to him, Lei wasted no time passing it over to Jing. Lei received the life-changing giant scroll and had to store it inside his storage ring because of its size. Now that he finally got his hands on this, maybe his future for the youths of the world will happen a bit sooner than he thought. But first, he needed to get himself a more prominent place. Finding a more prominent place to set up shop wasn't that difficult. In the Golden Serpent sect, strength is king. All he had to do was challenge a disciple with the type of building he was looking for. If he won, the place was his. If he lost, well, he might lose his life for trying to take someone else's house. His disciples' eagerness to see him fight wasn't lost on him. Both Zaiho Ki and He Winking had a higher cultivation realm than himself. Lin Shu was at the 8th stage of the Qi gathering realm, only one stage below himself. Lei Ji could have easily crossed over into the next realm by now, but he chose not to attain better rewards at the final portion of the grand tournament. He had a suspicion that those in different realms would be separated in different rounds. Qi gatherers would fight Qi gatherers and so on. Lei Ji knocked on the door of the place he considered his future medical office. The place looked sizable enough to house multiple patients, his 3 apprentices and himself, a large garden to grow herbs and for his spirit beasts to play around in, and a dignified appearance outwardly. His disciples mainly stayed quiet. They were chattering about seeing him fight and how he'd fight. The door slowly opened as a sharp-eyed young lady glared at him. A 5th stage core preparation realm disciple who looked like she was just woken up from her sleep. Lei Ji wasn't aware that this was the home of a great prodigy, but he did recognize the small girl in front of him. Susu, a cold beauty in the making. She rarely spoke to others and frequently ignored advances from men and women. Her only goal in life seemed to be reaching the pinnacle of power. Lei Ji thought that she seemed quite lonely. A person needs friends growing up or they won't grow up to be a well-functioning adult. Maybe she was unable to communicate with others because of her monstrous talent at such a young age. In a society like this, the strong don't seek friends but followers. There are no equals unless you can match one in strength. She didn't say a word but continued to give him a sleepy-eyed glare. Hello. My name is Lei Ji and I apologize for waking you. Lei Ji gave a polite bow despite being the older of the two. I know this might not be an appropriate time but I would like to make an exchange with you. Su still didn't say a word but her eyebrows rose slightly. Lei Ji was rather glad that it was Su of all the great prodigies that he had to stumble upon. The girl wasn't known for seeking battles but simply furthering her own strength. He could reason with someone like this. There wasn't a need to fight if it could just come down to a simple transaction with both sides benefiting. I am something of a doctor and I would like to set up an office within the sect for the injured and sick within the sect. On looking for an office, I came across your humble abode. I felt that it would be the perfect medical office. Lei could tell from her face that she was thinking, so he wants to challenge me for my house. However, I know that you aren't the type to enjoy meaningless battles so I thought of an equal exchange for your home. Lei smiled. Would you be willing to give up your home in exchange for unlocking your body's hidden potential? Su's half-opened eyes widened upon hearing this. Hidden potential. He winking whispered. Can he do that for us? Lin Shu excitedly wondered. Okay, I guess they would get their body's hidden potential unlocked later in the future. Prove. Su quietly but firmly requested. No problem at all. Lei was glad she was willing to listen so far. It'd be embarrassing if she decided to fight him or slammed the door in his face. Lei Ji poked at his body 7 times over with his fingers. His fingers landed in the middle of his forehead, center of his throat, heart, abdomen, the center of his chest, pelvis, and the top of his skull. It only took an instant for the shackles in his body to unlock and the chi to come pouring out. A surprising amount of chi was released from Lei's body that shot him past the 9th stage of the chi gathering realm straight into the 5th stage of the chi consolidation realm. Come. Only you. Su pointed to Lei Ji, refusing entry to his disciples. Thank you for hearing me out. Lei Ji quickly tapped those same spots to lock them back up, dropping straight back to the 9th stage of the chi gathering realm. Lei Ji was brought into the young girl's home as his disciples were still shocked by what they saw before. I knew I made the right choice in paying back my debt to this old man for saving my life. He winking balled his fists in joy. Amazing. So amazing. Lin Shu couldn't wait to learn that for herself. Just when her opponent thought she was down and out, she'd release her hidden potential and surprise everyone with her true strength. I didn't show his emotions on his face but he was just as excited as his new brother and sister. His mask played a big part in hiding his facial expressions. Lin Shu and he winking placed their ears against the door to try and hear what was going on inside. Both of them waved at Zai to tell him to come over but he had a little more sense than to try to hear what was going on inside. At least, that was until that noise came into his ear. Zai wasted no time in placing his ear against the door with Lin Shu and he winking. There was no way their kind, polite, and taken master would do something so inappropriate. Sure, she was really beautiful and on the verge of adulthood but he wouldn't. Would he? Similar noises to the one from before came from beyond the door and the 3 disciples turned red. Their master really had a way with the ladies. You should be careful, Linear. He winking warned with a snicker. There's no way master would look at me in that kind of way. Shut up, idiot. She shouted with a whisper. Zai took a better look at Lin. She's right. She's ugly. Compared to the girl inside. Ugly, hey, Lin remembered Zai words for later. Once she has her potential unlocked, she's going to beat him half to death for those words. It took over an hour before the operation was over. Lei Ji opened up the door and wasn't surprised to see 2 of his disciples falling inside. Zai managed to react in time and sped away from the door. They were embarrassed but their target right now wasn't their master but the young girl their master spent an hour with alone behind doors. Inside, they could see a fully dressed Su looking away from them with her face fully flushed. Fools, Su insulted. If any false rumors between me and him spread, I will kill you. She promised. Her newly awakened strength seeped into their very bones. Su could kill them without even taking a step as her chi gently hung around the 3 like an executioner's blade hanging overhead. Yes. All 3 disciples responded together with a bow. Miss Su will be working alongside us. She'll take care of any unruly patients or any other sort that intend to hamper our business. After unlocking her hidden potential, Su decided not only to give him her house but to also work with him. Lei didn't have a reason to refuse but he was interested in why she decided to work with him. Perhaps she thought there was a way of getting stronger by hanging by his side. Whichever it wasn't like he could read minds. He looked forward to helping this young girl open up and live a life worth living. If she was suppressing herself in the first place, She could be one of those rare cultivators that truly enjoy cultivating and getting stronger without caring about much else. Only time will tell if she is that kind of person. A freeloader's peril. Unlike the others, Bing didn't busy himself with anything during the short break they had before the final portion of the grand tournament. Didn't set up some shop, didn't take in some followers for his Wandering Angels branch of Heaven's Angels, train the entire time, or have any fun with someone special. He lazed around the entire time in Ying's void world. Well, that was an exaggeration. Ying still forced him into getting materials, herbs, and the like for whenever he wanted a spirit cake from her. So, from time to time over the week, he would leave the sect and enter the immortal forest to search for stuff. He didn't like it but thought it was fair. It'd be a bit much to expect Ying to sacrifice her time and own resources to make cakes for him and not gain anything in return. Even if she was his friend. Ying spent her time mostly training, cooking cakes, or cultivating in the void world with him. Usually, it was just Bing and Ying in the pocket dimension. Wanqing busied herself with her current partner and fully enjoyed the physical perks of being a woman. Lei was accepting patients for his doctor's office and trying to get more people to learn of the place. The Empress also had a shop but a cake shop that would drain Bing's spirit stones dry. It pisses me off looking at you, you know. Ying sent a nasty glare his way. What I do? Bing innocently asked. He was just laying in the grass. You do nothing but eat and sleep yet you are still growing stronger every day. How is it fair that I have to sweat, bleed, and break myself to get stronger? Ying explained. I can't really do anything about that. Bing felt that Ying just wanted to bully him because she stagnated in her cultivation or martial arts again. Get up. I'm tired of looking at you doing nothing. You're going to fight me. You just want to release your frustration out on me, Bing whined. He did nothing wrong but is being punished for it. Yeah, so what? Who's making your cakes without charging you anything for them? Who's letting you stay in her void world as a home away from home? I think asking this much of you isn't anything at all. Ying logically shut him up. Bing couldn't say anything to refute her words. He was basically leeching off of her without paying her anything back. Now that she put it like that, he was kind of embarrassed. Wasn't he a man? What kind of man would depend on a woman to take care of him like she was his second mother? Ying wasn't his wife, she didn't have to put up with how he's been at all. You know, you're right. I have been taking advantage of you, now that I think about it. Bing muttered. How about this? Every week, you can make any 3 demands of me. Ying's face froze for a few seconds once she heard Bing's words. Embarrassing thoughts were the first ones to race through her mind about what kind of demands she could ask of the cute fat lazy idiot. Then she remembered that Jing could reappear in the void world at any time. So, if anything were to happen between her and Bing, it would have to be in her home at the sect or his. The fiery swordsman turned her back to Bing as she covered her face in embarrassment. Ying couldn't believe what she was thinking. They haven't even held hands. How could she be thinking of doing those kinds of things? She had to make some progress with Bing. One of her demands would be something to bring them closer together. Just 3. Ying's face returned back to normal as she looked at Bing with a look of discontent. 4. Bing didn't want his lifestyle to change too drastically. 7. Ying demanded. That's too much. 7. Ying didn't stand down. How about 5 and 7? Please spare me. It's fair, don't you think? For all I'm doing for you, all I'm asking for is for you to do 7 things for me every week. Ying smiled. Yeah but... since this is such a difficult choice for you, we can just drop it and forget it. Ying said with some bite in her voice. Fine. 7 demands per week and I can keep my current lifestyle. Bing dropped his shoulders, giving in completely. The benefits were too good compared to the negatives. Ying was his friend, wasn't she? She wouldn't ask anything too ridiculous of him, right? While she did have a wild personality, that didn't mean she would make him do stuff he didn't want to. At least, he hoped. Tomorrow. We're going on a task together, alone. She informed him ahead of time. Wear something nice, take a bath, and bring money. Is that 4 demands or 1? Bing was hesitant to ask. What do you think? Ying glared, daring him to complain already. Bing sighed, I understand, he really wanted to just lie around tomorrow and do nothing but eat and cultivate. But thinking on the bright side, how long could a task take with the both of them going together? Unless Ying picks a ridiculously difficult task, they should be able to finish in a couple of hours. The start of the finale. The start of the finale of the grand tournament was quite flashy. Fire, water, thunder, and all sorts of things exploded into the air above the sect. The elders drained their chi supply dry as they showed off the magnificence of their abilities and the sect. Pride filled their old bones looking at the amazed and idolizing gazes of the disciples. Jing scoffed at the sight of the old men getting happy at impressing a bunch of children with fireworks basically. She did have to admit, it was a good showing at least. While she wasn't anywhere near as impressed at the thousands of disciples around her, it wasn't too torturous on her eyes or ears. Jing's angels surrounded her in a circle. Ying led the way forward with a very excited and happy look on her face. Bing stood by her side looking quite exhausted for some reason. Jing heard from Wan that they had their first date during the time the elders were preparing the finale of the grand tournament. Then they had a second and a third, and then a fourth. According to Wan, Ying dragged Bing around to all sorts of places to do all sorts of things. Jing wondered how far she's progressed in capturing his heart. Bing looked like he hasn't had a decent night's rest in days. He even looked like he's lost a little bit of weight. He is my slave. I'll have to remind Ying to not take advantage of him without rewarding him with a good hearty meal at least. Jing remembered. Wan Qing was glowing with beauty and pride. Apparently, she spent her entire week rolling around in the sheets with her boyfriend that she claims is just a friend. With some light training on the side. She would also need to ask Wan if she's being safe. It wasn't that long ago that she was a man. If she suddenly ended up pregnant, wouldn't it partly be her fault for not warning her how easily a woman could get knocked up? Jing did come from modern times. The amount of TV shows that glorified young girls getting pregnant was absurd. While Wan was an adult, she still hasn't been informed about some of the basic knowledge that every girl should be informed on. I guess I'll need to include that information as well when I'm restructuring the sect for the better. General knowledge for women. I'll also have to include a male version with inputs from Bing, Lei, and maybe Hu Tao? Hu Tao is debatable, but I'll for sure have to include inputs from Lei and Bing. Jing thought that getting a book for men was more important than getting one for women simply because the men in this world were mostly animals. Women were nothing but tools of lust, children, and a means to fight loneliness. They weren't seen as people or individuals even if they've acquired great power equal to or better than a man's. It was honestly shocking because the three leaders of the three great sects were women. Golden Serpent Sect, Nine Swords Sect, and the Blossoming Water Palace all had female sect leaders. They've done nothing to try and change the status quo despite holding so much power. All they've cared about was their own standing and power. Jing could only shake her head. These women's reputation and strength will be reduced to dregs in history. In her 10,000 lives, she's read several literary works in this world. Very few highlight women in a positive manner that doesn't include their beauty, sexuality, or weakness. The best praise for a powerful woman in this world was how stunningly beautiful she was. Not her intelligence, not what she's accomplished, nor her strength. Jing would make sure to overhaul this world entirely to change that. It wasn't just because she was a woman either. It was simply because she couldn't stand living in such a primitive world. Jing wasn't ignorant to the fact that this world wasn't too different from her original world in terms of values. The strong ruled back there as well, just in a different way through laws, money, and etc. However, there is still a qualitative difference in values, ideals, and perceptions between worlds that she felt that she must correct. Well, not correct but forcefully change. Jing fully understood that she wasn't correcting some misguided mindset held by the people of this world. She was the outsider, kind of. Living in a world about 10,000 times would make you a native of that world, wouldn't it? What she was going to do was changing the status quo in a way that seemed unfamiliar but won't be all too different. Many will try to fight against it, but in this world, strength reigns over all. What form that strength takes will be up to her, as it won't take too long to reach the pinnacle again. Could be laws, could be money, or it could be something else. As of now, she couldn't tell. I'm telling you, I'm not strong at all. Lei Ji tried to convince his apprentices of his strength. That sounds like something Bing would say. Ying pointed out. It's true. I would say that. Bing added. Besides, I dislike fighting anyway. I'd rather that fighting with swords, fists, and chi disappeared completely than continue on. Perhaps a different method of fighting could be added. Like with chess or competitions that didn't have contestants beating the life out of each other. Lei Ji shared. His disciples clearly didn't share his views as they seemed bored by the statement. They couldn't imagine a world where people didn't fight using their bodies. What would be the point of learning martial arts or cultivating at all if they couldn't be used to hurt people? When Lin Shu learned of her potential to become a cultivator, she planned to use it for the weak. Terrorize the wicked and help the weak. He Wenqing didn't have as lofty goals as Lin did. He simply became a cultivator because he knew that cultivators didn't struggle for money. By becoming a cultivator, he could help his family back out on the farm live a wealthy life they never could have imagined living. Zaiho didn't want to follow in the steps of his family members. He became a cultivator to forge his own path in life despite his family's insistence and influence. It has been a while since you fought, Ying realized. I'm getting a little excited to see your match too. She hasn't seen him fight after becoming a doctor. I don't plan to use my medical skills unless forced into a corner. Lei Ji explained. TCH. How boring. Ying clicked her tongue in disappointment. He might fight someone strong, but I don't know anyone really powerful still in the chi gathering stage at the sect. Most of the strong people quickly moved to the next realm and up. Bing said. I expect both of you two to be some of those people moving up. Jing gave the two peace-loving fools a look. Me and Qing have been trying to tell them. Ying agreed with Jing. Peace isn't something that weaklings can hope for unless they have the strength to force it. Wan Qing told the two. I'll cultivate more seriously. I promise. Bing always dreamt of having multiple women looking at him, but not like this. This old man won't waste the second chance you have given him. Lei bowed to Jing. Don't forget to tell everyone about your clinic after you win your matches to get more people to know. Jing reminded him. Oh, thank you. That would have never crossed my mind. Lei smiled. Heaven's angels were separated as they made their way to the grounds where the finale would take place. The huge area was split into multiple stages with stands for people to sit and watch the cultivators compete. Qi gatherers were sent to the top left stage. Those in the Qi consolidation realm are in the top right stage. Core preparation had the bottom left stage near the entrance, and the last stage held for core stage realm disciples were at the bottom right. Out of all the stages, the Qi gatherers had the least amount of disciples participating. Not many of the Qi gatherers managed to pass the first two stages due to their inexperience. Those that did were fiercely ogled at by the elders as potential personal disciples to take. The Qi gatherers weren't the only ones being looked at like sizzling pieces of meat. Most of the eyes were on the Qi consolidators because Jing was included in their group. Jing was the talk of the sect before, and her name and group fiercely resurged in popularity after the end of the second test. By now, all of her angels were identified and are currently being fought over by the elders. According to Wen's investigations, they managed to get some good data on her angels. Ying being the swordsman who focused on the way of fire and sword. Bing was described as the man-eating abomination in pig's skin. Wan Qing, the heavenly butterfly who somehow managed to reverse Yang into yin. Lei Ji, the blind savior. Ji, fighting maniac's woman. Runt, little doctor. Lin Shu, he winking, and Zaiho Ki, blind savior's apprentices. Li Li, peerless demonic owl. And Jing herself, the peerless angel. Gazes of all kinds focused on her. Jing simply ignored them and listened to the chattering of her angels around her. Today's showing would be very important for herself and her angels. It could determine just how much opposition they'll face when she's in control of the sect. Countless plans and schemes flowed through her head as she tried to determine what would be a good showing to show to the entirety of the sect. What would be the best way to make an impactful statement that pertains to her goals? A surprising reveal. The final portion of the grand tournament was structured in a way that Jing did not expect at all. This made her wonder just what made the elders decide on something like this. A wicked sect like this choosing to focus on teamwork, cooperation, and all that junk? Isn't that more of a righteous sect thing? Well, according to stereotypes anyway. Out of Jing's 10,000 lives, both righteous and wicked sects weren't all that different. Good and evil were just two sides of the same coin, it just depended on with whose eyes you were looking at which side. Each match will be done in teams of 3. The Supreme Commander explained. You will not be judged on your individual strength, talent, or how quickly you defeat the other side. What we will judge is how well you collaborate with your randomly chosen partners, how efficiently you pool together your strengths and cover up for each other weaknesses, and how badly you utterly fail at the first two. These instructions were met with mass confusion and discontent. Those that made it this far in the grand tournament could be said to be some of the best disciples in the Golden Serpent sect. The fact that they as individuals had to force themselves into looking good by working with strangers pricked them the wrong way. Why should geniuses like them work with others when they've done well enough on their own so far? Of course, not everyone thought like this. Some of those that felt lucky to have made it to the finale at all were ecstatic about this news. It gave them a second chance that they never would have had if this was structured like the previous grand tournament finales. All they had to do was work with others, their own strength wasn't important. In that one-on-one fight, till one side surrendered, they only had one chance to show off their talents to the elders. If they were up against someone superior to them, they could only hope they lasted long enough to appeal to at least one elder. In a situation like that, it was basically impossible to showcase any valuable parts of themselves because the elders would definitely look at the winner to take as their apprentice over the loser. You cannot kill. You cannot cripple. You cannot fight your teammates. Supreme Commander listed some of the do-nots. You can extend the fight to outside the stage due to the increased number of disciples fighting, and then listed some of the can-dos. Like before, this new information was met with a split crowd. Some were happy about it while others were upset. Those that were against it felt that it was different from the norm. No one could have expected such a drastic change. Tradition was meant to be kept the same throughout time, right? Why the hell were things changing now? Those that were for it were happy about such changes. Now they truly could show everything they had without fearing being killed or crippled by their opponents. Even if they were stronger than them, so what? This is a team fight, not a fight where your stupidly strong self can stomp over everyone and be praised for it. All they had to do was make sure they did whatever they could to work together with their partners. Now that you all know what's in store, let's get this started already. The Supreme Commander nodded towards the head elders. Elder Ru, Elder Mo, Elder Chong, and Elder Zhong flew to each section of the area. Only the first three were official head elders, but Elder Zhong went along with them despite not being a head elder himself because he neared those three in strength. Jing gave a bright smile when she saw Elder Zhong flying over to her group. She saw that his lips momentarily twitched at the sight of it. She knows, Elder Zhong thought to himself. Elder Zhong was the master of Suan Liuxian and Jig. One of which got her temporarily killed and the other that sent her to her death through withholding valuable information. Jing was sure that Elder Zhong was aware of her involvement in the disappearance of these two disciples of his. Because of this, he held a petty grudge against her as if she was responsible for the death of his disciples. Annoying old cowardly bastard. If you didn't want your disciples to die an early death, you should have taught them better. Jing cursed. Take it. He stood over her holding a talisman in his hand. Jing snatched it without showing any respect for the pathetic old man. Imagine, taking your petty anger out on someone, not even half your own age. Elder Zhong smiled at this action of hers, but Jing wasn't an idiot. She could see the malice hiding behind that smile as he moved on to the next chi consolidator. There were several reasons for Jing to not be afraid of someone as powerful as Elder Zhong. While she couldn't sense his realm since she was so far below him, in her other lives she had encounters with Elder Zhong. He was at the Mortality Ascension realm. A useful powerhouse that any sect would want to wrap their hands around. In those other lives, she didn't come at odds with him like in this one. He taught powerful disciples and manipulated them for his own benefit. Elder Zhong used them for more political influence within the sect and outside the sect. But someone like this who had to rely on schemes and tricks could never win against an old soul like herself. She's competed with the best of the best in her past lives and was forced to adapt or die and start over from the beginning. Whether it was politics, war, chess, or fighting, Jing would claim that she had few that could compete with her. Those few that could, were to be eliminated as soon as she had the chance or recruited to her side. What would be the point of recognizing talents if you weren't going to use them to your own benefit? After all the talismans were given to each group of disciples, the final portion of the grand tournament finally began. Each talisman had a number written on it in spiritual ink. This number would tell you the order in which you were to go up on stage in battle. For instance, Jing's number was 879. With a quick head count of the other chi consolidators around her, she could tell that she was going to be the very last to go up. Whether this was purposely done or just coincidental, she could not tell. Regardless, she was going to be waiting for a while to go up. So, she decided to make herself comfortable. SCP-109's cap loosened as she made herself a large throne of water to watch the upcoming matches. Since she's been infusing SCP-109's infinite supply of water with her chi, it began to take traits of her own chi. Through this, she could manipulate the never-ending supply of water of SCP-109 with her auxiliary art, Idlyra Jigenjit's blessing, despite not creating the water on her own. Since Neptune's prophet only allows her to manipulate water created through her chi. It was a fascinating discovery for Jing. She didn't realize if you soaked an object with chi for a long period of time, it would begin to take on special traits. At least, at the time it was. Jing thoroughly explored the origins and inner workings of spiritual objects and tools during her 10,000 lives. She could create them naturally with the help of the heavens, develop man-made ones, tear them apart piece by piece, and teach others these methods. But many spirit tools were nothing in comparison to the power of SCP-914. It was just peerlessly efficient when a majority of the random factor of refining an object was eliminated. Looks like you are going to be waiting a while, Jing. Ying grinned after taking a peek at her talisman. Looks like it. Jing replied back. Any advice? Wan asked. This is a lot easier than many people are making it out to be. Jing could hear many complaints and such with her refined ears. Communicate with your teammates, share what you believe is your strong suit and a single weakness, and think of ways that you can combine your skills and strengths. She told her angels. You don't even have to be strong or talented to win. All you have to do is show you know how to work with others and use your combined strengths and abilities to their greatest extent. Ying, Wanqing, Shang, and the rest listened carefully. Listening to Jing's advice was always valuable. She was also their leader and someone who seemed older than she looked. None of heaven's angels managed to pair up with one another. All of their numbers were distanced greatly. Ying in the 100s. Wanqing in the 300s. Shang in the 700s. Because of this, Jing started to think that her group's talismans were specifically picked out. There was no evidence, but Jing trusted her instincts. Doing your own thing and ignoring your chosen teammates is not recommended unless you want to fail. Jing warned no one in particular, but both Ying and Wanqing felt like those words were for them specifically. Now that you told me how to pass, this'll be easy. Ying straightened her back with confidence. Her demonic giant sword basking in the sun's rays. I believe it won't be that hard as long as my teammates listen. Wanqing was worried she'd have to babysit some fools. She could fail if she was teamed up with some idiots. You have to appeal to people. Don't forget, everyone wants to pass. Jing advised. I will remember, Wan Qing nodded. I hope you lose. Li Li sat on Jing's lap staring at Shang. Thanks. Shang gave a small nod to the boy. He'd have to work extra hard to make sure he didn't lose now. I wasn't saying something nice. Don't thank me. I really do hope you lose. Li Li clarified due to the confusing statement. I'll do my best to make sure I don't lose now thanks to you, Li Li. Thank you for the encouragement. Shang balled up his fist in a look of great confidence now. No. I wasn't. You. I hope we meet and I'll get to beat you up. Li Li angrily shook his fist at Shang. I hope we're on the same team as well, Li Li. Shang misconstrued the young boy's words on purpose. No. That's not what I said. I said. The two of them continued their back and forth. One taking great enjoyment out of it and the other getting increasingly mad about it. Some more changes? To make things easier on themselves, the elders chose to have the matches done separately. The weakest will fight first before making the way up to the disciples at the higher realms. This did make Jing wonder just how long she was going to be waiting if this was the case. The Qi Consolidators and the disciples at the core preparation realm were the most numerous. While Jing did think this method of judging was better than having them all fight at the same time, they're going to be up here for more than a few days. She hoped they prepared food and drinks. This was a celebratory event, wasn't it? What kind of celebration didn't have food and drinks? Music would be nice too, but the type of music in this world wasn't to Jing's liking. Barely did the food match up as well. I just got an idea. Jing suddenly thought as the first 6 Qi gatherers were chosen to go up. Shang, come here. Jing got up from her throne. She pulled out a ragged wooden shack from her refined storage ring and gestured for Shang to follow behind her. Li Li was already glaring at Shang while holding Jing's hand, obviously coming along as well. From its appearance, it looked like the type of building meant for doing one's business inside. This is why several disciples and elders watched her with confused looks on their faces. It wasn't the type of building that could hold 3 people at once without them squeezing inside to an uncomfortable degree. Jing inwardly grinned. They'd be right if this was just an ordinary shed. However, this shed was anything but ordinary since it had SCP-184 inside of it for a few days. The infinitely expanding dodecahedron with the anomalous property to expand a structure's inner dimensions without altering its outer dimensions each day it lies inside said structure. I don't think is the time for a restroom break, Jing. Ying couldn't fathom what was going on inside Jing's head. If I was going to the restroom, do you think I'd invite Shang with me? Jing didn't know what the tomboy was thinking. Then where exactly are you going? I don't think more than one of you can fit inside there. Wan Qing was just as confused as Ying. You'll see. Jing, Shang, and Li Li went inside together. The 2 boys were more than surprised after entering through the door into an expansive room with nothing inside it. Close the door behind you. Jing reminded Shang. Shang was still a bit shocked and very confused but followed her request. Why did this place look so small from the outside, Mom? Li Li curiously asked, looking around the room. Because of this. Jing raised SCP-184 in her hand as she placed a talisman on the wooden floor. What is that, a toy? Li Li tilted his head. Just think of it as something that makes buildings bigger without looking bigger on the outside. Jing explained. Now follow me. I didn't think I could use this so soon. She said. Neither Shang nor Li Li knew what she was talking about but followed regardless. Jing turned her head to give them an important warning, please follow closely behind me. You might get lost if you lose track of me and it'll take days before I can find you. Shang inwardly gulped but stayed silent as he observed the impossible building. He was taken through several doors, rooms, and stairs all with a wooden theme. Sparse throughout the maze-like structure were multiple wooden objects that didn't make sense or structural designs that weren't quite correct. Long tiny hallways that made him feel giant, wooden doors that led to empty walls, twisting rooms that were impossible to walk through normally. It felt like they were walking for days through an entirely new world made of wood, but in reality, it was only a few minutes. Maybe it was because of how little Shang could comprehend of this building that his sense of time has been distorted just as several parts of this structure have been as well. Li Li was somewhat on the opposite spectrum of the amazed, confused, and disorientated Shang. He was more than happy to explore the wooden maze and visibly awe at all the strange and impossible sights. His favorite was walking down the tiny hallways that made him feel like a giant. He was around the same size as his mom in those hallways even though he was little. Jing just silently enjoyed the reactions of Shang and Li Li. That talisman she placed down earlier was similar to a radar and it gave information about her surroundings according to how much qi was fed into it. A wave of qi would spread from the talisman that would extend outward. Its range depends on the qi of the one who planted the spell in the first place, which gave it mixed reviews among spell masters. Eventually, they arrived at the original room. The original room was where SCP-184 was first placed and also the farthest room from the entrance. Inside was all of Jing's alchemy and cooking equipment. She planned to sell a different batch of cakes this time because she was sure that more than enough disciples have bought her spirit cakes in preparation for today's fights. This time around the cakes will be less useful and more fit for a celebratory type of event. Now that she thought about it, maybe bringing Shang and Li Li wasn't the best choice. They definitely didn't know anything about making something more lively, but did any of her other angels know? Weren't they all kind of outcasts in their own way? Jing didn't know enough about Lei's apprentices. Ji was a noble who was unlike other nobles but still not the type of person who would know how to have a good time. Jing doubted Runt had ever been to a celebratory event before. Looks like she had to do this on her own. I can't hear anything, Ying complained with her ear against the shack's door. I can't even hear them breathing. She added. I can't hear anything from this side either. He winking shared from the back of the shed. This can't be a normal shed. Wan Qing quickly understood. Zaiho Ki was really curious and couldn't help but look at his group members investigating the shabby wooden shed instead of the chi gatherers fighting. Should we take a look inside? Ji suggested. Ying seriously debated Ji's question. Jing had to pick those two to follow her for a reason. At first, she thought that Jing was going to do naughty stuff with Shang but quickly trashed that thought after Li Li went inside with them. Plus, Ying didn't think that Jing was the type to do something like that in front of so many people even if they were inside this shed. It was kind of stupid for her mind to even go in that direction in the first place. We still have time before we go up. He winking had a mischievous look on his face. I wouldn't recommend it. Wan Qing told the other angels. Jing said that we'll see what she was up to. So, just wait. She recommended. But I want to find out. Ying was bored since she wasn't able to flirt with Bing. Humph. Then go in and get caught by Jing. Wan Qing grinned. Never mind. I'll wait. Ying didn't know what would be in store for her if she barged into that shed but felt it would be better for her if she waited as Qing said. Is she that scary? He winking asked. Yes. Ji answered immediately. Her bones could still feel the pain of being snapped repeatedly. Zaiho Ki was already aware of Jing's terrifying presence. As an assassin, it was an innate action of his to snuff out a person's strength and his chance of killing them. Zaiho Ki was part of a multi-generational assassin clan and could accurately judge anyone's strength due to his upbringing. Out of everyone in Heaven's Angels, he could only kill 2 people with his strength as of now without relying on poisons. If he relied on poison, he could perhaps take out a third. The first 2 being his martial brother and martial sister. The third being Ji before her training with Jing. Everyone else was impossible for him to take out even if he used every method at his disposal. At least, that was what his gut feeling was telling him. The small boy called Runt was impossible to assassinate, the fatty who seemed to dislike violence just like his master, the tiny white owl. Even now, Zaiho Ki still couldn't fully comprehend what kind of group he involved himself in. It was a terrifying experience to be around a group of people he had no chance to kill. Only back at his clan did he feel something like this. Being in close range to people that could deal with him even if they weren't aware of his presence. Monsters. That was the only way he could describe most of the people in Heaven's Angels. We are very weak. Zaiho Ki informed he winking of their ranking within Heaven's Angels. I see, he winking accepted Zaiho Ki's words. It wasn't often that his martial brother spoke but when he did, it often was important to listen. Runt's match. Out of all the members of Heaven's Angels, the first to go up was Runt. As an 8th stage Qi gatherer, he was just below Bing and Lei Ji in terms of cultivation while equal to Lin Shu. Despite his shabby appearance, the fact that he was a part of Heaven's Angels was known. Many eyes wandered over to his small figure with his notable pink hair and his camera hanging around his neck. Only those from his group knew the purpose and power of the camera. Runt had 2 big sisters as his teammates. Neither of them seemed to be on the same level as Ying, so he wasn't afraid of them. The first big sister had a cold personality and ignored him entirely while the second big sister couldn't stop talking. He didn't know if they knew each other but as it was now, he was going to fail if this icy big sister didn't get her act together. They had around 10 minutes to get to know one another before they had to fight. If they were ready ahead of time, they just had to say so with every member of the team in agreement. If not, they were forced to wait out the entire 10 minutes until everyone was on the same page. From what could be seen so far, the elders were more than happy to see teams use up all 10 minutes while discussing with one another. You're pretty cute. Talkative big sister smiled brightly. You know, I've been looking for a little brother to dote on ever since mine died back home. He couldn't keep up with me whenever I needed to practice my martial arts and died. Then my mom and dad kicked me out of the clan. Runt chose to ignore the annoying but scary big sister for now and stared directly at the quiet one. Do you mind working together with us so that we can pass? Runt's words were cut out by a squeal as he was captured in a tight hug by the scary big sister. You sound just as adorable as you look. She shook him from side to side. The Supreme Commander said we'll but judged on well we work together and use our strengths to cover up each other's weaknesses. Runt painful squeeze on his chest as he looked into icy big sister's eyes. My weakness is that I am vulnerable up close. I'm not that good at fighting up close with people, but my strength is I'm good at fighting at a distance. Runt shared one strength and weakness of himself. The more you ignore me, the more I'm going to love you. The scary big sister threatened. My name is Runt. What's yours? He asked the woman, trying to squeeze out his internal organs. Hee. This big sister's name is Chinju. Wait. Just Ju, since my mom and dad kicked me out of the clan. She corrected. Something I'm good at is fighting. Something I'm bad at is controlling my strength. Ju stuck out her tongue as if embarrassed by that fact. Runt looked toward the icy big sister. She clicked her tongue as she looked at him and Ju. He didn't understand what her problem was. Didn't she want to show a good showing for the elders like everyone else? Runt heard there were good prizes if you did well in the finale and made it to the end. Lena. She stated her name. I have no weaknesses. She boldly declared. I'm good at fighting alone and not being dragged down by trash and low-class peasants. That explains the attitude. Runt figured out why she was being like this. I think she's insulting us and saying we're worthless, little bro. Ju whispered into his ear. That's exactly what I'm saying. She didn't deny it. Stay out of my way and don't make me look bad. She threatened with a wave of killing intent. If she's scaring you, little bro, I can break her neck for you. Ju didn't mind whispering more terrifying words into his ear. Runt took a deep breath before talking. We can stay out of your way. Can you fight all three of them at once? Runt needed to know before going along with this noble. He's seen and met her types before back at Dragon City. The best way to get along with them is to do what they say exactly to the word. They're trash too. She shared her opinion of their opponent's strength. Great. Me and Ju will stay behind and help you out whenever you need it. Runt exclaimed. I won't need your help. She quickly stated. Even better. Just do your thing and ignore us. Runt gave her a thumbs up. Whatever. She turned as she pulled out her glowing red sword from its scabbard. But little bro, how are we going to pass to the next round if she's the only one doing anything? Ju asked. I have something in mind for us to do. Runt answered. How good are you at throwing things? I can hit a blue cloud eagle hawk with a rock while it's flying away. Ju answered with pride. Really? Runt asked with genuine interest on his face. Blue cloud eagle hawks were known for their impressive speed. Ju was just a chi gatherer, so it would be crazy if she really could do that. Considering how crazy she's been acting so far, Runt wasn't sure if he could believe her or not. It looks like he'll have to find out in their match. The other team was ready within 5 minutes. Runt's team took the whole 10 minutes. Their match started after the elder watching over the match called out for it to start. She ran forward with her sword alone. Runt had to politely ask her to put him down as the fight started. Ju wanted to decline but couldn't after he said please. The two of them stayed behind with Runt taking out the Silent God's ocarina before giving Ju multiple geeks from his storage ring. Her first instinct was to sniff it before putting one in her mouth. Sweet. Ju exclaimed. What kind of candy is this, little bro? It's what you're supposed to be throwing at the enemy team to help she out. Runt explained. Please stop eating them. He had to request. Sorry. They're just so tasty. I never ate anything as tasty as this after I got kicked out by my family. I'll give you some more after we finish the fight. Jing never seemed to run out of them somehow. Even Lei Ji had a mountain of them inside his storage ring for patience. That's a promise, little bro. A frightening amount of chi soon exploded from within her body. Runt's hair and clothes were blown back as he stood next to her in shock. He had a less difficult time believing that she accidentally killed her brother in a spar with this much chi. She was 3 stages below himself in cultivation, but with chi like this, it was like she was an entire realm above him. Runt was starting to think that he got himself involved with someone really troublesome. Ju had no idea of the thoughts going on inside her new little brother's head. Using her chi, she began chucking geeks at the enemy while they were engaged with she. The geeks were coated in her chi, giving them an extra amount of power. Groans, screams, and grunts came from the mouths of the other team as her candy landed accurately on their body. With over a dozen of geeks in her hand, she soon began to take the spotlight from she as the enemies were dropping like flies because of her rapid-fire throwing. Runt placed a small bag of geeks down at his side for Ju to take when she ran out of geeks before playing his ocarina to support them. Unfortunately, it seemed like his teammates were too strong compared to his opponents. He barely had the chance to do anything with his ocarina before they were unable to continue fighting. With Ju's unbelievable strength and accuracy paired along with she's impeccable and beautiful swordsmanship, their enemies couldn't react in time. She was capable of facing all 3 of them just by herself while Ju could just sit back, eat candy, and injure the enemies from a distance. If they tried splitting up where 2 of them tried to handle she and the third went after Ju, who would take the pink-haired brat? They could only blame their misfortune for encountering two monsters so soon. Another thought soon came into their minds as the match was called. While one's talent or individual strength wasn't being judged, wouldn't it be pretty difficult for a team to show off their teamwork if they're eliminated before they can fully show it? The win was given to Runt's team for some reason that was only discussed between the elders. Runt released the breath of air he didn't know he was holding in as he walked back to his group. He won without even doing anything really. That felt really good. Good job out there, Runt. Lin Shu smiled before her eyes started looking at something above and behind him with confusion. Thank you. Runt turned around and realized that Ju was still behind him. Hello everybody. I would like to thank you for taking care of my little brother all this time. Ju gave a polite bow. My name is Ju. I'm his big sister. A bright innocent smile came from her lips. Runt didn't know how to react to this situation. She isn't related to me. Lin Shu's time to shine. I don't mean to sound rude, but were you born like this? Lei Ji tried to ask as politely as possible. Born like what? Ju asked, confused about what the old man was talking about. Have you always been talented in qi or controlling it? Lei Ji phrased it differently. Nope. I'm a body cultivator because it's cheaper. Ju happily responded. Wait. Runt, didn't you say this person wasn't related to you? Then who is she and why is she following you around? Bing suddenly realized. Runt could only spin his eyes around in hopes that Bing would understand his meaning. Bing at first tried to copy the movement of his eyes before his eyes widened in understanding. He went over to Ju and Runt felt eternally grateful. It wasn't that he hated Ju. He just didn't want to become her beloved little brother and possibly die just like her last one. Instead of starting off as relatives, how about easing into just being friends first? Bing asked her. But he's too cute to be my friend. And when he grows up, I'll definitely be unable to resist the charm he'll have then. Unless he becomes my little brother. My mom and dad said you can't love your family in that way or your babies will be freaks. And who even are you? Are you trying to stand between me and my little brother? Ju shared her thoughts without a filter. I'm a friend of Runt's. Bing answered. My little bro can speak for himself, right little bro? Ju locked her eyes on Runt. We should start as friends first. Runt rubbed the back of his head. He didn't want to be involved with her much at all with how she's acting. Sniff. Sniff. Tears flowed down her eyes. You don't love me. Snot and more tears began to flow down her face. No. I barely know you. I don't mind being friends as long as you stop acting weird. Runt gave it to her straight. Being born in Dragon City didn't restrict his ability to speak his mind. A street rat was only polite when it was to their benefit. That benefit being food, saving their own life, or not getting involved with strong people. This girl that tried to latch onto him for some reason wouldn't be spared from his brute honesty. He wasn't a good person like Lei who did good things for people without getting appropriate payback. Wah. She cried her heart out but she stood closer to Runt. I'll stop acting weird. Each break in her sentence was her sniffing her snot back up her nostrils. I'm gonna go on stage now, master. Lin Shu took her exit. The next member of Heaven's Angels to go up was Lin Shu, one of Lei Ji's disciples. Lei Ji, Xiang, and a few of his arms wished her luck with a wave. Bing gave her a simple good luck. Runt was too busy trying to get away from Ju who seemed determined to latch onto him with her snotty and teary face. Realizing she wasn't going to go away, he frowned and took something out from his storage ring to wipe her face. Hello, I'm Lin Shu and I have a spirit beast that'll help us if we're ever injured. Lin Shu gave a polite bow to her teammates. Lei Ji had a limited amount of time to teach his 3 students anything substantial that would help them in the finale. Most of his teaching was the students watching him practice his medical skills but he had a brief moment to teach them his main martial arts, God's Fingers, and Zion Kai, his movement art. Only Zaiho Kai was able to learn something of God's Fingers because of his background. Lin Shu and He Wenking could only really learn Zion Kai since they were taught in such a short time. God's Fingers required the practitioner to know about the human body in extreme detail. It was almost impossible for anyone unable to directly see into the human body like Lei could with his auxiliary art. It would take years for them to reach the elementary realm in God's Finger if they went about it the normal way. Lei Ji said he planned to purchase them something that could help with studying and retaining knowledge. However, until he does it, they're stuck learning about the human body from scrolls and watching him treat people while being lectured on exactly what he's doing to treat the patient. Lin Shu and He Wenking thought it was the most boring thing ever to just sit and study all day but then they remembered just how filthy rich and strong they could get if they ever reach Lei Ji's skill. The mortal and cultivator world was always in need of more doctors. People couldn't really complain if a doctor was too expensive to hire because they were the only ones able to save your life when you need it. Of course, they never told Lei Ji their greed for strength and wealth. Who knew what kind of lecture he'd give them for having such selfish thoughts? Call me San. I'm only really good at spinning this spear around. He gave a quick demonstration as he twirled his simple metal spear. Munan. He had to think for a minute. I'm good at killing and bad at not killing. You do know we can't kill, right? Lin Shu asked him. Yeah, I know, a sad expression appeared on his face. How about this? Munan, you try your hardest to not kill the enemy team, and if it looks like they're about to die, I'll treat them with my spirit beast. San, you will fight with Munan, and if you look like you're in trouble, I'll step in to help. Lin Shu planned. Just to check, San, you're not good at killing too, are you? I can avoid killing for sure. San gave her a thumbs up. Great. Looks like we have a plan. Lin Shu reached into her pocket and took out a black glowing capture bead. Multiple people stared in shock at the black aura around the capture bead. There were 4 colors that a capture bead could glow with. The color the capture bead glowed with depended on the talent or potential of the spirit beast inside. Bronze, silver, gold, and black. Bronze being the weakest and black typically being the strongest. With a burst of black light, a pink-colored shark with a strange little white hat on her head with a red cross on it appeared. It swam through the air without moving as if it was swimming in water. Her name is Muna. She really eager to treat injured people. Lin Shu had to emphasize this point. Really, really eager. She repeated. As long as she doesn't bite me, I'm good. San shared looking at the unusual spirit beast with confusion, fear, and admiration. She doesn't look like she'll be killed easily. Munan sized up the spirit beast. She was more than twice his size and could easily tear him apart with those teeth. He'd probably die before he could even jab his knife into her fish skin. Munan turned his head. Trying to kill prey too strong would only lead to him being killed. How could he kill if he was dead? Not worth the effort. Fight. The elder started the match. Lin Shu moved in with her teammates. The other team charged in just like them as well. Munan was the fastest out of the 3 of them and directly ran into the other team. His knives went swinging everywhere as he didn't hold back or think of defending himself one bit. Lin Shu frowned at the suicidal moron as she hopped on top of Munan and pulled out her own knife before realizing this probably wasn't going to work out. Her knife was too short to hit anybody on top of Muna. It'd be better if she used Muna to ram into them than trying to use this knife. Maybe she could throw it. But then she'd have no knife. Lin Shu decided to stay on the sidelines and watch Munan and San fight. The 2 of them did pretty well despite it being a 2-on-3. Mainly because of how ridiculously Munan fought with his 2 knives. He suffered cut after cut from either himself or the enemy. With how wildly he was swinging, Lin couldn't really tell. Has he even learned any martial arts? How did he get this far? The smell of blood from Munan and others reached Muna's nose. She didn't growl, bark, or make any other noise because sharks don't have organs that can make sound in the way that humans do. Lei Ji told her that after gifting her this shark to protect herself and others. Muna's body began to slightly shake. Lin realized that she was in the mood to treat someone after sniffing the blood. As time passed in the battle, Lin was unable to hold Muna back anymore as she gave in to her instincts completely. Lin blasted off with the wind blowing her hair and clothes back during Muna's rush towards the others. She could barely keep her eyes open while she held on for dear life. All she could hear was screaming around her and silence from those watching. It only took less than half a minute before silence overtook everything and Muna stopped swimming around. Lin Shu opened her eyes to see that everyone but herself was completely knocked out. Observing their unconscious bodies, she couldn't see any signs of wounds or even blood. She may have made a mistake bringing out Muna when she hasn't trained her all that well. Did I win? Lin Shu asked the elders. Unfortunately, the elders decided no. Since her spirit beast attacked her teammates, she and her team failed. Lin tried to argue that her spirit beast helped them recover from their wounds, but their decision did not change on the account of them being knocked out in the middle of battle from it. Lin clicked her tongue in annoyance before walking back to her group. Stupid elders, she cursed in her mind. CaptainBoyHole. Now that I'm writing out each individual battle, this finale might be way longer than I thought. I might not write everyone in Heaven's Angel battles so detailedly. Unless you all want that, I don't mind, but I can see how it might be boring for some who aren't too big on fighting. But I personally love writing fighting scenes, so let me know guys. If it's split, I'll shorten them and only pick out the most important parts. Lei Ji's match. You may need some more time to get along with her before being able to control Muna just yet. Lei Ji tried to comfort Lin Shu as she pouted. Yeah, I know. I'm just mad that I didn't show my good side at all. I just embarrassed myself in front of everyone. Lin crossed her arms, upset at the elders and herself. It happens. Bing tried to be nice. You'll have more chances in the future. He assured her. It just sucks that I trained all week only to lose in such a dumb way. Lin admitted. It looks like I'm next out of our group to go next. Lei gave a helpless smile. Unless you're paired up with people that don't want to work together at all, I don't see how you could lose. Bing said. Is that old man strong, little bro? Ju whispered in Runt's ears. Runt had to think for a second. If the old man actually went all out, how strong was he? Throwing away his kind nature, just how dangerous could he be? Very strong. Runt shared his honest thoughts. Wow. Do you think he'd be willing to spar with me? Ju asked next. Yes. Runt couldn't give her a clear answer, but he couldn't think of a reason why the old man would refuse a regular spar. Good luck, master. Lin Shu loudly shouted, eager to see her master in a fight for once. Lin Shu wasn't alone in her excitement to see Lei Ji fight. He Wenking and Zaiho Ki also closely watched the area when they saw Lei Ji going up on stage. Chatter began to slowly blossom from within the crowd at the sight of the old man. Isn't that the blind savior? I didn't know he was a chi gatherer. He's a what? I've been letting some weak chi gatherer treat my injuries. Why the hell can't I feel his chi if he's a chi gatherer? That's an interesting cultivation technique, a higher realmed disciple murmured. Perfect for an assassin, Zaiho Ki could see the uses of this martial art easily. Lei Ji didn't hold any information back during their week of training for the finale. That cultivation technique of his completely erased his presence at the cost of rapidly draining his chi. This drawback would be dealt with the further you mastered the technique, and the benefits of using it would increase the more you understood Withering Willow. Lei explained that he learned this technique after losing his eyes to survive in the sect better. Zaiho Ki was the only disciple to learn this technique from Lei Ji, as well as the only one to somewhat be able to use God's fingers. The cultivation technique was perfect for an assassin-born cultivator like himself. Because he was born in an assassin's clan, he was taught about the human body from the age of 3 with real bodies. God's fingers was still incredibly difficult despite his upbringing. Chi points, chi pathways, the main chi points, all of that was new information for him, just as it was for his martial brother and sister. So, he may have had a small advantage over he and Lin, it wasn't as if he was heads above them. Alright old man, what use are you? A tall firmly built young man questioned as he stared down at Lei Ji with his arms crossed. My name is Lei Ji. You can call me Ji. I'll be able to treat any injuries, and my spirit beast can help incapacitate the enemy. Lei kindly smiled as Quan was released from his capture bead. Quan immediately wrapped himself around Lei and squeezed. The giant transparent octopus completed hid Lei Ji's body from view. Its internal organs were completely visible to everyone watching. Xiang happily greeted this tentacled friend of his by hugging his tentacles as Quan hugged Lei Ji. The two creatures gurgled in joy as Lei was slowly being suffocated by happiness and a lack of air. Lei patted the giant octopus twice on the tentacle and it slowly unlatched itself from his body. Multiple octopus tentacles came from his coat and tried to greet Quan, who was quite confused by the tentacles coming from Lei Ji's coat. He used his tentacles to grip the tentacles coming out of Lei's coat and multiple friendly handshakes began to happen at once. Lei Ji gave a helpless smile. I know this is all quite a strange sight, but it's easier if you just don't think about it too much. I'm something of a doctor and this guy can help out if you two are ever in trouble. Lei softly rubbed Quan's bulbous head as he floated in the air. You are right. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at and I'd like to keep it that way. The big youth from before turned away. I'm Changlin. He shared. What can you do, Changlin? A youth shorter than Lei and Changlin asked. I'm a body cultivator. My strength is my body. My weakness is this shitty axe of mine. Changlin pulled out a chipped metal axe that has seen some use. But, since you said you were a doctor, I can use my secret technique that taxes my body and you can just treat me afterward. He smiled. Call me Go. I can move fast and get away fast. Go tossed a curved dagger into the air repeatedly and caught it by the tip of the blade every time. I say the best way that we go about this would be Changlin using his secret technique while Go and I support him from the back. Lei Ji shared. Sounds good to me. Changlin grinned, eager to use his secret technique and show off in front of all the elders. No problem. As long as I don't gotta fight anyone too strong, I'm good. Go replied. Looks like we're ready then. Lei Ji waved at the elder watching over the match. Their opponents weren't quite ready yet and still weren't even after 10 minutes had passed. The elder started the match regardless if they were ready or not at the 10-minute mark. At the start of the match, Changlin grinned as a dark red aura of chi coated his body. With a loud smack, he palmed his chest. Multiple changes began to happen within his body that Lei Ji saw all too clearly. This technique of the young man was quite strong, but he was right in how it taxes his body. If he used it often, he'll probably live less than half the average lifespan of a person. Lei Ji and Go followed behind the now hulking figure rippling with muscle and veins all over his body. Changlin let out a monstrous roar as he swung his axe into the hastily formed chi barrier. The spell shattered once it made contact with the shabby-looking axe, and the swordsman from the other team used the opportunity to attack as soon as Changlin broke the barrier. His sword slashed across Changlin's chest but barely left a thin mark on it. Changlin laughed in ridicule, bringing his axe into the air to split the swordsman in half. Go disappeared after seeing the spellmaster's talisman thrown to the ground earlier. Lei Ji saw him speeding off toward the spellmaster trying to make a formation. A spear-wielding young girl stood in front of the spellmaster to protect him, ready to take Go on. Lei Ji made his way over to help Go since it seemed like the swordsman wouldn't be enough to give Changlin trouble. With a smile on his face, he took out his pink fishing rod that he hasn't used in oh so long and swung it toward the two. A fishing rod? Lin Chu expressed in disbelief. Yab. Bing smiled, it really has been a while since he's seen that rod. Before becoming a doctor, that fishing rod was what he used to fight with. Bing explained for the rest. Really? Runt couldn't believe it either. Really? Bing nodded. You're kidding. How could you even? Lin Chu couldn't wrap her brain around it. He seemed pretty weak, but maybe that old man is actually strong. Ju questioned. Instinctively, she was able to smell a strong person from a weak person. That old man smelled weak, but something was weird about him. Lei Ji's fishing hook sliced through the air as it sped alongside Go. Go charged head-on toward the spearman. The spearman was confused about what she should do. The fishing rod was aiming for the spellmaster, but that kid with the knife was coming toward her. She frowned as she stood in front of the spellmaster and prepared to take on both. Go tried to weave and sneak his way into the spearman's guard, but she wasn't an amateur. She kept him at a distance and refused to allow him to get past her spear's range while keeping her eye on the hook coming closer. The spearman built up chi within her body as she shouted something. Wild Dragon's Twist. Her body and spear spun as one with the wind following her movements. The spear struck the incoming hook into the air and sent it flying away at an even faster speed than it had earlier. Lei Ji whistled, quite impressed at the young girl's strength. Go didn't miss the chance to take advantage of the moment after the girl pulled off her martial technique. His dagger came snaking toward her chest, intent on reaping her life. I finished it! The spellmaster shouted in exhilaration. A bright light consumed the stage and blinded nearly everyone watching. Son of a bitch! I can't see shit! I'm gonna fucking kill that twig piece of shit after this tournament. Once the lights died down, everyone could see a white aura surrounding the bodies of one of the teams. About damn time, the swordsman cursed. He was only still alive because that strong idiot was playing around with him. It's our turn to go on the offensive now. The spearman giggled. I'm not as weak as I seem. The spellmaster pulled out a sword that was far bigger than himself. It looks like your sword inspired someone, Ying. Wanqing pointed out. His sword looks nothing like mine. What are you even talking about? Ying's sword was massive in length and thickness. That guy's sword was just like a long sword but way longer and just a bit thicker. It's only a matter of time before people start to copy us. Wan informed. You really think so? Ying had a hard time believing anyone would want to copy her. You'll understand later. Wanqing told her. It's only natural that the weak would want to copy the strong. All of you come at me. It's not often I get to break this technique out. Changlin bellowed, leaping over in front of Lei and Go, cracking the stage apart on landing. Don't regret it. The spearman charged first. Be careful. His body is tough and can recover from small wounds. The swordsman warned. I'm at my strongest like this. The spellmaster dragged his sword behind him as he rushed behind the spearman. Changlin took on all three of the enemies with just his metal axe. His movements were slow but incredibly powerful. Even with the spellmaster's formation providing support to his team, they were still just barely below him in strength. The strength of a technique that reduces one's lifespan can't be underestimated. Well, we can't let him do all the hard work if we want to win. Lei Ji patted Go on the shoulder. Follow my lead. He instructed as his hook returned back to him. Lei hooked a part of the stage and ripped it out. With a big piece of the stage hanging from his hook, he tossed it toward the group, slowly overwhelming Changlin with their teamwork. Seeing the incoming large piece of stone, they were forced to retreat. Giving Changlin time to breathe, Go the chance to sneak behind them, and Lei Ji to send his hook flying once more. The piece of the stage crumbled to pieces upon landing on the other part of the stage. Changlin's axe crashed into the spearman's spear and sent her flying out of the stage and nearly into the crowd. A barrier formed in front of the crowd and the spearman crashed into it back first. Go's dagger quickly assaulted the swordsman, who was unprepared to be attacked right after dodging. Lei Ji's fishing hook easily caught the clothes of the spellmaster. The fisherman sent the young boy flying through the air as if he was flying a kite. It didn't take long for the boy to lose consciousness. The next one to follow him after was the spearman, who couldn't retaliate against the overwhelming Changlin, who continually attacked her after she crashed into the elder's barrier. Changlin's axe repeatedly struck against the shaft of her spear until she could no longer hold it in her grip anymore. Her spear fell to the ground before she did. The spearman dropped to her knees in defeat. Go managed to utilize his speed with his dagger mastery to suppress the swordsman's swordsmanship. He knocked into him with a body and sent the both of them tumbling off the stage. The dagger wielder then held his weapon at the swordsman's throat as he laid on top of him. Lei Ji's team was determined the winner, but overall, Everyone seemed impressed with both teams. Realizing the usefulness of a spell master in this type of fighting, how reckless one could be with a healer on their team, and combining your strengths to your advantage. Everyone applauded the battle while Lei Ji decided to treat everyone free of charge. He gained some more cheers for doing such a thankless thing. Looks like I was right. Bing grinned. I just got lucky. Lei responded back with a grin of his own. The first angel. Let's hope I'm as lucky as you are. Bing grinned, taking out both of his shields. My new eye isn't warning me of any danger in my match, but you can never be too careful. His right eye shined with a light azure color. Yug, Lin Shu shivered in disgust remembering the sight of Bing's eye being pulled out back then. I'm not going to have to do something like that, will I? She asked while shaking. Not anytime soon. Lei Ji had to think about his lesson plan for his students. How soon is soon? Lin Shu's stomach was getting queasy. No idea. Lei Ji couldn't lie. It depended on how quickly the kids learned what he planned to teach them. Just know that I might have to run away the day you decide we need to learn how to transplant eyes into people. Lin Shu shared. I see, Lei Ji took note of that for the future with a strange smile on his face. Don't smile like that. I really mean it. It was so gross when she tore it out like that. Are all of our eyes like that? Oh heavens, I don't want to find out. I guess I was lucky I was unconscious and couldn't feel anything. Bing chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. He heard the sound of someone sniffing him from behind and couldn't help but freeze up in shock and confusion. You smell strong but act weak. I don't get it. Ju shared her thoughts. Thank you. Bing took a few steps away from Ju as he used his blood to adjust the size of his bone shield to match the new shield given to him by Jing that he has yet to fully use. You can't go around sniffing people. It's weird. Runt commented. But how am I supposed to find out if someone is strong or not if I don't smell them? Ju argued. You can sniff someone without getting that close to them. Runt replied back. But you're all weird. He smells strong but doesn't look or act strong. Ju pointed at Bing. He smells weak and acts weak but my stomach says he isn't. Ju pointed at Lei Ji. She smells weak but acts strong. Ju pointed to Lin Shu. And you are the strangest of all, little bro. You smell very strong. Scary strong. Ju explained. Hey. I'm not weak. Lin Shu retorted. Are you trying to say our smells are mixing together? Bing tried to understand this girl with a few screws loose. Ju nodded. And because of that, you need to stand closer to us and sniff us to see how strong we are. Lei Ji asked. She nodded again. Why do you need to see who is strong in the first place? You should just save that for when you are fighting someone. Not people you aren't fighting. Runt explained. I guess I don't need to see who is strong out of all your friends, little bro. But I've always done this to find out who was strong around me. Is it bad? Ju didn't want her little bro to get mad at her again. Just ask me before you go around sniffing anyone. Eventually, you'll learn when it is okay to do it and not. Runt sighed. I hope. It would be useful for him to know who is strong or not in the future if he can't tell for himself. Yes, little bro. Ju rapidly nodded her head. Wait a second, does Runt smell like the strongest out of all of us? Bing suddenly asked, remembering that she said he smelled scary strong. Yes. Ju answered confidently. Lei thought to himself on his experience with Runt in the endless plains of Yin. Ah. I see why. He figured something out. Everyone looked at him for an explanation. Lei Ji looked toward Runt, seeing if it was okay for him to say. Runt shrugged. It didn't matter that much to him. It's this. A black liquid that was underneath his robes appeared on top of his hand. It is this. Ju exclaimed as she huffed the scent of the black puddle crazily. Boss left this behind for me to protect me. Runt explained. I guess it still has his scent on it or something. He had a look of disgust on his face as he looked at Ju still sniffing. Hu Tao. That makes sense. Bing nodded in agreement. If there was someone to be described as very strong and scary strong, it would be him. Ha, even when he's gone, he's still with us. Lei chuckled. Who is Hu Tao? Lin Shu asked. My boss. Me and Ji are only angels because of him. Runt explained. Is he super strong? Lin Shu asked next. I guess he's the second strongest person in Heaven's Angels. Bing answered. The Empress being first. Empress. It only took a second for it to click inside Lin's head before she realized who AI was talking about. Ooh. I can see it. Lin Shu nodded. But wow, he's even stronger than you and Qing. She soon asked after. Yab. Bing felt no shame in telling the truth. But he also has a problem where he loves to cause trouble for himself and others. That problem of his is the reason why he isn't here now and why we aren't trying to help him out currently. What kind of trouble? Lin thought that everyone was pretty nice and not at all like the other disciples in the sect. Let's just say, a majority of the disciples hate his guts because of his personality. Bing tried to explain it as simply as he could. Will I hate him? Lin turned to Lei, who could only awkwardly chuckle. There's a high chance you will. He answered. Eventually, it was time for Bing to show his stuff to the sect. He walked up to the right side of the stage with his two shields in hand, a skull necklace around his neck, and multiple metal discs flying around his body. Bing's allies chose to leap on stage instead of walking like he did. None of them recognized each other, but they recognized that many people were interested in Bing because of the loud chanting in the crowd. Fatty! 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 Man-eating abomination! Bing actually couldn't help himself from blushing hearing people excitedly chant for him. Maybe now that he was famous for being in Heaven's Angels, he could get a girlfriend soon. Hello. I'm AI Bing. You can rely on me to protect you. Bing shook his two shields. Name's Li. I'm an alchemist who only made it this far because of luck. Li honestly shared. Zai Wen. A swordsman who relied on his talent and hard work to get this far. An obvious glare was sent toward the weakling Li, who ended up on his team. He seemed to have no issue with Bing, which Bing thought was great. Maybe those cheers from earlier really helped him out in avoiding problems with this guy. Can you defend yourself? Bing asked Li. Not that well, Li replied. That's fine, I can protect you. Do you have any pills that could boost our strength? Bing asked after. Yes. As long as you can protect me from getting hurt, I can throw pills to you whenever you need them. Recovery pills, a single chi burst pill for emergencies, a chi recovery pill, focusing mind pill, blood recovery pills, almost anything you would need in a fight. Li softly exclaimed with the two. I guess you won't be as useless as I thought. Zai Yuan might have been hasty in his judgment of this trash. He wasn't trash at all, but just a pill refiner. Everyone knew they were weak in combat. I say we should go about it like this, but please feel free to speak up if you disagree with my plan. Bing spoke up. I will stand in front of Li and protect him from any harm. Zai Yuan, you will aim for their weakest member. If they try to defend their weakest member like I am doing, then aim for the one who isn't being defended or defending. I want you to face one of their members in a one-on-one and win. Can you do that? Bing asked. Humph. I don't know who you are or why you are so popular, but my strength isn't something for you to doubt. Zai Yuan scoffed. Just leave whoever they are to me. You just make sure you defend that weakling well enough for him to show our cooperation skills to the elders. Sounds good to me. Bing smiled. Oi, alchemist, give me a chi recovery pill. I plan to go all out from the beginning. Zai Yuan didn't turn to look at Li. Here. Li reached into his spatial pouch on his waist and threw a white pellet at Zai Yuan. Zai Yuan caught the pellet without looking and swallowed it as he unsheathed his sword. Bing rose his shields while planting his feet on the stage and stood in front of Li. The multiple skulls around his neck had their eye sockets began to glow. 3 large purple skulls made from chi flowed out of the skeleton necklace and circled around Bing. 4 metal discs continually spun around Bing and Li to protect them. Begin. The elder shouted, seeing both teams were ready to begin. The man-eating abomination. The enemy team didn't immediately shoot forward like a majority of the other teams. A spellmaster was forming a formation while 2 of his teammates defended him so that he could complete it. Bing and his teammates saw this happening and knew they had to stop it immediately. Almost every match with an array master who successfully set up a formation won. By now, everyone could see the value in partnering up with a spellmaster and protecting them. Change of plans. Stick close to me, Li. Bing called out as he started to run forward like Zai Yuan. What am I supposed to do? Li shouted as he did his best to keep up with Bing. Just make sure you can throw us the necessary pills when asked. Bing shouted. Give us both a focusing mind pill. He asked. Li struggled to reach into his spatial pouch while running but eventually managed to fish out 2 focusing mind pills. Multiple other pills spilled out of his pouch in his hurried digging, but he ignored them and very inaccurately threw the pills at Bing and Zai Yuan. Bing grew an additional arm near his leg that picked up the fallen pill while Zai Yuan was forced to stop his charge and jump back to catch the pill. Zai Yuan glared at the horrible toss while Bing shouted out thanks. The 2 of them swallowed the pills and headed toward the spellmaster, trying to hurry the completion of his formation. They're coming. I'll handle the fatty. A lean and handsome swordsman shouted. I'll deal with the cute one then. A small young girl with abnormally developed legs grinned. Leggy cracked the ground apart as she leaped away. Her right foot smashed into Zai Yuan's silver sword. He was barely able to stand his ground against the strength of her muscled leg. Bing saw Zai Yuan slide to the edge of the stage but didn't go over to help him. The talented young master said he was able to handle a one-on-one battle, Bing just had to trust him. Swift devil. Bing shot off like a fierce gale of wind. Li was unable to keep his balance and was nearly sent flying out of the stage as Bing spun with both of his shields in front of him toward the spellmaster and swordsman. Nothing but shock and awe filled Li's eyes. An ear-blasting boom shook the eardrums of everyone present. The very stage itself violently vibrated until spider-like cracks rapidly began to form all over. No one could contain their silence for much longer after seeing the power of the two chi gatherers in the ring. Hey! Don't you think you're too freaking strong for a fatty? I almost freaking died, you know? Why are you so strong? The handsome swordsman was no longer handsome. A bright azure aura surrounded his body as all the muscles in his body bulked up. His hair turned a striking dark blue with flame-like qualities. The sword in his hand contending against Bing's shields began to push back against Bing. Bing could also not stay mid-air like this for long. I didn't even think I'd need to use my bloodline, but what the hell are you? Man-eating abomination? More like stupidly strong fat. He insulted. The skulls spinning around Bing began firing beams of chi toward the stationary swordsman. He cursed as he broke his clash with Bing and deflected them with his blade. Bing dropped straight to the ground and clumsily got up as fast as he could before tossing his bone shield at the defenseless spellmaster. You're fighting me. Focus on. Fucking fatty. Instead of staying to fight Bing, the flaming swordsman rushed to defend the spellmaster. Before he could go, Bing tossed his other shield at the legs of the swordsman and had his skulls fire chi beams toward him. Hearing him constantly cursing while turning around to face Bing and block his attacks wasn't that bad. The new shield he got from Jing caused him to trip on his face, sliding against the cracked stage. Swift devil! Bing suddenly appeared right next to the fallen swordsman. He sat down on him with all of his weight. A painful cry, struggling, and lots of cursing ensued afterward. The stage beneath them cried and whined as it began to crack apart. Bing and the swordsman slowly began to sink lower and lower. Bing didn't hold back as he used all of the weight he's gained from Devil's physique, his body art. This body art didn't solely allow Bing to absorb 100% of the nutritional value of everything he ate. It also increased the toughness and durability of his skin and the weight of his body. Right now, he probably weighed more than 100 people combined. He could control the weight so that he doesn't go around cracking the ground with every step he took, but he could not make himself lighter than his original weight. Li, give Ziyuan a chi burst pill. Bing said, looking at the struggling prodigy. Li was blankly staring at Bing. Li. Bing waved his hand to grab his attention. Hey? Did you say something to me? Li was brought back to reality with a jump. Please help out Ziyuan, he's having trouble. I'll deal with these two. After sitting on the swordsman, Bing sent his floating giant skulls to target the spellmaster. Why yes. Li bowed for some reason and ran off towards Ziyuan. You know, I got really scared when you were able to push me back after taking my attack. Bing calmly chatted. There is almost nothing scarier to me than fighting someone strong, you know? So, when I saw you activate that strange bloodline of yours, I remembered something about my martial arts. The swordsman continually cursed Bing and all 9 generations of his ancestry during his speech. However, he did notice that Bing's right hand suddenly grew a mouth. That mouth smiled at him with rows of perfectly white sharp teeth and a long forked tongue. Flaming swordsman tried raising his left hand to defend himself, but the tongue stabbed straight through it and began draining his inside. The pain of having his innards drained while conscious was enough to cause him to scream. A shrill bone-chilling scream to the point where the elders felt nervous and wondered if they should intervene. It was at this moment that Bing realized he had never taken someone's bloodline like this before. He never knew how painful it would be for the person on the opposite end. So, he violently rapped his knuckle on the back of his head and knocked him out before continuing. Don't worry, everyone. He's not dead, I promise. Bing bowed his head toward the elders specifically while saying this as his mouth hand finished slurping up the swordsman's bloodline. I wonder if he will still have the bloodline or not now that I've taken it. Bing looked at the still burning blue hair of his. I guess I just take them for myself. Blood gets replenished all the time, since bloodline has blood in the name, I guess it works the same. Bing shrugged. Bing got up from his temporary seat only to face the loud cheers of the crowd for some reason. Abomination. Our sect has a new prodigy. I'm just glad it isn't another handsome bastard. The heavens really don't pick favorites if a fatty like this could be talented too. I need to work harder. Eat him. Eat him. Eat him. Bing felt a little embarrassed at all the people telling him to eat the swordsman. Sure, he has kind of eaten people before, but he couldn't taste them. It was his hand doing all the eating. And he wouldn't eat anyone that wasn't trying to kill him or just a horrible person in general. With a red blush on his face, Bing turned away from the adoring eyes of his fans wanting blood and walked over to Li and Ziyuan. TCH. What is he blushing for? He better not be looking at any women. Ying angrily grumbled to herself. I do not know why you do this to yourself, Wan sighed. All it takes is 2 words for Bing to become yours. Ying immediately turned her attention to Wan. Her eyes bulged in interest at those 2 mysterious special words. Become mine. Wan rolled her eyes at the ignorant girl. It couldn't be easier for Ying to wrap Bing around her finger. The poor girl probably grew up knowing nothing about the differences between a man and a woman. Which was a surprise to Wan because the girl was a noble just like she was. All of Wan's sisters heavily knocked into her head about the matters of men and women when she reached puberty. Regardless if she wanted to learn or not. Do you really think it'd work? Ying whispered. Yes. What if it doesn't? Ying asked. It will. But like Ying's third question was interrupted with a flap of Wan's fan. I'm done talking to you. Wan placed the fan in between herself and Ying. I never realized AI was so strong, he winking muttered. Weak. Zaihokai pointed at the two of them. Yeah, no kidding, he winking felt truly shocked to know the difference between himself and those clothes around him. How long do you think it'll take us to get that strong? A week if you really put in effort. Ji answered for Zaihokai. Memories of Ji's training with Jing flashed through their heads. Maybe taking it slow is for the best. He winking suddenly decided. Zaihokai rapidly nodded in agreement. Neither boy wanted to break 90% of their bones just as a warm-up exercise. Ziyuan still was unable to completely defeat Leggy even with Li's help. After taking the Qi burst pill, Leggy no longer held back it seems. Bing was rather amazed at the way that she fought with her legs. It reminded him of the Empress's fighting style. He knew that she was self-taught because there were no leg martial arts for fighting inside the sect. After picking up his two shields, Bing didn't consider fighting the girl head-on. That would be stupid. Being brought up as the first angel, Bing has learned a lot from Jing. One of those things was that fighting fairly was for idiots. Unless you knew that you had an overwhelming advantage, don't even bother. Which is why she was currently being assaulted by multiple purple skeleton heads shooting chi beams at her and 4 metal discs flying around to smash into her. Her legs turned into a blur as she covered them in chi. Seeing that she was even able to keep up with this, Bing tossed one of the talismans he took off of the fainted spell master at her. His surprise wasn't little when she smartly decided to avoid it and continue fighting off the skulls and discs. She's pretty skilled, Bing murmured. What should we do? Li asked. Ziyuan was still suffering from the effects of the Qi burst pill and couldn't move his body anymore. I'll be able to deal with her but it's going to be a lot of work unless I go all out, Bing sighed. She was staring at him. Her eyes were clear and she didn't look tired at all. Both of them knew exactly what she wanted. Leggy wanted a full-out brawl where the both of them tested their skill and martial prowess against one another till one of them fell. That was exactly what Bing hoped to avoid doing in this tournament. While it would have been nice to win without trying, Bing always knew in his heart that this was unavoidable. Fine. Bing sighed. But if you're too strong, I'm forfeiting immediately. Boo-hoo. Coward. Pussy. Kick her ass. I won't give you the chance. Leggy sped past his skulls and discs and appeared in front of his face with a black aura of chi coating her body. Bing's exhausting battle. Call me Xia Ran. Xia Ran's leg whipped out toward Bing's shields. Ai Bing. Bing didn't like the intensity in her eyes. A wind-blasting clash erupted from her leg meeting the shields that blew Bing's hair back but did not move him from his position on the ring. For some reason, she brightly smiled after seeing this. A shiver ran through Bing's heart. This girl wasn't a fighting maniac, was she? I won't forget it, she smiled. Xiao's legs turned into a fierce whirlwind that rapidly clashed against his shields. Bing held his ground and blocked one of her attacks, hoping that she tired herself out. Unfortunately, the things that Bing hoped for usually never came true. Since she couldn't brute force her way through his shields, she decided to use her brain instead of her legs. She slipped past him and arrived at his back with a spinning kick that nearly landed on the back of his neck. Feeling the hair on the back of his neck rise in shock, a fully formed human arm shot out from it and caught her leg before it could land. After catching her arm, Bing tossed her across the stage from the new appendage coming from his neck and rushed after her. Ha 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 ha. What the hell are you? Her eyes glowed as she laughed while flying through the air. With multiple vertical flips mid-air, she caught herself before she flew out of the stage and immediately ran back at him. She hopped in the air, flipped a bunch, before diving toward him with her foot. Bing readied himself to block her kick with his shield but he saw her smirking. He ordered his skulls to fire at her as he began to block. Xia Ran couldn't help but smile even wider at the sight of this. Just before her foot made an impact with Bing's shields, she somehow halted her momentum and sat on top of the shields while smiling down at Bing. She spun on top of his shields and deflected the chi blasts of his skulls with her legs. Then those legs came spinning down at an angle toward his face, forcing Bing into growing multiple arms on the upper part of his body to defend himself. Amazing! Amazing! Just how many of those arms can you make? Can you make things other than arms? Xia Ran asked with excitement. A few, and probably. Bing only tried making something other than arms with devil's arms once and he will never admit to anyone what he made. Hey, you know, I like strong men. She grinned at Bing. I guess it's a good thing I'm not a strong man. I'm pretty weak in the grand scheme of things. Bing continued to block her windmill of kicks, slowly coming closer to his face. I usually don't like humble men, but I think I can make an exception this time. A brief flash of black appeared on Xia Ran's legs. Bing suddenly felt himself get kicked across the face and sent sliding to the edge of the stage, leaving a path in the stage with his feet. When he tasted the blood in his mouth, he considered forfeiting. He also had no interest in a woman like Xia Ran. She had none of his preferred parts in a woman. Small breasts, neither gentle nor sweet, a scary personality, and she was a really good fighter. Sure, Bing might not be trying hard or felt all that threatened, but this was only his first match. How could he know there would be a hidden dragon so soon? I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Bing quickly declined her advances with a polite bow. Xia Ran was shocked, speechless at how quickly he rejected her. You? Someone like you? Dare reject me? That black aura now fully covered her body like armor. Bing could no longer see the dirt-colored eyes, weird unusual legs, and tiny but very bouncy breasts of the girl. Now all he saw was a black figure in the shape of a human being. He couldn't get any sense of her strength from this, meaning he couldn't tell if this was a martial art or a bloodline. Was he in danger for stating his honest feelings? The sudden impact from his ass that sent him flying into the air made him think so. It also didn't help that additional blows that shook up his internal organs happened while he was still figuring out what the hell was going on in the middle of the air. Bing had trouble believing that she was really holding back this much. He hoped that this technique or whatever of hers had some sort of drawback. This was starting to get painful. Shield art, art of counter. Bing muttered as he was being tossed around like a ball above the stage. Bing's eyes opened up completely as he gripped his shields tighter. He completely released the chi covering his body for protection, leaving him more vulnerable. An ache came from his right eye that sent a feeling of pain within his left cheek. Bing's shield rose toward his left cheek and a light impact grazed his shield. Bing masterfully caught the momentum of the kick aimed at his shield and turned with it. Xia Ran's kick overextended, allowing Bing time to quickly grow an extra limb within a second and snatch it. With her leg in his grip, Bing used his full weight with Devil's physique and the two of them immediately dropped back down to the stage with a gigantic crash. The crash filled the stage with dust, rocks, and knocked away the other participants. Bing didn't release his grip on Xia Ran even when she rapidly kicked at his face with her other leg after she landed back first into the stage. He chose to tighten his grip and slam Xia Ran multiple times across the ground. Each impact against the stage destroyed it further and caused the audience to stare in disbelief. Xia Ran's black armor diminished with each slam along with the power in her kicks. Bing continued to slam Xia Ran into the ground until he felt that she could no longer fight. A feat that took a total of 25 slams before she was truly unconscious. Just to be safe, Bing sat on her legs as he wiped the sweat from his forehead and rubbed his bruised cheek. Out of the 25 slams, Bing was probably kicked 300 or so times in the face. Did we win, yet? Bing tiredly asked the elder watching over the match. Match finished. AI Bing's team, lost. The elder announced. Lost. Bing looked over at his teammates to notice that they've been captured by the spell master inside a formation. With a disappointed sigh, Bing only had this to say. I'm hungry. Bing got off of Xia Ran and started to walk back to his friends. Sorry, Bing. Li shouted at his retreating figure. At the sight of his large wide back leaving the stage, the audience cheered at the fantastic fight he showed them. Man-eating abomination. You rocked, fatty. You didn't lose in my heart, man-eating abomination. Is it just me or are chi gatherers getting crazier and crazier? I think it's just because they're in heaven's angels. All of their chi gatherers were insane for some reason. Do you think I should ask if I can join? Not before I ask first. I can't wait for the chi consolidators in heaven's angels fight. A chi gatherer from their group completely demolished the stage. Do you think their chi consolidators will destroy it into dust? I'm upset and excited that I can't answer you. That stage is made out of chi-enriched stone. Not just anyone could destroy it like that. Lei patted Bing's shoulders on his return. Good effort out there. Ying is making some spirit cakes now and told you to come over and get it whenever you want. Does that offer extend to the rest of us? Lin Shu quickly shouted. Lei couldn't answer her, he didn't know if it did or not. I'm going to go ask. Lin Shu didn't even bother listening to Lei's response as she took Bing's hand and hurried over to Ying. Runt looked at the two hurrying figures through the crowd in envy. He really wanted some cakes too. Are you hungry, little bro? Ju asked. Not really. He lied. Runt really didn't want Ju and you to meet so soon. Okay. A relieved breath came from Ju's mouth as she continued eating some of the geeks he gave her earlier when she said she was hungry. The first day of the finale was coming to an end as the sky began to darken from above. All of the chi gatherers that made it to the finale participated in a match. The next few days will be continuing with those teams until there is a final 3 left. Then the tournament will move on to the chi consolidators and continue in the same way the chi gatherers did. A small break. Jing finally left her shack with Shang and Li Li, much to the amazement of everyone around them. Heaven's angels were not as interested as the elders were. They could sense something amazing about the shack but not what in particular. The higher-realmed elders could sense the spatial chi surrounding the tiny hut and knew it was the correct decision to focus a small part of their attention on the shack during the tournament. The spatial chi only showed itself for a single second before the shack returned back to its normal presence. Jing showed a small smile to the powerful old fogies before making her way to a particularly empty spot. Her angels followed behind her in curiosity as the chi gatherers were given a short rest period to prepare for the semi-finals. Eventually, all of Heaven's angels came over to Jing as she revealed what she was waiting to show from the shack. Seemingly out of thin air, multiple tables, chairs, and all sorts of other fancy furniture appeared all around her. Water began to flow from out of her body and shoot off into the air like miniature missiles as they exploded into various shapes. Intricately designed flowers, well-liked animals such as dragons, tigers, and a panda, swords, and other things she figured the people of this world liked. Multiple gasps, cheers, and screams rang out from the enormous size of her water fireworks that were even larger and more lifelike than the elders' show from before the beginning of the finale. Water-shaped martial artists briefly clashed with popular martial arts from the Golden Serpent Sex Martial Library. Water flowers spun with such magnificence while drizzling a small amount of water that made it difficult to tell if it really was just an imitation of a flower or some sort of new spiritual herb. And some were just giant explosions. "You're really amazing," Shang slightly closed the distance between the two of them while staring into the sky. "Thank you," Jing replied back. With her massive chi reserves, this wasn't all that much. Especially since she was using some of SCP-109's infinite water supply to shape and manipulate the water with her martial arts. Li was completely enraptured by the fireworks show above and didn't notice Shang. "I still don't understand why you decided to do this. If the elders haven't thought of it themselves, why waste the energy?" Shang was unused to doing things for others without benefits to himself, nor could he really understand it. It was a sort of common trait he found with his girlfriend and her followers. It's best to introduce change slowly and positively. Only if it can't be helped, should you drastically change things. Jing answered. "Why are you trying to change things? Is something bothering you?" Shang asked. "Yes. I wish to change the sect for the better and maybe eventually the world." Jing didn't hide her intentions from Shang. Shang was more than just slightly surprised to hear such courageous words from his girlfriend. Changing the sect is one thing, but the world? Isn't that a task as impossible as rising to the heavens themselves? Even in the past million years, there's yet to be anyone who could claim rising to the one with all cultivation realm. Many thought it was an impossible endeavor, but it wasn't. It was just so difficult that calling it impossible felt correct. Not much information is known about the stage, but the path to it isn't blocked, just harder than all the other cultivation stages combined. "I'll stay by your side, helping you along the way," Shang declared. How could he be afraid as a man, when his woman had such high inspirations? He too will hold an impossible dream that he'll work toward. Oh. The ends of Jing's lips slightly perked up. Eventually, the fireworks stopped and it was time to show everyone what she was doing inside the shack. Cakes upon cakes flew out of her storage ring onto the giant table in front of her. Giant cakes, large cakes, small cakes, hand-sized cakes, strangely shaped cakes, and all sorts of cakes appeared on the table. Many found their eyes forcefully staring at the cake tower that pierced through the sky. It was so huge that no one could really believe it was possible to make such a thing. In a way, they were correct. SCP-871's cakes mutate over time. This tower cake was the result of the 5% chance of mutating, and since it was so large, it was impossible for Jing to turn it into a spirit cake. She didn't have a cauldron capable of manipulating spatial dimensions to fit it inside. The smell of all the cakes drove everyone at the grand tournament crazy. Some people couldn't help themselves from drooling. Others had to be physically restrained by Li's ghosts to stop them from leaping into the cakes and going on a feast. Overall, everyone couldn't wait to dig into the sea of cakes sitting in front of them. "Go on, dig in everyone. This is the only time I'll sell my cakes for free." Jing enhanced her voice with cheese so that everyone could hear. It only took those short few words before the place turned into a battlefield. Not even the elders had enough restraint to stop themselves from taking at least one bite. And you only needed one bite before getting hooked on the delicious taste. Well, if that cake's flavor was to their liking. There was lemon-flavored cake, chicken, peach, beef, and thousands more. Jing was initially not sure if she should make it like a flavor roulette, but since there were so many, she didn't find a problem with it. With her leaf fan in hand, Jing would fan it across the air and eliminate all traces of dust, dirt, and other trash to keep the event well maintained. "Why does this cake taste like chicken? And why is it so delicious? Why does my cake taste like noodles? It isn't that bad, either. Wine cake. Ha 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 ha. Can I get drunk from this cake? Toi. Why is this cake so sour? My tongue is going numb from the sourness, but I think I want more." Jing was pretty content with how things were going. People were socializing about the Chi Gatherers matches and sometimes with those Chi Gatherers. Bing, Runt, and Lei Ji were quite popular right now with dozens of people surrounding them asking them questions trying to get to know them. Of course, that situation was playing out with most of Heaven's angels but the Chi Gatherers were getting the most attention excluding herself. Although the attention on Jing was different from the ones on her angels. There was malice, joy, pride, interest, attraction, all sorts of elders were staring at her with their own thoughts in mind. Jing ignored them all with a smile as she ate some delicious cake with her boyfriend and son. It wasn't going to be long before all of them were serving under her, dying from rebelling, or being cast out of the sect. So, they should enjoy the status quo as it is now before she completely destroys and remakes it into something none of them will be able to expect. Shang ate his watermelon-flavored cake while gazing at Jing from time to time. Li Li glared at Shang staring at his mom while eating his candy-flavored cake. Jing's cake was a mixture of vanilla, chocolate, and ice cream. She chose this one for herself. The taste reminded her of her original world. It felt nice to reminisce. The cuisine in this world was just too lacking. Are you okay? Shang asked, apparently noticing something in her eyes. It's nothing, but thanks for asking. It was going to be a while before she shared her origins with anyone. Okay. Shang continued eating, filing that down for later once he gets closer to Jing. The festivities continued until Jing figured it was time to bring out the refreshments. Spiritual alcohol, water, and fruit juice was served to everyone. The glasses came out of Jing's storage ring. She spent quite a bit of cash on this stuff the week before the finale. With her current wealth, she could probably buy the Golden Serpent sect. So, these little things didn't make much of an impact on her overall cash. At first, Jing planned to serve everyone water from SCP-109. After they ingested the spiritual water, Jing would control it to stay within their bodies forever. If they ever slighted her, she would show them the meaning of pain before forcing them to kneel beneath her. Making them realize that their life was under her control forever. The thought of it made her excited but she immediately threw the plan out. The elders would easily notice such a thing. It would place her under high suspicion and all her efforts to generate goodwill between her and the sect would be erased just like that. Plus, the pros didn't outweigh the cons in a significant way. Even if she had control over the lives of everyone in the sect, how would that help her in the long run? Sticking to her original plan of reforming the sect seems to be for the best even if it might take longer. It was far safer and more reliable than the alternatives. Runt vs Lei Ji. Coming up. Once everyone had a full belly and thirst quenched, it was time to move on to the second round for the Chi Gatherers. Everyone was in an excited and festive mood thanks to Jing's efforts. While cultivators didn't need to eat or drink nearly as much as mortals, it didn't mean they disliked eating. Jing made sure to advertise her cake shop. She decided to call Heavenly Desserts. Plenty of people ranging from Chi Gatherers all the way to the elders promised to visit her store in the future while others seemed to have plans of their own about it. Maybe later down the line, she'll begin to sell more than just cakes but as of now, she saw no reason to do so. Lei Ji also remembered to advertise his clinic after hearing Jing talk about her store. He forgot to talk about it after his victory but only now done it. With this, many more people would come to visit his store and receive treatment. Of course, at the cost of making a deal with him depending on the severity of their problem. Lei received that idea from Jing. The more severe the problem, the more Lei should request from them in the contract scroll. Someone that has a toothache will only have to sign the contract and promise to do something like buying a meal for someone less fortunate than themselves. While someone that's experiencing chi deviation and has the chance of losing their ability to cultivate permanently would have to sign a multi-year-long contract in where they have to do multiple good acts daily until the end of the contract period. Of course, Lei Ji never forced anyone into signing the contracts but there was no other option for them to receive treatment from him besides signing the contract. He no longer accepted spirit stones, spirit tools, and the like as payment options. How could he go about making a better world if he doesn't do at least this much? Since you're the only one selling medical services in the sect, eventually they'll have no choice but to come to you. Regardless of how they feel about the contract. Jing informed. Until your little apprentices make clinics of their own and run it their way, you are the only option. And everyone falls sick or gets injured eventually, you know. Jing smiled. It felt a little wrong but at the same time, did it really hurt anyone to do good acts? Thinking that way, allowed Lei Ji to feel better about following Jing's advice. His disciples also won't be skilled enough to run a clinic on their own for a few years. So, he had plenty of time to reform and correct the ways of the people inside the sect. With a little help, perhaps he could even speed up the reformation process. Bing. How would you feel about helping me reform the youth? Lei Ji asked. As long as I don't have to fight anyone strong, I don't mind. Bing replied, stuffing a fishy-tasting cake down his throat. Ah, your devil arts also need people to progress, Lei Ji remembered. Is your hand able to only slightly devour people or must it eat in whole? He soon asked. It can take a good amount without killing someone. Why? Bing burped. You know about that scroll that Jing gave me? With it, I can make fair deals with people who sign it. These deals are something that both sides must agree to and cannot break no matter what. Sounds ridiculous. Bing got started on another cake. Yes, it is. I only need you to injure the most wicked and irredeemable disciples in the section. I think Ying would be better suited for a plan like this, but I do need to improve my karma. Bing thought about it while eating. Okay, I'll help you, Lei. But you'll have to give me a list of the people. Finding out information about people is not my strong suit. Thank you, Bing. And don't worry, I know an angel that can help us with information. Lei smiled. Who? The Empress. Bing couldn't think of anyone else. We haven't been formally introduced to him yet. I believe that Jing is the only person he comes in contact with. Oh. Maybe because he gets information for the Empress, she doesn't want his relation to us to be known. Bing guessed. I wouldn't know any more than you. Lei Ji only recently found out about this fellow. During the week before the tournament, Lei came across multiple people with the exact same body on the inside. All of their organs, chi points, and pathways had no differences between them when everyone has at least minute differences with each other. Even twins had significant differences when looked at on the inside. Only when focusing his chi and martial arts to the extreme was he capable of finding the original body of the young man. He watched him from a distance entering Jing's home. That was all the information Lei Ji needed to know that he was on their side at least. The young man had some of his clones watching his clinic, which is how Lei found out about him at all. Apparently, he must be watching it on Jing's orders for his safety or another purpose. Wanna meet him? Lei asked. Nah, I'm good. Since I'm a loser, I don't got to do anything but enjoy watching the rest of the tournament. Bing smiled. It would have been fun to contend against you. Perhaps another time if the future allows it. Lei kindly smiled. Haha, fighting against you? Sounds like a nightmare. Bing chuckled heartily with some cake flying out of his mouth. I wouldn't be so sure. Your body is changing every day. My medical techniques might not prove useful against you at all. Lei hinted. Lei Ji could see the insides of everyone around him. With the thousands of people in every direction, he could accurately see the condition of their bodies clearly. It didn't take him any effort at all to see. Because of this, he could discern exactly just how inhuman Bing's body was shaping day by day. All of those cakes that should be filling up his stomach were refined by his devil arts into nourishing his chi points, widening his chi pathway, and strengthening his body. From what he could see, there was no chance of Bing ever getting full unless he was fed something with so much chi that his body couldn't handle it. Lei had a hard time categorizing that Bing could be considered human anymore. Similar to Jing, Li, and the bunny. I guess we'll have to see eventually. Bing tossed a completely black cake into his shadow that disappeared into it as soon as it made contact with it. I didn't know she could get hungry for normal food. Lei realized. Since these cakes are filled with chi, they're passable, she says. That cake, in particular, was mixed with yin chi. Bing replied. How has it been ever since she's merged with your shadow? Lei Ji couldn't help Bing with this. Ghostly problems weren't his forte, nor was there any information about them in his medical book. It's been something. Bing cautiously looked over to Ying in the distance. Ah, I understand. Lei Ji smiled. 2 women, 1 guy. Must be quite stressful. Especially since one was living and the other was dead. But not like I can do anything about it. She's kind of grown on me by now. Bing was about to take a bite of a new cake only for his hand to be slapped and the cake to fall into his shadow. Ow. I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying I'm used to you being with me now. Bing explained while rubbing his hand. Well, that's all I wanted, Bing. Thanks for helping me out after this. Lei waved goodbye. No problem, Lei. I needed some good karma anyway. Better to use my devil arts on wicked people than anyone else. Bing shrugged. He's planned to do something similar to this anyway eventually to progress his devil arts. He just never got around to it. Runt walked up next to Lei with Ju closely behind him. We're going to be fighting first. Runt explained. Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Why is that happening? Our fights weren't very close. Lei was confused by this information. Ji asked Jing and Jing said the elders manipulated it. They wanted to see us fight to see how strong we are. It was difficult for them to find our limits facing the others, so they thought it would be best if we fought each other and drew out our strength on our own. Runt relayed everything he heard. Do you want to reveal your strength? Lei asked. Not really, Runt rubbed the back of his head. But I can do it if you don't want to. Since I'm the youngest, I don't mind doing my keep to stay in the group. Runt shared. As a beggar, he knew life was about give and take. If you don't provide your worth, you were worthless. You should try and win. Since Hu Tao is gone, it will be difficult for you to gain resources on your own. Gaining good placement in this tournament will reward some useful prizes. I don't need an elder to notice my potential or any of the rewards that the chi gatherers could gain at the end either. So, make sure to do your best to defeat me. Lei Ji smiled. I won't hold back. Runt kind of knew how strong Lei Ji was. If he used his needles, he didn't stand a chance. With the fishing rod, maybe it wouldn't be impossible. Runt vs Lei Ji. Runt stood up on stage with his teammates against Lei Ji's team. A black liquid flowed around his body continuously like a guardian snake. His golden ocarina shined from the sun's light. Floating incorporeal green chains wrapped around his forearms. This was probably going to be his toughest fight yet. Ju couldn't help but loudly squeal looking at the serious version of her little brother. She wanted nothing more than to just swallow him up in her arms and shake him from side to side. The only thing stopping her was the black thing circling around him. When she tried giving in to her instincts, it started melting her skin. Be careful. Runt sighed. Protect me, all right. Runt said. I'll protect you, little brother. Nothing will be able to get past me. Ju confidently claimed. Oh, sure. Runt wasn't speaking to her, but whatever. If you can do it, try and take out the small guy first. If not, help us deal with the big axe guy. Runt said to the silent beauty. I'll do whatever I want. She scoffed and turned her head. I can kill her if you want me to, little bro. Ju spoke nonchalantly. We'll fail if you two fight. Just protect me and let her do her thing. I'll try and follow her lead. Runt couldn't agree to that suggestion. You don't have to listen to anything I say, but please don't try and fight the old man. Runt tried to give her a warning. She didn't give any acknowledgement of his warning. Her back was faced toward him and she didn't even make an annoyed noise this time. Runt could only hope she listened to his advice. If not, it was going to be kind of impossible to win. Begin. The elder started the match. Runt immediately played his ocarina, only to suddenly see a hook flying toward him. He watched Ju step in front of him. Knowing the strangeness of everyone's weapons in Heaven's Angels, Runt knew things would end badly if Ju tried blocking it. He wasn't sure if his boss's stuff would be able to melt through it either. Don't block it. Avoid it. Runt warned her. Hey? Okay. Ju calmly dodged the hook as Runt ducked down low, still playing his instrument. Shelina decided to ignore his advice entirely. She directly ran past the small guy with the dagger and headed toward Lei Ji. The short let out a relieved breath of air when she passed by him. Ju stood in front of Runt to protect him from this guy, but he wasn't attacking alone. Both the short guy and big guy with the axe rushed at them. How fucking annoying, Runt muttered before blowing into his ocarina with higher intensity. The beautiful serene music flowed gently throughout the entire event. It gave nearly everyone a feeling of peace, relaxation, and calmness. Runt focused a majority of his chi on controlling the sound waves within the arena. He'd be wasting chi if he cared about the sound waves outside the ring. Come on out. Changlin brought down his axe on top of Ju's head. A clear sharp bang rang out as an invisible barrier appeared in front of Ju. It completely surrounded Ju and Runt, but it also seemed to stop them from attacking their opponents. Ju tried uppercutting the axe coming down on her but clashed with the barrier. Runt stared at Lei Ji toying around with Lin. Maybe he could win if he dealt with these two fast enough. Are you feeling sleepy? A voice entered Changlin and Go's head. Both momentarily stopped in their tracks to break down the barrier. Changlin rapidly shook his head while Go stumbled. Wouldn't it be nice to just take a nap, instead of doing all this fighting? No need to exert yourself. No need to get hurt. Just a nice relaxing nap. No one but Runt understood why Go suddenly collapsed. He fell face first onto the stage and started snoring loudly. His dagger clanging against the stage away from his hand's reach. Just as Go fell, Runt took down the barrier on the verge of destruction and took another peek at Lei Ji. No one will lay a hand on my little brother but me. Ju announced with her rising fist. I'll break you and that kid. Changlin horizontally slashed his axe. Maybe you should aim lower? Her waist looks pretty vulnerable, the voice re-entered Changlin's head. Changlin didn't recognize the woman's voice but felt somewhat compelled to listen. Such a beautiful, soothing voice wouldn't lead his astray, right? He didn't know the woman talking to him, but Changlin felt like he was already in love. His axe lowered down from its initial target to aim for the girl's defenseless weight. You were right, little bro. He did aim for my waist, just like you said. Ju excitedly squealed. Ju opened up her fist, grabbed Changlin by the head, flipped behind him, before striking her elbow into his exposed back. Her elbow dug deep into his kidney, causing him to scream in pain and drop to his knees. With his entire backside completely open for her, Ju didn't restrain herself. Not like she knew the meaning of restraint in the first place. Ju cracked her leg across the side of his skull, knocking him into the stage floor. She rose her foot and stomped his already slightly cracked skull deeper into the arena. Her foot was about to continually stomp him deeper and deeper, but a barrier appeared over him. Runt was glaring at her. "Don't kill him, idiot," he coldly admonished. "Sorry." An unusual mix of fear and excitement filled her body, causing her to shiver. Ju grabbed the somehow still conscious but greatly disorientated Changlin by the legs before tossing him out of the ring with Go. At the same time they were finished, so was Lei Ji with Lin. Lin was paralyzed by Quan's venom and unable to move her body. Completely immobile but entirely conscious. "Follow my lead." Runt slowly walked toward Lei Ji. Ever since the start of the match, Runt has used countless voices to try and affect Lei Ji with his ocarina. He found out a while ago that he was able to use his bloodline ability in combination with his ocarina. Boss was the one to suggest it to him after he found no use in the ocarina for himself. But none of the thousands of voices he's heard had an effect on Lei Ji. His bloodline worked on everyone Runt has tried it on. Its effectiveness changed depending on how strong the person he's using it on compared to himself. Runt didn't understand why it wasn't working even the slightest bit on Lei Ji. Simple suggestions worked best compared to complicated ones. Asking someone to lend him a coin worked better than asking someone to adopt him. Lei Ji didn't respond to a suggestion from him asking him to blink. Was it possible that he was blind and deaf? "Here I come." Lei Ji kindly smiled before vanishing from the face of the earth. How did he just disappear like that? Someone from the audience cried in surprise. "Even I can just barely sense him." "What the hell?" A core stage cultivator muttered. "I didn't realize Withering Willow was so powerful with enough mastery," an elder commented. Ju rushed to Runt's side once she couldn't sense the presence of the old man anymore. She opened up her ears, eyes, nose, and chi to find him. Unfortunately, her martial arts weren't suited for detection. Her little brother's black thing protected him from the old man's sudden attack. It dragged his body forward to avoid the hook piercing through his clothes. "I'm not the only one fighting," Lei politely reminded. "Hey!" Ju was already in motion to attack Lei Ji when he said this. "Shake, Quan," Lei instructed. Ju felt something slimy, cold, and wet wrap around her fist. Then a sharp puncture into her skin and her entire body was no longer capable of listening to her instructions. She couldn't even let out a scream before dropping to the floor paralyzed. Runt realized that Lei Ji's cultivation technique could be extended to other people besides himself. It's really a drain on the chi reserves. Runt suddenly felt something behind him. Shit! A curse flew out from his mouth as he threw one of the chains wrapped around his arm. The green chain wrapped around the body of the giant shark and incapacitated it. Runt then threw the other chain at Quan, who deftly swam into the air to avoid it. With a blow of his ocarina, Runt manipulated the sound waves in the air to closely follow the spirit beast and chain it up. Now there was only Lei and Runt left. "Tao hasn't taught you martial arts yet, has he?" Lei Ji asked. "Just a little," Runt replied. "I've learned a few things from Bing, Ying, and occasionally Jing. I don't mind giving a few pointers if you're up for it," Lei offered. "I guess I haven't been training as hard as everyone else," Runt thought of Ji, Linshu, He Wenking, Zaiho Ki, Shang, and Ying during the week before the finale. "All right, I'll exchange with you for a bit." Runt placed his ocarina inside his robes. He looked toward Lei Ji before running toward him. Hu Tao never taught him much about fighting publicly. But it was a different story in his pocket dimension. In fact, Runt was the only person still able to communicate with Hu Tao even after he was sealed. He knew exactly who sealed him. Runt vs Lei Ji finished. That old man used to be nothing back in the day, a voice floated through Runt's mind. "I could kick his ass while sleeping with or without his spirit beasts." The voice chuckled in amusement. But then he started to learn about the human body. "Out of everyone besides my babe, the old man is probably the most dangerous to fight." Runt leaped into the air and swiped his leg horizontally to kick Lei across the face. His small leg harmlessly whisked through the air, but Runt wasn't done yet. He threw out multiple kicks with his legs at surprising speed. All of the kicks were thrown with all of his strength. Lei Ji had his regular polite smile on his face as he dodged the attacks with relative ease. "Right now, the old man is too much for a weakling like you. He's been with the princess and Fat Ass from the beginning. Fat Ass is stronger than Princess, but he doesn't have the fire the princess has to keep improving. But both of them would still kick your ass without trying. The old man and Bing won't accidentally kill you while holding back. Princess might break all of your bones though." Runt already knew from the beginning that he had no chance of winning against Lei Ji in a one-on-one fight. These exchanges were nothing more than a way for Lei to teach him some more. Just like in the endless plains of Yin, the old guy loved teaching for some reason. It was annoying but also had its benefits as well. After missing his initial attacks, Runt muttered something to himself and dropped to all fours. From his shadow, two red clones of himself crawled out from within and hopped on stage next to Runt. A blackish-red aura grew around his body along with a wolf-like tail swaying back and forth. "Universal Spirit Void Technique," Runt muttered. A black-purple dome instantly swallowed up Runt and Lei, blocking everything that was happening in the ring. With that bullshit bloodline of yours, a martial art like this would be the shit for you. The boss's words flowed through his head. Runt and his two clones stared at Lei Ji before vanishing together. Each Runt split off into a different direction as they rushed toward him like hunting wolves. As they got closer, they began to mutter something at the same time. At the same moment, the dome began to change in shape and form from the inside and outside. Lei Ji suddenly dodged as the field of chi he was entrapped within suddenly changed. A blackish-purple spike somehow formed from the side of him and nearly impaled him. Then a wolf in the form of that same chi appeared leaping toward his throat. Lei used the force of the animal to his advantage. By blocking the wolf's bite with his fishing rod, he slid backward to give himself some distance. After sliding away, he tossed his fishing rod while also realizing that he was kind of surrounded. Haha. Looks like my worries were unneeded. A giant bear was swiping down from above him while the three runts were attacking him at the same time from below and all around him. You aren't lacking in martial arts at all. Lei smiled. Just like a hallucination in a fog, Lei Ji's body started to turn hazy and blurry. The wolf, bear, spikes, and three runts all phased right through the place where Lei Ji used to be. In the exact moment after, Runt heard the cheer of the crowd and realized that Lei Ji was no longer within the range of his technique. He dropped it and saw that Lei Ji threw himself out of the ring completely injured somehow. The old man also won't give you a hard time as long as you don't give him any reason to. He's a real soft bastard for kids. It looks like the boss was right again. Runt dropped his techniques and dropped to his knees. The massive drain of his chi from using them all in combination nearly sucked him dry. If their battle went on for a single minute longer, he doubted he would have been able to continue fighting. The old man really was as strong as he thought. He didn't even need to use his needles to defeat him. Just him and that fishing rod were enough to deal with someone like Runt. To the cheer of the crowd who seemed to be mostly women from the pitch of their screaming, Runt looked over to Lei Ji to see him smiling right at him. Runt clicked his tongue as a small blush crept upon his face. Annoying old man is too nice for own damn good. If he wasn't careful, he'll get stabbed in the back by someone he trusts. Although many couldn't see what took place within the Black Dome, that didn't mean that everyone was blind to what went down inside. Those that could see didn't understand why Lei Ji threw the match, but it wasn't as if they could say anything either. What was it their business if the old guy wanted to lose to the kid? The elders also couldn't say anything because it wasn't against the rules to do so. They never would have thought that someone would willingly give the win to someone else during the grand tournament. However, they would make sure to take note of this in the future. Those in heaven's angels are willing to sacrifice immediate benefits for companionship. It would be more difficult to try and corrupt them or turn them into traitors if any of the rest were like the old guy. After that first exciting semi-final round, the crowd was amped up to see any more prodigies and geniuses that were still chi gatherers. Runt was the only chi gatherer remaining from heaven's angels still in the tournament. He went on with Ju and Shilina all the way to the finals. After Shilina's one-sided loss to Lei Ji, she was more receptive to Runt's suggestions. Her being willing to listen more is the only reason why Runt made it to the finals for the Chi Gatherer division. And it was the only reason his team won. With the combination of Ju and Shilina's absurd strength, it didn't take much for Runt to support them to victory with his ocarina and bloodline. Speaking of his bloodline, Runt had to ask Lei Ji after their fight why his bloodline didn't work on him. His response made him speechless. I made myself deaf during our fight. Lei casually laughed. How did you hear what I was saying in the fight? I read your lips. Crazy old man. Runt could only shake his head in disbelief. Who the hell would intentionally make themselves deaf just to test someone? I guess it didn't even matter since he's a doctor and could fix what he did to make himself not deaf anymore. Runt told the boss about what happened and he only laughed while sitting on his throne. He laughed so hard that he could barely breathe. Runt really wished he knew what was so funny about it, he only thought it was crazy as hell. It wasn't like it was a life or death battle or something. What if he went permanently deaf from it? Did the old man even care? Just how far is he willing to go to change the world? In this world, there are people willing to go to any lengths for their dreams and there are losers to chicken shit too. Our people are part of the first group. Don't forget that, Runt. Hu Tao shared. What if I don't have a dream? Runt questioned. Find one, idiot. Weren't you just a stinky street rat? Didn't you ever dream of becoming rich or powerful? Choose one of those two. I'll try. Runt thought about his current skills. Some of those upper-class bastards really like music. If you sell your talent, you might get some nice cash and make connections. Ask my babe more about that stuff though. She's the only one with any sense for business. Thank you, boss. Runt bowed in gratitude. Yeah, whatever. Just don't forget to be here by the morning for our spar. Hu Tao yawned. Should I try and convince the others to free you from melee? Runt asked. Forget about it. Me and Blackie are learning a bunch of cool shit together I never would have known if I wasn't stuck here. Whatever bloodline my babe put into me, the more I question just where the hell did she appear from. Hu Tao shrugged off Runt's attempt to help. He could get stronger here in a different way. Inside his pocket dimension, his physical strength and cultivation may not rise much, but there are more things to try and improve here as well. In a realm that he had total and complete control of. What kind of training could he not make once he fully makes this realm his own with the help of Blackie? I'll be back in the morning, boss. Runt respectfully bowed his head as fell through a black puddle on the floor. Opening his eyes again, appearing back at the grand tournament, Ju was staring directly at him. Why are you staring at me while I'm sleeping? Runt asked with an irritated look. You just look so handsome sleeping, I couldn't help myself from staring. But why do you sleep with this thing covering your body? Ju innocently asked. The black sludge that listened to Runt's command removed itself from Runt's body and went back to hiding somewhere on his person. It's relaxing, was Runt's only response. Some bonding between angels. It was finally time for the Chi Consolidators to begin their part in the grand tournament. After multiple days of watching the smallest group go at it, it was impossible to contain the excitement flowing within the Chi Consolidators. They learned much watching the Chi Gatherers and couldn't wait to put what they learned into use to impress the elders. It was a giant wake-up call for the geniuses in the sect. They couldn't win this tournament just by being themselves. Individual talent and strength really meant nothing in these team battles. The elders were directly looking for individuals capable of working with others and working with them well. An entirely new dimension of exploration for these heaven-born geniuses used to doing everything themselves. It made sense after all. Inside the Golden Serpent sect, playing nice isn't something you see much at all. This sect embodied the phrase, the strong thrived while the weak died. There was no mercy or forgiveness for those that are weak inside the sect. You either attached yourself to the strong like a parasite, became strong, or died. Jing believed this do or die mentally overall wasn't something beneficial for the sect. Maybe during the early creation of it, but just as times change, so should we. If you aren't changing with the times, you are foolish. Life is an endless cycle of change, adaptation, and struggle. It really is amazing to Jing that these centuries and millennia old humans are completely unaware that they are stagnant in time and history because of their stubbornness to continue doing things the same way they've always been. How did they evolve from monkeys at all in this world? If they even did in the first place. What are thinking about? Ying asked her. Do you believe in evolution? Jing asked, staring into her eyes. Evolution? Ying questioned. Like getting stronger over time. Never mind. Jing shook her head. Evolution is a gradual process based on survival and procreation. Better strength could be one of the outcomes of evolution, but that's not its purpose. She informed. I haven't heard of that either. Wan added in, slightly curious. Neither have I. Shang nodded. I see. Well, it's nothing you can't physically see for thousands or maybe until a million years have passed since your birth. Unless you have some sort of martial art capable of affecting time itself. Jing explained. I never heard of a legendary martial art like that. Ji replied. You're right. There might not be a single one in all of existence. Jing responded. Why does it sound like you're going to be the first one to find it? Bing softly muttered. I don't think so. Jing showed a small smile. Control over time is something too powerful for mortals to handle. The world itself would be at your mercy with enough time, and with control over time, who's to stop you? Jing remembered back to her heart demon test. 10,000 lives was only enough to conquer a single continent. Just how many times would she have to restart if she had to take over this entire planet? A billion? A quadrillion? Not to mention those all-powerful immortals capable of wiping memories. I never thought about it like that. Runt was a little confused about all this talk about time. Time is very important. If I had control over time, I would make myself as beautiful, elegant, and as strong as I could. Lin Shu excitedly shared. That's such a waste. Who cares about being elegant and beautiful when you could make so much money from controlling time? He winking shook his head in disagreement. Appearances are everything. Lin Shu argued back. Zaihoke, I thought it would only make things easier to kill people with control over time. I could grow my herbs more effectively with time. Lei Ji spoke up. That's true. Bing shook his head in agreement. I could instantly make food ready for myself instead of having to wait. Seriously? An incredible world-changing ability, and you two would use it for something so small. Ying couldn't help but get a little irritated. Then how would you use it? Bing asked. To shorten the time needed to train. Training is such a hassle, Ying sighed. I would probably do the same. Ji backed her up. After her torture training from Jing, she understood the positives and negatives of training. It felt absolutely amazing afterward, but during it, it was hell. I would use my control over time to try and make everything go perfectly. Wan Qing had to think for a moment. Maybe if I had control over time, I could have stopped myself back then, Ju figured. It would be difficult for people you care about to die with this ability. Runt also realized. Wait, are we thinking of the same ability? Couldn't we make ourselves just never age? What about other people, or does it only work for ourselves? That's a good point. If it only worked on me, I don't think I'd find much use out of it. What? How? You could basically know everything that would happen, or you could never get old. Jing didn't show it on her face, but she was very pleased to see how closely her angels were discussing such a random topic with all this fervor and excitement. It made her feel that she wasn't a failure of a leader and could have them connect and grow bonds with one another. Initially, Jing never felt like a proper leader due to how she put herself at a distance from her followers. They kind of did what she asked for rewards, and that was it. She didn't think she was wrong to do so, but it definitely wasn't the best method in fostering good relations and bonds. She wanted her angels to feel like family eventually. Either to each other or the stability that a good family has while in the group. Not threatened, scared, or anything like that. Of course, problems will arise even with this, but that's normal. Nothing is perfect. Jing could refine a lot of things, but perfection was difficult, if not straight out impossible. You couldn't make people perfect no matter how hard a person tried. Jing herself was no exception to this. She could refine herself countless times, but it's only through acquired experience, relationships with others, and wisdom can one improve themselves. Jing showed a small smile as she generated a tendril of water, picked up Ying in a heated discussion, and tossed her in the ring. She wasn't expecting to be grabbed and tossed in the large ring, so she was caught off guard by the sudden appearances of two strangers around her. Jing waved and mouthed her good luck. The giant sword wielder was too busy defending her point about the best way of using time control to her advantage against the others who also defended their own points about it. Ying didn't notice that her number was called and could have been expelled from the sect for not showing up. In a friendly competition such as thing, there was no reason for one to be a coward. The purpose of this competition was not to win, but to see if you can work well with others and show off your useful talents besides strength. A coward who wasn't even risking their life and couldn't fight was absolutely worthless to the Golden Serpent sect. Not to mention she went through 2 tests before this one and passed. How could someone capable of dealing with their heart demons and capturing ghosts not be able to fight with human beings? It didn't make sense on a fundamental level. How much do you want to bet she loses? He winking softly muttered while rubbing his hands. 5 spirit stones. Lin Shu declared. Zaihoke, I put up 10 spirit stones. You got some apprentices, Lei Ji, Bing weakly chuckled, not participating at all. They're young. Lei Ji felt that youth was the best time to make mistakes. I'll bet 100 spirit stones she'll win. Wan Qing smiled. 100, eh? I'll double that. 200, she loses. He winking smirked. 50, she loses. Runt added in his part. I'll put 50, she wins. Shang decided to join in with the others. He had a good impression of you. Ooh. 4 for losing and 2 for winning. Anyone else want in? He winking looked at his master and Bing. He was a bit afraid to look over at Jing. 500, she wins. Li Li placed down a spirit ring in the pile of stones. 4 for losing and 3 for winning. Anyone else? The match is about to start soon. She'll definitely kill me if I bet on her losing, won't she? Bing looked over at Lei. I think you know the answer to that question better than I do. Lei smiled. The two both bet their stones on Ying winning. The bet ended with Ying's victory being in favor. Most of the older angels believed in Ying while the newer ones didn't. Everyone watched the match with a new sense of excitement and fervor. Money was on the line and there was a lot to gain thanks to Li Li. Ying's fight? So, what can you do? Ying slugged her great sword over her shoulder and looked at her 2 teammates. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking others? A blue-haired girl scoffed. Do you think you're stronger than me? Ying asked. Humph. Someone like you, questioning me? Do you even know your place? She rolled her eyes. I don't think we should be arguing. How about we just get to know each other and make a plan on how to win? A small young man quietly spoke up. Okay, here's the plan. You two follow behind me and work alongside me. There. That's the plan. Ying explained. Why do I have to follow your back? You two should follow behind me and try to stay out of my way. The blue-haired girl spat. If we stay out of your way, we'll lose just like everyone else who said that same exact thing in the Chi Gatherers division. The short guy sighed. What can you do? Ying looked down on the guy. I'm a spell master that specializes in movement spells. My name is Kuai. Kuai introduced himself. Ying. I can swing this little guy really well. She pointed at her giant sword. I see. Kuai turned away from the eyeball staring at him and shivered. Humph. If you must know. I am Shen Su. My family is known for their graceful swordsmanship. Shen introduced herself. Pfft. Graceful swordsmanship. Ying couldn't help but laugh. Is something funny? Shen pulled out her sword and pointed it toward Ying. You know what a sword is used for, right? Ying asked. What else? A weapon. Shen answered. What's the point? Gracefulness for a tool meant solely for killing. Ying scorned. There's more to the sword than just murder. Shen argued. Only if you're stupid. Ying shrugged her off. Let's do our best, team, Kuai sighed. Their 10 minutes were up and the elders started the match regardless if they were ready or not. Ying and Shen glared at each other as they both moved forward. Kuai immediately tossed 2 talismans at their backs. The paper slips landed and attached themselves to the 2 young girls. Both of them felt a surge of energy running through their body, boosting their speed. Shen smirked as she saw Ying trip because of her unexpected newfound speed and roll straight at their opponents. Ying cursed at herself for tripping but didn't let it mess with her momentum. She kept her eyes focused despite spinning around like a barrel. Soon, she readjusted herself and her sword began slicing through the air and the stage itself. Ying expected to crash and slam her sword into one of them but sadly, all 3 of them decided to avoid her and let her nearly roll out of the ring. Shen used the time when their attention was focused on her to attack. She performed a series of elegant sword strikes against one of their fighters. As blood gushed from his chest, it seemed to look like a spiral of roses. The man dropped with the bad injury to his chest while the other 2 attacked to avenge their fallen teammate. Shen gave Ying a look as she seemingly effortlessly fought 2 people at once. Ying was only getting more irritated by the second. Her hand ignited with a bright orange flame and gently flowed in the wind. She briefly thought about burning them all to ashes but quickly tossed it out of her head. While she couldn't kill them all, it wasn't like she was entirely useless. Maybe. After thinking about the rules again, Ying realized that her martial arts weren't suited for sparing people. It would be far more difficult to not kill someone compared to killing them for her. Flames weren't meant to hurt but to burn, engulf, and devour whole. If she was careful, she could use the back of her blade but even then it's still a game of chance if they'll live after being hit. Perhaps her best choice of fighting was with her new fist art, Infinite Heaven Fist style. Ying placed her sword on her back and rushed forward. Shen was just on the verge of finishing off the 2 opponents but thanks to Kuai's talisman, Ying managed to intervene in time and contribute to her team. Ying's fist seemed to nearly impale her target as he curled up like a shrimp from the force of her punch. The people watching the match were unable to keep their eyes from looking up as the man was sent flying far into the sky. None of the elders made a move to save him despite him flying so high. Perhaps they held no intention of saving him at all. She's mine. Shen's sword danced toward the last opponent. In your dreams. Ying blasted off with a step of her foot and appeared above the girl about to strike her down into the stage while Shen seemingly aimed for her throat. Women. Kuai sighed once again as his skin briefly flashed bright yellow. The falling cultivator was caught along with the remaining female opponent in an instant. Shen and Ying only managed to clash with each other with Ying coming out on top in the strength department. Ying smirked after seeing Shen forced back while Shen gnashed her teeth in hatred. Kuai placed 2 talismans on the back of the enemies' heads as his skin turned back to normal. As the 2 dropped unconscious, Kuai turned and violently vomited blood. The drawbacks of his bloodline seemed quite severe but based on the astounding speed he's shown, it's fitting. If he was able to keep up that speed for longer than a few seconds without having his body taxed at the same time, who would be able to contest with him? He would become invincible in only a few years as long as his talent for cultivation was good enough. You'll need to train a bit more before you're able to handle someone like me. Ying gloated. Shut it, you fat-chested gorilla. There's more to a fight than stupid monkey strength. Shen insulted. You really want to die, don't you? Ying bit back. It's taking everything I have to not kill you right this second. You best hope that the elders choose us to win otherwise, today will be your last day. You really want to die, don't you? Do you even know who I am? I'd erase you and wherever you came from with a single word from my grandpa. Shen argued back. I know you're a flat-chested weak spoiled brat that can only rely on her family instead of herself. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Elders. Who won? Shen demanded, her eyes bloodshot and spewing fire. The elder refereeing the match turned to the elders behind him. They began whispering to one another with lots of nodding and head shaking. Ying, Shen, and Kuai had to wait several minutes before a decision was made. Kuai was begging the elders to fail them. He didn't know how much longer he'd be able to last with those 2. He'd rather fail here than deal with 2 headaches. Ying and Shen hoped they'd be failed just so that they could tear at each other with no repercussions. Shen planned to slowly and maliciously tear open Ying's skin with her swordsmanship. Ying was planning to thoroughly demolish and crush Shen with her fists until she was begging for death. However, the elders didn't care one bit about their thoughts and opinions. It was obvious that the 3 of them didn't have great synergy but it was certainly better than the synergy held by their opponents that dropped instantly. The elders came to the decision that Ying's team won. Multiple cheers rang out for this announcement but mostly from Heaven's angels as many people were a little bit richer now. The payout would have been larger if Ying lost, but she didn't, so it wasn't. He Wenking's turn. I guess I'm up next, hey. He Wenking chuckled. Xiao Ki nodded. He gave he a pat on the shoulder for good luck. Out of the three of them, He Wenking was probably the weakest in Xiao Ki's opinion. He sucked at comprehension, his talent for cultivation was barely acceptable, and he wasn't too good at using his head for important things. The only compliment Xiao Ki could give about him was that he had a strong body and was as stubborn as a farm animal. Xiao Ki didn't think that he could win his match on his own. Don't lose like I did or I'll make fun of you. One of us has to make our teacher look good. Lin Shu was devouring a small hand-sized cake next to Muna devouring a pile of half-eaten cakes. I don't plan to go out there and lose like you. He Wenking walked toward the stage. But thanks anyway. A black bead shined in his hand. Idiot thinks he sounds cool but he's just going to go get his ass kicked, Lin Shu grumbled with her mouth full. We won't know until it's over. Lei patted Lin Shu's head. For now, let's cheer him on. What do you think I was doing? Lin Shu muttered back. Maybe I should get some cute little burning angels soon, Ying wondered. I don't think we're ready for responsibility like that yet. Bing replied. Maybe. Ying didn't dismiss him like she usually would. If she had to watch over and teach some apprentices, she'd have less time to spend with Bing. I think you two should wait a few decades before deciding to teach the next generation. Wan Qing added. What? Why? Ying felt like she was being insulted. Agreed. Bing didn't feel like he was ready to do anything like that yet. His goals were simple and not complex at all. Adding little disciples to watch over and teach would be so tiring. Imagine shaping a living being's present and future to exactly what you desire or the opposite of that. That's the responsibility that all teachers share everywhere. Wan shared. Their ideals, hopes, dreams, thoughts, actions. All are being molded and shaped by you as their teacher. Just so we're clear, you are not saying Hu Tao is more fit to be a teacher than I am, right? Ying had to ask. Wan couldn't answer this as easily as she thought. Who knows? Wan thought about how unlike Hu Tao Runt turned out. While it hasn't been long, it wasn't like Runt was a little monster like Hu Tao or nearly as unruly as Hu Tao is. Runt was pretty cute to Wan Qing. In the way, you'd see a normal child. She kept her distance from him because he was Hu Tao's student and may take on traits from him, but so far, he was an angel in comparison to Hu Tao. That's it. I'm getting my own little burning angel. Ying decided, glaring at Runt's back. Runt shivered as he felt Ying's eyes on him. He chose to not turn around or say anything and stare off into the sky. An action that Bing felt was most wise as Bing expressed his sympathy for him. Well, for him and the poor sap that Ying finds as an apprentice. We'll teach a kid far better than Hu Tao ever could. Ying heavily slapped Bing's shoulder, nearly dislocating it. Confusion attacked Bing's brain from all sides. How did Ying choosing to teach someone turn into them both teaching someone? Bing understood they were both angels, but he had his own branch of wandering angels to eventually take care of. What? You don't want to raise a pupil with me? Ying's eyes dared him to disagree. Bing felt wronged. Lei Ji warned him about questions like those from women. The right answer was to not answer at all and just smile. Considering Lei knew women, Bing did as he was instructed. In a way, Bing idolized Lei's wisdom about women. Humph. We'll teach the best damn pupil out of all the angels. Ying declared with pride after seeing Bing's silly smile. Bing's heart let out a breath of relief after seeing Lei's advice work, but he still didn't want to teach anyone. He's just a chi gatherer. How could he be fit to teach anyone as he was now? He was still struggling along with his own cultivation technique. Bing's barely comprehended the ways of the world and all of that junk. Didn't it take decades of experience, knowledge, and exploring before one was fit to pass on knowledge to the next generation to raise them up? It won't be as bad as you're thinking. Lei gently patted him on the shoulder with multiple other arms of different species. It might even be fun, who knows? He chuckled. I can only hope, Bing sighed with a slight shiver, still slightly creeped out by the other creatures living inside Lei's coat. Alright, Kuai. Let's show them how a peaceful angel really does it. He Wenking shouted. He Wenking rose his farming hoe with one arm over his shoulder as a beautiful but confusing being hovered next to him. I have never seen a woman so beautiful. What is that thing? Why does she have a fishtail? Is it possible for love to transcend race? I've never seen a spirit beast that resembled so closely to a human. Even the elders were speechless at seeing Kuai. With the upper body of an adult woman and the lower body of a whale, it was no surprise everyone was surprised to see her. The golden serpent sect wasn't near any large bodies of water like oceans. Creatures of the sea were mostly unknown to them. So, the sight of Kuai wasn't one of impossibility but one of awe and disbelief. So, there were also spirit beasts like this. Kuai only showed curiosity at why so many humans were staring at her with varying expressions. She gently blew into her silver flute and a soundless melody escaped from it as it flowed into He Winking's body. To those sensitive to the flow of qi, they would be able to see He Winking's qi raging like a furious river. The top of his robes burst into pieces and revealed his muscular toned upper body. I have a spare sword if you need one, teammate A gave he a look. No need. I have no talent with the sword and found this hoe treats me best. He Winking refused. Just don't get knocked out too quickly, idiot. Teammate B didn't care either way. The match started and the three of them charged toward their opponents who did the same. It was a straight up 3v3. He Winking made the first impression by swinging his hoe into the stage and splitting it apart into multiple spiderweb cracks. Everyone, including his teammates, leaped from the stage when this happened. He Winking grinned as he swung his hoe multiple times at the airborne enemies, firing waves of hoe-shaped chi from the ground. Share some with them too, please. He Winking told Kuai. Kuai's silent song changed tempo and teammate A and teammate B felt re-energized with chi. He Winking kept the enemies busy with his hoe and tossed parts of the stage at them while they were falling. Thanks. Teammate A exclaimed, his sword glowing with fire. That spirit beast isn't half bad, teammate B complimented with a look of greed reflected in his eyes. His entire body softly glowing with chi. The two dropped to the ground and immediately sped off toward the distracted enemies deflecting, blocking, and trying to avoid He Winking's attacks. After seeing them speed off ahead, He Winking stopped attacking from a distance and joined their combined rush by running forward. His body radiating with sheer power and chi. A feat unusual for cultivators unless they were making their last stand. The amount of chi that Winking was releasing was at maximum. No cultivator is able to go 100% at all times. At least, no normal cultivator can. It's too much a drain on one's chi reserves. Cultivators regulate how much power they're using when fighting. If they use too much chi during a fight, their power decreases significantly. It also makes it easier for them to get killed, while additionally making it exponentially more difficult to escape if they need to save their lives and run. It was a mystery for those without acute chi sensing abilities to how Winking was able to use so much power for so long. But those who did understood exactly how. Kuai's flute was the key. Kuai's flute turned sound into chi and chi into sound. She could control both spectrums of sound and chi with the flute as a medium. It wasn't just teammate B who looked at Kuai with a look of longing and desire. There were several cultivators wanting to take her for themselves, her flute, or both. Future Supreme Commander. A spirit tool on that level was enough to be declared heaven-ranked. There were thousands of martial arts that some people couldn't fully master or practice because of their lack of chi. By having something that could give them chi, how hard would it be to become unmatched among their peers? This spirit tool being in the hands of a third-stage chi consolidator. Even if he was in the Sex Little Monsters faction, he still wasn't going to be safe from the countless disciples who planned to take the flute for themselves. Kuai herself was another matter entirely. Her value was in her uniqueness. She's something that's never been seen before and could sell for quite a lot on the market. All types of thoughts ran through the minds of these people. Could she slash it be betted? Was it possible to breed with this half-human creature? What of the children born from a human and her slash it? Did she have abilities separate from the flute that she hasn't shown yet? Why was her capture bead black? A color saved only for spirit beasts with heaven-ranked potential. Could she fight? Just where was this heaven-ranked potential in exactly? Watch out, Kuai! He Winking yelled, noticing one of his opponents purposely mislead him. He Winking thought he was going to be attacked but his opponent was intending to kill Kuai the entire time. Kuai swung her thick tail in the air and shot into the sky, looking down on the human that tried to attack her. He didn't give up though, he shot into the air after her. She narrowed her eyes as she briefly lowered her flute from her soft plump pink lips. Go away. Soft but indecipherable words to humans escaped her lips. A massive unseeable force passed through the air. He Winking's eyes widened in shock and fright as he scurried out of the way, just barely avoiding the chi attack. His opponent crashed into the stage like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. It happened instantly and left a visible mark on the earth itself afterward. He Winking was quite nervous after landing back on the ground and hesitantly went over to check on his opponent. It turns out his worries were unnecessary as his team was soon disqualified. Kuai killed the guy who came after her. He Winking returned with a reddened face and Kuai followed behind him confused if she did well or not. He couldn't bear to look at the others but there was someone more than willing to break the awkward silence. You don't plan to go out there and lose like me, hey? Lin Shu stood on the tip of her toes as she tried to look down on He Winking. Guess who came back an even bigger loser than me? Shut it. How was I supposed to know she was that damn strong? Even now, He Winking still couldn't believe Kuai was just a spirit beast at the 9th stage in the chi gathering realm. That power he saw was not something a chi gatherer should be able to produce. What happened with Kuai could happen to you too as well. Lei reminded Zaiho Ki and Lin Shu. The spirit beasts I've passed on to you are not to be underestimated. They are able to feel, think, and comprehend just like you are. One's realm isn't something that you should let limit you. Think of it more as a suggestion, I'd advise. Lei shared. Sorry. He winking looked at Lei Ji. You have nothing to be sorry for to me. Lei told him. You, however, need to be more careful with humans. Lei looked up at Kuai. Humans are weaker than the creatures where you are from, you need to be gentler with them. Kuai nodded with an apologetic expression on her face. Wang came over to him. Yet. He turned and looked at her. Be careful. Because of your match, a lot of people have their eyes on you now. All of you. Wan warned Lei's disciples. Why? Lin Shu asked. Because people like to take things they see as valuable. And you're still too weak to protect yourselves just yet. While you may not be one of my beautiful angels, you are still an angel. We take care of our own. Wan explained. Wan planned to become Supreme Commander after all. If she couldn't take care of their small group as it was now, she'd stand no chance of becoming Supreme Commander after Jing's becomes sect leader. Wan considered it a practice to the work she'd have to do in the future. Eventually, it'll be her delegating tasks and rewards. Maybe she should try and find fitting martial arts and spirit tools for the new angels. Jing did say she would only directly give her main angels tasks and rewards, but she gave Ji some training and gave Runt that camera. Thanks for the warning, Wan, right? He asked. Right. Wan Qing felt a little happy to see the farm boy take her words to heart. Appreciate it. Lin Shu added. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask me in the future. Wan soon added, feeling like a reliable big sister. Zaiho Ki nodded. The next member of Heaven's Angels to go up to the stage next was Wan Qing. She waved a hand-sized fan and glided on the wind produced by the fan onto the stage. After making it on stage, she tossed a capture bead into the air that soon released a ferocious spirit beast that sent chills at those who saw it. A golden panda. No longer was Nikong the small little panda cub that could hide between his owner's legs and was afraid of fighting. Now he towered over Wan Qing while on 4 legs, the thickness of his limbs were thicker than Wan's upper body, and his teeth were sharp enough to tear through anything he got his jaws around. 2 giant eye-blinding gold gauntlets hung around Nikong's front paws as he stood up on his hind feet. The aura of a martial artist was visible at just a single glance. Wan Qing smiled as she gently rubbed his incredibly soft fur and stood next to him. Are panda cubs supposed to grow that fast? Bing asked. He could still remember sneaking food to the little bear not too long ago. No, Lei simply answered. He's a mutant. Jing revealed. Born differently from other golden pandas. That was one of her guesses for why he grew so quickly. Yang. Plinky explained in a single word. Oh, I didn't realize golden pandas specialized in Yang Qi, but it makes sense. Lei nodded. What does Yang Qi do? Lin Shu asked. It changes depending on the person's understanding of the martial art. Bing answered. Yang could be warmth, it could be fire, it could be the sun's energy. There are multiple ways of comprehending Yang just as there are multiple ways of comprehending Yin. He should know after all. One mistake with his Yin of destruction and Yang of creation cultivation technique, he could be crippled for life or dead. Do we need to care about that with our martial arts? Lin Shu asked Lei. With patience, yes. But for yourselves, no. Lei answered. Our patients. He winking didn't understand. Some patients require specific treatments due to their constitution. Some people have Yang-favored constitutions and require you to treat them with special methods or herbs. Lei explained. I'll teach more about this in the future. Learning about it now will only confuse you. Zaiho Ki nodded. He's heard of people with special physiques, but most of the time they were just cultivators with bloodlines. He wondered if what Lei was talking about was different somehow. So you two are my teammates, hey. Wan Qing looked at the 2 spellmasters. She didn't know whether to call herself lucky or unlucky. Trapping spellmaster, Wang. Wang introduced himself. Harming spellmaster, Hauran. Hauran did the same. Beautiful angel, Wan. Wan Qing didn't lack manners. Do you fight with that fan and use the wind? Hauran asked. Yes, why? Do you have some sort of plan in mind for us to fight together? Wan had a feeling. That is correct. Hauran pulled out multiple harming talismans from his storage ring. Do you know what I'm getting at? He turned his eyes up at her. I believe so. What about you, Wang? What do you plan to do? Wan asked. I'll set multiple trapping formations around us. If I'm understanding both of your intentions, you plan to deal with them from a distance, right? Wang asked. That's right. If you can, try to make them easy to enter but difficult to escape. Those that get trapped can be dealt with by this guy here. Wan massaged Nikong's chin. Sounds good to me. I can do that. Wang nodded. I suppose we're ready then. Hauran took a deep breath. We're ready. Wan told the elder watching over their match. He nodded in acknowledgement. The other team wasn't ready yet. Wan Qing's battle. Who is that tall girl with the fan? The heavenly butterfly who was said to have reversed yang into yin. What the hell does that mean? He used to be a guy but now he's a girl somehow. Doesn't that go against the heavens? Shouldn't they have been struck by lightning or something? Why would the heavens care if some guy wanted to become a girl? Because it directly goes against the heavens' choice for them at birth. If the heavens decided you were to be a boy, that's it. You don't get to change that. That's like saying the almighty, all-encompassing, all-powerful heavens were wrong. Well, she clearly has. So shut up and just enjoy the fight. I don't care what kind of angel that thing is, they won't stand a chance against Xiao Hong. She's one of the top 10 beauties at the sect. Not to mention from the famous Hong family known for their impressive ice martial arts. At the 9th stage of the Qi consolidation realm already when it hasn't even been a year since she's joined the sect. She's a prodigy among prodigies. Not to mention she's way cuter than that giant freak. She's a girl through and through. Wan Qing scoffed as she heard the chatter of the crowd. She flicked her hair back as she looked at this natural beautiful prodigy. Wan smacked her hand-sized fan against the palm of her hand as she decided to take this a bit more seriously than she planned to. Her fan dispersed into several eye-catching butterflies that soon reformed into the shape of a giant fan. This fight was no longer just to make it to the next round but something more personal. Now that Hu Tao was gone, someone had to step up as the strongest angel. Unlike Hu Tao, she wanted to be seen as dependable, reliable, and someone to inspire trust and hope within people. A big sister that everyone could rely on. Graceful, beautiful, and kind to her friends. A small number of butterflies flew from out of Wan's robes. As the elder watching over the match gave them the signal to start, hundreds of butterflies flew out of Wan's robes. They flew all over the stage and just hovered. No one knew if they were dangerous or not but Wan didn't give them the chance to think about it with the help of Haran. Flame spell. Haran tossed a harming talisman toward the enemy team. Don't lose too quickly. Wan gently smiled as she waved her fan toward the slip of paper burning into purple ash and transforming in a stream of flames. At the same time, the other team wasn't stationary while this was happening. They unleashed their own combined attack when the elder started the match. An instant blizzard fiercely rushed toward the opposite side of the ring, eager to meet the devastating burning wind coming toward it. The two dual but opposite elements fought each other, eager to prove their superiority over the other. Their clash forced the elder watching over the match to provide a chi barrier to protect those watching from being injured by the impact of extreme temperatures. Haran and Wang hid behind Wan Qing without shame. Xiao Hong's teammates hid behind a barrier formed by a formation. Wan Qing was impressed to see that she had this much power. Guess she wasn't called a prodigy for no reason. Several of her butterflies were frozen to death because of that icy wind and crashed to the ground. This wasn't a problem necessarily, they bred fast with the right ingredients. She just had to order them to fly higher this time. A sea of butterflies escaped from Wan's body and just like before surrounded the arena. However, this time flying far higher than before. Their clash of elements cancelled each other out as they locked eyes. It seems like they were thinking the same thing because they both took off toward each other at the same time. What about the plan? Haran yelled. Weren't we supposed to fight from a distance? Since the plan's gone to crap, come help me make these trapping arrays. Her spirit beast will protect us in the meantime. Wang told him. Not like I can get in between the middle of that, Haran wanted to protest but really couldn't. Xiao Hong glided on the air as ice formed underneath her feet and increased her speed. Two pairs of butterfly wings made of qi sprouted from Wan Qing's back, allowing her to fly straight to Xiao Hong. It didn't take long for the two to collide into one another. Xiao Hong formed an ice blade to slice right through Wan Qing and Wan Qing closed up her fan while twisting to strike Xiao Hong with it. An ear-shaking clash reverted throughout the surroundings. Neither girl lost to the other in terms of strength. The two broke off from their clash before dashing toward each other once more. Consecutive clashes one after the other, showing off both the gracefulness of the girls and their undeniable talent in combat. In terms of combatability, it looked like they were completely equal just like their cultivation stages. It wasn't until Xiao Hong chose to step things up by using a portion of her ice giant bloodline to take the advantage in the fight. Xiao Hong's pure white hair gained a tinge of blue at the tips as an aura of icy mist began to release from her body. Not bad. Wan Qing complimented. Looks like you're finally ready to take this fight seriously. She smiled. Look out. Xiao Hong warned. As soon as she gave the warning, a beam of frost chi fired from her palm. Wan Qing's eyes widened in shock as she quickly flew up into the air. If it wasn't for the warning, Wan Qing would have been frozen solid. Xiao Hong didn't give her a second to rest though. Immediately after firing that attack, she formed dangerous icicles and threw them toward the airborne Wan. Wan Qing raced through the air to avoid the seemingly endless number of icicles coming after her. During her dodging, it was when a curious thought entered her head. Was it possible that Hong wasn't able to use multiple techniques at once? If during this icicle attack, she couldn't use that ice gliding technique or the beam attack from before. There's only one way to find out. Wan Qing grinned as she opened up her fan and began to twirl in a spiral while dodging the ice attacks. A visible horizontal mini-cyclone formed around her, deflecting the icicles or outright tearing them to pieces before they could reach her. As more and more wind was generated from her spinning, eventually there was no reason to avoid the ice spears anymore. Wan slowly turned with her fan fully opened and then swung it in Hong's direction. Hong stopped shooting icicles at the sight of this and fired that ice beam from before. The beam quickly got to work at freezing the tornado, and it was at that point, Wan Qing smiled. As the tornado fell to the ground and broke into pieces, Wan Qing suddenly appeared behind Xiao Hong. Her fan was now hand-sized as it came crashing down on Xiao Hong's skull. Clang! Wan Qing's fan stopped mere centimeters from the ice girl's head. In that same instance, a fearsome storm of ice and snow exploded from her body, instantly freezing Wan Qing without giving her a chance to resist. The entire stage was clouded white. It was nearly impossible for anyone to see what happened because of the blizzard raging. You were strong, Xiao Hong complimented as Wan Qing's ice statue fell to the ground. Her expression trapped in a gloating demeanor. A timeless beauty that was unaware of the fate that befell her. Xiao Hong focused her attention on the two remaining fighters and the spirit beast seemingly uncaring about what happened to its master. Now that she closely looked, neither did the two spell masters. Something isn't right. Xiao Hong turned to look at the frozen girl, but she was still there frozen. Nothing happened to her teammates. She should be able to win this with their help now. But what was this nagging feeling, poking at her head? It happened without warning or feeling. Xiao Hong didn't suddenly feel an intense spike of pain. She didn't hear someone say a one-liner before being sneak attacked. There wasn't a smell, sound, feeling, or anything. Everything just suddenly went black, and then she knew no more. Everyone in the audience saw what happened but still couldn't understand why Xiao Hong fell. In their eyes, they saw it very clearly how Wan Qing never moved after firing her hurricane attack, but Xiao Hong for some reason froze everything around her. Xiao Hong looked like she was looking at something on the ground, but no one knew what was going on inside her head. Then, Wan Qing appeared over Xiao Hong's head and struck her down with her giant fan. All right, let's win this now. Wan Qing smiled as she appeared in front of Haoran and Wang. You don't need to tell me twice. Haoran was still in disbelief. He provided Wan with all the harming spells she needed to wrap this up. It only took a single lightning spell empowered by Wan's wine to take out the other two. The elder called the match in Wan's team favor, and Wan soon returned back to her angels, victorious. Only some of the angels truly understood how she won in the first place. SHHH. Wan Qing pressed her finger to her lips at Ying. Let's keep it a secret until I win, okay sweetie? Ying nodded with some reluctance, but she understood why it was necessary. Good work. Jing complimented. Thank you. Wan smiled, her heart feeling as proud and joyous as ever. More of the grand tournament. Haha. Looks like it's your turn next, Zioki. Lin Shu attempted to slam her palm on Zioki's back for support. Good luck. Zioki vanished from where he was standing and appeared behind Lin Shu. She wasn't holding back with that friendly gesture. Lin Shu took herself off balance with the amount of force she put into the motion. That was how Zioki knew she wanted to hurt him. He. Can't I give a fellow disciple some encouragement? Why are you so timid, junior brother? Lin Shu tried to play off her malicious attack disguised as encouragement. You're the last one out of Master's disciples, Zioki. You have to make sure you win for Master's sake. He winking suddenly appeared behind him. A feat impossible for a simple farmer's son to sneak up on a trained assassin since birth. Unless, he deliberately used Withering Willow to erase his presence. He winking tried to grab him in a hold from behind, but Zioki's clan didn't train him for years so that he could be caught off guard by two mortal-born cultivators who haven't been trained anywhere near as hard as him. Zioki loosened his joints, slipped in between his thick arms and dashed toward the stage to avoid any further complications with his senior brother and sister. Yes, Zioki was younger than both he and Lin, surprisingly enough. A fact that he was rather surprised by once he got a decent grasp on their temperament. But then again, Zioki was also shorter and thinner than both of them as well. Another fact that Lin Shu loved to boast about. You know, if you didn't have that mask, I think you'd look more like a girl than I do. Lin Shu once commented. Zioki ignored her as he and only his family knew how he really looked. He definitely didn't promise to make sure that Lin and he never saw his true appearance. That would be ridiculous. An assassin caring about judgment from others? If his mother or father found out, he would immediately be snatched back to the clan for additional training. Something that might last until he was 25 or 30 years old. Have you even been listening, kid? We're going to need to work together if we want to win this, you know? Hello. A rather tall girl with a personality somewhat similar to Lin appeared in front of him. Slim waist, beauty suitable for seduction, but a temperament that would scare most men away. Not suitable for assassinating. She waved her thin smooth hand in front of him back and forth to gain his attention, but Zaiho Ki was paying attention from the very beginning. Zaiho Ki may have looked like he was staring off into space, but an assassin-born cultivator like himself was always paying attention to his surroundings. Especially if he sensed killing intent like he did from one of his teammates. However, it wasn't from the loud girl still trying to gain his attention. You really dare to ignore me? I've never seen someone so courageous, you know. She laughed with anger behind her laughter. It was from the servant of the loud girl. His eyes were filled with disbelief and hostility for some reason. Zaiho Ki wasn't the most sensible of assassins, as he never really had any friends he didn't have to kill growing up, but killing intent was second nature for him. At first, he questioned how this noble managed to get on a team with her servant when all of heaven's angels were split up. Perhaps it was luck, or maybe the tournament was rigged. But then the match started and Zaiho Ki could no longer afford to split his attention between his thoughts and his teammates. Follow. Was the only word Zaiho Ki spoke to Chu Hua and Chu Bolin. Zaiho Ki tossed 2 shining black capture beads into the air. Hua and Bolin looked up along with everyone else as another member of Heaven's Angel revealed their attainment of a heaven-ranked spirit beast. It made people wonder if gathering heaven-ranked spirit beasts was really this easy. Even the Heavenly Collectors, the only spirit beast tamer faction in the Golden Serpent sect, only had a single heaven-ranked spirit beast among their members. Should Heaven's Angels be called the Heavenly Collectors? They really do have a lot of strong spirit beasts. I've never seen a single one of them beside the Golden Panda one from earlier. Even that one looked different from a regular Golden Panda. Didn't you see those giant gauntlets around its fists? During this time, Zaiho Ki wasn't idly wasting his time admiring and questioning his spirit beasts like everyone else. As they were released from their capture beads, Zaiho Ki immediately erased his presence and raced toward his opponents, who were caught up in seeing what type of spirit beasts were being released. Many hoped it was a spirit beast as beautiful as the strange human-like one from before, after hearing Zaiho Ki was the junior brother of the cultivator with the human fish spirit beast. It only took the time for one to blink for Zaiho Ki to deal with his distracted opponents. His finger jabbed into the side of their necks one by one. Then they dropped like corpses, unable to control their bodies in the slightest. Zaiho Ki was relieved his first match was so easy. He didn't have to show any of his martial arts or techniques. Zaiho Ki was a bit worried about using this method to win though. He didn't include his teammates at all, but at the same time he wasn't too worried. In matches where one person can decide the outcome in a 1v3, the elders usually decide for that team to win. Especially when it ends so quickly. As Zaiho Ki waited for the elders to decide the outcome, 2 strange, silly, and enormous creatures slowly raced their way to him. Standing on 4 legs, mostly black but with white spots lightly plastered in certain places, and teeth that only a beast that ate meat would have. They were both happily clicking at the sight of Zaiho Ki while running toward him. Like they were having their own conversation together in a different language. Zaiho Ki wanted to embrace the 2 creatures that formed a large shadow over him when they arrived from their great size, but he had a reputation to keep. So, he only patted their heads while continuing to wait for the elders' decision of the match. Guang and He were more than happy with this simple petting as they finally took in their surroundings. The Chus were less than thrilled about this type of outcome. They glared at Zaiho Ki with hatred for taking attention away from them, but consoled themselves by saying it was only the first match. There were still more fights to be had and they could show off their clan's strength during those rounds. Hopefully, Zaiho Ki would have a sudden heart attack or something, they hoped. Unsurprisingly, Zaiho Ki's team was declared the winners, but to no joy of any of the elders. Like they said before, this tournament was not to find individual geniuses but to find those capable of working with others. Although, many of the elders still took note of a few talented individuals. What elder wouldn't want to take on a genius student untaught by others? This isn't over, masked boy. Chu Hua reminded him. Zaiho Ki nodded in agreement. They still had matches to participate in. Zaiho Ki returned to Heaven's Angels with Guang and He by his side, clicking up a storm. They couldn't stop talking about something and from time to time would start giggling as if one of them said a really funny joke. It was times like this that Zaiho Ki wished he could speak Spirit Beast. He wanted to know what his beasts were talking about since they kept chatting. Humph. Humph. You did well. Lin Shu congratulated him with a nod, but he could see she was upset about something. Didn't expect anything less from you, junior brother. He winking nodded as well but didn't look to be upset like Lin. Zaiho Ki gave his thanks. Well done, Zaiho Ki. Targeting that chi point was an excellent non-lethal way of taking someone unaware down. If they were on guard in any way, you would have had a much more difficult task in paralyzing them from the neck down. Your method in distracting them with Guang and He before attacking by erasing your presence was really great. A black capture bead is something that no cultivator can ignore. However, all of you, don't forget that Withering Willow does not allow you to erase yourself as you're attacking. Lei Ji lectured. Yes, Master. Lin Shu and He winking responded loudly. Zaiho Ki nodded along. all of them taking his words to heart. Guang and He rubbed their large heads against Zaiho Ki's body before walking over to the other spirit beasts in Heaven's Angels, this being Li Li and Plinky. All the other spirit beasts were put back in their capture bead for the time being. Li Li had no issue with the two coming over. Plinky was more interested in eating any fallen spirit cakes on the ground than interacting with the two. Would you two like to become one of my heavenly demons? Li Li cawed, speaking in his original voice. You are a strange creature, Guang clicked. I don't like being called strange. Call me unique. Li Li Hudi. Strange or unique, you are very strong. I don't think even if we fought you together, we'd stand a chance. He noted. You're not wrong. If you wish, you too can gain strength similar to mine. All you need to do is become my friends and follow me. Lei offered. Sounds like a good deal to me, brother. Kikikikikik. Guang couldn't help but laugh. As long as there's fun to be had, I don't see why not. He responded. This is a gift from me for joining me. Li Li initially wanted to split a single drop of his blood between the two brothers but decided against it. Instead, he reached into the storage ring given to him by his mother around his leg and pulled out 2 seeds. Li Li flicked the seeds at the black and white brothers and it pierced their flesh but didn't hurt at all for them. In a matter of seconds after being coated in their blood, the seeds began to sprout. These seeds were from cerulean. She made them like birds made eggs or women made babies. Li Li didn't know exactly how cerulean made babies, just that she did. One day, when he went out to the front yard, there were these seeds and by communicating with cerulean's soul, he found out that these were her babies. Kind of. His mother explained that some creatures could create babies without a mate of the opposite sex. This was a normal way of making children for most plants. Li Li and Jing needed mates to make babies with but cerulean didn't. After hearing that, Li Li was still mostly confused about the whole thing but understood that the seeds were cerulean's children. Guang and He felt something wriggling and rooting inside their bodies as the seeds grew at a visible rate right in front of them. They sprouted after coming in contact with the Orcus blood. Too many copies of cerulean revealed themselves to the world on top of the fins of the spirit beasts. Leafy teeth, a head bigger than its green stem body, and a mischievous smirk permanently plastered on their carnivorous looks. I feel strange, Guang grumbled. Unique is the word I think you're looking for, brother. He chuckled. Haha. Unique. We are unique now too, brother. Guang loudly giggled. I am Li Li, your leader and friend. Li Li introduced himself to his new demons. My contractor calls me Guang. Guang replied. I was named He. He responded. Guang, He, as long as you stay by my side you will have nothing to worry about in the future. Li Li promised. Sounds good to me, leader. Guang was more than happy to hear that. His plant was attempting to gobble one of the fallen spirit cakes on the floor but couldn't stretch that far from Guang's back. Underscore 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 un. I'm next. Shang heard his number being called. Should be a piece of cake for a spell master like you. Ying thought. Shang didn't refute her claim. This tournament seemed like it favored anyone but simple martial artists over anything else. Good luck. Jing gave him a simple smile. Jing didn't realize just how much of an encouragement that simple smile gave Shang. If before he was planning to just win, now he was planning to win with everything he had to look good for Jing. His eyes lingered on Jing's smile for a bit too long before being kicked in the back by a certain child into the ring. I can't even look at my woman, Shang helplessly lamented as he got up from the ground. I hope you lose. Li Li made sure to cheer him on. I'll do my best. Shang waved back as he saw the other angels giggling and smirking. He really made a powerful enemy by following his heart. With a sigh filled with happiness and tiredness at the same time, Shang looked over to his teammates. They seemed to know him and that made things easier for him. Both of them introduced themselves as martial artists. How confident are you two in your martial arts? Shang asked. Neither responded with anything resembling confidence or pride. Just stick by me and attack when you have the chance. Shang commanded before signaling to the elder that they were ready. The other team didn't take long to prepare either. Soon, the match started and in only a second, Shang tossed 4 talismans to each corner of the ring. From his storage ring, a golden sword came from out of it only to be tossed into the center of the ring with a talisman wrapped around the hilt. The other team immediately dashed toward them together but it still wasn't anywhere as fast as Shang's formation placement. A bright blue light flashed within the ring that strengthened Shang's team. Floating blue dust fell all around the ring, passing through the bodies of Shang's opponents but slowly covering Shang and his teammates' bodies. Once the 2 martial artists felt the increase in their physique, they rushed toward the confused enemies, not willing to waste this chance given to them by a ray prodigy Shang. Shang stayed where he was as he watched the 2. If they were capable of handling the 3 on their own, he didn't need to do much more. But Jing was watching. Did he do well enough? Did he show off enough with his formation casting speed or using a sky-rank supportive array with an earth-rank spirit weapon as a base for the formation? This earth-rank spirit weapon is a spirit weapon known for its durability rather than its offensive utility. Try harder. Stop losing. Li Li cheered for the other team very loudly. Work like a team. Stop fighting one by one like idiots. The young child angrily shouted. Shang couldn't help but softly smile. He wasn't the only one smiling either, the other angels were also amused by Li Li's opposition to Shang. Everyone understood that he thought that Shang was trying to take his mother from him. A child's jealousy. Surprisingly enough, the other team actually listened to the child and got their act together. The two martial artists on Shang's team were now more evenly matched against the trio on the other side. However, as time went on their advantage began to dwindle despite more and more blue dust covering their bodies. It wasn't as if the formation strengthening their bodies were wearing off but the fact that the two of them were fighting three people at once now with Li Li's advice continually coming in. Isn't it against the rules to help people in a match? He's just saying how it is. I don't see how that kid would be breaking the rules. I never heard any rules that said we weren't allowed to speak during a match. But look. Because of that kid, they're winning now. So what? Strength is what matters in the end. If you were fighting someone and they were getting advice on how to beat you, are you just supposed to lose? No. You'd keep fighting until they're dead. That's right. It doesn't matter if they listen to the advice or not, teamwork is what matters in the end. The elders initially thought to silence the child's incessant chattering but paused after seeing the benefits of his talking. That team began to perform more smoothly and cohesively after taking the advice of that child. They even got the upper hand now and were pushing the two martial artists back despite their advantage with the supportive array. This allowed the elders to judge the teamwork of both teams more deeply. So, they allowed it. Li Li smirked as he continued to advise the three weaklings. Don't let up even if you're tired, stupid. If that dum-dum in the back moves, make sure to retreat. Sloppy girl. The dum-dum left his base unattended. Why aren't you trying to grab it and destroy it? Seeing the shift in the battle, Shang no longer could sit back and watch. While he didn't think he would lose, how could he make himself look good if he didn't win effortlessly? Shang rushed forward with his long wooden staff in hand, ready to take on the trio by himself if need be. At the exact moment he moved, so did the other team at the command of Li Li. Sloppy girl. Rip off that conduit spell and fall back. Li Li ordered. Messy hair and shorty. Meet up with sloppy girl and get ready to defend. No longer was there any hesitation in listening to the child's words. They moved seamlessly like they were trained to listen to all their lives. All three readied themselves to take on the array prodigy together as one. The one referred to as sloppy girl took the first strike with the golden sword in her hand that she guessed was better than her regular sword. Now that the supportive array was down, things would be a bit easier for them. Shang's staff slammed against Earth-rank spirit weapon but sloppy girl didn't seem as if she felt any of the force Shang struck with. She gave a cute smile as the other two attacked immediately after he clashed with her on Li Li's orders. Don't forget he's a spell master. Close combat isn't his forte. Don't give him the chance to use any spells and you will win. A ray of hope appeared in the eyes of the three that didn't think they stood a chance of winning at all. With the little boy's help, they were actually giving one of the sex-rising prodigies an actual challenge. Could they actually win? No, they had to win. His strength didn't matter but how well they worked together. Continuous attacks from all sides badgered Shang's eye. His skill with the staff was admirable and easily above the other teams individually but didn't have the killing power it usually had combined with his talismans. It was enough to keep them away but not put them down. He was genuinely surprised as the match went on. These three weren't bad. It looks like even trash can be decent with a good enough teacher. Don't get too excited, stupid. Know when to advance and know when to retreat. And don't fall for obvious feints. Don't forget who he is. Li Li continued to teach. Be stronger. Plinky shouted in encouragement despite only spirit beasts being able to understand him. To think I actually have to use some of my real strength against people like this. Shang sighed. Li Li really wanted him to lose. Shang wondered if Jing was as stubborn as this and he got that trait from her. He could definitely see Jing as the silent stubborn type. Not willing to back down but also looks as beautiful and graceful as she always does. She's really an amazing girl. And she's his woman. Ah. Shang was suddenly struck on the forehead by the girl Li Li kept calling sloppy. A judgment he wouldn't say was wrong. I got distracted. Shang was sent sliding to the edge of the ring with a red welt on his forehead. I landed a hit. Sloppy girl cheered. An uncontrollable amount of pride and energy welled up inside her from landing a hit on the rising prodigy. Don't get distracted, stupid. Li Li admonished. Yes. Sorry. She immediately ran to follow up on her successful hit. Ahead of her, both of her teammates were already doing what she should have been doing a few seconds ago. The two of them engaged with Shang first, their swords constantly slashing and slicing at his body. Shang held his staff with one hand as he defended against the two while mentally reaching into his storage ring for a few spells. They immediately went into overdrive as the warnings of the kid flowed into their heads. Do not let him use his spells. All three cultivators focused all their attacks on Shang with crazed determination to prevent him from pulling anything out. They no longer gave any care for defense and focused all their attacks on pure offense. Something that Shang couldn't take advantage of while searching for the right spells inside his storage ring. Their crazed attacks forced Shang into retreating off the stage, but even then they didn't let him go alone. He. Lose. Lose. Li Li giggled to himself, seeing Shang in a rough spot. I've never been so humiliated. Shang's lips turned up. Of course, it would be Li Li that makes him feel that for the first time. It really was the first time he's ever been pushed this far by someone he considers below him. The fact that trash like this needed to work together to give him a solid fight would be something to mock and ridicule. But in this strange tournament, it was something to praise. Even now, the crowd was cheering on the three trashes, forcing him to reveal his weaknesses and strengths. Fine. I'll lose, but I'll lose with pride, damn it. You win this time, Li Li. Shang admitted. Shang slammed his staff vertically into the ground as he reached into his robe and activated a spell. An explosion of darkness expanded as the talisman burnt to ash. A small black dome captured Shang and the three cultivators. Those outside of it could not see inside, and those inside could not see outside or inside. It was complete darkness inside the spell, but Shang had no problem navigating inside. Amusing enough, the trash stuck to each other with their backs facing each other. That kid taught them too well. But, nonetheless, they were doomed to fall here and now. Shang attacked under the veil of darkness as his ally. His staff struck the throat of Messy Hair before coming back around and smashing him across the face into the distance. Shang's staff then tripped Shorty off his feet as he spun it around and slammed it on top of his stomach, burying him into the ground. For Sloppy Girl, she was crazily attacking the air around her as she heard the sounds of her companions falling. Shang smacked her on the back of her head and easily knocked her out. With a tired sigh, he destroyed the spell with another and revealed to everyone that the match was over. As expected, Shang's team lost and he had to walk back to Heaven's Angels with his head hung high. He may have lost, but he didn't completely lose. Unfortunately, a certain little birdie thought otherwise. Li Li hopped around the defeated Shang without saying a word. He just happily hummed while jumping around him with a gloating look on his face. Li Li knew he didn't have to say a thing. Everyone knew what he was saying though. I won. You lose. I win. You lost. You really think you can take my mom when you can only amount to this? Humph. 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 The nerve. I lost face for us. I apologize. Shang bowed to Jing but also gave a slight bow to everyone else. Train some more. Your skills aren't bad. Wan Qing advised. I will take your words to heart. Shang nodded. Don't be too down. He is Jing's son after all. Although I didn't expect Li Li to be such a great teacher, even though it was done out of pure spite. Lei Ji noted. I can do anything if I put my mind to it. Li Li confidently boasted. Can you turn into a girl? Lin Shu joked, not knowing the true strength of the child. If I wanted to. Li Li remembered how Wan Qing turned into a real female. What about a cow? He winking joined in. Of course. Li Li manipulated his soul's shape and transformed from a human child to that of a cow calf. He actually did it. Lin Shu shook He winking wide shoulders back and forth. He wasn't kidding. He winking was completely shocked looking at the somehow ordinary but at the same time not ordinary cow. Li Li had long white flowing hair on top of his head, his cowhide was black with white spots, and his tail was unusually long, but that was it. Nothing more than that. Humph. I told you. Li Li spoke to their souls while in cow form. Soon after, he transformed back to his human form that greatly resembled Jing. Both Lin Shu and He winking bowed in reverence to the great spirit beast. Li Li was more than happy to receive such praise for something he considered quite mediocre for him now. If it was before the endless plains of Yin, he would still have to rely on communicating with people's souls to talk to them and stay in his original form. All hail the great Li Li. The two chanted. Hail Li Li. Plinky innocently praised. A smile too wide couldn't be hidden on Li Li's young face. Li Li nodded in acknowledgement. He really was great. After all, he was his mother's son. Gee. Isn't that Hu Tao's woman? Hu Tao's woman? She willingly gave herself to Hu Tao. I don't know. I just know that she's in a relationship with Hu Tao. Is she crazy too? I guess we'll see. Ji said nothing as she made her way up to the stage. Long black hair, generic golden serpent sect robes, and a beautiful appearance. It was quite strange that someone this beautiful wasn't known already. A 7th stage chi consolidator as well. This woman was a complete mystery to everyone in the sect. No one could recall her before the identities of those in the Heaven's Angels faction started spreading. She held a yellow umbrella in her hand and many assumed that this was also a strange spirit tool or weapon. It was a trademark of Heaven's Angels to own a strange weapon by now. So many were excited to see the prowess of this umbrella in battle. No one dared to look down on their weapons after seeing an old man toss around a cultivator with a fishing rod. Maybe she'll use it like a spear. The tip is pointed and looks sharp. Or she could use it like a club. What if it's a trick and her real weapon isn't the umbrella at all? Maybe she hasn't revealed her real weapon at all yet. I wonder if Hu Tao's woman is just as much of a fighting maniac as he is. Speaking of which, where is Hu Tao? If Hu Tao's woman is in Heaven's Angels, doesn't that mean he's involved with them too? I haven't heard anything about Hu Tao the week before the finale. Do you think he's dead? There would be a celebration in the inner court if that was true, but it is strange there has been no news of him. Hu Tao loves causing trouble. Do you think his woman knows? She doesn't look like she's distraught or in mourning. Either she's stronger than she looks or Hu Tao is completely fine. The sect would be better off without a crazy fighting genius like that. He would only ruin the reputation of our sect if he was let loose to represent us in the Evergreen continent. When the match started, a strange fog suddenly appeared over the stage. Whiteness filled the vision of those inside and outside the ring. Those inside the ring couldn't see anything within reaching distance. Despite standing right next to their teammates, 5 of the 6 competitors couldn't see anything but white fog. The fog will lead you. Ji's voice whispered into her teammates' ears. The 2 female cultivators were startled at the voice so close to their ears but listened to the directions. They felt a pulling on their clothes and skin that directed them in a certain direction. In their eyes, they could only see whiteness, but they didn't doubt the voice of their teammate. What would be the point of sabotaging someone on your team? Didn't they all want to win and move on to the next round? Strike now! Ji's voice flowed into their minds again. Simultaneously, 3 cries rang out from within the fog. Just as soon as those screams cried out, the fog quickly dispersed to reveal Ji and her teammates standing over the defeated bodies of their opponents. Silence filled the crowd. Whether it was awe or just the fact that they were simply stunned, it was no doubt that this was one of the fastest matches of the entire finale. I couldn't see a thing. I couldn't fucking see anything. How strong is she? She hid her strength like a coward. Fighting maniac's woman is a coward. Idiots. Of course, she hid her strength. There are still more matches after this one. Only someone lacking a brain or a genius wouldn't care about hiding their skills. Isn't it strange that an idiot is comparable to a genius in that scenario though? Don't mention it and it won't be. Ji smiled as she returned to the others. It looks like your training with Jing turned out well. Wanqing commented. I've certainly gained a lot. Thinking back on her training with Jing's water clone caused her to shiver at the memory. Did you get that umbrella for completing your training? Ying asked. Ji nodded. I still have a lot more training to do before I feel confident in catching up with Hu Tao. She added. If you're lucky, his strength may not change at all from the time he disappeared. Like if he was sealed. Wanqing shared. Knowing Hu Tao, he'll probably find a way to get stronger even while he's sealed. Bing chuckled. I wouldn't be surprised. Lei agreed. Well, even if he does, I'll just do what I can. Can't really do much than that. Ji shrugged. This Hu Tao guy must be pretty strong, Lin Shu muttered. She sometimes practiced those strange poses with Ji the week before the tournament. It was hell to go through but felt heavenly afterward with such a great boost to her physique. To think that Ji still needed to get even stronger to compete with this Hu Tao guy was absurd to Shu. He's the second strongest in the group, of course he is. He winking commented. Zaiho I knew he wouldn't be a match for this Hu Tao, but he was certainly interested in how he compared to Jing in terms of danger. Zaiho I's instincts screamed at him to stay as far away from Jing as he could if he was planning to attack her. The best way to deal with Jing according to his assassin's instinct was to run as far away as he could while completely erasing his presence. However, he had a feeling that even if he mastered Withering Willow, she would still be able to sense him somehow. She didn't make any sense to him. Not even the patriarch of his clan made him feel this way. Boss did ask me to keep an eye on Shang and Ji. Shang to measure his strength, and what the hell made Jing accept him as her man over Hu Tao? Ji to check if she cheated on him with some other man. Runt wasn't oblivious to the fact that the boss regularly played around with other men and women during his relationship with Ji. It only strengthened his worldview more that the strong could do anything they pleased. As a beggar, Runt knew exactly how the world worked. Even those with flaws and terrible traits could be seen as heroes and people to look up to if they're strong enough. How they treat people doesn't matter, how they act doesn't matter, all that matters is if they're strong and not enemies with you personally. Things like compassion for the weak, helping those in need, and all that was worthless if there was no personal benefit to oneself. What are you thinking about, little bro? Ju curiously asked. Nothing. Just that I need to train some more as well. Runt responded. I could help. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's training. Ju happily offered her services. I'm fine. Runt denied her offer. Boss was enough as a training partner. Ah, Ju hung her head in sorrow. Underscore 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 un. So, what do you think of Hu Tao's woman? Do you think she'll be a threat to us? Mei Li asked her team. If tricks are her only method of fighting, I can deal with her easily. Hong replied. Ahabo Fai agreed with Yunyu standing somewhat distantly from him. Is he still looking? She hesitantly asked, nearly unable to control herself anymore. Yes, he's still looking. Mei Li answered her. Yunyu's brother was closely watching her throughout the tournament, forcing her to restrain herself from outwardly expressing her overwhelming love for Bo Fai. A new torturous experience that she rarely ever had to do because of how often they were outside of the sect adventuring or looking for treasure. Outside of the sect, there was no need to restrain herself, but inside the sect was a different story. Ugh! Yunyu cutely cried out in anguish. Yunyu released her frustration through the valuable treasures given to her by Bo Fai on her opponents. Bo Fai didn't mind the situation as much as Yunyu did. Having her constantly clinging to him was rather annoying from time to time. There was a time and a place for everything. She didn't need to express her love for him by attaching herself to him at the hip. I believe you can survive this. Xiao Hong tried to lift her spirits. I don't. I think I'm going to die because of it. Yunyu whined. Don't try to support her. She's just overreacting. Bo Fai spoke up. How could you say something like this? Tears welled up in Yunyu's eyes. Isn't it killing you having me separated from your side? You're not separated from me. You're just not clinging on to me like a baby monkey anymore. You just called me a baby monkey. She yelled at him. I said you're acting like a baby monkey, not that you were a baby monkey. He corrected. That's the same thing. No, it isn't. But if you feel that way, there isn't much I can do about it. Bo Fai closed his eyes as Yunyu whined even louder. After several more matches, it was finally time for the sex little monster to go up and show her stuff. It was the moment nearly everyone was waiting for. Since individual prowess wasn't as strongly focused in this tournament, how was the sex little monster going to bring her team to victory? Was she going to completely decimate the other team before they could show their stuff or somehow help out her team to win? No one knew what was going to happen as the dark-skinned girl got up from her watery throne and walked up to the stage with a small child following behind her. Anticipation and excitement filled their bones and made the audience restless, elders included. So many rumors spread about the little monster that no one really knew which ones were true and which ones were false. Many were confused on why her little brother was following her up to the stage before it was explained to them by others what that child really was. Do you really think she's as powerful as they say? It's hard for me to believe that a chi gatherer could survive against a spirit beast in the core realm. It has to be an exaggeration. What about her helping the Supreme Commander break through in his cultivation? If anything, that's the craziest rumor I'd ever heard. How could someone so far below another in cultivation help someone higher? It doesn't make any sense at all. No, what I find craziest about the little monster is her followers. Only one of them was known at all before the little monster arrived. I refuse to believe that all of those people over there were just biding their time to show their insane talent and potential. The little monster had to have a hand in making them stronger somehow. Perhaps she has a hidden bloodline that no one knows about that could drastically improve one's martial talent. Do you even hear yourself? You sound crazier than these rumors. I wouldn't dismiss him so quickly. That big-breasted girl with the large sword. I knew her before she got that evil sword. She's a fallen noble, but long ago I remember she used to be bullied. The strength and talent she had now was intentionally hidden or didn't surface until she got that blade. You really think she could improve one's talent for cultivation? Do you hear all the other things being said about it? Who knows what's true and what's false? Jing was happy to hear all the enthusiastic gossiping about her. Having her identity a mystery to those in her own sect will be helpful later on once news about her spreads to the other two big sects. No one will know her true capabilities, and even if they do, it'll be more difficult to have them actually believe it. All of it sounds completely absurd, and it's all focused around one girl. A young girl at the 9th stage of the Chi consolidation realm, unknown background, and no master. Unless the person was deeply paranoid and / or insane, no one should believe any of the rumors surrounding her. Only a number of elders knew that she had a hidden bloodline and of her match against the ape. As Jing arrived on stage, thousands of ways of winning this match surfaced in her mind. Considering her future position within the sect, only those that would bring an overwhelming result seemed to work best for this situation. Along with her declaration of her faction a week ago, it would only benefit to show how she's fit to be the future sect leader. Not that Jing cared much at all if people thought she was suited for the position or not, but it would be more beneficial and less of a hassle if people thought she was meant for the position. None of her teammates or opponents were people she recognized. With a friendly smile, Jing pulled out a talisman and declared that she was a spell master. Much to the screaming of the crowd who were surprised by this statement. They didn't know if it was true or if she was just bluffing. So some boldly asked a few angels in hopes of getting an answer. Just watch and find out for yourself. Ying shooed them away. She did tutor underneath an array elder for a short time, Bing muttered. But I don't know anything about them. Before the crowd could go deep in their search for this mysterious elder, the match started and forcefully grabbed their attention. They couldn't possibly miss the little monster's first match. It might be over as soon as it started, just like the Fighting Maniacs women's match. Luckily enough, the little monster didn't start off strong in her match and pulled out dozens of talismans from within her storage ring. She tossed them high into the air and just watched as they slowly floated down. No one could understand what was going on inside her head right now, but her opponents didn't waste time carefully trying to analyze her every move. If she really was as powerful as the rumors suggested, they needed to work quickly and not hold anything back. All three of them downed pills that turned their skin red like it was being steamed. Teammate A and Teammate B felt a powerful impact land on their backs. Two of the talismans floating in the air suddenly crashed into their backs and attached themselves to the two of them. The effects of the talisman happened immediately. In their eyes, the world around them slowed to a crawl as they felt unexplainable ease in moving their bodies. It was as if the world was coming to a stop while they were excluded from the world. The two of them didn't know each other, what was going on, but they knew that it was because of the talisman. They nodded toward Jing and immediately moved forward to attack the three red opponents, not even aware of the changes going on. During this time, Jing raised her index finger in preparation of something unexpected happening. The talismans continued to very slowly float down from the sky. Teammate A and Teammate B ripped through the three opponents with their swords. Their blades effortlessly sliced through the muscles and tendons of the drugged-up cultivators. With the spell active on their bodies, they were moving at speeds barely perceptible to the naked eye. However, this talisman only worked for as long as the wielder could withstand the drain on their body and chi. But in a battle, even a second was more than enough to turn the tides. Teammate A and Teammate B could only last 3 seconds before they dropped, but Jing complimented them as they passed out from the pain racking their bodies. They effectively immobilized the three opponents before they fainted, giving Jing free rein to do this. Multiple water droplets formed in the sky that accurately pelted several talismans. The talismans fell all around the incapacitated opponents. Jing couldn't help but smile as she tossed a larger-than-average cherry into the air with a talisman wrapped around it. The talismans around the opponents lit up with a bright light as 3 individual trapping formations activated. The first one sparked with lightning. The second one began to fill with water. The last one ignited with bright lights. Electrocution, drowning, and death by pelting. All very enjoyable ways of watching one die, but Jing hasn't forgotten the no-killing rule given by the elders. So, she only slightly tortured them. The one being electrocuted only passed out with blackened skin after screaming for about 10 seconds without stopping. With the drowning one, Jing had to be more careful since a person could drown in less than a minute. She watched him carefully as the last opponent was beaten severely by the bright particles of chi slamming into his body over and over again. All in all, they suffered horribly before the match was forcefully called by the elder before anyone died. Jing was the last one standing if you didn't include Li Li proudly standing by her side. Li Li dragged the bodies of Teammate A and Teammate B out of the ring as they made their way back to the angels. Jing requested that Lei Ji treat the two and paid him using the method he was comfortable with. She made a deal with him to complete 10 good deeds within 2 days as payment for the complete healing of Teammate A and Teammate B. Pleasure doing business with you. Lei Ji smiled. Same. Jing created 2 water clones that walked out of the tournament area to the nearby towns and villages near the sect. Does that count as a good deed if clones do it? Bing muttered. I guess we'll see. Jing answered him directly. If not, I might have to suffer a bit in the near future. Jing laughed at the thought. Don't worry. I'll help you, Mom. Li Li spoke up. Thanks, Li Li. But Mom has to do this on her own. She signed the contract, not you. Jing played with his hair. Hey, make a contract with me too. Just like my mom. Li Li demanded. That's not how you ask someone for something. Jing corrected him with a slight sharpness to her voice. Li Li's body shook when he heard that strange tone in his mom's voice. She never spoke to him like that before. I'm sorry. Please let me do good deeds too with a contract. Li Li bowed to Lei Ji. Lei Ji thought long and hard, leaving Li Li very anxious about what he was about to say. Why isn't he just saying yes? Li Li cursed. I'm sorry Li Li, I'll have to refuse your request. You don't need to make a contract with me to do good deeds like your mom. All you need is the intent to help those less fortunate than you. You can do good deeds just like your mom without a contract at all. You can even help her accomplish her contract faster by helping her out by doing good deeds with her. Lei Ji tried to reason with the young bird. Fine. Come on, Mom. Let's go do some good deeds. Li Li grabbed Jing's hand and started leading her toward the outer court. I guess I'm leaving. Jing chuckled. If anything comes up, just let me know. Jing waved goodbye to her angels. The first round for the Chi Consolidators ended and a small break was to be held before starting the quarterfinals. Food, drinks, alcohol, mortal women, and young men from nearby settlements under the protection of the Golden Serpent sect. It was the Supreme Commander who got the idea of this from the Little Monsters celebration for the Chi gatherers. Smiles, cheers, and laughter were present all around. Selling medical services for anyone injured. Come and get fixed up at the Clinic of Peace. Lin Shu shouted. If you got hidden internal injuries and can't afford expensive treatment, we take other forms of currency besides spirit stones. He winking shouted alongside her. Zaihokai held up a sign that said, treating those with internal and external injuries. Money not required. If Lei's reputation as one of Heaven's angel wasn't legitimate, 90% of the cultivators present would believe that the Clinic of Peace was nothing but a scam. Everything they were hearing sounded too good to be true. Which was natural, as there was no clinic that refused to accept money for their services. So, instead of running straight toward the suspicious clinic, everyone kept their eye on the area where Lei and his apprentices set up shop. If it really was as it said, they'd go, but they definitely wouldn't be the first one to find out. What if it was a sham and they were actually signing up to be test subjects for the blind old man who wanted to play doctor? Wasn't he just a Chi gatherer? How could he treat anyone? I told you this wouldn't work. Lin Shu glared at the cowards in the distance. I agree with Lin. It feels like we're selling a lie even though I know we aren't. He winking nodded in agreement. Zaihokai didn't understand why everyone wasn't jumping at the chance for free treatment. Well, just give them time. Eventually, someone will come over. For the time being, try and enjoy the festivities. It's going to get real busy soon once people do start lining up. Lei Ji sat down and enjoyed a plate of spirit beast meat and water. I couldn't be happier to hear that, Master. Lin Shu grabbed a large plate of food from out of one of the servants' hands and brought it over to the others. Haha. Those cakes earlier were fantastic, but nothing can beat the texture and flavor of properly cooked meat. He winking snatched a thick cooked thigh of some beast and tore into it with no hesitation. What would a farmer boy like you know about good meat? Lin Shu raised her eyebrows. We raised livestock and grew crops. He proudly claimed. Your family wasn't just any farmer's family then, hey. Lin cheekily chuckled. We were one of the best. Look at this country bumpkin being proud of something like this. You're embarrassing. Lin Shu couldn't help but laugh at him. We all have to start somewhere. It's not like becoming a cultivator made me any less of a farm boy than I was before becoming one. I haven't changed that much. I hated my life back home. I never ever want to return back to my life as a mortal. I'm more than willing to throw away my history as mortal Lin Shu and give everything for future immortal Lin Shu. Zaihokai thought the conversation topic was interesting. What do you all think is the major difference between cultivators and mortals? Lei Ji smiled. Power. Lin immediately replied. Lifespan. He thought for a few seconds. Way of living, Zaihokai answered. Lei Ji took a bite of his meal, drank some watered down wine, and then wiped his mouth clean before replying to his students' answers. None of you are wrong in your answers. That question has no single answer because the answer is based on one's own experiences. Both Lin and he came from mortal backgrounds but have different attitudes regarding mortals and the mortal world. Zaihokai was raised since birth around cultivators and also has a different outlook from the both of you. The reason I asked was that I was simply curious and wanted to know more about you all. Lei responded. Humph. I have nothing to hide about myself. I am neither a coward nor embarrassed about where I came from. I will become someone great and take charge of my own life. Lin Shu declared. Becoming someone great, hey? I don't think I'll be able to avoid something like that now that I'm a part of this insane group. He chuckled. I just want to make sure my family back home can live a good life before focusing on what I want to accomplish with my life. Well, you have more than enough time to figure it out. Don't feel rushed, cultivators have very long lifespans after all. Lei reassured him. Assassins weren't supposed to share information about themselves, not even to their masters. However, Zaihokai thought that Lei was quite different from the average cultivator. While Zaihokai wasn't confident in killing him, he was confident in reading others. A skill that most assassins in his clan didn't focus on in favor of assassination techniques. For some reason, Zaihokai trusted this old man, and that wasn't supposed to be the case for an assassin. Zaihokai was taught that assassins weren't even supposed to trust themselves, much less people they've known for less than a month. Lei Ji noticed the minute hesitation in Zaihokai's body language but didn't comment on it. The boy would talk when he was ready. There was no need to rush him or any of them. His job right now was to properly get to know them, teach them, and set them on the right path in life as best as he could. Lei was interested in seeing just how much he could reform a child raised by assassins, but beyond that, he hoped to impart some humanity within him as well. I think we're going to get our first batch of patients soon. Lei suddenly spoke in the midst of their eating. Lin Shu looked over at him in confusion with food in her mouth. Over dear. He Wenking was also eating at the moment but pointed in a certain direction with his finger. Zaihokai I smelled blood in the air. There must be a fight happening nearby. Lei Ji stood up. This was probably the best moment for him to attract customers. When opportunity strikes, you need to stand up straight and grab a hold of it as tight as you can. He planned to advertise his clinic when he showed up on the scene and showed off a little. You all can continue eating and drinking. I'll be back soon. Lei told the trio as he started to walk away. Be safe, master. Lin Shu waved. The smell of alcohol and wine happily floated through the air among the disciples and elders of the Golden Serpent sect. Along with the happiness and drunken mood, eventually, there would be conflicts. Especially in a wicked sect like the Golden Serpent sect who prided themselves on their survival of the fittest teaching style, and those with the strongest fist are always right ideology. When Lei Ji arrived on the scene, it wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. At best, it was just a brawl. No one pulled out their weapons to kill each other. The most severe injuries at the site of the fight were broken arms. Thankfully, no one was on the verge of dying or suffering an internal injury. Performing surgery in an atmosphere like this would be rather difficult, but thankfully Jing left him the perfect place to bring in patients. The strange shack she pulled out from her storage ring. 10 good deeds. Li Li happily skipped along while holding Jing's hand as they walked to the outer court. An innocent cute little tune was being whistled by Li Li which surprised Jing. She hasn't introduced him to any music or even taught him how to whistle. Funnily enough, she didn't know how to whistle even after all the lives she's been through. Learning how to do it now would be easy, but in the past, she never had enough skill using her tongue and shaping her mouth for the right whistle. Then there was also trying not to blow too much. Overall, it was a chore to learn such a meaningless skill, and she gave up several times in dozens of lives. Where are we going? Jing asked her son. He seemed like he had a plan and a direction in mind. I don't know. Li Li was more than happy to admit for some reason. I thought you had a good deed in mind you were taking us to. Are you just happy to be going somewhere with me, alone? Jing giggled. No dummy losers tagging along with us. Just me and Mom. Li Li cutely nodded his head. I think I should lead the way then. I have some good deeds that won't take long to complete. Okay. The outer court wasn't comparable to the inner court. Whether it was in terms of housing, food, opportunities for advancement, getting noticed by elders, atmosphere, infrastructures, all of it couldn't compete with the inner court. It made sense in a way if Jing tried thinking about it from the mindset of the elders. Those from the inner court proved themselves as talented in some way or their loyalty to the sect. The disciples in the outer court were simply going through a trial period. A trial period in where they show what they have to offer to the sect or fail and suffer for years to come, hopelessly trying to show what benefits they could bring to the sect. Those in the outer court worked hard to prove they belonged in a sect as great as the Golden Serpent sect. It wasn't the job of the Golden Serpent sect to make them feel like belong. They should do that on their own. We're the Golden Serpent sect, after all. One of the top 3 sects in the Evergreen continent. At least, that's one of the ways that Jing could understand it from the perspective of the elders. While that kind of made sense in a way, the strange obsession with reputation and face that the people of this world had still didn't connect with Jing. It was like if they didn't gain respect and had people fear them, they would shrivel up and die. Jing liked to focus more on practical means if she could help it. That would be one of the core changes when she takes over the sect. How are we going to do a good deed here? There's no one around. Li Li pointed out. Right now, they were standing near all the shacks in the outer court. Barely any thought or love was made when these houses were built. If one was lucky enough, their shack came with a bed. If not, they only gained a shack with cold wooden floors. Jing was one of the lucky ones when she entered the sect. You can do good deeds without dealing with people. Jing smirked as she placed her hand on a shack. Jing consciously developed bacteria that would infect the wood of the shacks. With the power of SCP-353, Jing has created thousands of diseases on her own. Many of them were created through experimentation, as Jing hasn't left to explore the world to gather the many types of diseases prevalent throughout this world. In her other lives, she saw many illnesses, but in this one, none at all that wasn't caused by herself. The SCP-353 was only capable of creating viral agents that could naturally survive within the human body. Jing has brought the ability to new heights thanks to her refined body and ability to use qi. While she hasn't experimented much with this ability due to how easy it could kill off half of the population of this planet, she has played with it a little. Cultivators were more durable against infectious bacteria, but with a minor change here and there to the viral agent, they would drop as easily to illnesses like the common mortal. Jing knew this was one of her most powerful abilities but also one she had to practice extreme caution with. Its strength lied in its practicality, lethality, and infectious rate. While its usefulness lowered greatly against people in the upper realms, it was practically invincible against mortals and those below the Qi transformation realm. There were multiple reasons why it would be invincible, but the biggest reason would be the lack of education plaguing the continent. Lack of education regarding health, diseases, the human body, geography. There's also a huge lack of communication between settlements, villages, sects, and other organizations. By the time one of her diseases would be rampaging through a place, one of the escapees would have already reached a new place and infected the people there as they received news of it or even before they received news of a new illness. This SCP is really powerful. Jing never gave much thought to SCP-353 because of how dangerous it was, but in this world that's lacking so much. Could it be possible that she could cause a revolutionary change in this world just by wiping out half the population? Well, no, that's a stupid question. Of course, she could do that. Any world would drastically change if half the population was wiped out. What Jing initially meant by that line of questioning was that would it be easier to implement changes in the mindset of the people of this world by causing an apocalyptic pandemic? Simply put, making things easier for herself in the future. A scary line of thought, and while the amount of chaos it would cause to this world made her shiver in excitement, things are different now. Perhaps if she gained SCP-353's power before reaching the Golden Serpent sect, maybe she would be more open to the idea. Back then, she had no purpose and no goal other than finding out more about cultivators and trying to become one herself. But now, she had her followers that seemed to be growing in number and strength by the week. It'll take some time, but everything is going according to plan so far. That's a lot of little bugs. Li Li's eyes closely watched the infectious bacteria quickly spread within the rundown shacks. The effects of being infected by the viral agents weren't immediately apparent. They still looked just the same as before if you weren't Jing or Li Li. With their refined bodies, they could see more than the average cultivator. Jing felt that this was a great start to the rest of her good deeds. They aren't bugs but microorganisms. Single-celled microbes. I'll teach you more in depth about them later. They're important. Jing explained. I'll also need to teach Lei Ji about them if his book doesn't, she muttered. What are they doing to the houses? Li Li asked. Revitalizing them. Jing answered. It'll take some time, but eventually these ugly shacks will turn into an amazing interconnected jungle. Flourishing with life, greenery, and space. So we're going to give people a bigger place to live. Li Li mentally processed the information given to him. Pretty much. Jing nodded. I don't think a small house is bad, it would give him more chances to be near his mom. Some people do like small houses, but the disciples in the outer court aren't given the chance to pick if they want a large house or a small house. If they don't like the changes that their house will have, they can request for a new one to be built at the exchange hall. Why not? The ones in charge don't care about the likes and dislikes of the disciples in the outer court. Why? Don't they want people to be comfortable? Why would they want to make them not comfortable? Because they believe it's not any of their concern if they are comfortable or not. All they care about from the disciples in the outer court is their potential. If their potential is adequate, they'll be taken to the inner court and then somewhat taken care of. Is that good? Li Li wasn't sure what to think, but he knew he wouldn't treat his followers like that. Even if they were new to the heavenly demons. Why would they want to stay, be his friend, and follow him as a leader if they weren't comfortable? It didn't make sense to him. It's working. Jing didn't explicitly tell him that it was bad because she wanted him to form his own opinion about it. A questioning mind is a brilliant mind. A side stop. After performing her first good deed, Jing led Li Li outside of the sect. The two of them wandered through the forest in a good mood. Jing somewhat excited to see how one of her schemes worked out, while Li Li was just happy to be with his mom alone. It's been a while since she's left the Golden Serpent sect, but at the same time, it hasn't been that long. Just a few weeks or so. Where are we going now? Li Li asked. To meet up with an old friend and see how he's doing. Jing answered. Old friend. Li Li didn't know his mom had any friends. What was she talking about? You already know him, but he won't know you. Jing grinned. Who is it? Li Li was confused. His little refined owl brain spun as he thought of all the people he met in his life and couldn't figure out who she was talking about. You'll see. Jing just continued to smile. Li Li began to bounce around as he started listing off names one by one, even if they didn't make much sense. Drill. Li Li guessed. Why wouldn't Drill recognize you? Jing asked back. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Well, you don't need to guess. You'll find out very soon. Jing ruffled his white hair. Eventually, their surroundings began to change. The vibrant green immortal forest suddenly transformed around them. Previously, they were surrounded by thick giant trees that couldn't be held together by 5 people, fields of greenery all over the forest ground, and sometimes fearsome sometimes not so fearsome spirit beasts roaming about. But now, the giant trees were dwarfed by the size of even bigger trees. These trees glowed with a slight green aura and carried huge blue fruit radiating with water chi. Just as soon as Jing and Li Li stepped into this part of the forest, they were immediately attacked by some strange beast. Jing didn't even bother to respond to the creature while Li Li fiercely retaliated against the spirit beast. An invisible force crashed into the green exoskeleton of the insect and smashed it to paste. The mother-son duo continued moving deeper into this unusually lively section of the immortal forest. Isn't this where you died, Mom? Li Li suddenly remembered. That's right. Jing nodded. Reduced to nothing but a pile of blood. Is that why this place feels so weird? Li Li felt comfortable but at the same time not while exploring this place. Jing felt quite comfortable in this place actually. Too comfortable. It was like she was walking upon another part of herself. If she embraced the dirt beneath her feet, would she be hugging herself as well? Maybe she can turn this place into her own personal home away from home. Turn it into an enclosed structure by forming a special array around it, place SCP-184 inside it to expand its inner structure for a few weeks or months or perhaps years, and build something inside of it. It would be the perfect base. Your blood. That's why everything is so much better in here compared to outside. Li Li excitedly realized. That's correct. Good job. Jing praised him for his logical thinking. Just as Jing was about to give him a refined geek candy, a massive log appeared above her, coming down to crush both her and Li Li to nothing but messy bits of innards. Jing's eyes instantly caught sight of this sudden attack but at the same time, it wasn't just a single attack. It was a three-pronged attack. By air, frontal, and her sides. The log came from above, lightning snaked out like a net as it came for Jing from both sides, and a tidal wave of water surged from her front. Not bad. She complimented. If this was anyone else at my realm, this would be enough to kill them 3 times over. Jing didn't move a step as she conjured water around her. 4 incredibly clear droplets of water circled around Jing and shot out at blinding speeds. A hole was torn through the giant log while the rest of the droplets nullified the other attacks. Li Li exclaimed when he saw the person holding the log. Jing struck her leg out and a projectile of chi smashed into the assailant's chest, sending him flying away. Fuck, he coughed blood as he smashed into a tree. You've gotten strong. Jing stepped on his chest, the sound of his ribs cracking could be heard. I love you. The sound of his breathing got lower and lower as Jing seemed to be increasing the pressure in her foot. Hu Tao! Li Li exclaimed. You had a kid in the time I've been gone, you fucking slut. Hu Tao howled like a crazed beast as he grabbed Jing's ankle and slowly began to lift it. Have you forgotten your place, mutt? Jing kicked Hu Tao across the face and dislocated his jaw. What I do or who I do is none of your concern. She stomped his stomach, crushing him into the ground. Poud hadlad hedla. Alum dadem. Hu Tao tried talking with his dislocated jaw. You may have your affections for me, but that doesn't mean I am yours to claim and own. Nor am I someone you can insult at your leisure. I am your master, and you are my slave. Never forget that. Jing stared deep into the eyes of Hu Tao. Unfortunately, there was no sense of fear, pain, or anything that could excite her about disciplining this slave. The only thing behind the eyes of this slave was an overwhelming adoration, lust, and innocent sense of love. With a sigh and a small smile, she tossed a refined recovery pill into his mouth and stepped off of him. Despite how annoying Hu Tao was to the other angels, Jing had quite the soft spot for the vulgar, crass, and wild mutt. He was very useful and Jing loved useful. How has the business expanded? Jing asked. No. Tell me what's up with the fucking kid. I ain't saying shit till I get an explanation. Hu Tao stood his ground. I am his mother and he has no father. Take that as you will. Jing answered him. Hu Tao brain paused as he tried to comprehend this explanation. Hu Tao. It's me. Li Li. You don't remember me? Li Li asked. Never seen a brat like you in my life. He answered bluntly. What about now? Li Li transformed into his original snow owl form and flew around him. Oh. He's a fucking spirit beast that can transform into a human. But his chi is at the chi consolidation realm. He isn't an earthly immortal. Only spirit beasts at the earthly immortal realm can create their human form. What the fuck? Hu Tao couldn't understand the flying owl the more he heard about him. This isn't our Hu Tao, Li Li was starting to understand. That's right. He's a clone. Jing revealed. But I'm even better than the original, isn't that right babe? Hu Tao grinned. Jing decided not to comment. They were both useful. Answer my question. I won't ask a second time. Jing threatened as Li Li landed on her shoulder. Shit's going perfectly, babe. Hu Tao casually strolled over, placed his arm around her shoulder, and kissed her cheek. Oof. Jing's elbow into his gut dropped him to his knees. How has the expansion gone? Have you run into any trouble so far? He, drool leaked from his mouth as he clutched his stomach. The Nine Swords sect and Blossoming Water Palace haven't directly got involved, but the groups under them are trying to give us trouble. But nothing I can't handle, just a few greedy little assholes trying to sniff out some money from us. Hu Tao explained. What about those under you? Do you need pills, martial arts, some additional funds? How are they faring so far? Those little assholes could use some better martial arts if you got some. We can buy the other stuff from what we're selling from this part of the Immortal Forest. Take this. Jing started to drop multiple books from her storage ring onto the ground. Berserker's Rage, a cultivation technique from the system, an unnamed sky-ranked blacksmith manual, Mantis Kung Fu, Refining the Heavens, a sky-ranked pill refining method, a nameless brown book that Jing suspected was an invaluable martial art, and some wristbands that Jing placed directly on Hu Tao's wrists. Hell yeah! Now, this is what I'm talking about, babe. Did I ever tell you I love the shit out of you? Hu Tao crawled on his hands and knees and began kissing Jing's feet while putting the techniques into his storage ring, rightfully bought with a large amount of money he's made by selling the products in this forest. If you run into any trouble, just make sure to contact me. Jing wasn't displeased by having her feet kissed by Hu Tao. However, she had to stop him once he started licking her toes. Her son was right next to her. Jing kicked him away and continued her train of thought. Remember, expand, expand, expand. I want the Heavenly Association group to sell everything, take everything, and have everyone wanting our products. If there is a market we don't have, buy it or hire people skilled in that trade. Got it. I got a brain like an elephant, and if I can't remember, my right-hand man will. Hu Tao chuckled. So that's who he was. Jing let the water droplet hanging over the head of the little peeper fall onto their bald head. Thank you for sparing me, Lord Jing. The small monk bowed his head as he came out into the opening. There is no need for false loyalty in front of me. I understand that your allegiance is with Hu Tao and not myself. Jing waved off his performance. She could feel his killing intent earlier when she was stepping on Hu Tao's chest. That's great. It saves me the effort. The little monk stood next to Hu Tao's side. Li Li glared at the man. He didn't like his attitude towards his mom. Both of you take this as a reward for your efforts so far. Jing tossed two things at the duo. Hu Tao caught his with one hand while the monk's gift smacked his forehead and sent him flying into a tree. Ooh. Using a bow isn't really my style, but since it's a gift from my baby, I guess I could put it to good use. Hu Tao admired the colorful green and yellow bow. I apologize for my behavior, Lord Jing. The little monk realized that the boss of his boss was not someone to be disrespected despite their appearance. He clutched the bottle with the single glowing emerald pill inside and placed it within his robes. There won't be a second time. I'm leaving now. Work hard and more rewards will come in the future. Jing and Li Li disappeared with a movement spell. I love that crazy woman, Hu Tao sighed. I don't see what you see in her. His right-hand man responded. Some men can recognize greatness at a glance. Hu Tao replied. Oi, what the hell are you trying to say, boss? The Heavenly Association. Who the hell is the Heavenly Association and why the hell haven't they been taken care of yet? Luo Miao slammed her fist on the desk, cracking it into a spiderweb-like pattern. Many of her business partners trembled at the sight of this as all of them turned their heads, seemingly unable to give any answers to the furious princess of the Luo clan. A clan directly partnered with the Nine Swords sect and supplies them with several materials. Luo Miao wasn't anywhere near happy to see that basically no one knew where the Heavenly Association came from, and her anger only rose. Princess. I have returned with important news. A woman dressed in all black, covered in blood and injuries suddenly broke through the door. Strangely manufactured arrows were punctured into her body. The only places that seemed to be spared were her vital organs. The masked woman had arrows pierced through her arm, one going through her thigh, another that came from the back and went all the way through to her waist, and an arrow sticking out of her back. Calling her a human-shaped hedgehog wouldn't be a joke at this point. Go on, speak before you kill over. One of you useless idiots go and bring a doctor here before someone actually useful dies on me. Miao shouted. All of the merchants scattered outside the room at once. I've seen the true leader of the Heavenly Association. Miao's follower could barely stay standing and leaned on the table, slowly painting it a small splotch of red. Yao, cycle your chi and stabilize yourself. If you die before giving me the information I want, I will crush you even in death. Luo Miao threatened the anxious woman. Yao took a deep breath and surged her chi the best she could as she painfully and slowly dropped to the ground before crossing her legs. She followed Miao's instructions and focused on stabilizing her injuries as much as she could. To put one of my best in a state like this. I refuse to believe the Heavenly Association isn't from outside the Evergreen continent. Those royal bastards over there dare to set sights on our continent? Aren't they afraid of getting indigestion? Luo Miao's core stage chi was unable to rest inside her body, a thin but deep layer of sword intent radiated around her body, making it seem as if a powerful blade was standing in her place instead of a person. A sword that intended to reap and take lives without hesitation or mercy. Barely holding itself in its sheath, the body of the blade shining with a murderous light. A short period later, Yao managed to fix herself up enough to share the information she's found with her master. Now, hurry and tell me what you've found out. Miao demanded. The Heavenly Association Group's true leader is affiliated with the Golden Serpent sect. Yao revealed. I didn't recognize their leader's appearance, but I remember it clearly. Their skin was day. Puk. An arrow pierced through the forehead of Yao before she finished her report. Luo Miao exploded in anger as she quickly analyzed the direction that the arrow came from and shot off toward it. It took less than a second for her to find the murderer of her follower. He grinned a smile that could infuriate any person to their bones and waved at her. Luo Miao committed to memory the appearance of the small bald monk next to the muscular but lean, bare-chested young man with large wild white hair and a yellow and green bow in his hand. With a flash of his pearly white teeth, both he and the monk were on the verge of vanishing away with the help of a teleportation spell. She was a nice piece of ass too. I planned to have some fun with her, but who knew the Nine Swords sect would be involved with someone that uses demonic tools. He smirked. This information will be useful to use against the Nine Swords sect for our section. The little monk added with his hands clasped together. The two disappeared just as Luo Miao's sword was centimeters away from splitting their lower bodies from their upper bodies. As they left, only the grating sound of the barbarian-looking man rung in her ears. Luo Miao's chest rose and fell with increased rage and frustration as a single thought ran wild through her mind. Golden Serpent Sect. 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 Just as Luo Miao was on the verge of exploding from being played with, her aura suddenly calmed to an eerie silence. When has someone like her ever been taunted like this? When has someone ever directly challenged her without fear and sought to play with her instead? The Golden Serpent sect dared to challenge her? Well, they'll regret the day they ever decided to mess with Luo Miao. Princess of the famous Luo family. That bitch is going crazy out there, isn't she? Hu Tao chuckled as Abhaya walked into his office with a grin on his face. Yes, the great merchant group is in an all-out war with the Golden Demon Association. It's a great thing that Luo Miao is an easily manipulative woman when she's angry. Abhaya nodded. Ha 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 ha. That stupid bitch really thought we were allied with the Golden Serpent sex merchant groups. Hu Tao busted out laughing. Actually, it's crazier that we aren't allied with them at all despite Lord Jing being a disciple of the Golden Serpent sect. Abhaya had to say. My woman is a genius. Even I couldn't sense that hiding bitch in the forest. The more I think about how amazing she is, the more I want to marry her. Hu Tao sighed with a loving look on his face. Is it time to move to the next phase of the plan? Abhaya asked, not wanting to get into a conversation about Lord Jing with his boss. He could talk about her for hours despite basically never seeing her. How intense is the fighting so far? Hu Tao plopped his legs up on top of his desk. Several bars have been destroyed and most members of the two groups fight to the death on sight. Haha, then yet. Call up our boys and tell them to get their outfits. It's time to have some fucking fun in this little war. Hu Tao pulled out a fleshy mask from his storage ring along with robes from the blossoming water palace. I'll lead the second group and get Monkey to lead the third group. Are you taking the first group or going by yourself? Abhaya questioned. He. Hu Tao giggled like a mischievous child. Didn't that bitch initially think we were from the Tian Kingdom or something? What do you know about them? Not much. Back at the sect, we only focused on bettering ourselves and secluding ourselves from the outside world. I did hear that they practice a different style of martial arts than we do. Instead of relying on weapons and their bodies, they rely on something called soul beasts. I don't know anything about soul beasts. Abhaya answered. Shit. Well, whatever, have the first group take advantage of those idiots by selling them good shit at stupid high prices and selling shit to the mortals. Hu Tao answered. Understood. Are we moving out immediately? No better time than now. Hu Tao's voice slowly shifted into a higher pitch as he placed the human mask on his face. His body slowly shifted into that of the opposite sex. Dark brown skin, short height and limbs, petite breasts, and an ass that couldn't help but show off its plumpness. Hu Tao formed a pool of water beneath his feet and looked at his disguised appearance in its full naked glory. He clicked his tongue at the sight of it in disappointment. Close, but this isn't my woman. He was trying to see if he could get a sneak peek at his woman's naked body before he eventually found out for himself, but no success. Too attractive. Abhaya said what Hu Tao was thinking. The only similarities are the height, chest, and skin color. That asshole said this was the best on the market. I should murder him the next time I see him. Hu Tao muttered. Up close, it wouldn't work, but at a distance, it should be basically identical. I think it will still have its uses. Whatever. Let's go have some fun. I know the boys are looking forward to testing out their new martial arts. Hu Tao grinned. He was the exact same, but he didn't know how much fun this would be. His right-hand man said the war was at its peak, but did that mean the three great sects started to send some of their disciples from their sects? Abia mentioned the great merchant group run by Luo Miao even went about hiring some wandering cultivators. So, there had to be some fun as long as he looked long enough. I'll inform them. Abia nodded with a bow as he left Hu Tao's office. Swanyan City. A short but confident young brown woman walked to an inn owned by the great merchant group. The great merchant group made the most profits from this inn as they catered specifically to the wealthy and powerful inside here. She made no effort to slow down as she headed toward the entrance despite the looks that the guards were giving her at the door. As she made it to the entrance, two swords instantly pointed at her neck. Hey, hey, hey! What the fuck kind of service is this? She loudly complained without the elegance of a woman at all. The young woman held a wooden sword in her hand as she gave the two guards a nasty glare. She wore the robes of the Blossoming Water Palace but didn't seem like she was a part of their sect at all. At least, for the two guards at the front, they have never seen such a rough woman from the Blossoming Water Palace. They were highly suspicious of her for multiple reasons. If you're willing to threaten someone with a sword, you better be willing to die for threatening their life. Humph. You're not welcome here. Please leave before we decide to get rough with you. First guard warned. And why the fuck not? I got money, you dickless son of a bitch. How the fuck are you going to not let me inside your store when I haven't done shit? Is this the kind of service that the great merchant group gives out at its stores? It discriminates based on someone's appearance. By now, multiple passers-by began to crowd in the distance watching the conflict. After hearing the loud voice of the woman and seeing the swords pointed at a seemingly defenseless woman, people got curious about what was going on. If you continue to make a fuss and disrupt our business, we will be forced to deal with you. Second guard threatened. And I have the right to make a fucking fuss, you shit-faced bastard. Here I am, an innocent customer who only wants to eat and drink at one of the most famous inns in Swanyan City. But for some fucking reason I'm being harassed when I haven't even done anything. It's no fucking wonder why everyone goes to the Heavenly Association instead. They actually know how to fucking treat people with dignity in their stores. She continued to yell, not threatened by the sharp metal swords of the guards at all. Is that true? Is the Heavenly Association really that great? Why haven't I heard of them? I went to their inn once. The employees are scary but the food and drinks are pretty great. I heard about them but never went to their stores before. I guess I should check them out if I could be treated like this by the great merchant group. People like us are also treated pretty great in their stores. They treat normal people with the same amount of respect as they treat cultivators. Really? No way that's true. It really is. I saw it with my own eyes as they even let a filthy stinky beggar into their store and treated him exactly the same as a dignified handsome wandering cultivator. If that was any other store, they'd throw the beggar out before he made it to the door. By now, the guards could see that the dark-skinned young girl was causing more trouble than they thought was possible. If they let this continue, it would be their butts responsible for the reputation of their inn being destroyed. Killing a mouthy annoying girl was better than being chewed out by their superiors. The two guards looked at each other before nodding. You can't just spew anything you want without repercussions. First guard swung his sword toward the defenseless girl. In your next life, learn to talk less. Second guard chopped horizontally at the same time as first guard. Idiots. Hu Tao grinned with his tongue sticking out, an expression the crowd behind him couldn't see. The inelegant young maiden effortlessly struck the metal swords out of the way. Hu Tao's wooden sword moved without grace and frightening brutality. First guard was struck in the throat with the wooden sword and dropped to the ground. His hands were clutched around his throat as he desperately tried gasping for air. Second guard's shoulder was suddenly smashed before a multitude of whacks came down on his body. Each strike with the wooden sword seemed to break bones or bruised skin. The crowd was speechless as they saw how the situation turned out. Instead of a girl being cut to death by the great merchant group, this girl was beating them with relative ease. The Blossoming Water Palace must be really powerful if even a young girl like this was this strong. Some of the people in the crowd began to cheer as they saw the rude guards being mercilessly beaten. A few would call it deserved justice while others would call it a rude awakening. By the time the two guards were helpless, moaning, groaning, and crying, eventually more guards came to check up on the situation. Seeing the young girl affiliated with the Blossoming Water Palace standing over the bodies of their men with a wicked smile on her face, it didn't take much for them to understand what was going on. They were being attacked. Hu Tao couldn't be happier to see the group of guards coming out with swords. And I thought the Nine Swords sect was all about justice, fairness, and doing the right thing. But it's clear that they are nothing more than hypocrites, no worse than the Golden Serpent sect. All these men and they want to group up on a single girl. Where is your honor? Where is your face? Where is your pride? Hu Tao continued to slander the great merchant group. Shut her up and deal with her. The leader of the guards said to his men. If anyone dares to spread rumors about this, expect a visit from us. He said to the watching crowd. Multiple cultivators from the great merchant group charged at Hu Tao. Hu Tao could barely keep himself from laughing. Cultivators loved their face. They couldn't help but defend their face when it's being attacked and disrespected. Hu Tao used his wooden sword like a club instead of a sword as he dealt with the weaklings. Eventually, the fight moved to inside the inn where Hu Tao was more than happy to spend some of his time destroying the fancy and luxurious interior of the inn. The inn's customers quickly fled as they saw the young girl didn't care if they were involved or not. She destroyed tables, split desks, injured people not involved in her fight. The young girl seemed to only be here to cause chaos and destruction and no one could stop her. The blossoming water palace is the best of the 3 great sects. I'm only an outer disciple but here I am destroying all of the 9 swords sect's disciples. Maybe instead of being a great sect, you should be lowered down to a minor sect instead. Hu Tao trash talked as he kicked a table over. Enough. A voice filled with chi knocked into Hu Tao, forcing him to the ground with its pressure. Hu Tao whistled as he looked around at the amount of damage he caused so far. Pretty damn impressive, he would say. Honestly, he was surprised it took so long for someone worth a damn to come try and stop him. They just kept sending weaklings after weaklings like with enough numbers, he could be stopped or something. He strained to raise his head to look at the strong bastard capable of stopping him for a moment. Damn, I didn't know the 9 Swords sect had pigs as their disciples. Hu Tao cackled at the sight of the big man on top of the stairs. Do you know what you've done? The great merchant group was fine with leaving the blossoming flower alliance out of our fight but now you've done away with all of that. No mercy shall be spared to your group. And you will be the first to die for it. Chi radiated off of his fat body. I didn't start shit fat ass. If you just let me in your inn to eat and drink, none of this would have happened. This bullshit would have never happened at an inn owned by the Heavenly Association. They actually know how to treat their customers. Quit babbling. We always knew that the Blossoming Flower Alliance would try to reap the benefits of our battle with the Golden Demon Association. We just didn't know when you would take action. The fatty threw away her words as nonsense. So what? You think this is the only business being targeted by our Flower Alliance? Say goodbye to all your stores in Swanyan City. We're fucking up everything you got in this city. Hu Tao yelled as he lit a teleportation spell and disappeared from the inn while laughing. Daimon. Get the leader and inform her about the Blossoming Flower Alliance. As soon as possible. The fatty ordered a thin figure dressed in black robes hiding in the shadows. Understood. In a newly built inn, filled to the brim with mortals and cultivators alike, gossip and rumors danced about. The interior was decorated quite well and the atmosphere felt inviting and comfortable for those that entered inside. For those that ate the food and drank the alcohol, there was nothing they could complain about. However, there was something strange about the employees that worked at this inn. It was obvious to anyone that walked into the establishment that it was affiliated with some gang. All of the employees looked like bandits. Scars on their faces or bodies, large muscular builds with hair all over, and intimidating presences that put the average martial artist nervous. Even the women working in the inn weren't exceptions to this. This made several people and martial art groups curious about which group this inn was being sponsored by or affiliated with. Some brave martial artists directly asked the employees this question without fear. The employees always responded with the same answer regardless of which group or cultivator asked. None of your business. They showed the basic amount of respect to all customers and treated no person or group more favorably than another. Unless someone decided to cause trouble inside the inn, customers were treated like customers and there was no problem. Many wished the waiters and employees were better looking while they ate their food and drank, but that was only a few of the complaints the inn received. Despite not sharing which group they were affiliated with, it didn't take much for people to eventually figure out which group was running this inn. There was a special characteristic of this group that wasn't easy to hide no matter what type of business they started. All of the employees looked like bandits and miscreants. The type to start and cause trouble no matter where they went. But surprisingly enough, there were no rumors of the Heavenly Association gangsters mistreating anyone except those that caused trouble at their business locations. As time went on, the people of Swanyan City eventually began to think of people with appearances like those of the Heavenly Association in a positive light. Not to mention, every business location run by them always had great service and amazing products to sell. I heard that the Great Merchant Group and Golden Demon Association don't dare to fight in places owned by the Heavenly Association. Me too. I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that the last time those from the Great Merchant Group and the Golden Demon Association tried causing trouble in a place owned by the Heavenly Association, both groups were beaten black and blue before being thrown outside the business. Why doesn't the Heavenly Association just use this time to wipe out both the Great Merchant Group and Golden Demon Association? If they do that, they'd have more business and less trouble to deal with. It'd certainly make life easier for me. Those two groups don't care when or where and will fight at the sight of each other. I just wish they'd spare weak people like us from their battles. You know half of my house was destroyed from a fight by two members of those groups, right? I don't have any money to pay for repairs. Haven't you heard about the Heavenly Association's home insurance? What the hell is that? If you sign a contract with the Heavenly Association, they'll pay for the repairs of your house in the case of an event where it's destroyed or damaged by things outside of your control. Fire, tornado, cultivators, lightning, and all you have to do is pay a monthly fee for their services. How much is this fee? He squinted his eyes. This sounded too good to be true. It depends on the type of house you have. If you live in the slums, it won't be much because the houses there aren't as valuable as the ones owned by the nobles. I would definitely recommend you sign with the Heavenly Association because you can even keep the leftover money if there is any. This sounds like a scam, man. If this insurance is so good, why aren't more people signing with the Heavenly Association then? Insurance. And that's because no one knows about it. The building is on the outskirts of the city on the opposite end of the entrance to the city. They don't even have people outside the building bringing attention to it like with other businesses owned by the Heavenly Association. Wouldn't it be easy to take advantage of it though? Since the fighting between the Great Merchant Group and the Golden Demon Association is at its peak, everyone would be getting paid, wouldn't they? That is why now is the perfect time to sign with them. I've been trying to bring cultivators over near my home just so that they could fight and possibly destroy my house, but they never come around my place. But I'm not discouraged, it'll happen eventually and then I'll be a rich man. He laughed as he took a deep gulp of beer. Do you think the Heavenly Association has more secret businesses like that insurance one in Swanyan City? Did you know the Heavenly Association built a dojo in the slums? That can't be true. Everyone would be talking about it if it was. No. No. It is true. I've noticed for the past few weeks that a big group of orphans in the slums go to some place every day in the morning. They walk together in a big little group like a bunch of stinky little lost ducklings. Eventually, I decided to pay one of the bigger kids and ask him where do they go every morning. And he told me the Heavenly Association's martial arts dojo. Did you check the place out? Is it only for children? Does it cost money? No, and no. The only thing those orphans are paying is loyalty to the Heavenly Association. The Heavenly Association would give them the opportunity to learn martial arts for free as long as they promise to work for their organization in the future. And those dumb orphans would promise to give away their organs as long as they got the chance to eat every day and learn martial arts like they do now. I should sign my son up for that school then. I haven't seen a single Heavenly Association member that had a bad physique. If my son can get into that school, he'll definitely be able to grow up strong and easily make a living with the Heavenly Association. They accept girls too, don't they? Yes. I saw more than a few girls a part of that orphan group. Are they open right now? I don't know what time the orphans leave the school. I just know that they travel together in the morning in the slums. In a matter of weeks and months, the Heavenly Association slowly but mercilessly eliminated most of their competition within Swanyan City. They left the local businesses alone but took all of the customers from the Great Merchant Group, Golden Demon Association, and Blossoming Flower Alliance. It wasn't difficult at all considering the battle at the time between the three great sects. The innocent mortals and cultivators alike that lived within Swanyan City would rather do their business with a group that seemed to actually care about their well-being and sold reputable products for both the poor and the rich. Since none of the three great sects acted as if they cared about the damage and harm they were bringing to Swanyan City and its populace. Where the three great sects failed, the Heavenly Association stepped in. However, how could the three great sects accept defeat from an unknown opponent that wanted to take advantage of their battle? Where would they put their face as the three great sects of the Evergreen Continent? For a brief period of time, the three great sects put aside their differences to completely destroy the tiny little threat wanting to devour their scraps. Luo Miao, Du Kaijin, and Sun Meijing. The three leaders of the Great Merchant Group, Golden Demon Association, and Blossoming Flower Alliance came together to discuss how exactly would they deal with the Heavenly Association group. Why can't we just destroy all their businesses and kill them? Luo Miao yelled. Believe it or not, the Heavenly Association has some skilled martial artists in their group. Du Kaijin argued. It wouldn't be as simple as that to get rid of them. What did you have in mind? Sun Meijing asked, sensing Kaijin had a plan in mind. We can destroy their businesses, but in a different manner from what you're thinking, Miao. Du Kaijin smirked. What the hell are you talking about, you snake bastard? Just leave it to me for a few weeks. If my plan doesn't work, we can try Meijing's idea next. Oh, and my plan is the last because it's stupid. Is that what you're getting at? A sword-like aura rose from Luo Miao's body. Your plan is last because it has the biggest risks. You haven't even heard that fake bitch's plan. Meijing's plan will still be less risky. Du Kaijin said with confidence. Thank you, Kaijin. Meijing gave a beautiful smile. Whatever. As long as the Heavenly Association is destroyed, I don't give a shit. Luo Miao suddenly stood up and stormed out of the room. An unlikely alliance. In one of the most popular up-and-coming inns owned by the Heavenly Association Group, a group of 3 were having a meal together. Each person wore a robe belonging to a different sect, but they ate together as if they were the best of friends. They were cultivators all affiliated with the 3 great sects peacefully eating together. Even the most oblivious of mortals would be able to realize something was off about them. It hasn't even been a week since the temporary peace treaty between the 3 great sects was enacted. When they entered the inn together, everyone had their eyes on them. At first, the mortals watched them, just waiting for them to break out into a fight before being thrown out of the place by the Heavenly Association Group's guards. But then they saw that they weren't fighting or arguing at all. In fact, they were peacefully coexisting without bothering anyone around them. So, they went back to enjoying their alcohol and meals, but still kept an eye on them from the corner of their eyes. This was especially true for the guards and workers of the inn, who were eyeing the trio like hawks, just waiting for them to make some sort of commotion to throw them out. While those from the Heavenly Association weren't allowed in the businesses of the 3 great sects after their peace treaty, the Heavenly Association did not disallow those from the 3 great sects to stop spending their money at their businesses. They just increased the number of warriors and cultivators at their businesses. The one-eyed cook was informed on the order of the trio and squinted his one good eye at them before stretching his bones. His name was Pete, Single-Eyed Pete. Back in the day during his youth, he joined a bandit gang and, on their travels, he would be the one stuck with cooking duty since he was the youngest. If his meals weren't up to stuff, he would be beaten black and blue by his fellow brothers all at once. And in a group with dozens of men, after his first collective beating, Pete never wanted to go through it again. He practiced for hours every day to improve the quality of his cooking, no matter what state the ingredients were in. Now he was the head cook of a fairly famous inn with the same bastards that beat him till he cried and even took his eye. Pete was going to cook this meal to perfection, and he dared those pompous sect bastards to make a single complaint about his cooking. If they made even a peep, Pete and his best friend, Cleaving Pete, would fly out of this damn kitchen and chop them to pieces. Making a peep was exactly what these 3 disciples were ordered to do by Du Kaijin. They weren't the only ones from the 3 great sects that planned to cause some trouble at a business run by the Heavenly Association. Hundreds of people were put up to this. Today and for the next few weeks, the reputation that the Heavenly Association Group has been stealing from the 3 great sects would be decisively destroyed to the ground. Once their customers realize how horrible of a group the Heavenly Association is, they'll be running back to the businesses of the 3 great sects. The Heavenly Association Group could only blame themselves for bringing this destruction upon themselves. If they knew what was good for them, they'd do what any other merchant group would do when doing business in the same place as the 3 great sects. They would have placed themselves under one of the 3 before giving a major share of their profits to them for protection from other groups. How dare the Heavenly Association Group attempt to place itself on the same standing as the 3 great sects? A lowly group that came from who knows where. 5 minutes after making their order, the trio began to loudly disturb those around them by complaining. What is taking so long? Our order couldn't have been that complicated, right? Are the cooks hired by the Heavenly Association, this inept? If I made this order at one of the inns owned by the 3 great sects, I would have already had it here by now. The trio continued to badmouth the place and sing praises of the inns owned by the 3 great sects all by themselves. No other store patron contributed to their act and just stared at them. They expected at least some whispering or murmuring by this point, but there was only silence until their order was finally placed on their table. The smell teasingly flowed into their nostrils, making their mouths water. Out of the 3, there wasn't a single person who didn't want to instantly dive into their meal, but they had a mission to do. A mission that was simply more than insulting the inn and complimenting the inns owned by the 3 great sects. With all the willpower they could muster, the 3 put their plan into action. All 3 of the trio simultaneously shouted as each of them found something repulsive inside their food. A cockroach? And it's not even cooked but still alive. Why is there a long strand of hair in my noodles? Truly unbelievable. I could have sworn I didn't order someone's nails with my meal. You fucking little bastards, I'll cut you to pieces and cook you into one of my dishes. Let me fucking go, you bastards. I'll kill every single last one of them. That scream from the kitchen startled the entire inn. Multiple people in the kitchen could be seen collectively holding down someone wearing a chef's hat and apron by the waist. In his hand was a cleaver larger than a wooden barrel, silver and stainless, but thirsty for blood. Thankfully, to the desperate efforts of the kitchen staff, the head chef was subdued before he could unleash his rage upon the trio. A well-dressed but malnourished and stick-like child soon walked over to the trio. I apologize that your experience at our establishment has been less than ideal. As an apology from us to you, we will not charge you for your meal, and at your next visit, if you so wish, you will be given a free discount for half off for any one meal. His voice was soft and weak but polite and firm. You think this will be over with just a discount? I almost ate someone's hair because of you. Truly distasteful. The boy kept his waist bowed and head down as the trio unleashed their spittle upon him. This is an outrage. The Golden Serpent Sect disciple pulled out his blade that shined with a glint. Give me one good reason to not go back there and chop that shitty chef into two for showing such disrespect toward us. We at the Heavenly Association may tolerate false rumors against us, but insults to the character of our staff is not something we allow. Nor do we allow customers to incite or cause violence within our stores. The small child's body slowly began to grow in mass. His shoulders, chest, arms, legs, there was no part of him that didn't grow. The boy's uniform ripped and tore in several places since it couldn't accommodate his growing size. By the time he was finished, he could swallow the previous version of himself with a hug and break him to pieces. His eyes were whited out as if he was unconscious, but the boy was still bowing. You're threatening me? A filthy peasant that's nothing more than just a lowly servant to some unknown group. The Golden Serpent Sect disciple swung down his sword without mercy to decapitate the boy. The sword was effortlessly caught in the boy's hand before being broken in half with just 2 of his fingers. You were warned, dear customers. At the exact moment the disciple struck with his sword, multiple guards moved into attack. Guards that looked very similar to the young boy with white eyes and hulking figures. It took less than a second for them to subdue the trio from the 3 great sects with their powerful berserker strength. They were knocked out and instantly thrown out next to the dumpster next to the inn. If any other bastards get any ideas, that's what will be waiting for you too. One of the guards yelled with a wide grin on his face. The inn's patrons loudly cheered after watching the entertaining show. They knew how good the services and business were at the Heavenly Association stores compared to the 3 great sects. Perhaps if this laughable play was made before the people of Swanyan City realized the differences between the Heavenly Association group businesses and the 3 great sects, it might have worked. However, the damage was already done. The populace of Swanyan City understood just how they were looked at by the 3 great sects compared to the Heavenly Association. It would take a very long time for the mortals of Swanyan City to trust those from the 3 great sects after it was made obviously clear to them that none of the big sects cared about their well-being. Their property, livelihoods, and health were of no concern to those from the Golden Serpent Sect, 9 Swords Sect, or the Blossoming Water Palace. However, the Heavenly Association group cared about them to the point where it seemed rather excessive and suspicious. At one point when the battles between the 3 great sects reached their peak, skilled medical doctors would set up temporary clinics to treat anyone unaffiliated with the big sects for free. Of course, not without mentioning strange things such as health insurance, home insurance, life insurance, and even something that sounded perfect for merchants called travel insurance. Although travel insurance was advertised by the Heavenly Association group, it was still recommended for traveling merchants that did business across cities to simply pay for the escort services run by the Heavenly Association, Guardian Angels. It wasn't guaranteed that even with the Guardian Angels that a merchant's merchandise would be safe. Both mortals and cultivators alike flocked to these strange businesses made by the Heavenly Association group that seemed to only care about their well-being and their money. At first, it was as if the Heavenly Association wanted nothing more than to swallow all of their money, but as time went on people began to realize it wasn't just a sell-and-take relationship with the group. The Heavenly Association group was more than willing to hire mortals and cultivators within Swanyan City as long as they weren't found to be connected to either of the 3 great sects. Orphans from the slums, disabled elderly that had trouble doing basic tasks, people lacking any credentials, work history, or anything. It seemed like no matter who you were, as long as you weren't affiliated with the 3 great sects, there was a job available for you somewhere in the Heavenly Association group and they would be willing to pay you fairly for your work. This completely infuriated the 3 great sects because the Heavenly Association turned them into the city's villains without even trying. Humph. We should have just done this from the start. Luo Miao smirked. I didn't realize how we were seen by those from Swanyan City. Du Kaijin hung his head in shame. Well, hopefully with this, we'll understand just who's really supporting the Heavenly Association. Mei Jing smiled, covering her face with a fan. Humph. How could they possibly withstand the assault of the 3 great sects all at once? Even if it was the Tian Kingdom, they would be helpless before our combined might. Luo Miao couldn't wait to get started. Suffering an unexpected loss. Praise Buddha, even I wasn't expecting something as barbaric as this, Abhaya muttered. We slapped their faces a little too hard and too often, hey. Hu Tao cackled in amusement as he heard the news. A subordinate was crouched on the ground bowing to the 2 after relaying the information. He didn't think they could avoid being wiped out. They were playing a dangerous game from the beginning. Perhaps, it was only a matter of time before they were wiped out like this. If we pull out, all of our efforts in Swanyan City will have been for nothing. However, if we fight back, it won't do well for us either. Abhaya was troubled. Abhaya always knew that the 3 great sects had a limit to how often they could be slapped in the face and taken advantage of. He just didn't expect them to throw their face entirely out the window and do something like this. In fact, Abhaya had a feeling that Swanyan City will be completely buried within the next few months. If the 3 great sects win, their Heavenly Association would be buried with it. It's not like this place is special or anything. If shit didn't work out, we can always start up new somewhere else. We still got a shitload of good shit from my woman's forest. You know how valuable that stuff is. Anyone anywhere would buy that stuff in bulk. Hu Tao casually leaned back on his desk. If it was up to him, he'd have an all-out war with the bastards destroying his businesses. The war wouldn't end until his side was killed or their side was killed. It was only thanks to Jing that things didn't progress down that route. After he informed her about the attacks on several of their businesses, she gave him one order. Don't show them our full capabilities. In other words, Hu Tao couldn't lead his men openly and start kicking ass all over this damn city. If he wanted to start some trouble, he would need to kill everyone involved so that no news would spread of their strength. But Abhaya also reminded him that the absence of information is also evidence of information. Abhaya had no doubt that information on their organization was already shared with the top elders of the three great sects. This information would also be something that was shared weekly or even daily back with their main sects. If that information suddenly stops coming in, that means something has gone wrong, and if they see that their Heavenly Association group is still up and running while the three great sects in Swanyan City have disappeared, they'll know that their organization is strong enough to compete with the three great sects combined. Whether that be with power, finance, or strategy, regardless, it would be a fact that the Heavenly Association group defeated the three great sects. Yes. Running away would be the best choice, however, I'm afraid with how big this attack was on our businesses, the three great sects might not allow us to escape. Huh? So not only do they want to destroy my shit, take my money, ruin my fun, they also want to fuck me to death. Hu Tao's chi burst from his body. If it was up to them, yes. But, if they truly want to annihilate us, they'll have to pay a heavy price if I have anything to do with it. Abhaya's black pupils temporarily turned light green along with a comforting slow release of chi from his body. I'll leave it to you then. If there's anything fun, make sure to let me know. Oh, and you can leave now. Hu Tao told the subordinate still kneeling. Yes, boss. He immediately made himself sparse. If everything goes wrong, you'll have all the fun in the world near the end, boss. Abhaya promised. I can't wait. Hu Tao loudly laughed. Why do I have a feeling those prideful bastards are going to try and chew us to death? Aren't they afraid of getting indigestion? I'll be heading out now to deal with everything. Abhaya bowed as he left Hu Tao's office. We're relocating. Hu Tao sent Jing a message on the special talisman she gave him. Smart choice. Don't forget, that part of the immortal forest is the key. With that place, you won't ever run out of money. Jing responded back. If a really strong bastard shows up, am I supposed to just let him take it? Hu Tao mentioned one of the concerns he had. Don't worry. I've set up necessary defenses for people like that. All you need to do is gather, defend, and sell. You did. Yes. What if I wanted a secret cut of the profits to share with myself or my boys? I expected you were using some of the products in the forest to strengthen the group in the first place. I'm surprised to hear you haven't. Well, I have, but not my men. Hu Tao admitted. A great leader is only as great as the people that follow them. Don't be foolish and hoard all the good stuff for yourself, otherwise you might be replaced sooner than you think. Jing threatened. Replaced? Babe. Who could replace me? You're not talking to other men while I'm out here working my ass off for you, right? You know I'm only doing all this for you because I love you and want to start a family with you, right? What a shame. Was Jing's only reply. Hey. 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 I'll kill him, you know. I will show up and find out if you're messing around with other men as my woman. There were no further replies from Jing no matter how often Hu Tao messaged her. With a dissatisfied expression, Hu Tao promised to visit the Golden Serpent sect in disguise and find out the son of a bitch trying to take his woman. As soon as he's done dealing with the three great sects here and the Heavenly Association is properly set up in a new city, he'll visit the sect. That just pissed him off. Now, he was really hoping the three great sects would attempt to wipe out his group. It took a couple of weeks before all the stores and businesses associated with the Heavenly Association group were all packed up and ready to leave. News and rumors spread instantly regarding the closing of multiple Heavenly Association businesses. Agitation, unwillingness, sadness, and anger filled the hearts of those living inside Swanyan City. Once they heard that the Heavenly Association was being forced out of Swanyan City because of the attacks by the three great sects, everyone wanted nothing more than the sects to leave instead. Ah, yes. Our group will be relocating to Cloud Dragon City due to the damages received from the three great sects. We apologize for having to close so soon, but we don't have a choice in this matter. An employee politely but sadly informed the crowd of people outside his business. Those sect bastards. Someone angrily cried out. Why can't they just leave instead? What's going to happen to my insurance? I heard they plan to give a full refund to everyone that purchased health, home, and life insurance since they won't be here anymore. What about our jobs? Will we have to move to Cloud Dragon City with our families, or are we just shit out of luck and lost the best jobs of our lives? An infuriated worker who wasn't initially a part of the Heavenly Association asked. I'm sorry things have come to this thanks to the three great sects, but it is out of our hands. However, if you and your family are willing to move, we have no problem letting you keep your job with us. All Heavenly Association stores will be giving their employees extra pay for this inconvenience caused by the three great sects. I would recommend using it to help move your family to Cloud Dragon City if you wish to keep your job with us. The boss of an architecture company run by the Heavenly Association relayed. Are we going to have to go back to living on the streets now, Master? A small orphan from the Heavenly Association's martial arts dojo asked. No. You all are officially a part of our Heavenly Association. You and any family of yours will be coming with us if you so choose. Teacher Crimson Blood explained. We can keep eating free meals and learning martial arts, brother. An orphan asked his older sibling. Yes. The Heavenly Association won't throw us away like everyone else. The older sibling hid his tears as his loyalty for the Heavenly Association rose like a blazing fire. Once the Heavenly Association was ready to leave Swanyan City, more than half of the city's residents planned to leave with them. Thousands of faithful and dedicated customers couldn't bear to stay in a place that would rather favor the service and business of the three great sects over the Heavenly Association. Of course, how could the city lord of Swanyan City allow his precious residents just up and leave like this? His livelihood would be directly impacted by this and his city would never recover from a hit like this. The city lord and his soldiers combined with the disciples of the three great sects stood at the gate of Swanyan City. It seemed they weren't letting any residents of the city leave on their watch while leaving those initially from the Heavenly Association group alone. This caused an annoying problem for Abhaya, who wasn't expecting them to have no pride at all. It looks like even the major sects can be so shameless. This problem really had nothing to do with their Heavenly Association, but at the same time, it had everything to do with their group. For weeks now, their group has been talking about moving to Cloud Dragon City. The extra pay given to their employees was for the sole purpose of allowing those to purchase property in Cloud Dragon City or set up temporary residences in inns. But it looks like to stop them from having any decent start at all in Cloud Dragon City, the three great sects intended to hold these residents hostage and continue sucking their money and manpower from them regardless of whether they wanted to leave or not. You don't control us. We're free to move and leave if we wish. We are not your slaves. You can't stop us from leaving. Who do you think you are? Silence. A chi-filled shout hushed all the riled up mortals and weaker cultivators. Did you ants truly believe you had any sort of freedom? Have you forgotten your position? We divine immortals are your gods and you are simply here to serve us. You should be grateful. You should be content with serving us for the rest of your lives. What greater joy can there be for a mortal than to make sure their gods are happy? Du Kaijin shouted. Hey, look at the mouth on this guy. A voice chuckled. I thought I was the best guy under the heavens, but with the way he's talking, maybe I'm outmatched. He laughed. Who dares? Du Kaijin instantly spotted the bare-chested figure in the crowd. Heavenly Association, let's get out of here. Hu Tao ignored the core-staged cultivator and all of his men began moving together. Boss, are we really? Monkey, leader of the third group of the Heavenly Association, questioned. Yab. What can we do? They didn't say we couldn't leave, just the residents of Swanyan City. This has nothing to do with us. Hu Tao smiled. Seeing that smile was all that those from the Heavenly Association needed to see. It wasn't the type of smile that showed indifference. It was a smile that promised violence, chaos, and brutality. The residents of Swanyan City had nothing to worry about if their boss was smiling like that. They might be leaving now, but the Heavenly Association would soon be giving back exactly what was given to them. Although upset and angry, the residents of Swanyan City understood that the Heavenly Association really had no choice. They were surrounded by the disciples of all three great sects and the city lord's soldiers. It would be suicidal if they did try raising a fuss over a bunch of mortals like them. The residents were brought back inside the city as the Heavenly Association group left. A stress reliever. Things have developed in an interesting manner over there, Jing messaged after receiving info from Hu Tao. Not even Jing could guess that the three great sects would react like this for such a small town. Perhaps it's because it's such a small town that they're willing to throw away their face like this. Maybe they think they can easily suppress and hide any news from coming out about it. They haven't tried to eliminate you, yet. Jing asked. Funny you mentioned that. My scouts just found a small army in wait for us just up ahead. How much fun can I have? These bastards have been pissing me off for quite a while, you know, babe? I need some type of release and won't accept an answer like, no fun at all. Here's what you do, Jing sent him the plan. It looks like I was still underestimating Lord Jing's capabilities, Abhaya muttered in amazement. My woman is the greatest in the world after all. Hu Tao proudly boasted. Will you be going ahead, yourself? There's no one better. Haha. Hu Tao cackled. Have the group leaders lead the backup path through the forest while you go back to the city and meet up with her. Understood. Abhaya nodded. Monkey. Rhino. Tiger. Plan B is in effect immediately. Head out. Abhaya shouted. Yes. They responded back with a riling shout of their own. The Heavenly Association split off into the dense forest of the Immortal Forest. Is everything okay? One of the orphans felt that something was wrong. Believe in the Heavenly Association. An older orphan comforted him. They have never let us down. Hu Tao took out his precious log gifted to him by his woman as a fierce burst of water shot out from his back, launching him forward. Abhaya smiled as he saw his boss disappear into the distance. Abhaya muttered a Buddhist chant before his eyes turned emerald green and a giant white feathered wing grew from out of his back. It flapped slowly, allowing Abhaya to gain some air from the ground before increasing in speed and flying through the air. Straight back to Swanyan City. It didn't take long for Hu Tao to reach the ambush spot pointed out by his scouts. Without any mercy or hesitation, Hu Tao crashed in the middle of the hiding cultivators with his log and smashed several men to a pulp. Immediately after killing a dozen men, a ring of water shot out from Hu Tao's midsection, killing multiple more cultivators with ease. Enemy attack! Someone cried out. It's only one man. The leader of the Heavenly Association. It's the leader. Hu Tao's log didn't discriminate against gender, age, or sect. It smashed, crushed, and shattered any cultivator slow enough to get hit by it. Blood, guts, and other internal objects splattered all over Hu Tao and his thick log. It was wider and longer than the biggest of men, boasting enough power to compete with the strongest of spirit weapons despite simply looking like a log. Didn't you fucks want to chew me to pieces? Come on. Now's your chance. The leader of the Heavenly Association is right here. Kill me and there is no Heavenly Association anymore. Hu Tao loudly proclaimed. That was a lie, but Hu Tao didn't see the need to tell them that. Hu Tao was having a lot of fun releasing some of the stress these bastards built for him. Killing their men was only fair for the amount of money they caused him to lose. It was also a lot of fun killing them. Seeing that no one powerful stood up, Hu Tao continued to decimate the disciples of the three great sects. With his log, it usually only took one swing to kill an enemy. It looks like they sent their weak bastards and thought that numbers would be enough to wipe out his group. Hu Tao was honestly impressed with how fucking stupid they were. They not only looked down on the Heavenly Association in business tactics, but they also looked down on their strength. Shouldn't that stupid bitch from the Nine Swords sect know how strong he was after killing her assassin? Whatever. Hu Tao kept killing with ease until he saw a few of the bastards start retreating. Hey! Where are you guys going? Two black-red clones jumped out from Hu Tao's shadow. Those two shadows individually split into two pairs, and from those shadows, they split more until their numbers nearly matched the disciples of the three great sects. All of the shadows ran on all fours like a giant wolf pack. They sped off into the distance until the enemy was completely surrounded. With cocky grins on their faces, they began stretching their bones, daring them to try and flee. As this was going on, Hu Tao didn't stop his massacre. The previous lively brown log was now completely dark red, red puddles flowed across the forest ground, and burnt corpses littered the battlefield. Out of all the disciples, none seemed to be a match for Hu Tao. Either individually or together. Hu Tao didn't discriminate based on which sect the disciples were from. Nine Swords sect, Golden Serpent sect, Blossoming Water Palace, all of them were equal in his eyes. All deserved to die. Enough. An unfamiliar voice flowed into Hu Tao's ears. Who the hell are you? Hu Tao looked at the unknown core-staged disciple. Someone who's about to kill the leader of the Heavenly Association. He unsheathed his sword and rushed toward Hu Tao. Oh, you're a little fast. Hu Tao blocked his dashing slash with his log. But shouldn't you worry about them instead? Hu Tao gestured with his head to the dying disciples around them. Once he spotted the leader of this ambush, he ordered his clones to continue killing the disciples. Hu Tao figured it would be fine if his strength was revealed to the three great sects. However, the strength of his men couldn't be exposed whatsoever. His woman frequently told him the core of an organization lied in how its most common members were handled. Hu Tao took that as if he took care of his men, they'd take care of him. Simple as that. And it seems to be working out pretty fucking well since he hasn't met any traitorous bastards yet. The faster I kill you, the faster those things will disappear. He understood. You're smart too. Hu Tao complimented. But what if I don't want to fight you? He grinned. Why you, coward? He cursed. Hu Tao began to avoid and dodge the sword strikes of the core stage disciple, using the softness of water to counter the hardness of his attacks. The disciple's sword was either deflected, avoided, or absorbed by Hu Tao's water chi. No matter how enraged he got, how impatient and furious he grew, his attacks couldn't land a decisive blow on Hu Tao. All around him, he could only hear the screams of the disciples. A sharp crack echoed out as Hu Tao laughed. Hey now, I can tell you're worried about the wrong thing, buddy. Hu Tao just broke the leader's leg with a kick. You should be focusing on taking the head of the leader of the Heavenly Association. Not some weaklings that couldn't help you even if they wanted. He stood over him. Dumbass. You're right, a bubble-shaped chi barrier suddenly expanded from out of his body. Hu Tao was caught within the man's chi domain. Swords began to grow from the ground like weeds before shooting up into the air. Dozens of swords turned to hundreds and then hundreds turned into thousands. All around him, Hu Tao was surrounded by sharp metal swords pointed straight at him. Boring. I thought I was going to see something fucking cool. Hu Tao clicked his tongue. My first time being trapped inside someone's chi domain and it's by a lame fuck like you. Hu Tao's disappointment couldn't be higher. The core stage disciple allowed his anger to lead him. The infinite number of swords flew at Hu Tao as if they had a will of their own. Just before they reached Hu Tao, they suddenly split apart. Now, the swords could attack from any angle, at any speed, any time they wanted. An attack like this was impossible to avoid. The core-staged disciple watched as Hu Tao was skewered by hundreds of swords. Fluids shot out from his body and stained the ground. Uncontrollable laughter began to spill out from the core-staged disciple once he saw this sight. I did it, his laughter increased in volume. I killed the leader of the Heavenly Association. The swords spiraled around him, mimicking his joy. Until, they disappeared and he dropped to the ground helpless, completely drained of his chi with his leg still broken badly. The bone was sharply sticking out of his leg, walking on it was impossible. But, that didn't matter because he won. He killed the leader of the Heavenly Association group. Next time, you should keep your eyes open when you are killing someone. Hu Tao suddenly sat on top of the weakened cultivator. How? His body shivered in disbelief and fear. What's the point of telling a dead man my secrets? Hu Tao asked back. Spar. Splurt. His head cracked open like a watermelon. The smell of blood, organs, and overcooked flesh flowed into Hu Tao's nostrils. An unbelievable number of bodies surrounded him as a terrifying smile slowly formed on Hu Tao's face. Now, this was a good stress reliever. He would have been happier if they sent someone strong enough to make him go all out. It was one of the rare times where Hu Tao could truly let loose without anything holding him back. Oh well. Maybe that bastard thinking of taking my woman will be fun to kill. Hu Tao hasn't forgotten his visit to the Golden Serpent sect. Jing's useful pawn. Were you sent by Lord Jing? Abhaya asked the handsome blonde sitting outside Swanyan City. That's right. Are you Hu Tao's right-hand man? He asked back. Correct. Abhaya tried measuring the strength of the beautiful man but couldn't sense anything at all. It was as if he was just a regular mortal. Welp, let's get started then. All you need to do is plant these 4 talismans at the edges of Swanyan City and I'll handle the rest. He hopped down from the tree with ease. There's nothing else you need me to do. Abhaya was confused. It sounded too simple and easy. Nope. Have fun at Cloud Dragon City Vice Leader Abhaya. He casually waved with a glistening smile. What is your name? Abhaya's single wing began to flap as he slowly took air. You can call me Wen. I guess I'm the leader of Heaven's Angels Intelligence Squad. You'd probably be a part of the commercial or business squad. Wen laughed. But that's something I just made up. Jing hasn't officially given my job a name. Actually, I'm not even sure if I'm in Heaven's Angels yet. He laughed even harder. I see, Abhaya muttered a silent prayer for the young man who seemed a little off in the head before flying off. Wen stared at the single-winged little bald monk flying into the distance in amazement. Joining Jing helped him see all sorts of new strange sights. Honestly, it was liberating how free he could be now. Thanks to her gifting him Jester's infinite cloning, he could clone himself multiple times over. Of course, duplicating did come at a heavy cost but that cost was negated by Jing's seemingly infinite wealth and resources. To duplicate himself, Wen needed to sacrifice 100% of his chi. After doing so, he'd be so drained of energy and strength, he would instantly fall unconscious. Wen had the duplicates take care of him during those periods. In the Golden Serpent sect, sometimes it wasn't even safe to fall asleep in one's own home. Usually, nothing would happen to a disciple. But if a disciple was known to stir up trouble or catch the attention of the wrong type of person, nowhere would be safe. However, Wen didn't have an issue like that. Over the course of the last several months after joining Jing, his presence at the sect has basically reduced to nothing. He was pretty happy about it. Before meeting Jing, his life was nothing but cultivating, fighting, and keeping face for his master. A dull life that Wen didn't enjoy in the slightest. What was so fun about fighting and defending one's pride all the time? There were better things in life to enjoy. Like women, gambling, wasting money, eating tasty food, ultimately living life in luxury and leisure. With Jester's infinite cloning, Wen's life got 100 times easier. While most of his time was off collecting information and doing errands for Jing, at the same time it wasn't at all because of his clones. His clones could handle his chores, training, and anything else he didn't want to do while he would do what he wanted to do. Even now, this version of Wen was nothing but a clone. Jing even agreed it would be best if the original Wen stayed at the sect and lounged around instead of doing tasks for her because the clones couldn't make clones. Only the original Wen could make clones. Guess it's time to get to work. Wen stretched his arms and gave off a long yawn as he took out a talisman. The talisman lit up with a purple flame and soon burned to ash as multiple bright lights appeared around Wen. Instantly, several dozen men and women of all ages, sizes, and clothes took the places of the bright lights. Wen grinned as he saw the movement spell he got from Jing work its charm. All of these people were clones just like him. Jester's infinite cloning didn't allow the user to change their appearance. The reason why they all looked different was because of the strange mask given to him by Jing. This spirit tool could mask him from the world around him for the most part. Besides changing his appearance, it could also mask his footsteps, chi, presence, and apparently even his soul according to Jing. Wen didn't understand it or how it functioned, but it seemed the effects of the spirit tool worked even for his clones. Alright, everyone takes one. Wen, the first clone, began passing out talismans different from the ones he gave Abhaya. Man, do we really got act like bandits and gangsters? A clone whined as he changed his face. I don't know, I think it'll be fun. Haven't you ever just wanted to act like absolute trash? A female clone giggled. This town looks too damn big. It's going to take forever to hand these out to the people that want to go to Cloud Dragon City. An elderly clone sighed with one hand behind his back, his figure hunched over. Let's get going, and remember, stealth and speed are of the essence. Wen relayed to the clones. Yet, the clones vanished with surprising speed as they headed inside Swanyan City. Passing out the talismans wasn't as simple of a task as the clones thought it would be. First, they had to do it all under the watchful eyes of the three great sects. If any discussions about the Heavenly Association group were being discussed in the presence of the three great sects, the offenders would be violently beaten or even killed under certain circumstances. If the sects got their hands on one of the talismans, Wen wasn't sure if it would be possible for them to find out its purpose or not. So, Wen thought it was better to be safe than sorry. Instead of handing the talismans out until all the people who wanted to leave Swanyan City, the clones decided to find out who wanted to leave first and keep track of their information until the decisive day. Second, it was impossible to keep rumors from spreading. Eventually, the three great sects did hear rumors of a way to leave Swanyan City and gained knowledge of the mysterious new residents that haven't been seen before. Multiple disciples were posted at every possible exit and entrance of Swanyan City as a safety precaution to prevent anyone from having thoughts of leaving. Any merchants or wanderers trying to enter the city were heavily questioned and taxed. Third, convincing the residents of Swanyan City that their claims were real and they were a part of the Heavenly Association group. At first, no one was willing to believe the clones and thought it was simply a trick by the three great sects to punish anyone still on the side of the Heavenly Association. To get around this, Wen started spreading rumors amongst themselves and simply let the residents of Swanyan City hear them. This sprouted hope within the trapped residents of the city. The truly desperate began to hunt down the source of these rumors for themselves to see if they were really true. And it was these desperate people that helped Wen's objective move forward. Clones met with these people and gave it to them straight about their purpose in Swanyan City. They wanted to help those who wanted to leave Swanyan City, but they couldn't get caught by the three great sects or the entire plan might go up in smoke. I won't tell a soul. A resident bowed. No. Please tell others like yourself. We want to help as many people as we can. The Heavenly Association is not afraid of trouble, but we are afraid of losing loyal customers and employees. Just make sure to avoid letting the three great sects catch you. If you wish to get in contact with us, just remember the code. A clone told the resident. Why yes. I'll help any way I can. Tou bowed even deeper despite his bad back and crippled leg. Tou's family was saved because of the Heavenly Association. After being severely wounded because of a battle between two immortals, it was impossible for Tou to find a job to provide for his family. All hope seemed to be lost for Tou as he was repeatedly rejected from job to job because of his disability. If he couldn't find a job to take care of his wife and children, either his wife would be forced to sell her body for other men or his 10-year-old son would have to become the man of the house. But then, the Heavenly Association arrived into town, and with their arrival came an influx of jobs for all sorts of people. At first, Tou didn't believe the rumors at all because of how often he was rejected for his disability. It was only when he saw with his own two eyes a one-armed man working as a carpenter for the Heavenly Association group. The man held processed wood over his shoulder with a smile on his face and happily laughed with his co-workers who didn't seem to discriminate against him because of his injury. Tou no longer hesitated because of the rumors. He searched several Heavenly Association businesses until he found one that worked perfectly with his injuries. He worked as a sales agent for the Heavenly Association Group's life insurance store. The store was called Heaven's Blessing, and all he had to do was help people get life insurance or answer questions regarding their life insurance. It was the best job he's ever had in his 40 years of living in this world. He was treated like a normal human being by his boss and co-workers instead of being looked down on and mistreated. Sure, Sometimes there was a customer that was angry because they still didn't understand how life insurance worked, but there are customers like that in every business. However, how Tou was treated was negligent in comparison to how well he was paid by the Heavenly Association. Literally, his working conditions could be the most inhumane conditions ever and he would still work for the Heavenly Association for the pay he was given. I won't let you down. Tou promised as he hobbled as quickly as he could to the bar he frequented. He had to tell everyone about this opportunity as soon as possible. A very useful pawn indeed. Over the course of multiple days, eventually, Wen and his many clones passed out all the talismans they had to the residents of Swanyan City. Out of the original number of clones, completing this task wiped their numbers out by more than 75%. To keep their origins a secret, any captured or caught clones committed suicide since their lives were completely replaceable. Swanyan City was not a large city. To complete a task like this in complete secrecy was impossible in the first place since the clones needed to rely on people other than themselves. A majority of the clones that got caught were simply due to the residents of Swanyan City not being careful enough around the three great sects. This leaked the news of some organization going against the three great sects and further increased the surveillance inside Swanyan City. Daily nightly hunts were made by the three great sects in hopes of capturing this opposing force, but the information network made by the clones was not to be underestimated. Any new information gained by a clone could be instantly shared with all other clones and the original once they've died. This unexpected benefit was exploited immensely by Wen once he found out about it. Depending on the urgency and importance of certain information, a clone could choose to instantly take their own life in order to benefit the group as a whole. Not to mention, it could be used to further increase Wen's training. If others were said to train at a rate of 80 or 70%, Wen would be dozens on top of dozens of times faster than that. Wen was confident in saying that besides Jing herself and maybe the sealed Hu Tao, he was the strongest angel around. Even though he was nothing more than a pacifist now, Wen was still quite proud of his unfairly gained strength. Whether it be mental skills or physical ones, Wen was training them all. The art of war through trying to win 100 games of chess in a row, raising his martial arts to the completion realm, cooking, painting, sculpting, arrays, blacksmithing, sewing, and any other skills he could get his hands on. Trying to absorb all this knowledge and skills forced Wen into changing his core martial arts multiple times, but Wen didn't regret it in the slightest because each clone could practice a new set of martial arts. Eventually, he'll gain knowledge of hundreds upon hundreds of martial arts in the near future. Mastering any martial arts he comes across will be as simple as taking a single look through the directions and utilizing his past experiences to comprehend them instantly. After sharing this information with Jing, Wen's role in Heaven's Angel became 1,000 times more significant. He would be the lead instructor for all future members, even the core angels. Instructing them on cultivation when they need it, instructing the newest members of Heaven's Angels, and bolstering the strength and skills of its members. His knowledge and the ability to pass on that knowledge were too powerful to be ignored or wasted. Jing didn't give him a chance to waste this ability. His experience and knowledge would be used for their group if he wanted to continue living the idle life he had now. Wen had no reason to refuse. His clones would do all the teaching for the most part. In fact, a few of his clones were already being sent to Cloud Dragon City in order to support the Heavenly Association businesses. Honestly, it didn't matter where the clones were sent, Wen didn't believe that they would have any trouble teaching the members on account of ability. He was the senior disciple of his old master, so it wasn't like he had no experience in teaching and leading others. I believe that's everyone. An elder grandma disguised clone wiped the sweat off her forehead. Let's activate the array and then get out of here. I'm tired of dying, you know. I'm just grateful it's so quick and painless. Wen, the first clone to arrive at Swanyan City, activated the array that surrounded Swanyan City. Thanks to Hu Tao's right-hand man, it didn't take any effort at all on Wen's part in setting them up. Abhaya placed them on the first day of their task and left immediately after just like he was asked. Now, the movement array created by Jing began to come into play. All those that held the talismans passed out by the clones began disappearing from Swanyan City one by one. Wandering cultivators that enjoyed the benefits of being associated with the Heavenly Association group, mortals originally from Swanyan City that enjoyed the service given to them by the Heavenly Association group, and spies from the three great sects that managed to steal talismans from residents who weren't sneaky enough. The clones all cheered in joy for completing their task before committing suicide. Wen, the original back at the Golden Serpent sect, immediately started practicing his cultivation technique to combat the mass amount of knowledge pouring into his brain. He sent one of his duplicates off to tell Jing that he completed his latest task with few issues but nothing that couldn't be taken care of by the Heavenly Association along with the clones sent to aid them. I told those damn clones to not die at the same time when there's so many of them, Wen complained as he continued to cultivate. Did we really escape? A former resident of Swanyan City questioned. I knew I shouldn't have ever doubted the Heavenly Association. A wandering cultivator exclaimed. Wow, this city is far bigger than Swanyan City. Multiple buildings taller than even some of the huge trees in the immortal forest lied in front of the massive group of people. In the distance, they could see dozens of people wandering the streets, vendors selling their products, people walking in and out of buildings, and the wonder of a big city. Their first instinct was to explore, but a small cough gathered their attention. "Alright you bastards, follow behind me to the auction hall, and don't wander off unless you want your head cracked in," a rather tall and muscular woman threatened. However, the crowd was quite pleased and happy to hear the bandit-like tone from the woman. To them, that voice was nothing other than the pleasing voice of those from the Heavenly Association group. They'd be less willing to follow if they were spoken to like nobles and cultivators. Smiles filled the faces of those from Swanyan City as they followed behind the annoyed bandit woman happily chatting along. "Damn weirdos. Why'd I have to get stuck bringing them to HQ?" she muttered under her breath. The large group was soon brought into the auction hall owned by the Heavenly Association group. It was the first store of their group in Cloud Dragon City and would spearhead a majority of their earnings inside the city. Of course, they had some competition with the famously known Chimerical Chambers auction hall that everyone inside and around Cloud Dragon City knew of, but this wasn't a challenge that the Heavenly Association was afraid of taking on. In a few months or years, it would be their heavenly treasures that everyone knew of. I don't have any information on ye." "Wait a fucking second, alright." A man that was too large for his own good got up from the tiny seat and whispered into the ears of someone. The spy from the Nine Swords sect squinted his eyes as he saw this. Was it possible that the Heavenly Association managed to extract information from everyone that worked with them? Perhaps it was foolish to use a fake name in an attempt to infiltrate the Heavenly Association. But why would such a group require to know of all of its members to such an extent? "Just to make sure, you aren't some lost bastard from Cloud Dragon City that wandered in here, are ye?" he came over to ask. "Agu. Is that bad?" The Nine Swords sect disciple quickly changed his story as he saw some of his associates being brought to a separate room. "Damn stupid bastard making my work harder on me," the giant softly cursed under his breath. "I can hear you, you know." The disciple wanted to chop this rude giant in half with his blade but stayed his hand. Right now, Guhan was deep in enemy territory and his goal was simply gathering and passing on information about the Heavenly Association. He couldn't afford to cause any trouble or gain suspicion from the Heavenly Association. "Alright, what the hell do you want? Why are you here?" the giant questioned. "Isn't this an auction hall?" "Obviously, I'm here to sell." Guhan slammed his core sword arts on the desk along with some other precious resources he planned to use for himself. Tears wanted to force themselves from his tear ducts but Guhan refused to let them fall. If his infiltration went well, the number of resources that would fall his way would easily dwarf these. With this in mind, Guhan didn't hesitate to take out his most valuable items from his storage ring to sell. "Kukiku. This is some decent stuff. I don't know what kind of shit you ran into that you need to sell some stuff like this, but we at the Heavenly Association will happily take it to put up for auction." The giant chuckled in joy. "I will destroy this organization," Guhan vowed. "Jing's payback. Everything's coming along perfectly, babe. The commercial chamber is sniffing us out along with some of the other groups in Cloud Dragon City, but they're just curious. Everyone knows how dogs act towards something it isn't sure about. It either barks and growls threateningly or comes closer to sniff its asshole. But don't worry, I'll let them take a nice long whiff of our ass before clamping down on their throats." Hu Tao messaged Jing. "Send multiple small groups to the neighboring cities. If something goes wrong with Cloud Dragon City, it would be good to have something to fall back on." Jing replied back, ignoring his crude flowery speech. "Anything specific or it doesn't matter. Restaurant, forge, and dojo." "Got it. Talk to you later, babe. Love you." Jing didn't bother replying back. Hu Tao's love was cute and would be tempting, but Jing wasn't the type of woman to betray someone's trust without sufficient benefits. At such an early stage in their relationship, Jing couldn't see herself leaving Shang for Hu Tao. Both were quite cute and amusing in their own ways, but Jing's sadist side felt she'd have a lot of fun teasing Shang even after several hundred years have passed. Hu Tao on the other hand would be a more spontaneous blaze of passion and lust. Imagining herself and Hu Tao with children only brought up little uncontrollable devils who sought nothing but to spread chaos and mayhem throughout the world. Adorable and definitely fun, but even Jing needs some cool down from chaos every now and then. But with Shang, their children could actually be quite normal in some sense. Speaking of children, during Jing's refinement, she didn't specify a majority of the changes that happened to her. It was possible that her womb was also changed in some inhuman way. She didn't even know if it was possible for her to conceive, nor if raising a child in her body would fundamentally change them in some way. Calling herself a human by this point was frankly a stretch. Giving birth in this body would also produce something monstrous, right? Jing shook her head, she just didn't know. In her previous lives, she was human through and through. The system didn't follow her in those lives and her body wasn't changed as significantly as it is now. Looks like she'll just have to wait and see. Jing smiled as she thought about this. Knowing Shang, that'll probably be in a few decades, no. The cute little shy young master he was. However, Jing wasn't planning on waiting that long to turn Shang into a man. She was a young woman with needs. If need be, she'll devour him herself regardless of how ready he was. Why are you smiling like that, Mom? Li asked, perched on her shoulder with his head twisted at a 90-degree angle. I was just thinking about something fun. Jing replied. How are the others doing? She followed up. They're getting ready to begin the quarterfinals, Ying just said. Li answered after reading the message on the talisman. I might be cutting it close. It'll be a little embarrassing if I lose because I was late. Jing chuckled. Why are we at the Emerald Grass Slaying sect instead of our sect? Li asked. Mom has an old debt to settle with someone here. Since I had the time, I figured I should pay it back before he croaked on his own. Croaked? Is he going to die? In one sense. Jing reached into her infinite space storage ring and pulled out an old familiar mask. A wooden mask painted white. It looked aged as it was painted centuries ago. When worn, the only aspect of the wearer's face was their eyes. There was no opening in the mask for the nose or mouth, just the eyes. Jing placed the mask over her face and couldn't help but giggle as she saw Li pull out an identical smaller mask for himself. She didn't forget that she made one for him too, but it has been a while since the treasured plains. I wonder how she's doing nowadays. Jing thought to herself. The mother and son duo casually walked through the Emerald Grass Slaying sect's front entrance. Not a soul could take in their presence. Geniuses, prodigies, elders, hall masters, none could even hear the sound of Jing's ruffling clothes. They made their way straight to the bedridden sect leader of the Emerald Grass Slaying sect. Upon first sight of him, Jing was taken aback. This decrepit old husk was the one to nearly kill her? Whatever technique or spirit tool that allowed him to look like a handsome young man that thousands of women would kill to even look at certainly did him favors. Jing couldn't even relate this grandpa to the man that almost killed her that time. However, Jing would show him no mercy despite how helpless and pathetic he looked. An earthly immortal was dangerous even on their deathbed. The feeble slow ebbing of his life was going to come to an end soon. A painful and miserable end for someone that deserved it in Jing's eyes. Even after she gave him what he wanted, he still attempted to kill her. Jing sat on the foot of the dying man's bed and crossed her legs as she pulled out several objects from her. Ink, brush, and several blank talismans. Li stayed silent as his mother carefully and slowly began to draw. Her wrist was as slow as a tortoise but firm and steady like an adult tiger. Each stroke, each line, all of it was done with precise and powerful movement. It took a few seconds, but then Li understood why his mom wasn't finishing these talismans in an instant. These spells weren't your average spells. He didn't recognize them, but he could feel the chi radiating off of them even in their incomplete state. Around them, the chi from heaven and the earth flowed into his mom's talismans. Something that Li wasn't capable of doing yet. Harnessing the energy of the world itself in your creation is said to be a feat possible only for those that have reached the peak. Li wasn't surprised to see that his mom has reached such a state, he was just surprised that it happened without his knowledge. He's with her basically every moment of the day and didn't know she was capable of this. Could it be that his mom was even more amazing than he thought? He had a lot more training to do if he didn't want to disgrace their family. The spells took multiple hours to complete. Jing smiled in satisfaction as her deep chi reserves were mostly drained. Normally an array of this level takes months till completion, but because of the abnormality with her body and the knowledge gained over 10,000 lives, it only took several hours. If others tried something like this, it would take the sacrifice of over 100,000 men along with numerous invaluable treasures. So you're still alive, a voice that barely amounted to a whisper flowed into the ears of the mother-son pair. I told you, you would regret your decision. Jing placed her refined whip on the chest of the ailing man. To think, he wheezed. All these years just to be killed by some pup favored by the heavens, blood slowly trickled down his mouth. The heavens are truly unfair sometimes. Don't go blaming the heavens for your decision, old man. The heavens didn't tell you to kill me. You made that choice on your own. Take responsibility for the young life you nearly ended, old monster. All of this pain and suffering of yours is solely because of your decision to end my life that day. Jing activated the heaven rank trapping array, soul-tearing path of nirvana. The sect leader of the Emerald Grass Slaying sect was brought into a deep peaceful sleep despite how desperately he resisted. A frightening arrow-shaped chi shot out of the barely raised finger of the old man. Jing only smirked at his final attempts to resist. She didn't flinch at the loud bang from the impact of his attack. Li, on the other hand, braced heavily after sensing the terrifying amount of chi left over from his attack. Earthly immortals were still definitely out of his league for now. Have a good rest, Patriarch Cao. Jing playfully waved at him. Well, as good a rest you can get in an eternal nightmare. This was the last thing Patriarch Cao heard as everything went black and he could feel no more. As the leader of the Emerald Grass Slaying sect whisked off into dreamland, Jing collected the bacterial agents that were responsible for sucking the life force of the old man. If they were allowed to stay inside his body, he truly would die. Jing's purpose here wasn't to kill this guy but to use him to master her cultivation technique, Empress of Pain's Tome. The suffering of someone at such a high cultivation stage should allow her to reach the advanced realm. At the advanced realm, Jing causing others pain physical or mental can now increase the soul energy of the user and cause their chi to have a commanding presence. If the user's soul energy is stronger, they can force the opponent under their will. If not, simply pressure their opponent. Is it time to go now? Li asked. Yes, we can return now. Hopefully, we're not too late. Jing reached into her storage ring and pulled out a puffy white cloud grown from a cloud seed. Jing leaped from the window and landed on the cloud before flying back to the sect. As they were flying away, the cloud changed colors to a transparent blue. Chapter 289. Haiyu was an orphan but he had the dream of becoming a heavenly general. He lived in a tiny village that didn't even have a name but swung his wooden sword every day in hopes of getting stronger. It wasn't an actual wooden sword but more of a sturdy tree branch but a child's imagination was endless. One couldn't enter the military until one turned 15. Haiyu was only 8 years old yet his sword skills surpassed even the strongest man in his village. He had no teachers, no one to take care of him beside Granny Rei. Sure, the villagers pitied the orphan but living was already hard enough taking care of their families. No one had the money or compassion to feed an extra mouth except Granny Rei, whose only child recently died in the war. Don't worry Granny. When I join the military, I'll rack up hundreds and thousands of merits to bring back and improve the village. I'll also avenge Big Brother 10 for you. Haiyu continued to swing his sword without rest. I'll be waiting, Haiyu. Granny Rei smiled lovingly at the innocent child. A child that barely knew anything of the world at all. So, kind and pure. Secretly, Rei hated the fact that the boy was skilled with the blade. A boy like this with his entire life ahead of him could only think about going to war, becoming a hero, and killing other men. War hasn't done anything for Rei besides killing all the men she ever loved. Her husband was forced to conscript, her only son who died without marrying or leaving a child, and soon this bright young man as well. Rei wanted nothing more than to argue, fight, and dissuade this boy from joining the military but she knew it would be a futile effort. His big bright blue eyes as he talked about his dream of becoming a heavenly general. Nothing would stop him on his path. Even if she sacrificed her remaining lifespan in going against him to stop him from joining, he would still find some way to be a part of the military. She knew because Ten had the same look in his eyes growing up and when he left their village. Mom. I'm going off to become a heavenly general. I don't know when I'll be back but when I do, I'll finally find a wife and be sure to leave a child before heading back to the battlefield. Rei remembered his words. Can you not go? Rei knew how selfish her words sounded but as a mother, she couldn't help herself. He was her only son. I promise I'll be back. Ten hugged her and that would be the last time Rei saw him. His corpse was mutilated and used as an art piece for the enemy general to use against our nation. Rei never received her son's body. Haiyu. Come play with me. A high-pitched loud voice shouted as they arrived at Rei's front yard. Ugh it's cow, Haiyu groaned. Tell her I'm not here. Haiyu whispered as he went off to hide somewhere. Rei smiled as she grabbed her cane and got up to answer the door. A little cute tigress looked up at Rei and peered behind her in search of a stinky boy. Seeing that he wasn't behind her, Cow looked back up at Rei and smiled. Good morning, Granny Rei. Is Haiyu at home? Cow kindly asked. I think we both know the answer to that sweetie. Rei softly rubbed her cute little head. If it was up to Rei, she'd force Haiyu to stay in the village until he was 15 to get married to this beautiful young girl and do nothing but make beautiful children until they're as old as she is. All this nonsense about glory for one's country, being a hero, and killing other men. What more is there to life than living with the people you love for as long as possible? At this point, Rei didn't know if it was the world that was wrong or she was. She couldn't find anyone else that thought like her, so, her feeling was leaning on the latter. After receiving permission to enter inside, Cow found the hidden Haiyu in a matter of seconds. It turns out the boy had no sense for hiding and had half of his body sticking out from his hiding place. Cow dragged him by his legs with Haiyu kicking and screaming. When she decided she wanted to play, it was time to play. That little tigress was the descendant of a giant. A race of humans known for their great strength and size. Haiyu may have been talented in the ways of the sword but that meant nothing when he was without his stick to defend himself. Cow on the other hand needed nothing but her bare hands. The more Haiyu tried to flee, the more determined and cleverer Cow got in order to get her way. Rei wanted to explain how a girl like Cow is what you should want in a woman but she knew that stubborn stinky boy would only reject a girl like Cow further. She could only hope when he grows up he'll understand just how lucky he is to be liked by someone with such dedication. Things like this couldn't be forced. Love isn't something that can be controlled by humans but decided by fate. Years passed peacefully in the little town. Haiyu continued his sword training every day till the age of 15. Cao continued to pester and bother him every day. Granny Rei continued to take care of Hayu for all those years until the day she was dreading came. Although Hayu and Ten looked nothing alike, the look in their eyes and the straightness of their backs were completely identical. Looking at the ragged dressed boy about to leave, Rei couldn't help but compare the two boys. It was just like seeing her little Ten off once again. Unknowingly, tears slowly slid down her face. Rei thought she was all dried up after all the crying she did after Ten died, but it looked like she still had some left in her. Don't cry, Granny. I'll be back as soon as possible. After I score a few general heads, I'll run back home as soon as possible. If you're ever lonely, just call Cow over. She never has anything to do. Hayu wiped the tears from Granny Rei's face and gave her a bright smile. Humph. Who has nothing to do? Cow rapped Hayu on the head and knocked him to the ground with her monstrous strength. Heh. I thought you weren't feeling well this morning. What are you doing here, Cow? Hayu painfully grimaced as he rubbed his sore head. Apparently just in time to see you making Granny Rei cry. Cow replied. Hey, I didn't. Hayu felt wronged. Did I? He looked over at Granny Rei. No, dear. I was just thinking of old memories. Just promise me you'll do anything you can to survive, alright? Even if you have to do something despicable or horrible, Granny Rei asked. Old memories. Hayu suddenly realized what she was talking about. I won't let anyone kill me before I become a heavenly general. I promise. That's not what she asked you to promise, idiot. Cow crossed her arms. Hey? Then what did you ask, Granny? Nothing. Go out there and be the hero you wanted to be. Just make sure you don't forget your old granny back home. You're lucky they don't allow women to join the army in our country. Cow told him. Thank the heavens for that, Hayu muttered to himself. Guhk. Before getting kicked in the ribs by Cow, who heard him. TCH, like I wanted to spend more time with an idiot like you either. Cow stormed off as Granny Rei just laughed. What did I do wrong? Hayu felt like his ribs were cracked. Hayu survived his first campaign and was returning home until the next war or battle started. He managed to take the heads of several captains and was awarded the position of 100-man commander in his first battle along with a good amount of monetary rewards. As he walked down the path to the village, the surroundings began to get more and more unfamiliar. The luscious grass leading up to the village, the homely smell of agriculture and hard work, and the sound of the people from the village talking. An unknown feeling seized Hayu's heart as he unconsciously picked up speed. No. No, no, no. 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 Hayu rushed forward to the destroyed remains of his only home. There were no signs of corpses, blood, or any battle taking place here, but Hayu could smell the dried blood in the air. Some buildings were burned to a crisp while others were destroyed with brute force. Where was Granny? Where was Cow? Where was Uncle Sei? They're all dead, Hayu. Boku, the village drunk, answered him posted up against a wooden barrel. I was the only one to survive the bandit attack. Tell me what happened. Hayu grabbed Boku by the collar and stared deep into his eyes with unrelenting killing intent. I wanted to help. I really did, but I couldn't. I wasn't man enough. I was afraid. Tears flowed from his eyes. He reeked of alcohol. Answer me or I'll kill you myself. Hayu reached for his sword. Little Cow tried to protect Granny Rei, even with her being a giant. What can one little girl do against dozens of grown men with swords? They humiliated her before killing her and Granny Rei. It wasn't right. It wasn't an ending fit for humans. A little babe like her shouldn't have had to go through something like that. And you did nothing but watch. Hayu's rage and sorrow peaked. I didn't want to die. I'm sorry, Hayu. I really am. I'm a coward, he bawled like a child. Hayu released the drunk. He had a feeling that killing Boku right now wouldn't solve anything. It wouldn't abet his fury in the slightest. Killing him might actually be considered mercy if anything. Right now, he had to find out the identity and hiding place of those bandits. His heart wouldn't forgive him if he let things go like this. No, he couldn't continue living if he let Granny Rei and Cow perish so unjustly without avenging them. Tell me everything you found out about them. Hayu turned around to face Boku only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in his chest. I really tried my best, Hayu. Why couldn't you just be proud of me for surviving? Boku's knife stuck into Hayu's heart. I already had nothing left to live for after seeing my wife and daughter get passed around and tortured by those fiends. I really didn't need you looking at me like I was the same as those beasts. Boku soon sliced his own throat afterward. The two collapsed on top of each other with Hayu violently and furiously cursing at the heavens. As everything went black, Hayu continued to swear and threaten the heavens for deciding this as his fate. Until he could no longer think. His body went still and everything was nothing no more. Hey, idiot. I want to play, get up already. Cow's annoying voice shouted in his ear. Hey. Haiyu struggled to open his eyes. OOF. A hard impact landed on his stomach and swiftly woke him up from his delirium. What the hell? He angrily cursed as his eyes met with someone who should be dead. Oh, you've grown some balls to be cursing at me to my face, Haiyu. Cao grinned as she audibly cracked her knuckles. I'm alive. Not for long, you idiot. Jing's late. Mom, what array was that? I never seen a formation like that before in the spellbook at home. Li asked as they were flying back home. It was a heaven-rank trapping formation. Soul-tearing path of nirvana is what it's called. Jing answered. What does it do? Li couldn't sense anything different about that old guy except he was getting stronger after being placed in the formation. He wasn't dumb enough to think his mom would help someone who tried to kill her get stronger. There had to be something he didn't know. So, he asked. The soul-tearing path of nirvana traps those within its barrier in an endless nightmare. They'll go through several lives enduring heartbreak, agony, torture, and pain until their body in the real world perishes. Jing explained. Is that why he got stronger after being put in the array? So that he won't die so easily in the real world. No and yes. Mom made him sick then took away his sickness, that's why he got better. The natural vitality of an earthly immortal isn't to be underestimated. In normal cases, they can't die of natural causes. What are some not natural causes of death? If someone managed to reach a high cultivation stage with an unstable foundation, relying on cultivation techniques that go against the heavens is usually the cause of that. Another unnatural cause of death is the death of the soul. That could only happen if Patriarch Cao truly succumbs to despair and his mind, body, and soul cannot take living anymore. Is that what you are hoping for with the formation? Yes. There's no better torture than having someone give up the chance to re-enter the reincarnation wheel and erase themselves from the universe entirely. If he does despair, Mom just might bring her cultivation technique to completion. Jing happily smiled thinking how many lives of pain and death Patriarch Cao has gone through so far. Jing knew better than anyone the pain of having to go through the same thing over and over and over and over again. However, Patriarch Cao had it somewhat worse than she did. His memories would be kept every regression. Jing's experience every rebirth was more of muscle memory, something she just felt that she knew or could do. Not something she knew from the beginning. It was a total blank slate every restart for her. I need to eat more souls before I can complete my cultivation technique. Li felt that he was still a long way off from perfecting gluttonous spirit. His mom was already about to perfect hers if she was lucky. Don't worry. Jing ran her fingers through his snow-white hair. You still got plenty of growing up to do. In a few years, you might just perfect all of them if you try your best. I'll do it in 1 year. Li vowed. Mom will be cheering for you. Jing smiled. Is she back yet? Wanqing asked turning away from her fight momentarily. Nope. She's still on her way. Ying shrugged. Couldn't she just teleport here with a movement talisman? Lin Shu questioned. Nope. Elders. Ying pointed at the elders. Ah, that does make sense. Bing nodded. If anyone could just teleport in, where would the face of the sex spell masters be? Lei Ji agreed. Where the heck did she even go? She could have just done those good deeds after the tournament. It's not like there is a time limit on the contract. Ying complained. She has to complete it within 2 days. There is a time limit. Lei Ji corrected her. Damn it, Lei. Ying crossed her arms, annoyed. With Jing's strength, she could solve it in a matter of hours. Lei argued. I agree, she must have got caught up with something outside the section. Bing couldn't believe it would be difficult at all to do 10 good deeds. Humph. I know that. Ying turned her head and focused on Qing's match. Wanqing frowned as she saw her 2 teammates, Wang and Haoran, doing their best to stall for time. Wang specialized in trapping spells, so both he and Wan were working together to keep the enemy group from reaching them. With her strong powerful winds, it was basically impossible for the other team to avoid falling into Wang's traps. At Wan's request, most of the traps were not dangerous enough to finish them, just injure them or annoy them. Eventually, at the 30-minute mark, the enemy team simply gave up and surrendered. Haoran smiled as a harming spell master, he barely had to do anything in this fight. He managed to save a lot of useful spells compared to Wang, who had to use a majority of his trapping spells and formations to delay for time. I apologize. As we agreed, I'll owe you one favor for delaying time with me. Wan respectfully cuffed her fist into her hand toward Wang. No problem. No problem. I just hope we'll be able to make it through the finals, alright. Wang was completely out of breath from running around planting traps for 30 minutes. It depends on who we get matched up with. Wan didn't feel that she would lose to any of the Qi consolidators present right now except for Jing. Wanqing soon left the ring with her teammates after being declared the winner of the match. She searched the crowd and there still was no sign of Jing despite her match being next. Wan didn't know how to feel if Jing got disqualified for not showing up to the match. It would be her own fault really. There was no need for her to leave the sect to do good deeds when she had a 2-day contract period on doing it. Wan could think of dozens of ways of doing good deeds in half the time it took Jing. There had to be something important that she had to do to risk being late to her match. Heaven's angels weren't the only ones to know of Jing's missing status. People began to chatter and whisper as Jing's teammates went on stage when called up. They desperately searched the crowd to find her but saw no trace of her. Their eyes tearfully looked over at Heaven's angels who could only shrug. She's on her way, but they didn't know when exactly that would be. It could be in a couple of seconds, minutes, hours, or even a day later. I just sent her a message that it was her turn, but then she told me to somehow cause a commotion to stall for time. Ying brought up. A commotion, hey. He winking rubbed his chin as he was thinking. You know who would be perfect for causing a commotion? Bing grinned. Don't say it, Ying pinched the bridge between her eyes. I'll handle it. Wan stepped up as future Supreme Commander of the Golden Serpent Sect. If she couldn't handle something as small as this, how could she handle leading the next generation of Heaven's angels? If she could solve this, maybe the others would look up to her and see her as someone to rely on in troubled times. The big sister of Heaven's angels. The reliable, strong, beautiful, big sister. Wan Qing scanned the crowd for the perfect target. Choose him. Lei Ji pointed to a young man in the crowd. Him? Why him? Wan questioned. He's one of us. Lei answered mysteriously. I never saw him in my life, but if Lei's saying this, he must be able to see something that I cannot. Wan listened to his advice. As the elder on the stage was calling for Jing, Wan Qing suddenly screamed as she grew, created 4 chi wings and flew towards the average-looking young man like she's lost her mind. Many in the crowd fled for their lives after seeing the pissed-off Wan Qing. The wind picked up harshly and even blew away some folks. How dare you! Wan Qing shouted, swinging her closed fan at the man. It was a matter of circumstance. That fool should have recognized her limits and stopped earlier. He spoke, his voice radiating through the crowd despite being spoken softly. He blocked her fan with just his forearm. As her talented big sister, you should have kept a better eye on her. You cannot blame me for killing someone who was after my life. He explained. I will never forgive you. Wan's eyebrows rose in amazement, he could block her attack so easily. Sure, she was holding back quite a bit, but the weight of her fan isn't something the average cultivator could defend against. This man wasn't as ordinary as he looked. Plus, he was quite quick on the uptake. Wan planned to extend this until Jing managed to show up, even if she was disqualified. She felt a little bit guilty toward her teammates, but she promised to make it up to them later if she does get punished. Humph. Are you trying to follow that fool to the grave? Know your limits. The young man glowed with a warm yellow light and his strength increased twofold. Wan Qing was sent flying away toward the crowd and he swiftly dashed after her. Wan Qing's sacrifice. Wan Qing used her 4 wings to control her path. She flew upward, dodging the handsome youth's blow that crushed the ground to pieces. His body was still glowing in a yellowish aura that increased his strength greatly. As she flapped her wings to stay airborne, Wan swung her fan downward. The wind shaped itself into a horizontal spiral as Wan rapidly spun after swinging her fan, seemingly controlling it with the movements of her body. You think this young master can be taken out by such a simple technique? Just like your foolish sister, you'll die for provoking me as well. He crushed his palm into a fist as he crushed the ground and kicked a large piece of debris toward the incoming wind. Don't you dare speak of her name, you filth. Wan began to twirl even faster. The speed and intensity of the spiral wind she shot forward grew immensely to the point where it threatened those in the crowd. People screamed, cheered, and fled for their lives as they saw the exciting dramatic battle that happened out of nowhere. What's going on? A cultivator smiled despite the damages happening around him. Apparently that handsome guy killed the butterfly girl's sister and she wants revenge no matter what. Even if more than half of the sect's elders are here. She's so courageous. Even I wouldn't act out like this if my brother's killer was in front of me. Humph. A person like her is what all siblings should strive to be. If I was killed, I would want my killer to join me in death. Enough. A higher-ranked elder appeared between the rock and wind blast. He formed a simple chi barrier with his palms and stopped them both before glaring at the 2 unruly children. Out of all days to do something as outrageous as this, they dare to disrupt the grand tournament? Were they simply out of their mind or were they directly seeking death? The elder very quickly got his answer as the flying girl didn't stop even after he intervened. If I don't avenge my sister, I will be directly swallowed up by my heart demons. My little sister was everything to me even if she was a little dumb. I apologize elders, but I cannot stop until my sister's killer is killed. Wan Qing bowed toward the elders as she flew down at the handsome youth. Just so you know, I'm simply defending myself. If anyone's to get in trouble, it's her, alright? I'm just preventing myself from being injured by killing this fool who doesn't seem to know her place. He braced himself with a yellow flash around his body. Good. Very good. You dare ignore my words. The elder felt humiliated and insulted as the two children intended to continue their battle right in front of him. Wanqing seemingly split herself into four while spinning down toward the man who killed her sister. All four of the wands had violent tornadoes cycling around them. They split up to avoid the elder and target the youth standing behind him. However, the elder could not take this insult standing down. 3 out of the 4 illusions were directly attacked by the elder along with him harmlessly dispersing the tornadoes around them. Wanqing barely managed to avoid his kick aimed at her face and continued her path toward her sister's killer. He grinned as he hopped toward her, fully confident in taking her on in close combat. As the two were about to clash, the elder appeared in between them and attempted to grab hold of both of them. You truly wish to throw my face into the dirt, don't you, girl? Elder Pao glared at Wan with slight killing intent radiating off his body. His hand directly passed through Wan's chest while his other caught the youth's fist. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized that all 4 of the wands were illusions. The sound of a skull-shattering blow echoed throughout the crowd and took everyone's attention. Wanqing's fan slammed down directly on the back of the youth's head and split it open like a watermelon. The young man's blood spurted out like a fountain as his brain matter began to spill out from the cracks in his head. Wanqing wasn't trying to really kill him. The amount of power used in that blow was even less than when they first started fighting. It was impossible for him to die from something like that. Maybe a concussion or falling into a coma if he was unlucky, but death? No way. Wanqing's eyes desperately looked toward Lei Ji in a panic, but her face had a satisfied expression on it. Lei Ji had a calm expression on his face and placed his finger in front of his lips. It's okay. He mouthed. Calm down. Lei Ji didn't know what technique the young man practiced, but he knew that whatever it was, wasn't something that death could stop. There were dozens of that young man around the sect, some even posed as minor elders. The same minor elders that rushing toward Wanqing right now. They had nothing to be worried about even if Jing didn't arrive. Humph. A villain's death is all but deserved. Wanqing had no problem with killing people, however they had to have slighted her in some way. She wasn't some crazed murderer that had no restraint when it came to killing innocent people. If he really was a part of Heaven's angels and she killed him for such an insignificant reason, her heart wouldn't be able to take it. All of those in Heaven's angels were her brothers and sisters. What kind of big sister kills their little brother? Ever since Jing reversed her yang into yin, Wanqing vowed to serve her with everything she had. What better way of serving her than to do everything it took to help her with Heaven's angels? Wanqing was soon restrained by multiple lower-ranked elders and taken away to the punishment hall. She was disqualified from the grand tournament and wouldn't receive any rewards for making it to the finale. Her teammates were given the choice to continue as a duo, but they refused and were willing to accept any rewards they could get for making it past the quarter-finals. Heaven's angels watched as Wanqing was arrested, deliberating if they should intervene to save her. The Empress will handle it. Bing tried to calm everyone down. But what if she doesn't make it on time? Ying was ready to go after Wanqing to save her. Her sword shook as she glared in the direction of the elders who arrested Wan. She's already here. Lei Ji smiled as he looked up in the sky. The others followed his line of sight and could see a small dot in the distance. He could spot her all the way from that far away. Zaiho was speechless. Someone assassinating his master was frankly impossible, wasn't it? He wasn't even looking in that direction. It was directly behind him. If his master decided to use a bow or another ranged weapon, wouldn't he be invincible? I guess we really don't have anything to worry about now. Run spoke up. Can Jing go against the elders? Lin Shu was confused. Did their leader really have enough power to influence the decision of the elders? That's a good question. Bing replied before not explaining himself further. Just wait and see. Jing will be fine. Lei Ji reassured anyone who was still worried. I suppose Wan and Wen are due for a reward. Jing muttered as she saw the outcome of their battle. Can I fight this time, Mom? Li Li asked as they neared the stage. Sure. Don't forget to focus on teamwork. That's what the elders are judging the matches on. Jing reminded him. I haven't forgot. Li Li happily reassured her. The two soon hopped off their cloud. Jing sucked it back into her storage ring as they jumped off. No one but those with great talent in sensing chi managed to notice Jing and Li Li land on stage. Everyone was still too excited about the battle they have just seen between Wan and Wen. They were discussing with great excitement while looking off in the direction Wan was taken. A big sister like that is only worthy of respect. Humph. What's the point of avenging someone, if you're just going to follow them to the grave right after? I agree. It was quite foolish of her to make a commotion here. She should have bided her time and ambushed him after the grand tournament. She was pretty strong though. Did you see how she made a fool out of a pillar elder? Elder Pao will never live this down. Heaven's angels are truly powerful. Even an elder wasn't able to stop her from getting her revenge. Jing waved to teammate A and teammate B before creating a large throne made of water and sitting down on it. Li hopped over to the two as Jing relaxed in her chair. I'll be leading this time. So just follow my directions, got it? Li commanded. Yes. They responded quite confused. You, guide them. They're swordsmen just like you were. Li pointed behind them. Teammate A and teammate B turned around but they didn't see anyone. Who was the little kid talking about? They did feel strangely chilly though. It was strange because the sun was shining down quite heavily. Maybe it was the kid's martial arts that was making it cold. Look at the stage everyone. Someone's yell brought everyone's attention to the ring. The elder's response. With Jing's late arrival and everyone's nerves still strung from Wan Qing's revenge, people couldn't help but cheer at the sight of the sex little monster arriving. In their heads, only more entertainment could be found now and right after such an exciting event. The name Heaven's Angels firmly submitted itself into the hearts of all the disciples in the Golden Serpent sect despite only being known for a week or so. Whether it was an outer court disciple, inner court disciple, or an elder, everyone would look forward to seeing the future accomplishments of the group and those from it. For the elders, they were particularly interested in seeing just how this group would take the world by storm once they were let loose. There were very few groups and factions within the Evergreen continent that would be able to contend with their sex Heaven's Angels once they grew in cultivation and age. If their talent and power continued at the rate it was now, they would surely become unstoppable. The higher-ranked elders felt it was such a shame that their faction was only formed recently. The meeting of great talents was happening soon and many of the elders doubted most of the members of Heaven's Angels would be able to grow in such a significant amount of time to even be recommended as a participant in the meeting. If the meeting was in the next 5 years, any of the members in Heaven's Angels would be instantly chosen to participate but now? There just wasn't enough time without resorting to drastic means. Drastic means that could potentially sever their strength for the future. Golden Serpent sect wasn't in such a terrible position that they lacked talents to resort to such things. Regardless, many of the elders felt pride at the group of strange talented youths that somehow escaped their notice. They felt that with them, the future of the Golden Serpent sect would be bright no matter what. And to ensure that, they would make sure to protect these golden eggs no matter the cost. The Supreme Commander would have threatened everyone to not lay a hand on those children but he didn't find it necessary. Especially with his positive relationship with Little Monster being known within the higher echelons in the sect. So, that young lass that was formerly a lad sent to the punishment hall, of course, she was going to be punished for openly defying the elders in front of everyone. It would look severe and deserved for not giving the elders the respect they deserved but away from the eyes of others, she'd be treated well and not that harsh at all. He'd already sent his trusted men to deal with her. So, without a single word to express his wishes, all the elders instinctively understood to not lay a hand on these children unless they wanted to court an early unnatural death. Perhaps this was the first time in history that an entire faction born from their sect would be treated in such a way. Great heavens, righteous demons, mountain crushers, heavenly collectors, reaping warriors, slaughtering serpents. Sure, many of these factions had their fair share of prodigies and geniuses among their groups but there was a very noticeable difference between all of them and Heaven's Angels. Every member of Heaven's Angel was a monster in some kind of aspect. Every member of the other factions didn't hold up to that same measure. Elders with a discerning eye intended to find out exactly why that was. The Supreme Commander specifically wanted to find out if only monsters were allowed in Heaven's Angels or did Jing somehow have the means to turn those around her into monsters. It would be interesting to see just which one it was. If it was the latter, the Golden Serpent sect had no need to worry about anything for the next few 100,000 years. Perhaps even longer if the little monster is talented enough to become a true immortal and break through the final cultivation barrier. Their name would forever be etched in the annals of history and what greater pride is there for someone in a sect to know that their sect would be known throughout history positively. The Supreme Commander smiled fondly as he looked at the young brown girl sitting on stage as if she was his most precious daughter and treasure. This was not ignored by the elders watching on the side. If your skin wasn't a different color, I'd think she was your own flesh and blood with the way you're looking, Commander. Head Elder Mo grinned. Did I really look like that? Supreme Commander showed no embarrassment at having this being pointed out. She was truly a special girl. If I wasn't so sure about the type of women you liked, I'd be hard-pressed to say you were in love with her. Elder Mo loudly laughed. Elder Mo, please show some respect for the Supreme Commander. Head Elder Chong warned with a steely glare. Get that stick out of your ass first and maybe I'd listen to ye. Elder Mo glanced at the lanky old man daring him to do anything. Need I remind you? Elder Chang's words of admonishment were interrupted before he could finish. Boys. We are not alone. Please be aware of your respected positions. Head Elder Ru looked at the two the same way one would look at two arguing brats. Hat. Elder Mo smirked in Elder Chang's direction and he knew it grated on the nerves of the old bag of bones. Jin Hai, the Supreme Commander of the Golden Serpent sect, gently smiled as he looked at the three. He could still remember long ago when they used to be his cute little disciples that couldn't help but attract trouble no matter what. Talented, arrogant, and incredibly skilled in their chosen fields. The world was theirs to explore and reign through unshackled. They caused multiple events and even on some occasions started multiple wars, but, in the end, it still looked like they still were no different from how they were back then. And that put a smile on Jinhai's face. Knowing that one's students grew up healthy, strong, and mostly unchanged would bring a smile to any master's face. The grand tournament is a time for celebration as well as for getting to know our disciples better. Feel free to enjoy the festive atmosphere, the disciples certainly are, why shouldn't we? Jinhai told those who were listening in. Wise words by the Supreme Commander as usual. It's a good thing I was having as much fun as I could already. Wait, so we're not supposed to look scary and search for disciples? You can still look for disciples, but now we can have some fun while we're at it. Oh good. I really wanted to try one of those delicious-looking pastries but held myself back. The elders began to loosen up after hearing the words of the Supreme Commander. No longer did they need to play the role of respected, powerful, and wise elders anymore. They could just be themselves and enjoy their time here just like the disciples were. And since everyone else was doing it, it would be foolish not to do the same if one wanted to survive in this political game. Even head elder Chong could be seen ordering one of the mortal servants to bring him a plate full of those cakes from earlier despite the unhappy look on his face. All in time for the little monster's match back. While it looked like the little monster herself wouldn't be directly participating in the fight, it would still be interesting to see the potential of the spirit beast she raises. A spirit beast raised as a pet was an accessory to one's own strength. If the combination of the cultivator's martial arts and the innate strength of the spirit beast were one, it greatly boosted the strength of that cultivator. They've seen a little of the little monster's combat potential, but it didn't seem like that cohesiveness between pet and martial artist mattered all that much since the little monster was a highly skilled spell master. All she needed to do was support the creature with talismans, and truthfully, that would be enough for most opponents. Provided she wasn't attacked by surprise or facing up against a highly superior opponent. Jinhai knew the little bird was capable of seeing, sensing, and controlling souls. However, he wasn't sure how many others were capable of catching on as well besides the small portion of cultivators in their sect that dabbled in ghostly arts. As an earthly immortal, he had no problem seeing those from beyond the grave if he put his mind to it. Which was why it was such a huge surprise to him to see two spirits hovering over the little monster's teammates. How, why, when, what was immediately thrown out of his head. Of course, someone as freakish as her would manage to take advantage of the second portion of the grand tournament. It should be said, how didn't he expect such a thing to occur when the little girl helped him break through? Heart-snatching sword immortal and ocean-shattering sword fiend. To think you two died in the endless plains of Yin. Jinhai muttered as the match began. Li Li's time to shine. To think our skills would be put to use even after death, heart-snatching sword immortal sighed. Humph. Fitting for old ghosts like ourselves who refused to pass on naturally. Ocean-shattering sword fiend responded. If this trash could even comprehend 1% of my martial arts, perhaps I'll have something of a disciple. Heart immortal floated behind teammate A as he placed his ghostly hand on the boy's skull. Ah, you did die without any descendants or disciples. Ocean fiend remembered before chuckling. Fool. Even with all my talent and strength, it was meaningless against foes that I couldn't even touch. Specters are such unfair creatures, Heart immortal cursed. Teammate A and teammate B looked at each other as both of them felt something flowing into their heads. Knowledge. Knowledge of martial arts that both of them knew they never practiced. Martial arts that were strong, powerful, and completely out of reach for nobodies like the two of them. Even the basics of these sword arts were enough to outclass the peak of their current sword martial arts. However, the process wasn't that simple. In exchange for this knowledge, they had to suffer in return. High-level sword techniques like those belonging to the heart-snatching sword immortal and the ocean-shattering sword fiend aren't techniques that could simply be comprehended and understood even with detailed instructions of performing them. This was knowledge accumulated over an entire lifetime being transmitted through the delicate and still developing brains of their juniors. So, it was understandable for those who knew what was happening to see them scream uncontrollably while pleading for mercy and forgiveness. Li Li certainly knew, considering he was the one to order the two old ghosts in the first place to help the two. The referee was quite confused about whether he should start the match or not with the two boys suffering from mental ailments. With an excited expression on Li Li's face, he waved the referee's concern off. Let's go. Li Li told him. Very well. Begin. The referee started the match. Li Li pulled out multiple talismans from his storage ring and tossed them all in the air just like his mom did in her first match. This didn't stop the enemy team from charging forward together as a group. If anything, it seemed to only encourage them in their decision to end things fast and quick. It made sense after all. Teammate A and Teammate B still have yet to recover from learning the sword techniques from Heart Immortal and Ocean Fiend. Having to deal with only one spirit beast compared to a spirit beast and two cultivators as a group of three sounds like a bargain. I got it. One of the male cultivators shouted as he threw something into the air toward the falling talismans. Everyone watched as a small red bead glowed with a bright red light before combusting into a large fiery explosion that swallowed up the talismans, destroying them before they could be activated. Relief flowed through the eyes of their members as they saw the ashes of the talismans floating down. All 3 members of the enemy team surrounded Li Li with their swords. There was no hesitation in their movements nor their resolve. Seemingly, all 3 struck with the intent to kill. Holding nothing back. We can't afford such luxuries after all. We're facing up against a monster's pet. Is the pet of a monster as well, or just a pet raised by a monster? Li Li smiled with the look of an innocent child. He blocked the first strike from the front with his finger, the second strike by pinching the blade with his other hand before it could penetrate his side, and the third with his hair gripped around the blade and handle of the attacker. All sorts of emotions sprouted up in those watching the amazing display of skill from both teams. The disciples watching from the stands were incredibly impressed by the overwhelming skill shown by the young spirit beast in the form of a child, but at the same time not that surprised either. However, that didn't dampen their excitement or joy at looking at such a thing. The elders on the other hand analyzed both teams with close scrutiny. Impressed with the preparation showed by the first team and excellent teamwork in focusing on the superior enemy without holding anything back. Sure, the spirit beast was also impressive in how it stood up to the 3, but remember, this tournament was about teamwork. And as far as they could tell, the spirit beast actively crippled his teammates before the match began and tried to take on the opponents by himself. At the rate this match was going, it seemed to be clear for a majority of the elders who the winner should be. However, many eyes wandered over to the Supreme Commander. They all knew he had a soft spot for the little monster. But none of them knew if his soft spot would extend to rigging matches in her favor when they were clearly not. So, they kept their mouths shut and wouldn't decide anything until the head elders decided in the end. Wouldn't it be too tragic if they spoke the truth only to suffer needlessly for it? You guys aren't bad. Li Li complimented honestly with a nod. The 3 didn't let their emotions take hold of them. The blonde guy who attacked from the front surged all of his chi throughout his body and blade before continuing to slash, cut, and stab at Li Li. The black-haired guy who came at Li Li's side activated his martial arts technique, lightning sparked from his blade. The girl who tried to stab Li Li from behind simply released her grip on her sword that was tangled up in Li Li's snow-white hair and pulled out another sword from her storage ring before swinging it at him once more. Whoa! You guys really aren't bad compared to all the other teams I've seen. Li Li was genuine in his opinion. The battle between the 4 continued for over multiple exchanges. Bets were made over how long the 3 could last against the little monster's spirit beast. Some said 2 exchanges, others said 5, very few could have imagined that the 3 would have made it to over 20 exchanges. The boy was playing with the 3 instead of taking them seriously. This pissed off several people who were betting on a low number of exchanges but only caused them to be scorned by those who were aware of it from the beginning. Of course, he was playing with them. What kind of superior foe would complement his opponents? He winking mocked as he happily grabbed his earnings from the bets. Ho 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 ho. Lin Shu arrogantly laughed like the noble women she saw back home as she also grabbed her winnings. Zaiho thought if they had eyes, they could have clearly seen that the spirit beast was going easy on them. Yes. Ha 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 ha. I have never seen so much money at once. Runt's eyes seemingly turned into coins as he greedily pocketed his earnings. Here you go, little bro. Ju tried to give her money to Runt but he didn't accept them. I don't need it. I have my own. Runt wasn't rejecting her money due to some useless sense of pride or anything. He just felt that someone as slow as her should have more money rather than less of it. Shouldn't you stop them? Ying looked over at Lei Ji. There's nothing wrong with children just having fun. Lei Ji responded. Aren't you afraid they might get addicted to gambling? Bing chuckled. I'm more afraid of the trouble they'll attract by being too good at gambling rather than that, Lei Ji laughed. If they ever decided to forego their sight to learn his auxiliary art, blind man can see, there would be very few gambling games they could lose. He doubted that Shu or Wenking would ever consider it. Zaiho Ki was another matter, however. With his background, he might go through with blinding himself for the sake of more power. Lei Ji couldn't reasonably tell the boy no, but he would rather none of his pupils learned the technique. If this martial art got into the hands of someone like Zaiho Ki, his assassination abilities would rise over 100-fold. It was more powerful than Lei Ji initially thought when he first gained it. At the time, he simply was happy he could see again. The world wasn't just darkness anymore but something that could actually be seen and experienced. I guess that's true. Bing nodded. Let's remind ourselves to never let those 4 go off on their own without some restrictions. Ying snickered as Lei Ji didn't believe such precautions were necessary. While they were young, he didn't think any of them were foolish. Runt and Zaiho Ki would do well in reining in Shu and Wenking's adventurous spirit. If they couldn't, they would at least make sure it didn't escalate to something they couldn't deal with. Both Runt and Zaiho Ki were cautious young men who didn't like to attract trouble or attention to themselves. Li Li's in trouble? I didn't think you two were this weak. Li crouched over the still twitching and suffering bodies of teammate A and teammate B. A highly dangerous bolt of lightning came from behind Li and threatened to pierce through his very back while the other two enemies came rushing in from the side, trying to follow up with the incredibly fast lightning bolt. The young spirit beast in his human form didn't seem to care at all about any of the threats rapidly coming toward his figure. He continued to frown at the two, unable to handle the martial arts of some old ghosts. Heart-snatching Sword Immortal and the Ocean-shattering Sword Fiend were also disappointed. Ocean-shattering Sword Fiend was shaking his head while Heart-snatching Sword Immortal buried his hands in his face when Li looked over at them. Neither of the old ghosts wanted to be blamed for this. They were only doing as they were ordered. How could they know both boys would react like this? It was their first time doing anything like this in the first place. It wasn't too long ago that they were simple ghostly kings protecting and defending their territory. Doing something like passing on all of their martial arts as ghosts didn't exactly come with instructions. I refuse to lose like him. You two either fix them or I'll fix you. Li threatened as the tips of his hair lit up. His boyish figure seemingly turning into a spiraling beast in the eyes of the ghosts, more than willing to swallow the two old ghosts. Fear struck their incorporeal bodies as they instinctively floated backward from Li. Neither ghost, wanting to take the chance that the spirit beast was joking, decided to somehow alter the way they were passing their martial arts to the two untalented boys. Instead of sharing it all at once like they were doing, they decided to put it in steps. Once they master the previous step, they'll be able to learn more of the sword arts. Doing it this way will lessen the burden on their mind and soul. An explosion centered on Li's figure appeared as the combination attack from the three cultivators on the enemy team landed. Wind fiercely blew, smoke spread across the stage, and heat dispersed all around. Few people in the audience could see the situation in the smoke while most others could not. Some of those that couldn't be unsure if the spirit beast in human form was strong enough to handle an attack of that level. They knew they'd have to use a life-saving treasure or two if they wanted to survive a combined chi attack like that. As the smoke cleared up, eventually the answer to the outcome of the attack was revealed. A soft glowing grey barrier was formed around Li and his two teammates. It withheld without a scratch and they were completely unharmed. The three cultivators on the opposite team rejoined together, haggard, sweaty, and completely tired. Seeing this sight was incredibly disheartening. It's almost as depressing as when they realized they got matched up with the sex little monster. Li smiled as he saw teammate A and teammate B becoming conscious once more. He took out two talismans from the storage ring and placed them on the two to help them recover faster. In a few moments, the two rose up feeling better than ever with new knowledge flowing through their minds. Seeing that the two were ready to battle, Li dropped his barrier and prepared to fight alongside the two. We surrender. The trio on the other team decided together. Understood. The referee nodded. Li's mind momentarily blanked as the three cultivators were leaving the stage. They gave up? They ran away? They decided to stop once it was finally time for him to come back? He was about to show how he was way better than that man. That he wouldn't lose in such a humiliating way like he did. No. 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 A terrifying chilling amount of chi exploded from Li's body, washing over the bodies and minds of everyone present. His eyes glared into the backs of the three who were now frozen solid out of fright. With his outburst, he could no longer retain his human spirit form and returned to his owlet form. His wings were raised up in preparation to take off. Only a small number of disciples at the Chi Consolidation Realm were capable of controlling their bodies from Li's Chi. Several elders frowned at how dense and powerful the spirit beast's talent lay in Yin Chi. Usually, a spirit beast with talent of this level had to be raised and surrounded by the dead and spirits for several thousands of years before it could get to this stage. Of course, the little monster's pet was a monster as well. As Li was about to fly toward the three, a familiar voice stopped him in his tracks. Li. Jing's voice instantly dispersed the young owl's tantrum. Along with the seriousness of her voice, the overbearing Yin Chi weighing down on those in the crowd also lightened and disappeared. With a gesture of her finger, she beckoned the owlet over to herself. Jing always had a feeling that he'd react this way when something didn't go the way he wanted. He was growing up in the Golden Serpent sect with arrogant young masters and ladies all over the place. There were very few good role models and Jing knew that this would happen one day. She didn't know exactly when this would happen, but the earlier the better. This way, she'd be able to correct his behavior so that it doesn't negatively influence his future. Li didn't utter a word as his mother's angry voice struck him straight in his soul. His small body shivered like crazy as he slowly walked over to Jing with his head hung down. His mother never spoke to him in that voice before. Li just wanted to prove that he was better than that man that wanted to take her away from him. He didn't mean to make her angry. Li couldn't control his tears from falling as he got closer and closer to his mom. I am so sorry, Li cried as he briefly shifted his body into his human form as he stood in front of Jing. Sorry for what? Jing questioned. I don't know. He bawled loudly. Li. Jing felt like her heart was breaking looking at her son acting like this for the first time in his life. Maybe the only time she ever saw him like this was probably before she refined him and he broke his leg in the cave. Jing pulled out a teleportation talisman and transported them back home. There was no reason to make a show of this. Whether she won or lost didn't matter in the long run. Jing was planning to make it to the meeting of great talents regardless if she was chosen as a participant of the Golden Serpent sect. There were too many good opportunities there to pass up and leave to others when she could give them to her angels. Why do you think I'm upset with you? Jing questioned. Because I lost, Li sobbed. I'm not upset with you because you might have lost. Jing told him. Are you mad because I showed off my power? Li guessed next. No. I'm not mad you showed off some of your true strength. Li put on a thinking face while wiping away some of his tears and snot. Jing felt tempted to wipe his messy face clean but not yet. She couldn't drop her stern attitude just yet and comfort him until he realized where he wronged. Is it because I tried killing those three? His voice rose a pitch as he didn't believe this was right either. No. I'm upset with you because you didn't accept the consequences of your own actions. Jing explained. Li tilted his head at her, unable to comprehend what she meant. Do you think that this would have happened if you chose to not play around at the start? Jing questioned. No. Li shook his head. If I didn't play around, I could have done what you did and used my spells to make my teammates stronger and won. That's right. And then when you thought you lost, you tried to kill them because you knew that you could have won if you didn't play around. You didn't want to accept losing due to your own actions and that is why I'm upset. Jing explained to him. If it was someone else's fault, I wouldn't have rose my voice at you. However, you losing was your own fault and no one else's. I understand. More tears began to flow from his eyes. Mom doesn't want you growing up being foolish. You have to take responsibility for your actions if you want to be a good boy. Jing wiped his face with a thin coat of water layering over her palm before crouching down and hugging him. Okay. I'm sorry, Mom. Li tightly hugged her back and softly cried into her chest. I'll be a good boy, I promise, he said, his words muffled. Just so you know, I'm not saying you can't play around in a fight either. You can play around all you want but just be aware of the consequences that playing around in a fight might bring. Like losing. She reminded him. Wanqing's holding. PSST one of the guards tried to get her attention. Wanqing looked over at him in confusion. He didn't look that much older than herself. She didn't recognize his appearance. With a defensive glare, she prepared herself for a terrible possibility that she would fight with every fiber of her being. Wan doubted the second guard next to him would step in to stop him either. Knowing this sect, he'd probably just join in. I'm not really supposed to talk about this without her approval but, I think she'll forgive me. He smiled at her as the other guard continued to keep watch outside her cell. As if he couldn't hear a thing. Wanqing kept her guard up despite his friendly demeanor. That guy you killed back there was just one of my duplicates. So, you don't have to feel bad about what you did. It wasn't a test from her or anything like that. She also wouldn't waste her subordinates' lives in such a way either. This guy is another one of my duplicates too, so don't worry about him caring about our conversation. He explained. Now Wanqing was genuinely confused. Then she remembered that look that Lei Ji gave her after she killed the boy. This guard's words were starting to make sense, but was it really possible to create such realistic clones? Splitting that person's head open felt too real for it to just have been a fake. The blood, brain matter, and the expression on his face as he fell to the ground dead. Even if she wanted to, she wouldn't be able to get that look out of her head. Let's just say I'm really good at playing dead. He grinned. I've died over 1,000 times by now, I'm pretty sure. You're immortal? Wanqing asked. Did Jing really have someone this powerful already in their group? No wonder she never told them about him. Wanqing still felt a little hurt about the secret member in their group but understood why Jing did so. In her heart, she simply gritted her teeth and promised to become reliable enough to trust with such a secret. Not in the way you're thinking. He rapidly shook his hands back and forth. I'm nowhere near that powerful. But yet, just wanted to let you know you had nothing to fret over. Including being sent here. You'll be out in no time. He smirked before turning around and resuming his duty as a motionless guard. Thank you, Wanqing felt relief wash over her body as she muttered the words. It wasn't that Wan had an issue with killing people. It was just that, it was a different matter entirely when it was about killing someone that didn't wrong or insult her. She also thought that the guy was in Heaven's Angels at the time and the only angel she could even bear thinking about killing was Hu Tao. And even that wasn't out of some hatred or anything but pure annoyance. Well, whatever. Wanqing relaxed for the first time since she's been brought here and rested against the wall. Her eyelashes slowly fluttered as she drifted off to sleep. Completely unaware of the softly smiling guards and the unknown third hidden presence hiding in the room. Your technique is quite impressive. Guard 1 spoke. I sure hope you didn't overhear anything, you shouldn't have. Guard 2 fiddled with his spear. Because if you had, I can't picture anything but a horrific sudden misfortunate accident happening in the very near future. Guard 1 continued. So, while you still have the ability to move and talk, you might as well tell us under whose orders you are following and their purpose for sending you to watch a subdued prisoner. Guard 2 followed up. No response. Not even a hint of someone other than themselves and the soft breathing of Wanqing resting in her cell. Guard 1 pulled out 2 talismans. One was placed in front of Wanqing's cell and the other was attached around one of the bars of her cell. The first one was to silence any noises from passing behind them while the second one created a barrier as extra protection for her. Which martial art should I go with to take out this guy? Guard 1 questioned. We don't have that many spear arts. Plus, this guy looks a little talented. They haven't panicked and tried to escape even though they've been caught. Guard 2 didn't answer but rambled instead. Nothing wrong with going with the bare basics, I suppose. But does any of the angels even use a staff or spear? Guard 1 asked. One of the newest additions might. You remember how it was for Hu Tao's disciple? Don't forget his girlfriend just recently got a weapon tailored for herself and she's been around for a while too. Guard 2 spun his spear. Both duplicates suddenly disappeared and with fierce grins on their faces stabbed an empty part of the wall. The sound of metal tearing flesh flowed into their ears as blood snapped across their faces from the surprise attack. An injured figure gritted their teeth as she looked at the two who managed to not only find her but also injure her in one fell swoop. She held her hand over her deeply slashed waist. Ooh, a masked beauty. Guard 1 whistled. Didn't expect to see that. Guard 2 smirked in amusement. Do you think she was sent by head elder are you? Guard 1 wondered. She does got the faint smell of herbs on her, Guard 2 didn't disagree. The masked woman decided to cut her losses. In just that first exchange, she knew she wouldn't be able to easily deal with these two duplicates as they called themselves. It also seemed like the longer she stayed, the more chances they had of discovering her identity and background instead of her finding out more about Heaven's angels. Her initial mission was to try and recruit Wanqing to her master's side, but if she couldn't do that then make sure to try and make a deal with her. Reducing the punishment she would receive after the grand tournament, and in return, Wanqing would tell her useful information about Heaven's angels. The masked woman held no doubt that Wanqing would take her up on her offer. After all, the punishment she was going to receive was no doubt going to be severe simply because of the timing she decided to act in her blatant disrespect for the elders. She's planning to escape. Guard 1 noticed. Oh, she will definitely not forgive us if we let her go with such important information about our technique. Guard 2 shivered at the thought of being punished by her. Sorry, pretty lady. You picked a horrible time to overhear us talking to our ally. Guard 1 rushed at the only exit. I mean honestly, couldn't you at least wait a few days before coming to do whatever to Wanqing? Guard 2 dashed straight at the masked lady. As the two guards moved at the same time, so did she. She tossed a pill in her mouth and a brief burst of chi flashed outward from her body. Neither guard was able to react to the sudden growth in power from the voyeur and she slipped past them. Dashing through the punishment hall, she did hear the footsteps of the two guards behind her. Oi, she's making this difficult, isn't she? If I didn't know any better, she's really trying to get us killed by running away so quickly with such important information. We won't be able to relax in peace like we've done so far if this information gets out. Who knows if whoever is behind her is friendly or not? What if it's a dumbass that doesn't know the importance of holding secrets? We better wrap this up quick then. If she gets any further ahead, we might run into a patrolling elder. The veiled woman felt a sharp intake of chi behind her and immediately dropped to the ground, rolling out of the way of what appeared to be spear chi. The spear-shaped chi attack sliced apart the air and flashed down the hallway as she stared completely stunned. Now the value of this information was almost just as valuable as the other. There's no way I can allow myself to get captured now. She resolved to push her body to its absolute limit. She tossed another pill in her mouth. Her blood shot out of her mouth and leaked from her body, however, she stood up filled with more power than she's ever had in her life. Using all this power rushing through her body, she focused all of it on one simple objective. Fleeing with her life intact. Why couldn't you make this easy for us? Guard 1 appeared above her, swiping his spear in an attempt to decapitate her. I'm not one for putting my all into things. Despite how this looks, I'm actually quite the pacifist. Guard 2 appeared behind her with his spear poised to pierce through her back. The veiled woman avoided both attacks with the agility of a cat and the flexibility of a snake. She didn't bother turning her back to the two as she swiftly ran away with all the power she could. A burst of wind and sound blew behind her, blowing the hair and outfit of Guard 1 and 2. The two guards looked at each other. I think we might have a problem. What are the odds that she encounters another one of our duplicates on the way out? How the hell am I supposed to know? Welp, guess it's time to die. I really hate that the only way we can share information with other duplicates is by dying. Dying is so painful. Okay, okay. Let's kill each other at the same time. That way, we don't have to suffer. Alright, on the count of 3. The 2 guards raised their spears. With an extremely fast countdown so that they didn't lose their nerves, the 2 soon decapitated themselves to relay the information with the rest of Wen's clones. Stop their criminal scum. After the death of the 2 clones, several dozens of cultivators instantly moved at once. Every single one of them moved toward Punishment Hall, spreading out like a fan to further reduce the chances of the voyeur escaping their pursuit. Each clone held different weapons that one could use to suspect them of being part of Heaven's angels. Strangely shaped swords, spiked gauntlets that only covered their knuckles, multiple staff-like weapons, and one seemed to be even carrying a cooking pot in his hand with a maniacal grin on her face. Looks like we're cooking up a rat today. The supposed chef from the inner court cried out. Don't forget we still need to get information from her. So, please try not to kill her. A spear-wielding disciple under a pillar elder politely asked with a veil masking his face. She also ate like 2 pills. So, her body won't be in a good condition when we catch her. A young handsome minor elder added. I'll be able to prevent her from dying for a time, I suppose. The major elder spoke up, one hand behind his hunched over back. He stroked his long white beard in contemplation of how horrible her injuries would be. I guess it's good that Jing let us borrow Xi's medical book. Catching and interrogating spies is way easier when you know how to keep them from dying. A child from the outer court grinned while carrying a hooked halberd behind him. The mysterious woman wasn't dumb enough to believe the 2 guards gave up that easily after revealing such important information. Instead of heading straight to her master's residence, she immediately slapped a talisman on herself and teleported outside the sect. Arriving at the entrance of the sect, 2 of the guards at the entrance noticed her sudden arrival. Upon noticing that outside the sect apparently meant, in front of the gate, she tried to flee as fast as she could when one of the 2 guards dashed at her. It must be one of his duplicates. They've already infiltrated so deep. First, it was 2 guards from the punishment hall and now one of the guards defending the entrance. She cursed at how unlucky she was to land here. I'll apprehend this suspicious criminal. You call for her support. The duplicate shouted to his partner, pulling out his staff with sharp spiked at the end of it. G got it. The other guard quickly ran inside the sect. The 2 dashed down the mountain that the Golden Serpent sect was built upon. Wen could see blood leaking from multiple places on the woman's body and knew she couldn't hold on for much longer. Taking those 2 pills in succession had to internally damage her something terrible. It looks like his job in capturing her won't be as difficult as he thought. Wen's spiked staff smashed into the mountain cliffside, just narrowly missing the all-black clothed voyeur. Rock fragments exploded from his missed attack and pelted the woman who barely managed to dodge. The rocks slashed through her cloth and body, exposing her milky white soft skin. She threw multiple knives at his figure after his missed attack, forcing him to carefully block with his staff, allowing her to gain some distance from him. I can't be caught. I can't fail. I can't fail this mission before passing on my knowledge somehow. Yan Hui bit her lip in desperation. As they got closer to the base of the mountain, Yan Hui's eyes glowed with hope. She could see a familiar group of women just below her. Yan Hui didn't understand why they were down there or how they knew she was in trouble, but at this moment she couldn't care less. Pulling out the last dregs of her energy, she sped towards them with everything she had left. That's not good at all, Wen muttered as he reared his staff behind his head. With a merciless crack of his staff, Wen smashed his spiked staff into Yan Hui's back, launching her toward the group of women seemingly waiting below for him or her. The spikes of his staff stabbed deeply into the woman's back before being violently ripped out, showering his guard robes in a spray of blood. Yan Hui cried out in pain as her body was sent flying toward her allies. All of the women looked on in horror and worry as they went to catch Yan Hui's body. Junior sister. Some of them cried out in shrill voices. Wen did not ignore this information as he softly landed in front of the group of women. 5 to his 1. Each one was close to his own cultivation stage or higher. Brute forcing his way through this isn't going to pan out well. Even if he tried to take them all out by giving everything this duplicate had, the aftermath of such a thing wouldn't end well. Looks like it's time to handle things as a pacifist should. Wen smiled as he politely cuffed his fist into his hand, greeting the women. Greetings. I am Shen Lao, Gate Guardian of the Golden Serpent Sect. I was just in the middle of apprehending this suspicious figure for questioning. May I know your names and purpose for standing at the base of the Golden Serpent Sect? Wen didn't act submissive nor arrogant. His spiked staff wasn't holstered, meaning that if need be, they would be apprehended as well if they didn't give a sound reason for being at the base of the mountain and catching the criminal. All of the women glared at him with enough hatred to last him multiple lifetimes. This junior sister of theirs must be very loved. Wen could see that they were barely able to control themselves from attacking him as they looked at the wounds all over their junior sister's body. One of the women tried to feed the unconscious bloody girl a pill, but Wen stopped it with a flick of chi. Aiding a criminal will only make yourselves into criminals. Please identify yourselves and your reasons for being here before I have to resort to force. Wen knew exactly who these 4 girls were. I had enough of this guy, eldest sister. He nearly killed our junior sister and doesn't even put us in his eyes. The shortest of the group erupted with chi. I'm with Winya for once. A tall beauty pulled out a sword from its sheath. If you dare stop me again, I'll break you limb from limb. The weakest looking girl who tried healing the voyeur threatened. Surprisingly enough, it did send a small chill down his spine. Girls? The one who caught the voyeur spoke, silencing the others. I apologize, Mr. Shen. This is all just a major misunderstanding. The most unimpressive of the group smiled kindly at him. Wen nearly tensed up in preparation for an attack at the killing intent hidden behind that smile. This wasn't your average cultivator. She alone would be more than enough to handle him at his full power. He's heard the rumors of this girl, but the rumors really don't do her justice. She's a little bit out of his league to deal with. But it wasn't like he was planning to use force in this exchange anyway. A misunderstanding. Wen smirked as if she was a fool. Look at her clothing and tell me that she isn't suspicious. Don't tell me that the gate guardian for the Golden Serpent sect is on guard against someone simply for the clothes they wear. She continued to smile. I am. It's my duty to be suspicious of everyone, regardless of their clothes. However, when someone is dressed like that suddenly teleporting in front of the gate of the Golden Serpent sect and then immediately fleeing on being questioned, you can see why matters have come this far, yes. Wen wanted to see exactly how she would defend such suspicious behavior. No, I cannot see any reason for things to have come this far. She poked Yanhui's body in multiple places before feeding her a pill. If it was simply questioning her, then what is the reason for these grievous wounds you've inflicted on her? It looks more like an attempt on her life if you ask me. Without my help, she would have died in mere moments. I gave her several warnings to stop running and give up. She can only blame herself for things to have come this far. Wen lied without a problem. He didn't say a word as he tried to injure her as horribly as he could in an attempt to capture her. Is a gate guardian only this much? Has to rely on a beam of chi passed next to her face in the middle of her response. A small red line appeared on her cheek, leaking a small amount of blood down her face. I will not repeat myself again. Identify yourselves and your reasons for aiding a criminal under investigation. Wen projected his chi outward, posturing heavily. He had the advantage to do anything he wanted since they still haven't clearly identified themselves. I know it's been a while since I've returned to the sect, but have gate guardians really grown this bold and ignorant? She questioned while touching the cut on her face as the atmosphere grew chillingly cold. Even the other girls started to back away at the sight of this. Wen momentarily wondered if he may have gone too far in his bluffing, but still felt that he was in the right. While this girl was strong, it was strong in the sense that he wouldn't be able to kill her without risking death himself. Not strong enough to prevent him from running away at full speed if he felt his life in danger. Shen Lao, was it? I will remember that name, she muttered to herself. I am Ai Ju. Head Elder Ryu's first disciple. All of us are Head Elder Ryu's disciples and we are returning from a task given to us by our master. Ai Ju explained. Is she included in that? Wen asked for clarification's sake. Yes. Now if you'll excuse us, we'll be going now. The 4 began to walk. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Wen cuffed his hands in a polite but non-apologetic tone. If you encounter the other guards, give them this and tell them it was all just a misunderstanding. He tossed a golden token with the shape of a serpent imprinted on its front and back. Ai Ju caught the token and it nearly shattered to pieces from her grip as she stared at Wen. Said token wasn't made out of any regular metal either but spirit metal. I hope to see you again soon, Shen Lao. Ai Ju and the others left with those words. Shen Lao felt tempted to kill himself then and there, but there was no need as he locked eyes with another duplicate hiding in the distance. The duplicate offed itself as Shen Lao slowly made his way back up the mountain. It looks like they had an assassination mission in the very near future. Hopefully, that woman will be unconscious long enough for them to prepare to sneak into a head elder's residence. Head elder's support? Master. He nearly killed our youngest sister. Why won't you let us get revenge for her? Wenya shouted at her master. It's just some lowly gate guardian, isn't he? Or is his background more significant than we think? Xia was just as confused and pissed off as Wenya, despite the two normally being at each other's throats. How big could it be that he doesn't even have our master in his eyes? Jia Li quietly pondered. Of course, his background is deep, girls. Otherwise, I would have torn him apart right then and there. Ai Ju explained, slightly calming the worked-up girls. But wouldn't the sect have labeled you as a traitor or something? Wenya questioned worriedly. Ai Ju only gave a small laugh at that. She was Ai Ju, one of the greatest disciples in the sect. As the eldest disciple of a head elder, her potential and standing were too great to be thrown away for a mere gate guardian. Sure, she might have been punished by the elders for killing a gate guardian, but it would basically be a slap on the wrist due to her position in the sect. It was the fact that he didn't recognize her or any of the other girls. They might have been gone for a few months, but that didn't mean that all news of them would not be spread. Not to mention, to be a gate guardian is to undergo strict scrutiny from the sect. Your background was investigated, your character was investigated, and even those you associate with were questioned. Every single bit and piece of a gate guardian was placed under review by the Serpent Hall. That hall deals with the internal problems of the sect. For someone to be accepted by the Serpent Hall in only a matter of a few months was nothing short of a miracle or unbelievable bribery. Aiju was only able to deduce this after cooling her head once she had a small chat with her master when she stabilized Yanhui's condition. She looked to her master, interested in seeing if her guess was correct. No doubt, she had her own methods far superior to her own in gaining information inside and outside the sect. It was because of that they managed to acquire many rare plants for her out on their mission. Aiju's master knew the sellers, all she had to do was ensure payment was paid and no one tried to cheat them because they were women. That gate guardian isn't just a gate guardian. Your guess was almost accurate, Xiao Ai. Elder Ru calmly smiled. In front of Elder Ru were hundreds and hundreds of spirit plants that would take centuries and millennia to grow. The smile on Elder Ru's face threatened to split her lip as she looked at the immeasurably valuable stock of spirit plants growing in her garden. A feat only possible thanks to the incredibly small plot of soil taken from a very unusual little disciple. If information about the types of plants in her garden was spread to the outside world, it wouldn't take long for the world to single-handedly come together to rob and wipe the Golden Serpent sect off the face of the earth. Almost. Aiju wondered what she missed. I don't blame you for not knowing. After all, you girls were gone for quite a while. A new group of disciples recently appeared in the sect. A very interesting group of disciples. Elder Ru continued to smile. Is that gate guardian a part of that group? Wenya guessed. You're also close but not quite there. Elder Ru answered. I don't believe he's a main member, but he is surely associated with them. How could you tell? Do they have something that sets them apart? Jili asked. That's right, they do. Does anyone want to guess what that might be? Elder Ru gave them a chance to test their critical thinking skills. His attitude. Wenya suggested. Elder Ru gently shook her head. The other girls continued to think back on their experience with the arrogant gate guardian. Was it his lack of knowledge about us? Xia asked next. Elder Ru shook her head to that answer as well. His weapon. Aiju suddenly realized. Elder Ru gave a small nod, indicating her to explain further. When have you ever seen a gate guardian using a weapon that wasn't a sword? She asked the others. To their amazement, they genuinely couldn't think of a single time when entering or leaving the sect that the gate guardians didn't have a sword on them. I didn't think much of it at the time because of how furious I was, but it makes sense, Jili added. So, their group uses weapons people don't use often. Wenya tried to simplify it for herself. The method of identifying them isn't 100%, but I've found success in using it so far. The cute little group managed to infiltrate themselves quite deeply in the sect. As far as I know, I'm one of the very few people aware of this internal disaster just waiting to happen. Elder Ru revealed. Why hasn't anything been done yet then? Have you not told anyone, Master? Jili was confused. No, and I don't plan to. It was only because of their leader that this, she gestured to all the spirit plants, is even possible. Elder Ru let the realization settle into their heads. So, we're not going to wipe them out. Aiju couldn't hide the anger in her voice. You can certainly try, but I doubt it would end well for you all. Don't you care about what happened to junior sister, Master? Wenya couldn't help but be displeased by what her master was suggesting. I never ordered her to investigate them. She took it upon herself to satisfy her own curiosity. In fact, I wouldn't have been upset even if she died, as long as she didn't implicate me in her own foolish mission. Let me tell you here and now, I am perfectly content with the way things are unfolding in the section. Elder Ru stated plainly for all her disciples to hear as she gently caressed an incredibly rare spirit fruit grown from the soil previously owned by the sect's little monster. The disciples could barely believe what they were hearing. Surprise, sorrow, and betrayal were reflected in their eyes. While their junior sister was rash, did she really deserve to die over it? Did their master even care about them? Don't look at me like that, you foolish girls. Do you understand the value of what I've gained from their group compared to you all? I've spent years molding, training, and teaching you all, but not a single one of you was gifted enough in pill refining for me to pass down my secret refining techniques to you. I took you all in on account of your potential in alchemy, but none of you had the drive or motivation to continue improving yourselves in refining. You took the easy way out and focused on the martial path while benefiting from my pills, herbs, and position within the sect. I've gained more from that little monster in a day than I have taking care of you for dozens of years. Elder Ru glared at the four girls. Then why even keep us around? Aiju glared at her master with pain in her eyes. The others were on the verge of tears. I've wasted all this time taking care of you so far. I might as well keep it, hoping you'll do something to pay back all the years and resources I put into you. However, if any of you do something as stupid as Yan Hui did and implicate me again in some harebrained scheme, I'll be the first one to hand them over to the little monster. Elder Ryu answered fiercely. Did we really mean that little to you? Just because we didn't want to become pill masters like you, AI Ju asked. You don't mean little to me, girls. Look, I apologize. I should have made myself clearer. The value of you all does not reach even 1% of this tiny plot of soil. If it came between choosing you and the path of immortality that every cultivator desires, I would choose this soil 10 times out of 10. If you are upset by that, simply become more valuable. The world has no use for useless people when there is a better alternative. Elder Ryu simplified. The disciples were soon shooed out of the garden as Elder Ryu went back to happily taking care of her babies. Elder Ryu planned to support the sex little monster with everything she had. That strange plot of soil that she got from who knows where was enough to satisfy Elder Ryu's core desires as a pill refiner. An infinite amount of materials to make an infinite number of pills. Soon her breakthrough to immortality will only be in a matter of decades thanks to Jing. The Golden Serpent sect's future was limitless, and placing that little monster as the new sect leader would eventually place them as the #1 sect in the world with the pills she was going to make. Nicknames and titles. Back at the tournament, things were heating up for the Chi Consolidators as their portion in the tournament was nearing its end. The prodigies and geniuses were finally being pitted against one another. Disciples who were raking in the money-making and placing bets made it to the point where they had no clue which genius would win or lose. Strength wasn't the defining factor of a fight in this tournament like it usually is everywhere else. No, what mattered was how well the geniuses were able to work with their teammates. Something that most geniuses never bothered to do. If anything, their innate nature predisposed them into categorizing their teammates as leeches or deadweight. Only Ji had anything pleasant to say about her teammates from those of Heaven's Angels. Xiao Ki's teammates hated his guts. Out of Ying's teammates, one wanted to slowly flail her alive with her graceful sword techniques while the other seemed exhausted just by her existence. It looks like I'm going up first. Ying grinned with her great sword held over her shoulder. I know that blue-haired girl is annoying, but try not to kill her no matter what she says, Bing tried giving Ying advice. He didn't actually know if she was annoying or not but decided not to argue against Ying's description of her. We'll see. Ying didn't give any promises. Even now she was still debating how to horribly kill her with Little Hao Gang. Little Gang didn't mind being showered in her blood and making Ying satisfied. You could always deal with her after the tournament. Bing tried to give a reasonable alternative for Ying. Bing. Why are you so concerned about this girl, you haven't even spoken to? Ying suddenly asked, staring him in the eyes. Despite the shiver Bing felt in his bones at such a question, he didn't hold back his response. I don't see what was the point of you making it this far in the tournament if you are just going to throw it away. Didn't you want to test yourself and see how you compared to the rest of the sect? Bing questioned. By giving in to her taunts, you won't do what you set out to do in the first place. I guess when you put it like that, Ying was irritated but at the same time satisfied. Bing wasn't interested in that small-chested bitch but was just concerned about her instead. A faint blush appeared on Ying's cheeks as she walked to the ring with a smile on her face. Ying had a feeling it wouldn't be long until they were married with 10 kids if he kept this behavior up. She could only control herself so much. Ying's teammates made it up on the ring at the same time as her. Shensu, the talented sword user, glared at her when she arrived while Kuai, the spell master gifted in movement spells, simply sighed at the sight of the two. Ying was still picturing the future life for her and Bing and their many children, so she took no notice of either Sui or Kuai. Sui simply threw backhanded insults at the daydreaming Ying before their match began. I think the earth-cleaving Blazing Sword Maiden will win this one. Is that really what they're calling her? I think Blazing Sword Maiden is good enough. But look at that thing. It has to be mentioned in the name somewhere. It is. The sword part. They rolled their eyes. But it's not just a sword. Fine, how about Blazing Demonic Sword Maiden? Multiple nods agreed on this nickname for Heaven's Angels only swordsmen. Several disciples and sometimes elders were thinking of suitable monikers for Heaven's Angels before they were released into the wider world. Bing was called Man-Eating Abomination. Wan Qing's nickname was the Reversed Heavenly Butterfly. Lei Ji was known as the Blind Savior. Bing was at first horrified by the title he was known by. Then he thought on it some more and realized, it was actually quite fitting. While the name, Man-Eating Abomination, pictured him as a bloodthirsty cannibalistic monster, at the same time it'll prove as quite the deterrent for anyone wanting to cause trouble with him. Who would want to mess with the person known to eat other human beings? He knows he definitely wouldn't. Wan Qing was more than pleased with her known title. It was graceful, beautiful, feminine, and accurate. While she would be fine with just the heavenly butterfly part, the reversed part didn't bother her at all. After all, her yang was reversed into yin entirely. Not to mention, her connection with the strange butterfly species that somehow have taken root in her dantian and created a hive inside her. Jing hoped this didn't have an effect on the future children she planned on having. She didn't know if she was part human part butterfly at this point and if her children would be the same. Nor if that would be a good thing or a bad thing in the long run. Lei Ji only smiled at his given title. While he would have preferred the blind healer or doctor, savior is fine too. It's just that to him savior seems fitting for a righteous cultivator. Since he was a part of the Golden Serpent sect, he was just a little surprised that they would use such a word for him. But then again, which part of him seemed at all anything like the typical wicked cultivator? Lei wouldn't define himself as either righteous or wicked. In his goal of reforming the world's youths, such useless ways of identifying someone would only be counterproductive. He also thought that ultimately there was no real difference between righteous cultivators and wicked cultivators at heart. Two sides of the same coin. That was how Jing described it. Quite fitting now that he thought about it. Suji's moniker was still undecided after her quick match from before. The women of the sect disliked the men's nickname for her, Fighting Maniac's Woman. She should have something that suited her, and until they found that out, they should hold off on giving her a title. The men couldn't disagree with this, especially when Suji glared at anyone that argued against the women. Runt had a similar title to Lei Ji. He was known as Little Doctor, and with Qin Ju's fierce attachment to him, she was given one that was related to his. Ju's being Little Doctor's nurse. She adored the title and had no problem with it whatsoever. Overall, Runt didn't mind being known as Little Doctor. He did plan to eventually gain money traveling as a doctor if he couldn't figure out anything else he wanted to do in the future. Lin Shu, He Wenking, and Zaiho Ki shared one title, Blind Savior's Apprentices. Lin Shu and He Wenking were immediately not impressed with this title. There were several reasons for it, but the main reason was that it did nothing to make them stand out from one another. Sure, they were all Lei Ji's disciples, but that didn't mean they were all the same. Lin Shu was planning to declare herself as the beautiful peerless doctor. He Wenking wanted something a little less daunting from Lin's title. He wanted something like the common doctor. In the future, he planned to travel across the world and treat mortals too poor to receive proper treatment from actual doctors. Back in his village, receiving medical treatment was mostly a dream due to the greedy doctor in their village. Zaiho Ki told Lin and he that he didn't care what his title would be. He'll simply do what he wants to do. After he gets strong enough to deal with his clan, maybe he could make a living as a wandering doctor. If others wanted to give him a name or title for what he'll do, that's their business. All he cares about is gaining the freedom to have the choice to do whatever he pleased. Li Li was given the title, Peerless Demonic Owl, while Jing was called the Peerless Angel or Little Monster. Most disciples started to refer to her as Little Monster thanks to the elders calling her that. Very few still call her the Peerless Angel because only one part of it seemed to fit. As far as they knew, angels weren't brown. Hell, her pet owl was better off being called Peerless Angelic Owl than demonic, but his behavior in the matches firmly suited that of someone demonic. Little Monster was much more fitting of a title for her in the disciples' eyes. There was her small height, unusual skin color, and inconceivable talent. The first matching with Little and the latter fitting Monster. Jing didn't mind the title. Out of her several lives, she's had probably millions of titles thus far. Some good, some bad, and some just strange. It didn't matter that much what she would be referred to as. In the end, when things go according to plan, history will be written the way she wants it. After all, history is written by the winners. Ying's fight to the death. Ying's daydream with Bing and their future children ended with a harsh smack on the back from her team's spell master. She felt the weight on her body become significantly lighter. The smallest of steps would surely send her flying right into the middle of the enemy team. While she wanted to give a glare to the slightly satisfied spell master, the annoying words of a flying bug drifted into her ears. The blue-haired graceful swordsman, Shensu, couldn't help but taunt the dazed and idle Ying as she disappeared from her previous spot. Stay out of my way, you fatty loving cow. Shensu grinned after leaving her message in Ying's ear. She charged straight into the middle of the enemy team as a fiery explosion seemed to combust from behind her. Ying's explosion of flame seemed to manifest into a vengeful female deity. No one could accurately describe the large woman they saw floating above the blazing demonic sword maiden, but every single one of them could feel the fire licking their skin just by looking at her unexplainable beautiful rage. The ring melted into something black and liquid-like when Ying rushed forward in a straight line right toward Shensu. Shensu's instincts screamed at her immediately. Even before Ying moved, just the sound of the fiery combustion was enough to put her on the defensive. So, when Ying suddenly appeared behind her while she was in the middle of their three opponents, she was already prepared to dodge anything that came at her. While she didn't expect the fat cow to actually try to kill her for insulting that fat slob, it looks like she was right. Ying really did have feelings for that fatty. Ying only saw red as she stood over Shensu's body. Her giant sword was raised overhead, ready to cleave the mouthy bitch into two. Not a single thought was spared for the three surrounding Shensu or the disciples and elders that would get affected by the aftermath of her unrestrained slash. Ying didn't handle insults to herself very well. She was more than willing to kill for less. She's done so before. Insulting Bing? Insulting her feelings for Bing? The cute, adorable, peaceful man she decided to choose as her husband. There was only one path for Shensu to tread after such a thoughtless remark. And that was death. Mountain cleaving slash. Ying shouted. Did I hit a nerve? Shensu smirked as multiple life-saving treasures activated on her body. Several circular barriers protected her body as hell unleashed around and behind her. TCH. Multiple elders rushed in to contain the damage from Ying's slash. A sea of bright orange flames rose on the left and right sides of Shensu. They shot into the sky, several meters tall and wide. A greedy hungry fire ocean wanting to devour all that is and ever was surged around the ring. The three surrounding Shensu turned into ash and then nothingness before the elders could even attempt to save them. Kuai, the spellmaster on Ying and Su's team, immediately fled as far as he could with a movement talisman once he saw the loss of all sanity in Ying's eyes. The elders were forced into forcefully dispersing the flames with their own chi. A task that proved harder for some of the lower-staged elders and caught the curiosity of a few as well. None of them had the time to focus on Ying and her target to protect the rest of the disciples. Shensu cleverly took advantage of the fact that such a big move would definitely leave Ying vulnerable afterward. Ying's eyes bulged as she saw Shensu unharmed and completely fine after taking her unrestrained sword move. If it means that much to you, I'll send him off with you. Shensu effortlessly impaled Ying through the stomach with her blade. Maybe in your next life, you'll be able to be together. She laughed. Despite having a cold long sword slowly thrust through her gut, Ying didn't so much as twitch in pain from it. Her eyes seemed to have turned into balls of raging fire. She stared into Shensu's twinkling blue eyes and fiercely grabbed her thin wrists tightly holding onto the sword impaled into her body. It didn't take much effort on Ying's part to crush her wrists. A muffled scream escaped Shensu's throat as she bit her lip to stop her screaming. She surged chi within her blade and began to make a mess of Ying's body through her sword as Ying dropped her wrists and slowly pulled back her fist. Blood dripped from her mouth and stomach but chi continued to build in her fist. Both Shensu and Ying knew what would happen if that fist landed on Su's pretty face. Ying was neither just a body cultivator nor a chi cultivator. Just like Hu Tao, she chose to progress in both body and chi through her cultivation. She didn't believe that she could ever catch up or defeat Hu Tao if she focused on one over the other. So, with the help of Jing's resources and her own ambitious nature, she went down the most difficult and costly path. As far as she knows, only Jing, Hu Tao, and herself were the only ones to do so. Not including Li Li. Ying's come a long way in her body cultivation. While she was nowhere near Bing's raw strength, very few people among her peers were capable of taking a chi-less strike from her without using chi to defend. And little Miss Bitch used up all of her life-saving treasures to block her first attack. Ying only smiled as she felt the chi from Shensu's sword tearing through her innards. Her fist continued to glow brighter and brighter until it burst into dark violet flames. Shensu couldn't help but scream for help as Ying's fist soared toward her face. A deep innate fear filled her soul as it neared her. She didn't understand it and she didn't want to understand it. All she wanted was for this big-chested bitch to hurry up and die. Interesting, a pillar elder easily blocked Ying's fist filled with enough power to severely injure someone more than 2 major stages above her. His fist glowed with a gentle white flame, seemingly eating Ying's fire. He separated Ying and Shensu from one another as a small trail of blood leaked from his mouth. For a little chi consolidation disciple to injure someone like him, what an amazing talent. That purple flame couldn't be any ordinary flame. Although he had no proof, he had a feeling that this girl's flame was something legendary. I'll handle this. The pillar elder flicked 2 pills into both Shensu and Ying's mouths before taking them and disappearing from the stage. Underscore 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 un. Should we be worried? Bing asked. Jing knew the elder that took Ying from some of her past life experiences. Pan Yi was his name. The creator and first master of the Hell-Devouring Flames. The Hell-Devouring Flames was the name of his self-created martial arts meant for and against anything flame-natured. With this martial art, there were few flame-natured objects, beasts, and people that could harm them. Jing assumed that this master was interested in taking Ying as his disciple. Why he also took Shensu, she had no clue. She doesn't remember anything about him being lecherous or perverted. Just that he only had one disciple and taught him everything before dying in a battle against the future Ice Leopard Queen. Jing didn't have a problem with him taking Ying as his disciple. As long as Ying also agreed, there was nothing to worry about. Ying would message us if she needed aid. Lei Ji reminded him of their communication talismans. Oh yeah, Bing pulled out his talisman, ready to read it if a message came. Well, that was something. Lin Shu wasn't sure how to react after such a scary and exciting match like that. Could she become that strong if she stayed in this group long enough? I didn't know she was so strong, he Wenking was terrified. Zaiho Ki only felt validated in trusting his instincts earlier. This group was truly the place he needed to stay if he wanted to break free from his clan. It was only with these monsters would he truly grow strong enough to live how he pleased. Gee, you're not going to explode like that if someone talks about Hu Tao badly, are you? Lin Shu asked. Maybe when I first met him. I really didn't like him back then. If someone teased me about it enough, I'd probably explode like Ying did up there. But now, there isn't much someone could say to get that kind of reaction from me regarding him. Suji answered. You don't have any nerve points like that either, do you, Zaiho Ki? He winking asked. Zaiho Ki shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know. Well, if someone does say something about us, don't let it get to you. Me and he may not be as strong as you, but we're not helpless to defend ourselves. Lin Shu roughly patted his shoulder in reassurance. It was only him and Ji left in the competition from Heaven's Angels. Approaching the end. Those heavenly angels are pretty interesting, don't you think? Gong Jun gave a small smile. They were the group that knocked Tang out during the second test and stole his goodies. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he held quite the little grudge against them for ganging up on him. In Jun's mind, it was more of the fact that all of them were so strong but still ganged up on him to steal his collected treasure. He didn't stand a chance against them, which pissed him off something terrible. The week before the final test, Tang put himself through hell against third senior, Chao. Little Tang's anger didn't fade in the slightest as the angels were knocked out one by one in unusual ways. Attacking teammates, accidentally killing their opponents, and sometimes just not even taking the match seriously enough. June was rather amused to see such talented peers. Perhaps if it wasn't for this tournament, he never would have taken notice of them. He looked forward to getting to know them in the future. Along with knocking out Little Tang, they also knocked out his fiancée during the second test. Maybe if she saw Fu Kang's loss against him, she might have run away. Tang didn't bother humoring June. The fool was simply looking to mess with his nerves before his match. Tang disliked this tournament style immensely. Teamwork? Cooperation? Working with his lessers as if they were equals? All of it heavily pressed against everything Tang was taught growing up in the world, and he hated the feeling. It wasn't comfortable doing something he wasn't used to. Everyone knew that talent was everything. What was the point of this strange tournament in the first place? While Tang could still show his superiority and talent in comparison to his teammates, it didn't feel as good if he was doing it alone. It felt like he was latched on by two bloodthirsty leeches. Good luck, Little Tang. If you're lucky, you might face Hu Tao's woman in the finals. Gong Jun waved. Humph. You should watch out for yourself, idiot. You're not safe either. Tang huffed as he walked to the ring with his leeches. I think I'll be a bit luckier than you, junior brother. Gong Jun looked at Zaiho Ki from a distance. Fighting an apprentice of a disciple doesn't seem that challenging. I'm interested in seeing just how far that masked disciple can push me. Do what's expected. Were Tang's only words to his two teammates. Yes. They replied promptly. After seeing Tang Wuying's overwhelming talent in their first match, the two of them did everything they could to support his power in the match. Leech number 1 even took up the bow when he was just a humble spell master. Leech number 2 relied on his tamed spirit beasts to provide distractions while Tang cleaned up their enemies. The match started and their opponents huddled up together as Tang slowly walked toward them with his giant boomerang still attached to his back. Leech number 1 wrapped talisman spells on his arrows before firing them toward the stationary group. Leech number 2 sent his carnivorous group of spirit beasts forward. Tang watched it all, waiting to see how his enemies would respond. The arrows arrived first. They cut them down as they came but soon realized that simply blocking them wasn't a feasible strategy. After the arrows were cut, the spells still activated. Fire combusted, lightning shocked, and ice froze. The enemy trio was forced into splitting up, lest they continue to bring harm to themselves. The mixed group of man-eating spirit beasts were more than happy to see this as they chased after the lone cultivators. Looks like they're finished. An audience member commented. Yab. They lost once they were overwhelmed by Tang's teammates. They lost once they were put up against Rising Dragon Tang in the first place. Even the elders saw the conclusion of this match coming soon. Tang soon disappeared from the sight of most once his enemies split up. A punch here, a kick there, and a slam into the ground over there, and the match was finished. All three opponents were knocked out instantly and the referee called the match. Tang's team won with no elders thinking otherwise. Then it was Gong Jun's turn. Just like he guessed, he was facing off against Zaiho Ki from Heaven's Angels. He had a feeling the matches were rigged against Heavenly Angels for some reason. Well, that was no reason for him to let his guard down. If he lost before Little Tang, where was he going to put his face as his senior brother? Learn as much as you can. Jing shared words with the little assassin. Zaiho Ki now felt terribly anxious about this match after hearing those words from Jing of all people. I'll pray for you. Lin Shu also realized that Zaiho Ki's opponent might be much for him if Jing told him that. Don't worry. We'll be here ready to fix any injuries you get. He winking clutched his fist in a show of support. She didn't say he was going to lose, right? Bing was confused. It's going to be a difficult match for sure. Lei Ji could see the dense amount of qi within Gong Jun. But the size of one's qi doesn't determine everything. Don't forget, the focus on this tournament is teamwork and cooperation. Ji reminded him. Yes, Xiao Ki nodded toward his master and headed to the ring. Jing wondered what her angels got up to during the second test. Unlike Tang, Gong didn't harbor any dislike or killing intent toward them. Either they slighted Tang and not Gong, or they must be the reason why she couldn't find any sign of Fu Kong or Lu Lan in the tournament or the week before the tournament. Did they serve them up on a silver platter for him, or did he just get lucky? Oh well, it doesn't matter all that much. While Tang and Jun's uses have been severely reduced ever since her 10,000 lives, Jing didn't plan to throw them away. Being wasteful is not a trait she planned to have nor ever had. Jing's alter ego, Lucky, has them in her clutches quite tightly. As Xiao Ki is now, he can't win against June. June has had months with the gift she gave him. Xiao Ki has barely a month under Lei Ji's tutelage. Even with the help of his spirit beast, a good showing should be all that he's capable of. Hopefully, June will be a good sport. Ji's fight against Tang will be rather interesting. She's even more of a noble compared to Tang's background. Her time in the group has mellowed her out quite a bit, but at her roots, she was a noble for sure. Ji must be itching to show the results of the training Jing put her through before the tournament. So far, Ji hasn't been pushed at all in the tournament, and neither has Tang. Jing couldn't quite guess who would win in their fight. Tang has had her refined weapon in his hands since the start of his time at the sect. Months of time training and honing his mastery of its power and how to wield it. Ji had no time to learn to comfortably use her refined weapon, just some martial arts. She'll have to put out all the stops if she wants to win this one. Tang has too many advantages over her. Don't think you'll be able to show off this time, masked kid. Chu Hua stood over him. Xiao Ki didn't look up at her but ignored her. She bit her bottom lip in furious hatred. This commoner dared ignore her? She was a part of the famous Chu clan and planned to show the talent of one with the blood of the Chu proudly flowing through her veins. He was nothing more than a doctor's apprentice but found the nerve to treat her like air. You. Chu Hua snatched him by his collar and held him up off of the ground and stared into his eyes. As she was about to threaten him and go on and off about her clan, Hua suddenly found her tongue stuck in her throat as she got lost in Xiao Ki's sparkling golden eyes. She didn't notice the index finger pressed to her throat as her heart started to ramp up in speed for reasons she didn't know. Chu Bolin did on the other hand. His spear was pressed to the back on the little assassin. Don't even think about it. Bolin threatened, killing intent harshly pressing down on Xiao Ki. Down. Xiao Ki spoke to the now dazed girl holding him up. Chu Hua coughed as she placed him down, finally returning back to the land of reality. She fixed his outfit, patted any dust on him off, and stepped back away from him with her face a little bit red. I apologize for my rude actions. I'm going to make it up to you after the tournament at that new shop. Chu Hua's entire demeanor seems to have changed. Xiao Ki didn't know what to think. Chu Bolin was suddenly reminded his young miss was still a young girl despite her impressive height. She could still get crushes on boys. Xiao Ki vs Gong Jun. Xiao Ki immediately summoned Guang and He as the match began. He locked eyes with Gong Jun, who gently smiled at him. Gong's teammates focused their attention on the Chus. It looked like they planned on ignoring Xiao Ki completely. The two land orca spirit beasts awaited Xiao Ki's commands. Let's have a good fight, Xiao Ki. No hard feelings no matter who wins, alright. Gong spoke to him. Xiao Ki nodded. He had no prior or current grievances with this man. You know, I really don't like the feeling of being ignored so thoroughly. Chu Hua grinned her teeth. I'm a genius too, you know? I'm just more low-key than you fame-hungry losers. She was speaking about the rising dragons and some members of Heaven's Angels. Chu Hua's claims weren't unfounded. An 8th stage Qi consolidation swordsman below the age of 18 was indeed a genius. The Chu clan wasn't known to regularly produce geniuses, but it wasn't like they weren't a significant figure in the cultivation world either. Chu Hua actually had the highest cultivation rank of everyone on the stage. It was just that her temperament was so bad, that people couldn't help but underestimate her. Even now, most of the people in the audience thought she was just some loudmouth braggart. They were more excited to see the blind savior's apprentice face off against the rising dragon Gong Jun. Just how powerful were Heaven's Angels in comparison to the rising dragons? I don't think Xiao Ki even counts as an angel, you know? I heard he only joined the group recently. That might be true. He doesn't even have a strange weapon like some of the others. I guess you have to prove yourself to the others before they consider you worthy of wielding a trademark symbol of the group. I wonder how I can become a member of Heaven's Angels. Give it up. They only accept the gifted. Gifted? I don't know if you've been watching the same fights, I have, but they mostly rely on sky-ranked martial arts and sky-ranked treasures to win. So, they rely on their skill and luck to win? It sounds like you're just envious you're not as prosperous as them. Anyone would be envious, idiot. Chu Bolin had a feeling his young miss wanted to prove herself and let off some steam at not being the center of attention for once. He stepped aside as she strode forward to deal with Gong Jun's allies by herself. His eyes watched the two closely, ready to jump in at a moment's notice in case the young miss needed help. Chu Hua unsheathed both of her curved blades as she continued to slowly walk toward the two. I'm not just some pretty face, Prince Jun. Chu Hua glared at Gong. Primordial solar body technique. She shouted. Chu Hua's body glowed with a yellow light, warming and brightening the area around her. With a few casual slashes at her two opponents, bright yellow chi slashes flew at them. The two jumped away, avoiding the chi attacks only to realize that Chu Hua had complete control of the flying sword strikes. She slashed out several more and in no time, Gong's teammates were being overwhelmed by dangerous sword lights easily capable of severing a limb. It looks like I did underestimate you, Chu Eris. My apologies. Gong Jun wasn't above apologizing when he was in the wrong. It looks like our battle will have to wait. Zaiho Ki. Gong turned to look at the masked boy, only to realize he was missing. The hair on Jun's neck rose in alarm. Jun felt a finger jab deeply into his neck just before he could unsheath his sword. A relieved expression soon took his face as he transformed into jelly. He tried swallowing the little ninja whole just to be beset by his two mutated spirit beasts. The third-generation assassin vanished from his senses as he felt his body being ravaged by the sonic cry of the land orcus. His jelly form shook with such intensity that he soon burst into a million little green droplets. The two spirit beasts stopped their deadly song after seeing this sight, unsure if they killed him or not. Jun quickly reformed his body when the two beasts turned their heads to look at their owner. With two quick swipes of his jelly sword, green goo was fired at the spirit beasts that swallowed them whole and immobilized them in jelly. Now that they were taken care of, Jun began setting up his ultimate sword technique. At least, that was what he planned to do until he felt a finger pierce through his abdomen and actually affect his main body. His jelly form shifted back into his regular one as Zaiho Ki appeared underneath him. The sneaky assassin then struck forward with his index finger toward his forehead. Gong Jun was helpless to resist after being forced back into his main body. I didn't think anyone could truly affect me while I was in that state. Gong Jun smiled helplessly. It would be rather embarrassing if he lost like this. Not to mention, his pride would be quite damaged even if he said all that stuff earlier about having a good fight no matter who wins or loses. That's something that only the winner says to seem like a good sport. He didn't actually want to lose. The goo trapping Guang and He released them as it rushed through the air, barely managing to save Gong Jun in time. Zaiho Ki's finger deeply impacted the jelly but did not manage to pierce it. After his failed assassination attempt, Zaiho Ki quickly fled as he ordered Guang and He to charge Gong. Chu Hua even decided to join in as she wasn't just some idiot. This was a tournament about teamwork and cooperation, wasn't it? She also told Bolin to assist her. Gong Jun wasn't a rising dragon for nothing. However, Gong Jun was no longer playing around after that close call. His jelly longsword began to violently shake and vibrate before multiple globs of green shot into the sky. Everyone watched as the sky seemed to split into several green swords before falling down like a meteor shower of blades. Zaiho Ki's eyes widened as he hurriedly recalled Guang and He back into their capture beads while relying on his inhuman flexibility to dodge and avoid the falling blades. The Chus deflected any swords falling near them with their weapons. This is my ultimate technique. Sword graveyard. Gong Jun politely informed. I've yet to meet anyone amongst my peers capable of defending against it. I'm excited to see if you three have what it takes. It's a work in process, you see. He admitted with a chuckle. Chu Hua scoffed as she looked at the swords implanted in the ground all around her. Bolin. Don't let him touch me. She ordered as she rose her arm into the air. Killing technique, Solar Armageddon. A fearsome gathering of chi focused in Chu Hua's palm. Defensive technique, Heaven's inescapable net. Bolin fiercely spun his spear as he stood in front of Chu Hua. Impressive, Gong Jun complimented before suddenly disappearing. A sharp shriek echoed around the ring as Jun and Bolin clashed. Jun picked up a nearby sword as he clashed with Bolin and swiped at his legs, forcing Bolin to flip out of the way. As he flipped to dodge the attack, Jun kicked two blades, one at Zaiho Ki and the other at Hua. The sudden flying blade sliced through Zaiho Ki's side as he wasn't expecting Jun to be able to find him before he even attacked. Zaiho Ki got injured badly but it wasn't enough to completely take him out of the fight. Chu Bolin deflected the incoming blade headed toward his young miss as he finished his flip but wasn't able to block the sword slash aimed at him by Jun. Jun left his sword embedded in Bolin's shoulder as he grabbed another blade stabbed into the ground and slashed across Bolin's midsection. He grunted in pain as a frown formed on Chu Hua's face. She could see the blood from Zaiho Ki's wound leaking onto the ring even if she couldn't find the boy himself. Bolin received multiple sword wounds as he tried to defend both himself and Chu Hua. Gong Jun's sword graveyard brought his opponents to their very limits. A seemingly unstoppable onslaught of swords came their way even if he wasn't directly looking at them. If they took one slash, it didn't take long for that slash to multiply with the endless number of swords around them. Chu Bolin was forced to his knees with several sword wounds across his body, but his drive to protect his young miss never wavered even at the cost of his life. TCH. Xiao Ki's sneak attack failed once again and he received a terrible cut across his chest for his failure this time. Xiao Ki fell to his knees, unable to garner the strength to move. If he forced himself with these wounds, the outcome later wouldn't be favorable for him. His master's medical skills may be unrivaled, but that was no reason to act suicidal. This battle was his loss. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chu Hua gritted her teeth in anger seeing Xiao Ki's sorry state. Fine. We surrender. She stopped gathering solar energy from the sun and dispersed a rather terrifying beam of light into the sky above. The entire surroundings seemingly shuddered and shook from the force of the blast. The clouds above were pierced through and no one could tell just how much damage would have occurred if she used that on Gong Jun. His sword graveyard was impressive, but that beam was just ridiculous. Match over. The referee decided. Chu Hua rushed over to Xiao Ki and hurriedly brought him over to that old man he called master, leaving her severely injured personal servant in the ring. No one could hear the sorrowful wheezing from him but Gong Jun. Gong Jun felt quite bad seeing his pitiful outcome. He fed the loyal and respectable warrior a valuable pill to aid in his recovery before leaving the stage himself. GVS Tang Wuying. Master, you were right, Xiao Ki gratefully cupped his hands and bowed in front of Lei Ji. Well done. It never hurts to rely on others from time to time. Lei Ji smiled, patting the boy on the shoulder instead of ruffling his hair like he wanted. Now let me fix you up, Lin, winking, watch carefully. You're a little too awesome, junior brother. Lin Shu smiled, coming over to watch. I don't think I'd survive half as long as you did. He winking nodded in the praise. Told you she didn't say he was going to lose. Bing was happy his prediction wasn't wrong. It was a difficult fight for sure. If all the other rising dragons are on his level, I have my match cut out for me. Ji looked toward the marked boy with his giant weapon in the distance. I'll take your teachings to heart and thank you everyone. Xiao Ki bowed toward the other angels. Ha 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 ha. Tang didn't hold back after the judges decided against Jun. Briefly, an incredibly ugly snarl appeared on Jun's face before quickly returning back to his regular charming and calm appearance. He turned to look at his junior brother and senior brothers before shrugging. I knew teamwork was the main purpose, but I still let my arrogance get to me. I have more training to do in the future. He bowed. Good luck, little Tang, in your fight. Consider my loss as a way of teaching you to look out for your teammates. Their eyes met. All that pompous talk from earlier just for you to turn out to be nothing but a loser. Tang scoffed but would secretly make sure that his two leeches wouldn't drag him down like Jun's did. You understood why you lost. I see no need to add anything further. Second eldest, Jian, nodded. Junior brother's going to take this bracket home because of you. So, master gains face regardless. Don't be too beaten up about it. It's a weird tournament after all. Chao grinned. Gong Jun knew that his senior brothers were simply trying to cheer him up, but he still couldn't help feeling infuriated and embarrassed. He was thoroughly slapped and couldn't make any excuses about it. Now Tang was going to gain everything while he was nothing more than a stepping stone for him to shine. The young rising dragon prodigy took a deep breath and sunk himself deep in meditation as he looked back on his mistakes in the match and how he could have done better. I'll kill you both if you dare drag me down. Wu Yingtang softly spoke under his breath. Yeah, yes. They stammered a response. Leech number 1 and Leech number 2 knew their end would arrive if they didn't satisfy the whims of this talented young master. They could only blame their luck for being matched up with this merciless little tyrant. While their current thoughts were on their immediate survival, neither of the two thought about how this might be a useful lesson to learn about the future. If you want to survive, sometimes holding on to the gold thigh near you is the only option. I usually hate copying that fool, but he does indeed know how to properly use his brain at times. Don't assume that just because you fail, you too will die. Your entire family lineage will follow along with you in the afterlife if you cause me to lose face here. Tang made sure they understood what truly was on the line here. This young master was truly and completely insane. Leech number 1 and number 2 rapidly nodded their heads as they prepared themselves to pull out all the stops. How pitiful, the two cultivators wanted to cry. They were probably the only two people who had their entire family's lineage at stake in this tournament. A tournament that didn't even allow bloodshed. Unknown to the two cultivators, Gong Jun has already put into motion what Wu Yingtang threatened them with to his two teammates. He had to release some frustration somehow. It didn't sit right with him that someone could drag him down so thoroughly and get away with it. Meaningless tournament or not, no one humiliates Gong Jun and lives peacefully. Not even his future wife. Begin. The referee didn't delay this fight. Wu Yingtang tossed his boomerang across the stage, flying to the middle of the ring before spinning into the air. Wind gathered around its fast speed as it hovered above the ring, constantly spinning. The arrow-like markings on Tang's skin glowed brightly as he placed his palm on the two leeches. Their bodies violently thumped as if there was something inside their chest fighting to get out. Markings similar to Tang's rapidly spread out across their skin as their eyes began to glow yellow. No one but Tang understood what was happening to the two, but their opponents were wary regardless. They huddled up together and waited for any surprise attacks. Tang grinned. His advantage lay in attacking, didn't they know? Ji quickly led the charge forward while Wu Ying's teammates were still adjusting to whatever happened to them. Her umbrella was held like a sword as she charged the unarmed Wu Ying. She struck without mercy toward his vital points. Wu Ying arrogantly smirked as he effortlessly dodged the critical attacks. The same couldn't be said for his transitioning leeches. This forced him into engaging all three of the women at the same time to defend the leeches. Usually, when a person is tasked with taking on multiple opponents, they'd be quickly overwhelmed unless they were at a superior cultivation stage. However, Wu Yingtang didn't hold a cultivation advantage over his opponents. The only obvious advantage he held was speed. Nothing but pure overwhelming speed that allowed him to react at inhuman times. For every 3 attacks coming his way, he could send 6 attacks back in the same speed. So, instead of Tang being overwhelmed in a 1v3 situation, it was as if an equal number of Tangs were contesting with them. This was the power of acceleration chi. The blessing of Tianir, the god of acceleration. Enough. Ji stated. Somehow, Ji slowed Wu Ying's movements. Ji and her teammates quickly pressed the momentary advantage given to them. A grimace appeared on Wu Ying's face as he understood what just happened. This little bitch took control of the wind he was pulling in with his boomerang up above. Tang motioned for his weapon to return to him as he received numerous little wounds from the opposing team. It was time anyway. These weaklings sure took their time. He barely shared any of his blessing with the two. If they tried to wield his boomerang, they'd probably explode into a mist of blood. With a single swipe of his caught weapon, Ji and her teammates were forced to give distance. Seeing the newly awakened leeches, Ji knew they couldn't lose this offensive advantage. She couldn't boost the abilities of her teammates like Wu Ying apparently could. Ji began to spin her umbrella in her hand until it turned into a blur. The wind stolen from Wu Ying allowed Ji to form a massive spiraling tornado around her team. Elders quickly formed a barrier around the stage to prevent anyone watching to be sucked up into the ring. Tang clicked his tongue as he saw his teammates unable to resist the suction of the technique even after being blessed. This bitch isn't so easy. Azure Burning Dragon. Calming Heart. Accelerate. Tang's chi burst outward and formed a bluish-gold aura around his body. Tang took one of the arrows from leech number 1 as he crouched low to the ground. He infused his acceleration chi into the arrow as it hovered above his hand. The arrow began to spin at unbelievable speeds until it reached its breaking point. The metal tip was on the verge of shattering from the infusion of so much chi flowing through it. Leech number 1 and number 2 were already lifted off the ground and soaring their way toward the tornado. Go! Tang softly whispered. An ear-piercing shriek harshly assaulted the ears of everyone in the tournament. Very few people could actually see what was taking place in the ring due to the fierce whines, but those who could were shocked. The seemingly teleporting arrow sent by Wu Ying was blocked by Ji. However, her right hand could no longer be used from blocking the impact of the arrow. She dropped her umbrella as her arm fiercely shook from the aftershock of the attack. That was really fast, Ji muttered in discontent. Ji didn't let this affect her too much. It just showed her how much more training she needed if something like that was enough to temporarily disable her. Hu Tao would have easily handled something like that without being affected like her. Even if he was, he'd still be no less strong because of it. The massive cyclone dispersed as Ji lifted her weapon with her unaffected left arm. She locked eyes with the boomerang-wielding rising dragon. With a deep breath and a flick of her weapon, ice, snow, and frost began to spread from her umbrella. Wu Ying hefted up his giant boomerang over his shoulder and got ready to move in with his leeches. Finally. No more tournaments. The ice, snow, and frost spreading from Ji's umbrella covered the entire ring. Her teammates' swords turned into ice swords, but their bodies were completely unaffected by the weather changes. Tang Wu Ying's team on the other hand was quickly besieged on all sides by the cold. Tang skillfully swung his boomerang around himself at blurring speeds. Not a single speck of cold was capable of passing his barrier of wind. Ji thrust her umbrella's tip toward Wu Ying's throat while her teammates charged the temporarily slowed partners of Wu Ying. Wu Ying blocked her blow without much effort and instantaneously followed up with a counter swipe of his own, aiming for her neck. A wall of ice suddenly appeared in between Ji's face and the giant weapon. It shattered without much resistance but gave Ji enough time to duck underneath the attack and pierce her weapon toward Wu Ying's undefended abdomen. You're not fast enough to keep up with me. Haven't you realized it yet? Tang smirked as he looked down on Ji. Who said I was trying to compete in speed with you? Ji smirked right back. Tang's instincts warned him to dodge and followed through with what his guts were telling him. As he appeared behind Ji, he looked back to see a spike made of ice that would have pierced through his skull if he didn't move. If he wasn't using calming heart, he was sure he would have exploded in fury at how close to death he was. A heavenly genius like himself nearly being killed by this nobody? A woman who is only known for the man she's in a relationship with? Tang Wuying refused to accept this. I got the idea of this technique from a friend of mine. Ji looked toward Jing momentarily as she thought back to her training. She told me that I should use this technique only when I was surrounded by multiple foes and I was alone. This situation doesn't really match, but the technique will still work out. You want to know why? She asked. Humor me. Tang Wuying didn't really care. She was going to be crippled by him regardless. Several ice spikes shot out toward Tang's body in an instant. The icicles targeted his head, throat, heart, stomach, pelvis, and legs. Not a single part of his body was spared as the icicles flew through the air. Ji watched as Tang somehow instantly disappeared from where he was standing before sensing him high in the air and looking down on her. This is why. More and more spikes chased after Tang. The entire ring became a death trap just for the speedy cultivator. Hundreds of ice spikes appeared in random places from the view of the spectators. Sometimes they formed in the air, on the stage, and several times almost pierced Ji. However, Ji only laughed after seeing him try to use her own technique against her. It's a work in progress, but definitely not to that amount. Her icicles harmlessly shattered into snow against her body. Since you're faster than me, I just have to make your speed pointless. But oh wait, don't you have two teammates as well? Ji let out an oh-ho-ho as the crowd suddenly focused their attention on leech number 1 and leech number 2. By this point, Tang Wuying could feel his emotions breaking through calming heart. He was being humiliated. Tang didn't give a single crap about those trashes placed with him, but if he allowed her to target the leeches, his fate would be the very same as Jun's. The prodigal young master no longer bottled up his bubbling emotions. At this point, Tang Wuying was no longer holding back. Overdrive. A burst of gold and blue qi exploded from Tang's body. Oh no, you don't. Ji surged all the qi within her body. Only for her to realize that she was somehow staring up into the sky. Confusion ran through her mind. When did she start lying on the stage? Wasn't she just standing up about to make a difference in the match? Ji gripped her left hand and felt nothing. Her umbrella was gone as well. Sitting up, Ji saw that her teammates were in a similar situation to herself. Weaponless, and lying on the ring without a wound on them. Across from them, they could see Tang Wuying scrunched up like a shrimp crying out in pain while his teammates came near them. Just as Ji jumped up to defend herself from Wuiying's teammates, they appeared in front of her and knocked her out of the ring. Her teammates quickly followed and that was the end of the match. How did I lose? Ji was confused. I don't know what happened either. 1 minute I was fighting against that guy and the next I was staring into the sky. Me too. I thought I was caught in an illusion array for a second or something. You did your best. Jing came over to the confused girls. Very few people were capable of catching Tang's movements at the end there. Jing believed that only herself, Li, and the top elders could have seen it completely. If Tang wanted to make a statement, that was a hell of a way to do so. His position within the sect has firmly been planted if it wasn't already before. He went past his natural limits and dealt with you three. He took your weapons, carried you to your side of the stage, and returned to tell his teammates to finish you off. Jing explained. All that training just to lose without even being able to react, Ji sighed. She hoped to pay back and honor Jing by winning. Well, at least she made it to the semi-finals. Ji may have lost, but she didn't feel that she lost face for Heaven's Angels. Even if she was officially a part of Badass Angels, Hu Tao's section of Heaven's Angels. She'll just have to train harder in the upcoming future if she wants to be strong enough to reign in Hu Tao. Good job. Jing patted her head. Zaiho Ki was the last remaining angel in the tournament, but his team quickly decided to surrender after seeing Tang Wuiying's battle. Zaiho Ki was dragged away by Chu Hua as punishment for making them surrender. And thus, Heaven's Angels' participation in the grand tournament has come to an end. The next several days were spent in good fun watching the remaining disciples fight. Eventually, by the month's end, the reward ceremony began and the top 10 teams who exhibited traits stated at the beginning of the tournament were rewarded. This ruffled some feathers of certain people. Because of this strange way of rewarding, some of the teams in first place in their bracket didn't get rewarded. Usually, those teams were teams that were carried by a single person with overwhelming talent. The elders showed repeatedly that they wanted teamwork. Their exact words were something along the lines of, what we will judge is how well you collaborate with your randomly chosen partners, how efficiently you pool together your strengths and cover up for each other weaknesses, and how badly you utterly fail at the first two. It was the fault of those stubborn disciples that they didn't receive anything for not listening to the elders' explicit instructions. Only Run's team and Zaiho Ki's team were rewarded from Heaven's Angels. They were given the opportunity to search through the top floor of the martial pavilion for a sky-ranked martial art, high-ranked spirit stones, and the choice of a top-quality weapon of their choosing to be made by the skilled spiritual blacksmiths of the sect. The rest were merely disappointed, but everyone congratulated Runt and Xiao-Ki. The two of them were considered the new generation of Heaven's Angels in a way, with Xiao-Ki being the most recent generation. It was simply amazing that out of everyone these two young men made it to the end of the competition. With the conclusion of the grand tournament out of the way, things were relatively peaceful for a while. Wen successfully assassinated Elder Ryu's youngest disciple without any trouble. Wan Qing was punished with sweeping the sect for 7 months for her actions during the grand tournament. Jing saw fit to reward her with a suitable cultivation technique perfectly tailored for her butterflies. Ying had a new master in the form of Pan Yi. A stern and tough elder, but fair and rather desperate. She saw value in his core martial art, Hell Devouring Flames. With that technique, she could clearly see the martial path she was meant to follow in her lifetime. The sect underwent a significant change as well after witnessing everything that went down in the grand tournament. Spell masters, pill refiners, and other sorts of auxiliary occupations on the path of cultivation were no longer looked down upon as they were before. People taking on their monthly tasks now began to go out in pairs or groups once they saw the benefits in working with others. Even geniuses were included in this once they thought more deeply about it. Tang Wuying and Gong Jun were the sparks that lit the fire within the other prodigies. The two seemed closer than ever for some reason after their defeat in the grand tournament, and it made people think. What kind of monster would be capable of defeating both Tang Wuying and Gong Jun if they worked together? There was also the outer court being completely transformed into an interconnected jungle with houses spacious enough to compete with the homes of core disciples. No one knew who was responsible, but everyone in the outer court was grateful, even though they felt like monkeys living in the trees. And then it was pairing season in the Golden Serpent sect. Little prodigies and cultivators were looking everywhere for their perfect teammate to further their fighting potential. Heaven's Angels were not excluded in this aspect. Ying chose Bing as her partner without giving him a chance to speak. Lei Ji paired up with Susu, the little grand prodigy who stuck herself to Lei Ji's side after he awakened her hidden potential. She offered it and didn't give him the opportunity to refuse. Xiao-Ki tried to refuse Chu Hua's offer but was strong-armed into it by her aggressive advance along with Lin Chu's teasing. Runt was in a similar position as Lei Ji and Bing, with Ju partnering herself up with him. He Wenqing and Lin Chu decided to partner up because, why not? Wan Qing, Jing, Li Li, and Shang were the only ones without a partner. Shang didn't believe that he was strong enough to stand by her side in battle yet. So, he asked Jing to wait for him. Since spirit beasts in the eyes of others weren't counted as people, Li Li didn't count when he forcefully partnered himself with Jing. Ji chose Hu Tao as her partner despite her having a feeling he was going to try and pick Jing. In anticipation of that day, she trained every day to grow in strength as quickly as she could. Wan Qing simply hasn't found a person to complement her that well in a fight. Jing also had a cute little surprise awaiting her after the ending of the grand tournament. Ding! System has finished updating host. Here are some notifications you missed out on while the system was updating. Multiple missions completed. You allowed Gong Jun to reap Fu Kang's fortune. Reward, talent boosting elixir. You have taken over the inner court through your number of supporters, superior strength, or influence. Rewards, 1 legendary ticket, Coffin of Undying, restriction on Qi Consolidation Realm will be unlocked. You announced the purpose of Heaven's Angels at the Grand Tournament. Reward, SCP-018. You passed the first test of the Grand Tournament. Reward, 1 legendary ticket. You impressed the elders of the sect with a good showing throughout the Grand Tournament. Reward, World Devouring Serpent Egg. You have killed over 1,000 disciples during the course of the Grand Tournament. Rewards, Extreme Violence Bracelet, Extremely Violent Ring, God-Slaying Spear of Justice. You have helped over 1,000 disciples during the course of the Grand Tournament. Rewards, Pure Cloud Pearl, Heavenly Armor, Angel's Blade of Righteousness. Multiple missions failed. You have failed to successfully make it to the end of the Grand Tournament. Penalty, Loss of Fame. You have failed to somehow have all of your followers pass the Grand Tournament even with the system. Penalty, Massive Loss of Fame. CaptainBoyHole. There was actually a character I had in the drafts since the beginning of this novel that won't be appearing. His name was Hezadong and he was going to be the little kid of the group. Similar to Runt I suppose, but this kid was a prodigy and the top person in his city. Jing and Gang were supposed to travel together outside of the sect and arrive in his city, either causing chaos or arriving to the chaos. Jing in disguise would accidentally meet up with this young prodigy who wanted to cause trouble for her because of how unsightly she looked. Jing would then wipe the floor with him and leave his beaten body behind. Later on, after using every resource available to try and find her and failing, eventually, he'll come in contact with the angels, either unintentionally aiding them or hindering them. In the end though, he'll beg to join Jing because of how bored he is being the city's poster child. She promised him freedom and treated him like a normal child wanted to be treated. Long time no see. Jing smiled as she looked at the oh-so-familiar gigantic gacha wheel inside her soul space. A limitless amount of flashing rewards appeared on the wheel, just waiting for her to spin it twice. Even with all the strength radiating through her, Jing still felt like a bug in the face of this divine construct. To think even the gods would fall into the temptation of gambling. After all, it wouldn't make sense for Jing to be the only spinner of this godly lottery. In the grand scheme of things, she was positive that she was nothing more than just a toy for some immortal being. The chaos and turmoil she could unleash within days of this illogically large planet wouldn't benefit any godly being. All of this has to be some sort of test or game. Especially with all of these rewards she gains from the Gacha wheel. Jing pulled down on the side of the golden wheel and carefully stepped back as it ramped up in speed. Just like the first time she used it, it spun clockwise before turning into a speeding blur. The rewards flashed past her face to the point that her refined cultivated body couldn't keep track of it anymore. She suspected that divinity was the only way of keeping up with this immortal toy. If she tried to rig the wheel in her favor, Jing felt that her arms would directly be rubbed into nothingness as a warning. It only spun twice before Jing was kicked out of her soul space and returned back to the world of the living. Host has received SCP-1425, SCP-2295. All these goodies at once momentarily distracted Jing from thinking about her identity as the toy or chess piece of some godly being. She started to think about how best to use these new goodies to further accelerate her control over the sect and the world beyond. After all, once you've lived 10,000 or so lives, there is very little one hasn't done in the grand scheme of things. In a way, Jing would like to speed up this game and move on to the next stage in existence. Jing swiftly rose to the peak of the core preparation realm once her restriction was broken. For her refined body and martial arts, there was no such thing as bottlenecks or cultivating too hastily. As long as she cycled enough chi through her body, she would break through. It was only because of the system's restrictions that she hasn't risen to the top of cultivation yet. The talent-boosting elixir would be saved as a reward for one of her angels. Same for most of the other weapons and trinkets Jing received for completing those missions. SCP-018 would be quite an effective weapon with a little control. As it is now, it was nothing more than an uncontrollable disaster waiting to happen. After receiving information on the toy, Jing could see some ways of utilizing this for her angels, but as of now, nobody needed it. The red-colored ball 6 centimeters in diameter was able to bounce over 200% efficiency, meaning that if it were dropped 1 meter, it would bounce 2, then 4, then 8, and then 16, and so on and so forth. According to the testing done by the SCP Foundation, SCP-018 could reach speeds of over 100 km per hour. SCP-1425 was in a similar boat to SCP-018 in that it needed some fine-tuning before it could be utilized. SCP-1425, when explained simply, gave the user mild reality warping abilities at the cost of their sanity. It was a hardcover book bearing the title Star Signals. To avoid going insane, Jing immediately brought the book into herself and refined it on 1:1 to replace it with an identical book just without the driving her slowly insane part. She did the same with SCP-018, just that it could be controlled by the most recent holder's will. SCP-2295 was very different from both SCP-018 and SCP-1425. The first difference was that it was sentient. Jing has long understood that sentient SCPs couldn't be brought into this plane of reality in their complete form. As a way of mending that fix, the sentient SCPs would try to attach their desires and goals to whoever obtained their anomalous properties. If Jing chose to take SCP-2295's anomalous properties for herself, she would gain a desire to save and help all those that she could. SCP-2295 originally was a patchwork stuffed bear. It became sentient and animate when within 2 meters of a human sustaining severe damage to an organ. If there is more than one injured person nearby, it will choose the youngest. In the process of treating injuries, the animate bear will somehow produce its own surgery tools before patching together a healthy imitation of the injured organ and placing the patchwork organ inside the patient. That patchwork organ will then act as a completely healthy organ despite being made entirely of stuffing. So far, the only organ incapable of being treated by SCP-2295 is brain injuries. Jing chose to save SCP-2295 for one of Lei Ji's peaceful angels. In a way, they could be seen as her future medical division. The more skilled doctors over there, the better her group will be off. SCP-1425 was saved for herself to use when the situation called for it. SCP-018 was stored inside her storage ring. The last object she had yet to inspect was the egg. With a name like World-Devouring Serpent, Jing expected this egg to be a little bigger. In reality, it was barely thicker than a grape and just as tall as one too. No special designs or anything, just a tiny white egg with a small trace of chi within it. Jing chose not to refine this creature because, unlike Li Li, its potential was already high enough to threaten planets. Li Li was just a regular snow owl. She doubted this serpent needed any additional help from her besides some love and care. Little sister. Li Li frowned at Jing's sudden announcement. I don't need a little sister. Li Li outright rejected Jing's announcement. That's unfortunate. She's on the way right now. Jing pointed to the small egg sitting on top of an array surrounded by low-rank spirit stones. Li Li's eyes glared at the being inside the egg. Jing smacked his head once she felt his killing intent, and tears pooled around his eyes as he felt wronged. You will have a little sister, and you will treat her like an older brother should. With care, love, and respect. If anything happens to her before or after she hatches, you will be punished. Understood? Jing asked, gently massaging the area she smacked. I don't want a little sister, Li Li cried as he changed his soul into the form of a human and hugged Jing. You don't always get what you want, baby, Jing continued to fondle his head as he wrapped around her. After half an hour of sobbing on Li Li's part from another being taking up his mother's love and soothing on Jing's part, Li Li seemed to have mostly forgotten about his aversion and anger to having a little sister after being told by Jing the good parts of having a little sister. I guess having another heavenly demonic angel wouldn't be so bad, Li Li wiped his tears. That's right. Once she grows big enough, you won't even have to take care of her anymore. Really? I only got to do it for just a little bit and then I don't have to deal with her anymore. Li Li's eyes widened. Jing nodded. She'll be even bigger than you will be when you're an adult. Bigger than me? Li Li didn't know about this. She'll grow big enough to eat the whole planet. What? How do I grow bigger than a planet? Where am I going to live if she eats the world? Li Li was getting upset about having a sister again. I guess as her big brother, you'll have to make sure she doesn't eat the world. Jing lazily suggested. What? How am I supposed to protect her, love her, and stop her from doing bad stuff? Why do I got to do everything? That's what makes a good big brother. If you can't do all that, you're just a bad big brother. And bad big brothers don't get hugs and kisses from mommy. Having a sister sucks. Li Li whined, crossed his arms, and shuffled closer into Jing's body. It'll be better than you think, I promise. I just spoiled you a little bit too much and it upsets you when things don't always go your way. Why shouldn't things go my way? My way is the best way. You're barely 2 years old. How could you be so perfect? I didn't say perfect. I said best. There's a difference. Li Li's voice got quieter near the end as even he wasn't that arrogant to not realize what he was saying. Right, right. Of course. Just don't forget, life doesn't always go the way you want. The best you can do is adapt and work with what you got. Okay. So, what do you think would be the best thing to do after your sister is born? If I want to stay mom's most loved person, listen to mom and don't be a bad child. Li Li summarized. Li Li is so smart. Jing gave him multiple kisses on the head as Li Li giggled in joy. Bing's resolve. Bing. I wouldn't feel right asking you to do this for me as we agreed without helping you in some way. After you've dealt with all the disciples, you can handle, I'll unlock your body's true potential. Lei Ji told his youthful friend. Cool. Do you got a list of names and directions to find them? Bing asked. There's Chu Xin Yun, Shui Chongxian, Mo Xiaochen, Li Baoer, Long Xiu, Xueling Shuang, and Qian Yu. I'd list more, but in account for your current strength, I chose people who weren't too high above you in cultivation. Lei Ji handed Bing a small scroll. Love to hear it. Bing grinned. Fighting weaklings is my specialty. The condition you bring them here doesn't matter much. As long as they're alive and breathing, I'll be able to fix most injuries. Alright, I'll see you in a bit. Bing walked out of Lei Ji's medical office. Good luck if you need it anyway. Lei Ji chuckled. The two of them have long since left the Qi gathering realm since the conclusion of the grand tournament. With their strength now, it wasn't difficult to obtain valuable resources for cultivation. As long as they took the time to go out on difficult tasks for the sect, they could afford it with enough time. Bing opened up the scroll and looked at the information inside. Most of these names had the wicked deeds they've done alongside their name. For the most part, Bing doesn't really involve himself among the disciples in the Golden Serpent sect. The most famous disciples, what disciples did this, what disciple did that, the latest genius, and all that stuff. He mostly spent his time in Ying's void world eating spirit cakes and comprehending the infinite mystery that is the Dao of Yin and Yang. Ying left the sect as she said she had to journey back home because of some family matters. Bing always forgot about Ying's noble status because she never really acted like a proper noble or mentioned it often. He knew one of her goals was to revive the name of the Yu family. Bring it to the heights of prosperity and absolute nobility. It was pretty amazing because Bing never saw her as the type of person to, actually, scratch that. Ying was very emotional and scary, but she always stood up for her friends and the things she cared about. Bing was nearly mistaken because of how violent and easily set off she was at times. If it weren't for her, Bing and Lei Ji would have died in the treasured plains. As Bing traveled to the strongest disciple on the scroll, he ate some spirit cake on the way. Before Ying left, she baked a huge cake and cut it into hundreds of slices for him so that he didn't starve while she was gone. It was at that point that Bing could no longer allow his personal insecurity to blind him from the truth of reality. Ying had feelings for him. He knew for damn sure that he wouldn't do so much for anyone the same way that Ying takes care of him. Probably not even himself. The only person kind enough to take care of other people the way Ying takes care of him would be Lei Ji if he were female. Bing thought that he would immediately know when a woman was interested in him, but that wasn't true at all. Compared to all the other angels, she made him spirit cakes the most, knew his favorite tastes, and which cakes best fit his current mood at the time. Just like a little wife who knew all of her husband's tastes after cooking for him for so long. Bing planned to propose once she returned. Sure, he wasn't exactly sure if he liked her the same way she liked him, but that could be amended over the course of their marriage. Bing knew for sure he was willing to protect Ying with his life. Her personality might not be his preferred type, but after working alongside her for so long, he's gotten used to her. Not to mention, even if a kind, gentle, soft-spoken, big-breasted woman came along, Bing would have no idea how to woo her in the first place. Why go for something that doesn't exist in the present when there's a real option present? Ying has already conquered his stomach. Either his body or heart was next. Considering how she felt about Hu Tao's lustful behavior, Bing had a feeling it might be his heart. If he compared himself to Hu Tao in terms of lust, Bing would not say that he was below him. It was just that Hu Tao had the looks, talent and charisma to do whatever he wanted. If he wanted a woman, he'd get them or get his ass kicked. If Bing wanted a woman, he could only pray she wanted to be near him in the first place. Finding a woman like Ying who had such a genuine interest in himself? Bing would be a fool not to immediately grasp this opportunity while he can. Besides her personality, Bing couldn't fault anything else of hers. Her looks were amazing, her breasts were bountiful, her body was perfectly sculpted, and she could cook meals worthy of immortals and beat the shit out of anyone who wanted to take advantage of her. The more Bing thought about it, the surer he was about proposing to Ying once she returned. But first, he needed to prepare some adequate betrothal gifts to pay her back for everything she had done for him. After he's done with these villains on Lei Ji's list, he should ask for some help. Ah, hello. Are you Mo Xiao Chen? Bing politely asked the scarred youth on top of a crying and barely dressed woman on his couch. Who the hell? He snarled at Bing for interrupting his fun. That didn't really answer my question, Bing frowned as he averted his eyes. If he was going to marry Ying, he instinctively knew she would beat the shit out of him for looking at another woman's private parts. Get the fuck out of here, Fetus. I'll deal with you when I'm done. He ordered with a glare. That also doesn't answer my question. Are you Mo Xiao Chen or not? I'll leave if you aren't. What the fuck are you going to do if I am, Fetus? Is this your sister or something? He grinned. So, you are Mo Xiao Chen. Bing just wanted clarification. Die, Fetus. While Bing was averting his eyes from the girl with her clothes ripped open, Mo Xiao Chen used this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Using his transplanted eye of end, Bing saw the sneak attack coming before Mo Xiao Chen even thought about it. A large arm formed from out of his chest and snatched Mo Xiao Chen in its grip. The sounds of his bones being crushed and grounded were just as audible as Mo Xiaoqin's screams of agony. Even a master could be killed once taken by surprise. Once Bing broke most of the guy's bones, he tossed him over his shoulder and began to head toward his next target. Wait. I'd like to thank you for saving me. The girl, still with her dress in disarray, shouted. Then thank me by finding some fitting clothes before you get me killed. Bing avoided looking in her direction as he continued walking. Can I know your name? Nope. Bing did not see a single good outcome coming from her knowing his name. Besides, if she asks around, she could get it easily. After capturing Mo Xiao Chen, Bing made his way to the next wicked disciples on the list. In a manner just as easy as Mo Xiao Chen, Bing dealt with the other disciples. By forming multiple arms, Bing could carry all 7 disciples known for their wickedness. Bing felt that being a body cultivator was pretty unfair in the grand scheme of things. Once you made it to a certain level, there was barely anything that could hurt you when facing off against an opponent in the same cultivation realm. Only their strongest technique could harm you, and how often could the average cultivator pull off their strongest technique? Survive that technique, and the body cultivator just needs to get his hands on them once to end the fight. Hey? What are you doing here so late, AI? Lin Shu opened the door. Did you get injured somehow? She looked at his bloody body. This isn't my blood. These guys are just a little leaky. Bing replied. That's a lot of people you saved, Lin Shu was amazed. I guess you could say I saved them. He didn't end their lives when he could. I'm looking to give these guys to Lei Ji. He wanted them. Bing told her why he was there. Oh, alright. He's teaching he right now, but I can definitely go get him. These guys don't look like they can wait till he's done. Thank you. Bing smiled at her. A few minutes passed before Lei Ji came to the waiting area. Oh, you took care of this sooner than I thought. Lei Ji was surprised to see Bing's return at night. This eye is very useful. Bing answered. Well, I'll treat these guys before helping them become better human beings through the contract. Come visit me around noon tomorrow and I'll fulfill my end of our deal. Good night, Lei. Bing said his goodbyes. Night, Bing. Lei Ji had his disciples bring the seven to the treatment room. Ying's return home. Grandfather. Ying lovingly jumped into the arms of her giant, one-armed grandfather. Xiao Ying. Grandfather Yu slid back from the force of Ying's tackle as he caught her. He happily smiled as he rubbed his beloved granddaughter's hair. Ying rubbed her face into his robes as the familiar smell of her grandfather brought joy to her heart. It's been years since she decided to travel to the Golden Serpent sect to get stronger and return the Yu family's status to the once noble heights it held in the past. A meeting between two close family members after a long time should be this bittersweet. You've gotten bigger, haven't ya? Ha ha ha. I'm glad to see you've been eating well. The last time I saw ya, you were barely taller than my knees. Yugo took a closer look at his granddaughter. What happened to your arm, grandfather? Righteous fury swiftly flowed through her blood at the sight of his empty, swaying arm sleeve. Nothing, a brat like you needs to worry about. He chuckled. I'm not a brat anymore. I'm an accomplished swordsman after everything I went through at the sect. Our family no longer has anything to worry about now that I've returned. Hee hee hee. You're gonna have to put your money where your mouth is. Come spar with this old man, and I'll see if your words are just words or not. Go gestured for Ying to come at him. Fine, but you asked for this, grandfather. Don't go complaining when I hurt your back or something. Ying wielded Hao Gang with both hands. The giant demonic blade seemed to stare right at the bare-handed old man. The strange connecting purple and black pattern engraved into the body of the blade shined with an evil light. Ying prepared herself to show her grandfather the results of her training. She went full power right off at the start. A Yu family member only knows how to move forward and crush their foes with all their might. Ying's body burst into flames as she leaped forward with her sword. Mountain severing cut. She yelled as the flames caught onto the blade as well. The only thing Ying focused on was showcasing the absolute best of her swordsmanship. In the giant blade manual given to her by Jing, Mountain Cleaving Slash was both the first and last sword technique in the book. Mountain Cleaving Slash became Mountain Severing Cut once the swordsman's attainments in sword arts reached their peak. Of course, Ying hasn't become the #1 swordsman in the world or anything just because she learned all that she could from the manual. She needed far more fighting experience against other high-level sword styles before she could claim that title. However, there was something else she gained from reaching the end of the giant blade manual. Something she figured out of every angel, only herself and probably Jing have obtained. Weapon intent. You don't know how proud I am, Xiao Ying. Tears ran down Go's eyes as he fully unleashed the strength of a 5th stage Qi transformation realm cultivator. The upper half of his body turned into solid metal. His only hand met Ying's big sword head-on as a knife hand. With a harsh shriek of clashing metal and burning flying sparks, Go's knife hand deflected the angle of Ying's sword as she flew past him. Now standing back to back, the grandfather and granddaughter duo suddenly burst into laughter together. I've done my best, grandfather. I'm here to finally revive the Yu family's status to even greater heights than before. Ying began to shed tears as well. After seeing you comprehend sword intent, I have no further doubts in your capabilities. That attack of yours could assassinate masters far above your own realm if you caught them unaware. Thank you, grandfather. For everything you've taught me growing up. I've become the person I am today thanks to your teachings. Ying got on her knees and bowed toward her grandfather. I merely set you on your path. Everything else was your own efforts. Never forget that. Go crouched down and rubbed Ying's head. Now get up off that filthy ground and tell me about your experience at the most wicked of the 3 great sections. He loudly laughed. Ah. I have to tell you about all my friends. Friends? He raised his eyebrow. Yet. We're all in one big group called Heaven's Angels. I guess I should talk about my leader first and then go from there. Ying excitedly chatted as they walked into the fallen Yu family estate. Are the rumors true? Absolutely, master. I've double-checked, triple-checked, and even personally confirmed with several cultivators on their way to Clear Wind City. Several mid-level and low-level sects are arriving for the fighting tournament between noble families. Many suspect this is only a stop to look for potential recruits for their sects as they head to their true destination somewhere in Cursed Gold Valley. What could interest those mid-level and low-level sects but not the Grade 3 in Cursed Gold Valley? Very few cultivators could guess, but from what I could investigate, the most likely situation is that a secret realm formed. A secret realm? And the 3 great sects aren't interested. Correct, sir. Not a single person knows why they aren't intervening, but the mid-level and low-level sects decided to take the chance while they could. Do you think it could be a trap by the 3 great sects to wipe out their competition? Fairly unlikely, master. The only competition the big 3 see is themselves. The other sects are seen as lesser in every way, shape, and form by the 3 great sects. Make sure our family gets through the tournament with as few injuries as possible. We need to save strength to send the talented ones into the secret realm for the chance of obtaining treasures that could elevate our family into the strongest noble family in this city. Yes, Master. Should I stock up on medicine or directly inform the young masters and misses to avoid injuries during the tournament? Both. It's better to be careful. Since those sects are coming, I'm sure the other families will be going all out to impress them, while the others who got the same information we do will also save their strength. Understood, Master. Should I go prepare, or is there anything else? Ah, there is something. I heard the Yu family's only daughter returned. The fallen noble family. The servant was confused about how his master heard about such insignificant news. Haha, that's right. I can tell by the look on your face that you are wondering how I got a hold of this information. The noble head smirked. That's correct, Master. They threw a huge celebration for her return. It turns out she's a disciple at the Golden Serpent sect. Were you aware of this? Vaguely. I assumed she died in the recruitment exam hosted by the Golden Serpent sect because the atmosphere around the Yu family estate was somber for weeks and months. Well, she didn't. How do you think we should proceed? Tell our family members not to provoke her or test her and see if she's worth anything. Master, she holds value by simply being a disciple of the Golden Serpent sect. Regardless if she's strong or not, she could be a very valuable card in helping our family's prodigies get accepted into the sect. Perhaps a marriage proposal would be best. You don't know how happy I am to have kept you around, Muchin. A marriage proposal would be absolutely perfect. A fallen noble family like the Yu family wouldn't be able to refuse if they wish to return to the status they once had in the noble community. Our family is one of the top noble families in the city. Now the question is, who should we pair with the girl? I would recommend young Master Nichang. You don't think we're overvaluing the girl by matching her with our most gifted youth? I know he's your son, Master, but the girl's value is worth it. Even if he might get upset and act out once it's proposed. I understand. I'll talk to the boy personally. You quickly send the marriage proposal along with some gifts before any other family gets any ideas. Then you can prepare for the tournament and secret realm. Feel free to take as much from the treasury as you need. Understood, Master. I'll be going now. Muchin disappeared from his master's office. Soon, this city will be in the palm of my hands. All these years, scheming, waiting, and maneuvering around. Just a little more, and it'll all be mine. The Yu family's celebration consisted of only those from the Yu family. None of the other noble families bothered showing up. No one even sent gifts at the time of the celebration, firmly solidifying the Yu family's status in the hearts of the other noble families. Ying reassured her family that they would regret not giving them the respect they deserve. Despite falling off in years, the Yu family has been in Clear Wind City since its origin. Now it was time for all of them to remember that. As soon as Ying woke up after the party celebrating her return yesterday, she was rudely awoken to someone busting into her room. Since she carried Hao Gang in her hand usually at all times, even when she was asleep, the intruder was face to face with Gang's pointy end. Ying rubbed her eyes to get the crust out of them and see who had just come into her room. Gang reassured her that it wasn't an enemy. With that confirmation, she lowered her blade and finally got a good look at the person. It was a servant. Young miss. We apologize, but we need to make sure you look presentable in a short amount of time. With that apology, several more female servants came into the room. Ying was still a little drowsy and not fully awake as the servants prettied her up. They were surprised to see that she was so cooperative, but then again, they hadn't broken the news to her why she had to be presentable. All of the servants carefully avoided her giant sword that she didn't feel the need to let go of for some reason. Hao Gang felt left out and was a little sad. It wanted to be made pretty too. Don't forget the sword. Ying drowsily murmured. The servants all looked at each other. No one wanted to touch the evil scary eye sword, but their young miss wouldn't purposely have her evil sword curse them or something for touching it, would she? Out of all the Yu family members, the young miss hasn't punished a servant before. Even after she left the vilest sect of the three great sects. I got an idea. A servant spoke up before leaving the room. Looks of astonishment spread when the young girl returned back to the young miss's room. She placed a pink bow and wrapped it around the hilt of the sword. Nervousness filled the bodies of the female servants as they didn't know if this was enough or going too far. Yes, you look pretty, Ying told Hao Gang out loud. Hao Gang was basically overwhelming her joy. If he were in his spirit form, he'd probably be dancing around from what Ying could feel. The dumb lovable sword just wanted to feel involved. Since Ying was being dressed up, it wanted to be dressed up too. It was definitely strange treating a sword like it was her child, but considering all the other things that could have happened to her with a demonic sword, Ying would say she was pretty lucky. Now, why the hell were the servants dressing her up again? Please follow me, young miss. The head servant, AI, waited for her at the door. Ying grumbled as she felt her movements restrained in the tight robes. Ai had a small frown on her face when she looked at Ying's sword. The young miss still hasn't released that sword yet. Is the rumor true that she's been possessed by a demon? Ai didn't think so, but it was certainly strange why the young miss was never seen not holding it. Aha, there she is. Come, Ying. Sit next to father. Yu Tang patted the chair next to his. Ying scowled as she realized what was going on. Her father, some old guy close to her grandfather's age, some guy close to Ying's age, and another family's servant standing behind them. The boy looked her up and down with interest as her father smiled happily at this sight. It hasn't been long since Ying left the Golden Serpent sect. But if someone looked at her the same way this pervert was looking at her in the sect, she'd break all his bones. Father. You're out of your damn mind if you think you can just marry me off to whoever you want. I already have a B. Then Ying remembered she never confessed to Bing. I will have a suitor soon. She corrected her words. Ying. I've tolerated your disobedient behavior since you were a little girl. I ask you to do this one thing for our family and you refuse. Yu Tang glared at his daughter. We don't need to ally with other families now that I've returned. All that I ask from you, father, is that you trust in your daughter's abilities. Ying leveled her own glare at him. You Ying. You will treat me with respect and dignity as your father. You will treat our guests with respect and dignity. And you will obey my command. I don't give a rat's ass about your commands, old man. This is about me and my life, right? Don't you think that I should have a say in matters concerning myself? Doesn't that make sense to you, father? Ying looked at him as if he was a retard. No. The child shall listen to the father. The child will be filial in listening to their parents' wishes and demands. This is how the world works, your stubborn behavior won't change that. You will marry young Master Nichain regardless of how you feel. This is for the betterment of our family. Ying's fury and rage were bubbling up like a volcanic geyser from when she first walked inside the main hall. As she calmly tried to talk with her father, her temper grew further uncontrolled. No, not uncontrolled. Ying was right to feel the way she was feeling. It was better to say that her temper was growing more and more controlled. She would absolutely not marry this guy. Fiery orange hot flames came alive from Ying's hair. Like a beautiful female immortal of fire and wrath, Ying stared down at her father. Ying almost lashed out in anger by turning her blade on her own father. She was nearly on the verge of losing it completely, but this man was the one who helped in giving birth to her. Out of filial piety, Ying would not act on her basic desires. Instead, she merely punched the wall. Cracks spread from the impact of the punch, and an entire hallway's wall crumbled to pieces. Ying regained some control over her raging fire chi, and her hair returned to normal. Or at least it did momentarily. It flickered between flames and regular hair. I will speak to you again after I win the Noble Martial Arts Exchange meeting. Ying gave a respectful bow to her father and their guests before leaving the Yu family estate. You Ying, you get back here this instant. Ying heard her father shout. Ying scoffed as she wandered through the city. Despite her anger at her father, she knew that the guests weren't at fault. She wasn't that ignorant about her own looks. Who wouldn't want to snatch all this up? It was just that her heart was set on someone else. Ying knew that marriages in the noble circle were never about love. It was all about gain and benefits. The feelings of those involved in the marriage weren't worth shit compared to the benefits to the families. But Ying didn't have to go along with that crap. Ever since Ying met Jing, she had a feeling that she could stand on top of the world with enough time and training. Why would she have to follow old traditions when she was strong? The strong made their own rules. And if she wanted to marry someone, it was going to be on her own damn terms. Screw Bing's background, she loved him, and that's all that mattered. And if someone had a problem with that, Ying didn't mind crushing them with her strength. Strength was king. Strength decided who was right and who was wrong. Ying would still do it even if she had to go against her own father. A member of the Yu family will never retreat. He and grandfather were the two to beat that into her heart and body. With her heart pumping full of energy, Ying made her way inside a popular restaurant. She saw plenty of well-dressed customers going in and out. The second best way to relieve stress was eating, of course. Since she couldn't beat the shit out of anyone. She also didn't eat breakfast either because of the servants coming into her room. Ying entered the restaurant and sat at a small wooden table. She waited for one of the workers to come over and ask what she wanted to order. In the meantime, Ying people watched since she didn't have anything better to do. Hao Gang expressed curiosity about what they were going to be eating. Ying couldn't answer him because she didn't know what they had on the menu. Then she realized what he had said. What the hell do you mean what we're eating? I'm eating, not you. Ying corrected him. Hao Gang sent emotional waves of hungry and sadness. This irritated Ying as it only made her feel hungrier. Didn't you say that you only like to eat interesting things? What happened to that? Ying questioned. Was her demonic sword going through sword puberty or something? Hao Gang sent positive emotions and agreed with her if it meant he could eat. He was dressed up all pretty and couldn't even eat a decent meal. What was the point of dressing up like this if he couldn't get what he wanted? Hao begged Ying for her food. Fine. Just shut up. I'll order you some damn food, Ying's stomach grumbled. Ying's relaxing dinner? There are you happy now, you glutton. Ying was flushed with feelings of joy and satisfaction from Hao Gang. The little fatty sword even transformed from how much food it ate. Instead of a giant demonic sword, it was now a giant cooked meat sword. An amalgamation of various different meats in the form of a large meaty blade. It smelled delicious. Too damn delicious. Ying could barely control herself from taking a bite if Gang wasn't filling her with feelings of fear, shock, and pleading. Basically, begging her not to eat him even if he smelled delicious. Ying wanted to take a little bite just to teach him a lesson for being so greedy, but she wasn't sure what the hell would happen when he turned back. Would her sword just have a bite mark on it when he finally returned back to normal? How the hell was she going to fix that? Sure, she could probably still use it, but it wouldn't feel the same. A swordsman has to know their swords from the inside and out. If Gang suddenly gained a bite mark on his body, would that change anything at all? Would he become more brittle and easier to crack or shatter in a fight? Ying didn't want to risk it just for a joke. Even if he smelled really damn good. Probably tastes amazing as well. Ying couldn't control the drool from leaking out the side of her mouth as her food finally arrived. A family-sized feast that could probably fill up a family of 4 for an entire day. Gang ate a meal portion to a regular person because of his mouth hidden behind his eye. Ying got sick of trying to stuff foods of different sizes down it just to fill his greed. Thank you. Ying didn't forget her manners as she thanked the little boy who struggled to deliver her order. No problem, pretty big sis. He ran off to other tables after that. Ying gave a quick glare at all the assholes staring at her before focusing her attention on her meal. They've been staring ever since she fed Gang and it was getting on her nerves. They act like they've never seen a sword eat before. Swords drink blood all the time, but when Ying's sword wants to eat meat, there's something special about it. That's her, all right. The Yu family's princess. A local pointed out to the visitor. Tell me about her. The visitor demanded, putting coins on the table. Well, that's all you needed to say, fella. The local greedily grabbed all the coins and placed them in his inner pocket. The Yu family's only daughter goes by a couple names ever since she returned from the Golden Serpent sect. A few of these only got into my ear a few moments before you arrived, so I don't know if they're reliable or not. There's Flame Princess, Fiery Demon, Fire Immortal, Princess of Destruction, Sword Demoness, Demonic Princess, Cursed Princess. You starting to get a pattern. The local chuckled. Even back at her own sect she was known as Blazing Demonic Sword Maiden. I know a guy who knows a guy that can find stuff out from the Golden Serpent sect. So, if you need any more information about their disciples, just send more money my way, you know what I mean. He winked constantly. Focus on the first job. Not future ones, if there ever will be one. The visitor warned. You want more information? Well, don't tell anyone this, but rumors are spreading quickly that the Yu family's princess just rejected a marriage proposal from the Han family. She even got in a heated argument with her own father about it. The Yu family's head had to done something huge for the Han family to not have retaliated for this slight on their face. The local snickered. Can you imagine? One of the top noble families being rejected by one barely hanging on at the bottom? If I got rejected by someone that I was too good for, I'd probably exterminate her family. He shared honestly. Keep me informed and more will come your way. The visitor placed a small Tide bag on the table and swiftly left the restaurant. Have I drunk too much, or is that girl feeding her sword? An inebriated cultivator asked his companion. What the hell are you even say? The sober companion's words got caught up in his throat as he looked over at the table with the young girl. The two martial cultivators looked at her, then looked at each other, and then back at the orange-haired girl. They abruptly stood up in shock and blazingly stared in amazement. Just by seeing a young woman with a strange sword like that was enough to catch their attention. But the fact that the sword could eat people food meant that it was special. And there was something valuable about special swords. I think we've found our latest target. The drunk one giggled. I've never seen that girl around here before. She's got to be from out of the city instead of a local. The sober one kept a close watch. You think she's got a strong background? If she does, whoever is supposed to keep watch over her and prevent her from acting like that doesn't exist or isn't doing their job right. I could bait em out before we move in to snatch the sword. How much do you think an eating sword could go for in an auction? The sober one grinned. We'd live like kings for years. Let's get it done. Sober yourself up and only act like you're wasted when you pass by her table. Try and bait out if there's an expert behind her. If there is, beg for your life, and if there isn't, I'll move in. Yeah, all right. The drunk one sobered himself up by cycling his chi through his body. Here's the signal. He whispered something into his companion's ear. No, you're not hungry again. You just think you're hungry because I'm eating. Ying silenced her begging sword. The food was good enough in Ying's opinion. It was nothing compared to her cakes, but few things could compare to them. It wouldn't be fair to judge the food of regular cooks with her spirit cakes. They just weren't on the same level in any form. Now Gang was begging for spirit cake. It tried to reason that since it already ate its meal, it was time for dessert. A statement that Ying had trouble arguing against. Desserts did come after dinner. Ying also didn't mind having a small slice of cake after this meal, so, she gave in. Feelings of success flooded through her body as Hao Gang counted this as a victory in his mind. Ying only rolled her eyes in small amusement. As she was reaching for the blood lobsters, some fucking drunk asshole crashed into her table as he was passing by. Food went flying everyone and Ying had a difficult time controlling herself from slicing this guy in half for interrupting her meal. He reeked of alcohol and if he dared to give her any type of shit for ruining her meal, he was going home with all his bones broken. I'm so sorry. I might have had he hiccuped. Tea too much to drink, instead of getting up, he just laid down in the food. This guy was wasted out of his mind. Whatever. Ying got up from where she was sitting and was about to go pay for what she ordered. Wait. I'll. He couldn't seem to focus or remember what he was going to say. I'll pay. As apology. He slurred his words. Please let me. He still hasn't gotten up from the table he fell onto. His hand was even absent-mindedly reaching toward her blood lobsters. Ying was sure if she stayed to waste time with this drunk, he would finish up what she didn't get to finish. With an annoyed release of air from her nose, she turned around and walked her way to the counter. Seeing that she really walked away, the drunk hurriedly got up from the food and quickly wobbled over to Ying. As he was about to reach out to catch her attention, he tripped over his own foot and fell to the wooden floor. On his way down, he clutched his hand around Ying's leg begging her to let him repay her. It was at this moment, he suddenly felt a strange disconnect with his right hand. He could no longer clutch or move around his fingers either. He looked up at his hand to see what the hell was going on. A martial artist should conduct themselves with more dignity. Ying lifted her slightly bloodied meat sword before kicking him across the face. The last thing he saw before everything went dark was his unattached right hand falling to the floor next to the girl's leg. You bitch! His companion yelled. The prelude. Ying looked up at the second floor to see a swordsman leaping down to cleave her in half. Hao Gang was urging her to try something, and despite her annoyance at this entire situation, she didn't mind listening to him. She's never seen this meat form of Hao Gang and wondered what the hell it could do. With Gang's urging, Ying pointed the giant meat festival of a sword at the incoming cultivator. Everyone inside the restaurant watching saw the swordsman and Ying clashing with their blades in a matter of seconds. The two stood a distance from each other after their clash. One smirked, while the other only seemed confused. Blood dripped down Ying's cheek. No obvious injury could be seen on the man's body. Hat. You should have controlled that temper of yours, girlie. Now you're going to die because of it. He confidently boasted, turning around to face Ying. You should talk big only when you win. Ying mentally berated Hao Gang. Why don't I do that right? And a blood-curdling scream startled the entire restaurant. Slowly, the confident and cocky swordsman began to twist. It started with his arms. They quickly twisted themselves into an unrecognizable mangled mess of flesh. The pain was quick, unavoidable, and torturous. But it didn't end there, his legs soon followed afterward. He dropped to the wooden floor of the restaurant in agonizing and unimaginable pain. Tears dropped from his eyes, he begged and pleaded for forgiveness. Anything to get the pain to stop. All of it heavily pressed down on the hearts of those watching the fight. Maybe this was too cruel, some thought. While those from the world of cultivators were somewhat accustomed to sights like this. Usually, fights didn't get to this level of brutality. Most fights between cultivators either ended in a swift death or the loser fleeing to save their own life. Regardless of their thoughts on how the orange-haired beauty ended the fight, everyone would remember her in their hearts as someone not to mess with. Not everyone has been informed about the Yu family's only daughter's return to Clear Wind City. Only a special few are even aware of her existence. So, to the eyes of those watching the orange-haired beauty, she was simply a sword fairy with a ruthless disposition and a weird spirit sword. Everyone tensed up as she looked around the restaurant, seemingly waiting for more challengers. No one dared to raise their heads or make any noises. Even if they were comparable to her in cultivation, no one could tell just how the hell did she cripple that guy in the first place. At best, they knew it only took a single cut. Ying scoffed after seeing the reactions of everyone inside the restaurant. She went over to the counter with the shivering worker, silently begging and pleading for his life. She dropped 2 low-rank spirit stones from her storage ring on the counter and silently walked out of the restaurant feeling relieved. On her way out, she was met face to face with a large group of martial artists. She didn't give them more than a passing glance but was slightly interested in why such a big group of cultivators came to her city. She didn't recognize their sect symbols, so they must not be that important. With a satisfied yawn, she walked past them and made her way to Clear Wind City's busiest street. Ying ate a good meal, relieved some stress, and was in the mood to play around a bit. It was still early in the day, and she had plenty of time to find something fun to do before finding an inn to stay at until the Noble Martial Arts Exchange meeting. Xueqiu's eyebrows twitched in irritation after passing by the yawning beauty. Xueqi was the #1 disciple of the Heavenly Palace sect and has been treated with nothing but fear, respect, and awe since young. No one hasn't heard of him, and no one that dared treat him carelessly. Even at this pitiful martial arts exchange meeting in Clear Wind City, most of these fat cows are only interested in trying to get their young masters and young misses accepted into the Heavenly Palace sect. As the representative of the Heavenly Palace sect, it was his job to keep an eye out for any outstanding talents that would be useful to their sect. Xueqi was irritated that he had to do this but would have been outraged if anyone else had been chosen for this task given by the elders. He only planned to keep an eye out for any talented beauties. Recruiting a talented man for the sect would only potentially put his position as future sect leader in danger. A woman, however. Xueqi inwardly snorted. It would be best for her to put her talents to use by serving him and their future children. The fact that the giant sword-wielding beauty didn't recognize him or purposely chose to ignore him took most of Xueqiu's attention as he walked into the restaurant. On his way in, he stumbled upon a grotesque and disturbing sight that nearly ruined his appetite. A one-handed cultivator carrying a crippled cultivator over his shoulder. The disgusting duo bumped into Xueqi without a word of apology. They even stained his glorious robes with their filthy blood. Hey! You filthy cripples! Do you know who you just bumped into? A disciple from the Heavenly Palace sect shouted in righteous fury. I apologize, the one-armed man's breath was labored. He tried to continue walking out of the restaurant with his comrade, but the Heavenly Palace sect disciples blocked his exit. Do you think you can just disrespect Senior Xue and get away with it? One person yelled. You must kneel right this second and beg for his forgiveness. Another joined in. Maybe if you show enough sincerity, Senior Xue may even let you leave unharmed. This disciple rubbed their fingers together, greed in their eyes. Please, forgive us, Senior Xue. Someone of your stature would find it beneath himself to engage with trash such as us. Please let us leave, the one-armed cultivator pleaded. Xueqiu's face was as calm as could be. Handsome, young, and powerful. No one could have expected for this well-mannered and good-looking youth to suddenly flash his sword. The two miserable cultivators were cut in half in the time it took one to blink. Xueqi simply walked past their corpses without a single drop of blood on his robes. Even those from his sect were surprised and didn't expect this merciless outcome. They, too, walked past the corpses and made it to a table large enough to accommodate them all. It didn't take long for people to begin walking out of the restaurant after seeing this. One brutal sight was enough for them. This restaurant was a death trap today. First, it was the Sword Fairy, and now these people? Today was not the day to enjoy a nice relaxing meal inside Kewanghuashan. Customers started leaving in droves. Who knew if they would be next on the chopping block? The owner of Kewanghuashan could only silently cry at the sight. However, Kewang did not forget his professionalism. Tears may be falling down his cheeks, but a professional smile was stuck on his face as he took the orders of the Heavenly Palace sect disciples. Heavenly Palace sect wasn't the only sect to arrive in Clear Wind City at this time. They were simply a few of the firsts to arrive before the Noble Martial Arts Exchange meeting began. The Heavenly Palace sect was supposed to meet up with the representative of the Noble Han family just like some of the other middle-ranked and low-ranked sects with connections with the noble families in Clear Wind City. But Xueqi decided to take matters into his own hands, considering it beneath himself to follow the Han family like a dog. In his eyes, the Han family should be wagging their tails toward him. It didn't take long for information to spread across Clear Wind City about the sects arriving. This sent the city into a small panic. Merchants, noble families, aspiring youths, and cultivators all took this chance to do what they could to get as many benefits as they could from these visiting sects. Hugo was not one of these people, unlike his son. Father. You know as well as I do that our family needs this partnership with the Han family. Yu Tang avoided eye contact with his father. Do I? Hugo stared at his son, disappointment was prevalent in his eyes. You don't honestly believe that Ying has gotten strong enough to carry the family name back to the heights in which it used to have. Yu Tang stood up suddenly. What I believe is giving my granddaughter a chance to back up her words. Hugo's voice didn't rise above a conversational tone. So you think I was wrong for trying to marry her off? What's wrong with trying to do what's best for our family? There is nothing wrong with the Han family's future patriarch. I didn't say that. But tell me the reason you insisted on pushing this so quickly. Did the Han family pressure you into marrying Ying to their son as quickly as possible, or did the benefits of the joining together of our two families blind you? Yu Tang merely gritted his teeth and refused to speak any further. He felt like he was digging himself a hole by answering his father's questions. You need more patience, boy. I'm going to find Ying. In the meantime, you just need to sit put and wait till the end of the martial meeting. If she does as well as she said, refuse the marriage. If she doesn't, I'll support you in having her married to the Han family's kid. Is that good enough for you? Go turned his back to his son. I can accept that. Tang couldn't see himself losing regardless of each outcome. The Noble Martial Arts Exchange Meeting. Any rumors about the Sword Fairy at Kwanghuashan was buried by the arrival of the medium and small sects visiting Clear Wind City in search of new disciples. Of course, their true purpose was something else, but it wouldn't hurt to add more people to their sects while they had the chance. While the city was doing everything it could to satisfy, please, and accommodate the sects while also draining them of their precious resources, Ying was simply relaxing until the exchange meeting. Somehow, her grandfather found her in the most expensive inn inside the city. Xiao Ying. Your father made a mistake, but he is willing to concede. You stood at the doorway. He's cancelled the marriage. Surprise couldn't help but seep into her voice. That stubborn jerk? Not exactly. For a moment Yugo averted his eyes. Explain it clearly or I'll never go back. Ying didn't mince her words. As long as you prove your capability at the Noble Martial Arts Exchange Meeting, he will fully support you and disregard the nonsense about marrying you off. That doesn't sound like him. Ying knew her father wasn't the type to second-guess himself. If he decided to do something he would force it or try to get it through other means. Ying's eyes locked onto her grandfather's to glean any sort of information out of him. The giant one-armed hairy grandpa broke underneath his granddaughter's fiery gaze. He smiled. I may have said some words, he coughed with a small blush. But in the end, you still must prove yourself. If you don't give a good enough showing even, I can't save you. Yugo was suddenly tackled by his granddaughter as she embraced him in a loving hug. It seemed as if words weren't needed as she expressed just how much she loved him through body language. Go patted her back with an embarrassed laugh. Aren't you too old to be hugging your grandpa like this? Although Go said this, the smile on his face was wide enough to destroy his reputation as the swordsman of steel. Thanks, grandfather. Heavens only knew what Ying would have done if her father was set on marrying her off without giving her a chance. Are you ready to come back home, now? I guess, I can. Ying only left because she was pissed off and against her father's decision. Now the only thing she had to do was prove that the Yu family was going to reclaim their lost strength and even go beyond it. Her father may intend to pass the family on to one of her brothers, but Ying thought it would be better if she herself was the matriarch. After all, only with enough strength can one protect. And Ying didn't see herself reaching the limits of her strength anytime soon. The day of the Noble Martial Arts Exchange Meeting has arrived. Anyone has come to watch the good show that only happens every 10 years within Clear Wind City. The city lord put plenty of money and manpower into making this exchange meeting the best it has ever been in decades because of the sects visiting. In fact, he even went over budget and dipped into his personal savings. No one understood what possessed the city lord to go this far, not even his closest friends and colleagues, but thanks to the city lord going all out like this, everyone could enjoy the exchange meeting regardless of their status. Even the low-born citizens that lived in the slums could watch from the streets thanks to the city lord buying the expensive support array, viewing formation. This support array is a recent invention of the quickly growing faction, the Heavenly Association. It could record in real time anything inside the formation. It certainly made a sizable dent in the city lord's funds to purchase the materials and formula to perform the formation, but by the end of the exchange meeting, he was certain that he would make it all back in no time. Along with the viewing formation, there also came the viewing spell. A spell that can connect to the viewing formation and be viewed at any time and at any location. Of course, there is more to it, but the city lord wasn't a spell master. He just knew that if he sold these viewing spells after the tournament, he would rake in the money he spent setting this thing up. Those freaks at the Heavenly Association just had to set up in Cloud Dragon City instead of my Clear Wind City, City Lord Tian Yang cursed. He was great friends with City Lord Kong. They grew up together since young and even now kept in touch. City Lord Kong was the current ruler of Cloud Dragon City, and he took every opportunity to brag and gloat about how wonderful the Heavenly Association was. How much of a monetary windfall his city has gained since they set up shop over there. And if he wanted, he could ask them to do him a favor and set up a branch over in Clear Wind City as long as he promised to wed his daughter to his son. Tian Yang called Kong a shameless bastard. Didn't he feel shame for trying to wed two juniors who are 10 years apart? He obviously refused to give his daughter away to that porky little meatball of a son of Kong's. Only if this event doesn't go well, then Tian Yang will have to possibly consider giving up his precious daughter. This year's exchange meeting is a lot different from when I was a kid. Ying muttered. The last time she saw the meeting was when she was 7 years old. Back then, it wasn't as popular as it is now. Only the noble families and merchants came to watch the noble children fight. But now, everything was different. Don't embarrass us. Yu Sao narrowed his eyes at Ying. Time to put your money where your mouth is. Yu Hung smirked. I hope your time in the Golden Serpent sect wasn't wasted. Yu Tian didn't even look at her. Ying flicked off her 3 older brothers as the exchange meeting began. They didn't get a chance to retort or react as everyone was startled as a loud voice suddenly appeared. Welcome everyone to the Noble Martial Arts Exchange Meeting. I am proud to announce that this is the start of the 55th exchange meeting since the creation of our Clear Wind City. I hope all the young nobles do their best to show a great showing worthy of their noble families. Now, let's begin. The way the Noble Martial Arts Exchange meeting worked was that one noble youth took the stage. That noble youth would then choose someone at their stage or higher to face off against. Choosing someone with a lower cultivation was actively frowned upon and usually not done unless the relationship between the 2 youths were that of an older sibling and younger sibling. In that case, people saw that it was merely a learning experience or a show between the 2 to show off their family's martial arts. However, choosing someone with a lower cultivation and no positive relationship with only made them seem cowardly. They could only bully the weak. Ying leaped to the stage faster than anyone else. Most of the noble youths mocked and laughed at her. Didn't she know that being the first up was also the quickest way to get exhausted and humiliated? They say save the best for last for a reason. Apparently, someone didn't send this big-chested beauty the lesson. Isn't that the Yu family's demonic princess? Who? The fallen Yu family. Their daughter somehow got accepted in the Golden Serpent sect and has finally returned after years of being in the section. Oh, she's going to give us a good showing then. A disciple from one of the 3 great sects has to be strong. Multiple elders had uneasy looks on their faces when information of Ying's background flowed into their ears. Was it possible the 3 great sects were aware of their destination? It couldn't be, right? It must be a coincidence that one of their disciples is here. It has to be. Just as a precaution, many of the elders were on guard against Ying. If there was any sign of danger, they'd deal with it together. In their eyes, she wasn't simply a young girl but the embodiment of the 3 great sects. Someone that has always suppressed and taken advantage of them just because they were bigger. Nichang Han. Ying called up the man her father thought was suitable to be her husband. Gasps spread throughout the crowd after realizing who she called up. Nichang Han was a rising prodigy within Clear Wind City. There was no one that didn't know of his genius. Was it possible that the Yu family's girl simply didn't know because she's been gone for so long? She was simply courting death, wasn't she? A quivering smile soldering with rage underneath it appeared on Nichang's face as he slowly headed up to the ring. Ying's dilemma. I have to admit, I'm surprised. I truly didn't expect you to choose me out of everyone here. Han Nichang kept his smile, burying his true feelings underneath. Since my father saw something in you, I might as well give you the chance to prove it. An insidious look filled Ying's eyes. Should I be flattered? He gave a pleasant chuckle that also had the audience laughing. The 2 young cultivators pulled out their weapons and stood a distance away from each other. Excitement filled the crowd. This first match of the exchange meeting was such a big match. While few knew of Ying and her strength, just the fact alone that she was a disciple from one of the big 3 sects was enough to rile them up. In a way, it could be described like this. Han Nichang was a local handsome celebrity while Yu Ying was a mysterious beauty from overseas. A sharp glare filled with killing intent focused on Ying after she pulled out Hao Gang. The pressure was immense and in a situation like this where she is preparing for battle, it was incredibly rude. Ying glanced at the elder from one of the sects. A purple hood that covered their entire body and only gave Ying a look at their bright purple eyes staring right at her sword. They were a strong bastard since they could make her sweat with just a gaze. If they affected her plan here, Ying didn't mind visiting their sect later on as payback. You dare look away when you're facing me. Nichang dashed forward with his long sword in fury. Ying didn't even look in his direction as she faced the purple-robed elder. With a casual wave of her sword, she clashed with Nichang. This clash didn't even last for more than a second as Ying easily overpowered the sheltered young genius. Hao Gang crashed into the handsome youth's body, shattering several of his bones in one blow. Han Nichang was sent flying like a kite across the ring. It sharply contrasted everything known about him. It was undignified, brutal, and shocking. Han Nichang laid limp and crumpled near the edge of the ring barely hanging onto his life. Silence filled the audience as an elder from the Han family rushed up to the ring. He poured several elixirs down Han Nichang's throat and gave Ying a vicious glare before retreating with Han Nichang in his hands. Ying's countenance briefly faltered underneath the pressure of 2 cultivators at stages higher than herself. With her hand slightly shaking, she ran her thumb across her throat toward the disciples of that sect. Basically, spitting in the face of the elder from the medium-sized sect. Ying was practically saying that if you dare send someone from your sect against me, they won't be leaving the ring alive. She knew she's done nothing to deserve the hostility sent her way because she didn't even know what sect they were from. Not to mention, she basically played around at home until the time for the exchange meeting, having no opportunity to get on the bad side of anyone besides her brothers. The purple-robed elder did not like being threatened by a girl so young, genius or not. It looks like being inside the Golden Serpent sect for so long has numbed this child's understanding of the world. You don't simply provoke someone far stronger than yourself and expect to get away with it. With a wave of his hand, a disciple in purple robes stood up. A fierce purple aura rose from his body, violently blowing away at those around him. Come on up. Ying smirked, waggling her finger. The young man jumped on stage and wasted no time in starting the fight. This aggressive manner confused the other elders. They didn't like the Golden Serpent sect brat either, but did the elder of the Justice sect have some sort of grudge against the girl? Sure, she disrespected him and gave him no face as an elder, but he started it by showing visible hostility toward the child. Regardless, they didn't care much. It was just interesting. Die demon! Yuan shouted. His blade was filled with righteous energy. A brief look of confusion appeared on Ying's face. She coated her hand in red flames and grabbed the swordsman's blade with ease. Why did you call me a demon? Do I look like a demon to you or something? Ying began exerting inhuman force on the sword with her grip, slowly cracking it. My justice will not be stopped here. Yuan surged all of his righteous chi into his blade. The blade shined with blinding purple light that forced many of those watching near the ring to cover their eyes. As the light was dying down, they could only hear the sound of rushing wind and then something falling to the ground. When people could finally see, they realized that she won again. Yuan had a seared hole through his gut and a look of disbelief in his wide-opened eyes. Ying didn't give the Justice sect a chance to grieve as she pointed to the next disciple in the sect near her cultivation to come up on stage. It took the disciple less than a second to comprehend the situation and an entire second to process it. That disciple charged at Ying from below the stage with all of their strength. The only thing on their mind was getting revenge for their senior. In Ying's eyes, the flaws in their movement were too many to count. It led to a swift death from Ying's sword. They were bisected from their head to their pelvis. Realizing how weak they were also led to Ying's confidence. You justice losers might as well come up and face me together. I'll eradicate your sect here and now instead of later since you got a problem with me. Ying stabbed Hao Gang into the ground and cracked her fists. Before the announcer could swiftly shut down that suggestion, the Justice sect disciples shot up to the ring. The elder in charge of the Justice sect violently shook in rage as they closed the shocked eyes of Yuan's corpse. The elders from the other sects were quite pleased with the situation. In their hearts, they wished for Ying's death because of her overbearing words matched exactly with their view of the three great sects. They believed they could decide the life or death of lower-ranked sects whenever they wanted for any reason whatsoever. Demon Extermination Array. The Justice sect disciples formed around Ying in specific positions. With her hand coated in red flames, Ying blasted a torrent of fire toward the core component of their formation. Thanks to Jing, Ying knew some tricks to prevent arrays from being formed in combat against her. The Justice sect disciples were stunned at seeing their array destroyed before it could be completed, giving Ying an opportunity to end them in one move. She gathered the fire chi within her body and unleashed a devastating hellstorm of flames within the ring. Several chi barriers formed around the ring, protecting the crowd below. But even with that, the audience was still forced back because of the high temperatures that couldn't be blocked off. It was when no chi other than Ying's and her sword that the noble martial arts exchange meeting was nearly ruined. The elder from the Justice sect threw away all of his face and attempted to kill Ying in one blow. Only one was quick enough to meet him before he could reach Ying. Ying looked up at the strong hairy familiar back in front of her. A man of actual steel blocked the blow meant to take her heart. Grandpa. Ying quickly realized she was moments away from death and didn't even know it. I'll handle this. Get back to a safe position and stay out of my way. You go, yelled. Ying jumped off the stage with Hao Gang as the city lord's men began evacuating people. We need to deal with this demon now before she grows too strong. You all can sense the demonic chi within that sword just as well as me. Everyone knows that sooner or later this demon will be used by the Golden Serpent sect to annihilate us one by one. If we get rid of her now and purify the sword, we'll have power capable of contending with the great three sects. Elder of the Justice sect yelled. They all knew it was bullshit, but it looks like the exchange meeting has been ruined anyway. Might as well take out one potential headache and go on their way. None of them held good feelings for the girl in the first place. Her absurd strength for a youth was only a detriment for her. Slowly, Ying was being surrounded by masters far stronger than herself. A sharp panic filled Ying's heart as she readied herself for a hopeless battle. She looked all around for any signs of escape. Only to hear a familiar voice resounding into the ears of everyone around. You dare conspire to kill a disciple of the Golden Serpent sect? A bunch of no-names like yourselves. Yu Tang stood in front of his daughter with his sword drawn. Do you have no honor? A bunch of old men like you ganging up on a single youngster. Unease and nervousness spread throughout the elders, but they've already come this far. They rushed forward together and Yu Tang released all of his power to protect his one and only daughter. A giant sword light rose from his body and pierced into the sky above. Ying's? Ying was truly and utterly out of her depth here. Despite the bad blood between herself and her brothers, at a time like this, they stood around her with their weapons drawn. Willing to lay down their lives to protect their only sister. Even if she was an annoying brat that's gotten uppity lately. But, she didn't panic and lose her mind. While her family was doing everything they could to withstand the assault from the medium and small sects, she sent an emergency message to Heaven's angels, asking for help. She didn't know how long it would take for them to arrive, but she would do everything she could to keep her family from dying. Ying's entire purpose of becoming strong was to help elevate her family. Without her family, what has she worked so hard all these years for? Ying sliced the air apart with Hao Gang. A visible spatial slit could be seen, and with a single call from Ying, an outburst of grass shot out from the hole. The tsunami of grass moved according to Ying's chi and will. It avoided those from the Yu family and targeted their enemies. What? Spiritual grass? Are you retarded, girl? A cultivator laughed as he sliced the grass apart with one swing. His sword effortlessly sliced it and the grass dropped like needles. The cultivator looked around to see what was so special about this spiritual grass. It didn't take long for him to get his answer as screams, cries, and yelps of pain spread throughout the disciples of the sects. Use your chi to forcefully expel them from your bodies. It'll hurt, but it'll be better than letting them drain you like a husk. An elder shouted after quickly analyzing the effects on one disciple. SCP-355 was only a momentary distraction. Only the disciples truly had any trouble. The elders had no problem preventing themselves from being drained by the carnivorous grass and taking it out. But, Ying didn't expect for the grass spirit to do anything substantial. It was nothing more than just something to buy her more time. Eat this and don't question me. Ying shoved delicious-smelling pastries into her brothers' mouths. MHMHMHMHHM. They tried to protest, but their youngest sister was strangely strong. Cao, Hung, and Tian felt their chi surge within their bodies. Like a raging river, but one that was under their complete control. If they weren't in a life-or-death situation, the three brothers would drop to lotus position and cultivate to break through right this instance. However, they settled to use the power to use all of their power without restraint. Ying looked over to her dad and saw that even after combining his sword techniques with sword intent, he was still being overwhelmed by the sect elders. Even if she wanted to help him like she helped her brothers, she'd be sliced apart before she even got the chance to say, "Eat this." Ying also ate a spirit cake for herself before unleashing her full power. The goddess of comedy's fire art transformed Ying into a being of fire. Flaming long locks, blazing pupils, a burning dress that hung tightly to Ying's figure with a deep opening in the chest area, and a giant mass of flames in the form of a sword in her hands. The orange flames shifted into a dark purple hue thanks to overbearing amalgamation of flames and the mystic flame she received from the second test of the annual tournament. Dashing out of her brother's protective circle, Ying went on a rampage. The devastating huge demonic blade cleaved through the disciples as if they were tofu. Thanks to her family distracting the strongest cultivators of the sects, Ying could freely chop their disciples up without worrying for her own safety. Of course, it didn't take long for the elders of the medium and small sects to realize what was happening due to the death screams of their students. Collectively, all of their hatred, anger, and chi were focused solely on Ying's figure. A spiritual weight that collapsed her to her knee. She glared back with the intensity of 1,000 suns as she refused to submit to their power. Her sword stabbed into the ground, preventing her from kneeling all the way to these old bastards. It took everything she had to stay in this position, say nothing of trying to rise back to her feet. You'd think with all this focus on Ying, the Yu family members would be able to push in and take advantage of the moment, but the Yu family wasn't known as a fallen family for nothing. These elders from the nearby medium and small sects were a lot stronger than a noble family robbed of resources and opportunities for years. The only people capable of keeping up a good fight was the main family members. The patriarch, ancestor, and the three potential heirs. But even that didn't mean they were winning. Dad. Ying was helpless as she saw her father being attacked from multiple angles. Yu Tang scowled as he suffered a mortal injury, but not without taking out one of the elders with a horizontal slash. He refused to fall before his daughter escaped. "Run, you foolish girl." Tang couldn't hold back the blood from spewing out of his mouth after speaking. I know. I'll save you." Ying pulled on everything from within her to stand up and rush over to her father. "I can do it." "Son," Yu Go momentarily took his eyes off his opponent. "You dare look away while you're facing me. You fool." The Justice Elder rushed to take advantage of Go's distracted state. Yu Go shot backwards at an incredible speed toward his son. He landed in front of him and grabbed him before rushing toward Ying and setting him down near her. As Ying was pulling out a recovery cake for her dad to eat, the elders weren't just idly watching by. Go in his chi transformation state did everything he could to block the combined attack from all the remaining sect elders. Ying did her best to try and ignore the struggle her grandfather was in as she fed her dad multiple recovery cakes. She even had to force him to chew with her hands. Her brothers rushed behind her grandfather and collectively transferred their chi into his body. The gaping hole in her father's side was slowly healing back, but then a heart-shattering sound flowed into Ying's ears as she looked over to her grandfather. The culprit flicked his hand in disgust after removing it from the chest of her grandfather. He then flashed a smile at her. "You Ying. You would have made an acceptable wife, if not concubine for myself, if you didn't upset all of these old fellows." Shueke stared at her. Ying's ghost flames erupted into the sky as Ying charged at Shueke, the #1 disciple of the Heavenly Palace sect. A spinning slash with all of her fury and weight behind it came straight for the young genius. Shueke responded with a casual chop downward with his hand. The sound of flesh tearing and something hitting the ground came after. Huffing and puffing, Ying was crouched near the floor like a beast that exerted everything they had. Shueke calmly looked at his missing arm and then slowly realized that the outcome of their clash did not turn out as he expected. He was missing an arm and she wasn't missing anything at all. Is this a dream or something? Shueke wondered before the pain kicked in. A piercing cry came from the talented genius, but it was ignored in favor of putting down the talented disciple from the Golden Serpent sect. The elders focused all of their attention on the girl that looked like she could barely stand and moved in to take advantage. As a cornered animal does when cornered, Ying struck out with everything she had. Ying! We're here! A familiar voice flowed into Ying's ears and stayed her sword. From a spatial slit similar to the one she made with Hao Gang, a fatty came flying in front of her with his shields held up. He blocked all of the swords of the sect elders, and with a tiger-like roar, multiple things happened at once. A female spectre flew from out of Bing's shadow, several semi-corporeal armored humanoids moved into formation around Bing and Ying, and a giant flesh arm formed out of Bing's back like a tail. This hand held a black and white orb above its palm, giving off dangerous amounts of chi that could certainly destroy whatever it put its mind to. Guys, tears pooled around Ying's eyes as she saw her friends coming out one by one. We're not too late. Wan Qing took a quick glance at the situation. Point us at the enemies, Ying. We're here to help. Lei Ji stood in front of his disciples. Those old bastards. They killed my grandpa and almost killed my dad. Ying didn't care for pride now that her friends were here to back her up. She pointed at those old fuckers with her remaining energy and did everything she could to stay conscious to watch the ensuing massacre. I'm sorry for not arriving sooner. I had to collect everyone. Jing crouched next to Ying, placing a hand on her shoulder. We'll make them wish they never messed with heaven's angels and more. A small smile formed on Jing's face as she formed a whip made of water. Make sure to leave some for me too after I recover. Ying smiled alongside with her. Of course. I'll make sure to keep everyone else from going too far so that you'll have some for yourself. Jing slowly strolled forward. Ying's support has arrived. Hu Tao, the troublemaker and supposedly sealed member of Heaven's Angels, led the assault. He arrived from out of Runt's shadow with his chain and ball flailing behind him. Ha 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 ha. I wasn't expecting a surprise as fun as this. Looks like I gotta thank that flat-ass bitch after we're done. Come on, Runt. I better see you getting some good shots in. Hu Tao rushed forward at the group of elders like a wild beast finally free of its chain. Hu Tao's chain moved like a separate independent limb capable of making its own decisions and actions. It smashed into an unprepared elder's head and buried him headfirst into the ground, but it wasn't finished just yet. It floated into the air, sparked with electricity, and then crashed back down onto the incapacitated elder. The elder perished through a combination of electrocution and severe internal injuries. Who the hell? Do you know who you children are messing with? You kids are courting death. The elders cried out in fury and disbelief. Hu Tao merely laughed as he clawed toward a sword-wielding elder. The Golden Serpent sect is here to put you worms back in your places. 6 feet under. A sword blocked Hu Tao's clawed attack, but as they contested strength with one another, black ooze started to leak from Hu Tao's hand, corroding the sword. It didn't take long for the elder to decide to fall back from Hu Tao, but Hu Tao was already expecting him to be a pussy shit little bitch. Hu Tao rushed into some black sludge on the ground and disappeared. Where? The elder couldn't finish his words as his midsection was suddenly not connected anymore. Hu Tao flicked his nails after appearing from behind the elder. A bloodthirsty smile was plastered on his face as he saw one particularly strong bastard just sitting and watching. It was always those cowardly bastards that let others do the fighting for them that were either the weakest or strongest. Like a wolf on the hunt, Hu Tao prowled forward toward him. Enjoying the view. Hu Tao snuck up behind him. To think the Golden Serpent sect was hiding children this talented. Surely, you all should have been in the middle of the meeting of great talents. Why are you all here instead? Elder Ping questioned. Don't ask boring fucking questions. If you were going to ask a question, you should have asked me if I'm going to kick your ass in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Hu Tao grinned. Fitting, a disciple of the Golden Serpent sect would have a personality this repulsive. He scoffed. Flirting with me ain't going to save ye. I'm not into old fucks with sticks up their asses. Without any warning or indication, a single sword stroke came toward Hu Tao's throat. At the same time, a giant iron meteor seemed to be falling down straight on top of Elder Ping's head. A burst of wind and chi exploded outward from the clash of their weapon intents clashing. Hu Tao's chain and ball intent vs Elder Ping's sword intent. A brief look of disbelief appeared on Elder Ping's face, finally breaking his stoic disposition so far. Impossible. A mere child able to match my mastery in sword intent with their own? I refuse to believe it. Elder Ping slashed out in rage. Hu Tao tossed his iron ball attached to his infinitely growing chain at the incoming sword. With his hand on the chain, the iron ball rapidly grew as it flew toward the aged swordsman. Elder Ping was sent flying away as he was forced to block the huge ball. It took a good portion of Elder Ping's chi, but soon enough, he managed to knock the iron ball away. His eyes were filled with rage at being played around with by a junior not even half his age. Sword chi manifested all around him like a cyclone of swords. Take a look around you, idiot. Hu Tao casually picked some earwax out of his ear. Humph. I'm not nearly foolish enough to fall for such a trick. Elder Ping kept his eyes focused exactly on Hu Tao. Your funeral, dumbass. Hu Tao's body sparked with electricity as he became a being of lightning and thunder. In just a single moment, Hu Tao seemed to shift into an alternate being completely. Bright red lightning sparked all over his body, seemingly racing to some unknown goal. His pupils turned into two bolts of lightning while his chain and ball turned into electricity completely. Unknown to Elder Ping, Hu Tao's been growing and enlarging his chain around the two of them ever since he threw his ball at him. Now, with a single crush of Hu Tao's palm, his chains came in with deadly speed. Elder Ping's sword chi was helpless to resist against unbreakable chains. Elder Ping was strung up by lightning itself and electrocuted into a charcoal corpse. Hu Tao shifted back into his original form with a maniac grin on his face. His eyes instantly searched for the next prey to play around with. Who knew being a hero could be fun? He cackled. Runt sighed as he rubbed the back of his head searching for someone that wouldn't drain much of his strength. Ju happily stood next to him cracking her fists while sniffing her nose. She pointed at a group of disciples while excitedly nodding her head. This gave Runt the opposite impression as he ignored her and headed toward a different group of disciples. Ju hung her head in sadness as Runt began blowing into his golden ocarina. The group of disciples were instantly charmed and Ju didn't hold back as she charged in the middle of them. Her fists shattered bones and her kicks mortally wounded anyone slow enough to get by them. It didn't take long for an elder to notice his disciples were being slaughtered like pigs and to come rushing in. Elder Lixu slashed her sword toward the tall and muscular girl taking out her disciples. Ju met her sword with her leg coated in chi. Their clash resulted in Ju being forced back several feet with a deep cut on her tibia. Runt suddenly appeared next to her and a magical sound flowed out of his ocarina into Ju's wound. In real time, the injury was being healed. Thanks, lil bro. Ju was filled with joy. Don't be so reckless. She's dangerous. Runt warned. Nothing can stand up to the power of sibling love. Chi burst outward from Ju's body. A green incorporeal chain floated around Runt's figure while a black substance was wrapped around his wrist like a bracelet. From his shadow, two reddish-black clones made of chi clawed their way out of his shadow and crouched next to him like wolves. Runt sat down in lotus and continued to play his ocarina as his chi clones rushed toward the elder along with Ju. Ju felt like her entire sense of self was being energized through her little bro's music. There was no need to think as the beautiful sound seemed to take control over her body and mind. Let the clones take the lead. Your only job is to strike when an opening appears. Her little bro's voice floated inside her head. The two clones did as they were ordered. The two struck with their palms. This was the flowing palms of judgment. A sky-ranked martial art taught to Runt by Hu Tao. With this martial art, Runt's clones could attack with a non-stop rapid flow of palm strikes. In the midst of their attacks, Ju was performing a strange movement. It looked like she was conducting an elegant dance. Ju's leg struck out in the middle of her performance and suddenly a rush of chi headed straight toward the distracted Elder Lixu. Elder Lixu sensed the incoming chi attack before it came but was nearly helpless to stop it as she was caught up by the two little boys. Their palm strikes had the unusual property of targeting her chi points and disrupting the flow of her chi. A possibility only thanks to Lei Ji's teachings during the grand tournament. As such, Elder Lixu's face was smashed in by chi attack reinforced with Ju's kick. The clones didn't hesitate to ruthlessly strike the elder while she was in distress. Although far weaker than her, even an ant can kill an elephant in the right situation. Their palms lined up side by side as they both targeted the elder's heart. Elder Lixu's eyes widened in fear and disbelief at the situation. Doing her utmost to surge and control the chi within her body, Elder Lixu struck out at the two with sword intent. Intending to sever their very being through sword intent. She was successful. The two clones were sliced into nothingness since they were originally beings of chi. Unfortunately, Elder Lixu's desperate act to protect her life left her open to Ju. Ju appeared above the elder with her little bro's chi supporting her all the way and struck down with her fist. Elder Lixu could do nothing but block with her sword. She and her sword were broken apart by Ju's fist. The sword shattered into a million pieces while all the bones in her body were in a similar state. Runt finished her off by controlling his invisible sound chi and piercing through her heart with a sound arrow. Protect me while I support the rest. Runt temporarily stopped his music. You can count on me. Ju smiled brightly as she jumped next to Runt's stationary figure. Conclusion. Please protect me, senior sister. If we combine our power, it won't take more than a few seconds to deal with most of them. Ji spun her yellow umbrella while from time to time glancing at Hu Tao, going wild against the sect elders. To think trash like this was confident enough to go after one of the three great sects. I don't know what gave you the courage. Wanqing slammed her giant fan into the ground. The ground cracked from the weight of the fan as Ji gathered wind around them. In a matter of seconds, eventually, some powerful elders caught on to the dangerous amount of wind chi being gathered. They thought it was prudent to stop whatever these youngsters were planning right in the bud. So, they charged together toward Ji and Wanqing. I apologize, but I can't allow you to do that. An elderly fellow appeared in front of the rushing elders. He casually spun two spears in his hand while standing in front of the two young ladies. As the old man was about to speak, his words were caught in his throat as the incoming elders didn't give a single crap about what he was about to say nor what he had already said. Their weapons targeted his vital points since he decided to stand in their way. The elders decided that all three of them could go to hell for all they cared. Wen couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. One of his spears lazily snaked out to the nearest elder and effortlessly pierced a sizable hole through their chest. His other spear cleanly bisected another elder trying to leap past him to target the girls. The two spears seemingly took the form of giant green snakes. Vicious, venomous, and quick. Because the death of the two elders was so swift, it nearly halted the rush of the other elders. It was only the fact that they would perish to the old man and suffer from the girls, or they would kill the old man and the girls. There was no time to retreat or hesitate in a battle against one of the three great sects. They were caught on the back foot and needed to fight with all they had to survive. Kill! They cried together. Wen was besieged by multiple opponents. His snake-like dual spears struck out mercilessly with their fangs, aiming at any weak points his opponents showed. Unfortunately, he didn't have the leisure to aim only for vital areas. Wen had suffered multiple injuries, small and large. In mere seconds, the elders realized that while the old man's skill and strength were great, his speed was nowhere near up to par. As long as they carefully avoided being struck in their vital areas and kept up their offense, it wouldn't take long for this old man to fall. Every now and then, another elder from the middle-sized and small-sized sects would perish from one good blow from the old man, but for every death, another significant injury was added to the old man's body. However, despite the injuries the old man was suffering, for some reason, his combat ability wasn't suffering in the slightest. It was like he didn't even feel it when their blades raked against his body. No show of fear, pain, or anything remotely similar to those feelings. Was this damned old man a zombie or something? The Golden Serpent sect may be known for practicing unorthodox martial arts and doing anything and everything to obtain martial strength. Would they really go to lengths to rely on a corpse puppet? As the battle took place at speeds most common cultivators couldn't hope to follow, things were building up to a finish. The elders decided to pool together all of their strength and unleash their most powerful sword techniques to eliminate all three of the cultivators from the Golden Serpent sect. Oh, I think you should have just kept overwhelming me with your sudden teamwork. It was working, wasn't it? Wen scratched his long white beard. The blood that was flowing out of his body was swept up into the giant wind sphere being collected by Wanqing and Ji. Looking at Wen's figure, calling him a zombie wasn't too far from the truth. His intestines slightly hung out of a cut from his abdomen, the top of his scalp was hanging off his head to the point where it showed his brain, and there was a deep slash on his spine that revealed his spine. If he didn't develop this clone's body with forbidden martial arts that cost him a majority of his lifespan and cultivation potential for power, he'd surely be dead by now. Seeing that the elders were gathering together all of their strength, he might as well go out with a bang to protect the ladies. Wen's chi, which took the form of ethereal living snakes, began to devour his body piece by piece slowly. They tore off his arms, headed to his legs, and then split at the torso. One snake went to swallow his head while the other opened its mouth to gulp down his torso. When they met in the middle and swallowed the rest of his body, the two snakes then combined into one even bigger snake. After devouring Wen, no longer were the snakes just highly advanced forms of chi manipulation. They had a physical body that sunk into the ground upon their fusion. The giant beast reached a height that not even three men stacked together could reach. Its piercing gaze focused on the incoming combination of sword techniques. An amalgamation of sword chi with several different forms. Brute force, sharpness, quickness, and even more. Moonlight blade technique, new moon. Scarlet sun blade, solar flash. Raining swallow, lightning strike. The taboo spirit beast opened its maw, and a beam of noxious, deadly chi spewed out from it in the form of a gas. The gas passed right through the sword techniques and engulfed the elders while the elders' attack sliced the giant snake to pieces. However, none of the strikes managed to get past its body, leaving both Ji and Wanqing completely safe. A horrific chorus of coughing, choking, and screaming soon came from the elders. It only took a quick glance to realize that their entire being was succumbing to the poison. Without any way to resist, people watched as the elders melted into nothing but piles of skin-colored goo. Horror, shock, and fear filled the minds of those that witnessed it, only for relief to soon flow in after seeing the green gas disappear after killing them. Unfortunately for them, their relief was ill-timed as both Ji and Wanqing reached their limits in the amount of wind chi they could gather and control together. It was time for their combination technique to be released. The two girls shouted something but nothing could be heard over the roaring wind sphere. Wanqing released her fan downward while Ji opened up her umbrella and recoiled backward as she bashed the gathered wind upward. Underscore 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 un. It appears I won't need to step in after all. Jing looked up with a small smile on her face. The sphere filled with unbelievable wind exploded far into the sky and came rushing down. Wanqing and Ji used their utmost concentration and control to utilize that massive wind technique to kill their enemies. The disciples were helpless to resist the technique. However, it took the aid of the angels to finish off the elders. Hu Tao, Runt, Ju, Li Li, Lei Ji, He Wenqing, Lin Shu, Zaiho Ki, Bing, and Shang dealt with the elders. Once all the murder, bloodshed, and fighting were over, Ying looked at all of her friends with tears in her eyes. Her mouth moved and tried to say something, but only more tears came flowing out of her eyes. She mumbled, blubbered, and hiccuped, trying to share the feelings inside her heart with the people who came to her rescue when she needed it most. But it just wouldn't come out as she cried her heart out in relief, happiness, and joy. Everyone could tell exactly just what Ying was trying to express and simply smiled. Lei Ji went around healing any injured members of Ying's family as mostly everyone went to comfort and chat with Ying. Hu Tao yawned in boredom now that all the fighting was over. For a woman with such a hot temper, you look so damn ugly when you cry. Hu Tao felt he had to share. His unrestrained words earned him a knock on the head from Ji's umbrella. Don't be an asshole right now. Ji locked her arm around Hu Tao's. Oi, get off me bitch. Don't think I won't beat the shit out of you. He rubbed his head, confused that he could feel pain from Ji's umbrella. Ever since he gained the bloodline of Blackie, normal attacks did nothing to him. Don't think you'll be able to get away this time. You need to take responsibility, after all. Ji responded. I guess you can introduce us to your family since we're here. Bing suggested, hiding his true intentions. Now wasn't the time to spring something like a proposal on her. Ying only nodded as she wiped away her tears and fiercely hugged Bing. Bing cried out in pain from the sudden embrace as he felt his bones slowly being crushed. He gently rubbed Ying's back with his thick palm despite the horrible pain. He really wanted to cry. Enjoying close contact with Ying wasn't even an option because she was squishing him hard. Many of the angels softly laughed at the sight of the unfortunate young man. Ying's surprise. Heaven's angels stood at the Yu estate for a few days during the funeral process for the Yu family members lost during the battle. Noble families from all over the city also tried to come and pay their respects after realizing that the Yu family wasn't exterminated somehow. They actually managed to overcome so many sects and come out on top. Wouldn't it be a shame if they turned that impossible strength that wiped out the sects on their noble families? In the minds of the noble families, they had to do whatever it took to get on the good side of the Yu family as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows if the Yu family would ever think about turning its newly sharpened fangs on them. None of the noble families except the Han family treated the Yu family well. And the Han family only started to do that when it was revealed that the Yu family's only daughter was a disciple of the Golden Serpent sect. The Yu family were no fools. After seeing that no one came to their defense against the sects, all of the noble families were turned away without the slightest pleasantries. While the Yu family understood that strength was king in this world, friends that were only your friends if they could benefit from it were no friends at all. Ying nearly lashed out with her blade after hearing all of the flowery words and excuses given by the noble families when they tried to come to the mass funeral. Her brothers had to use all of their strength to restrain and pull her back. At the sight of her outburst, Ying's father also didn't stand on ceremony. He sent the noble families away. Ying was going to be the future matriarch of the family. It would be best that he followed her wishes and began educating her on how to run the family. Out of all of her brothers, she was the one that held the most in terms of potential, social capital, and values. It didn't matter that not a single one of the past leaders of the Yu family was all male. Yu Tang would be an idiot not to pass leadership on to his daughter by keeping tradition foolishly. Male, female, what did it matter in the face of power? You have a surprise for me? Ying asked with a confused look on her face. Why didn't you tell me earlier then? It wasn't appropriate at the time. And for this surprise, Wanqing giggled. I think it would be best done at home instead of waiting till we get to the section. Put this on. Ji excitedly placed a blindfold over Ying's eyes. A blindfold? What kind of surprise is this? Ying didn't share the girl's joyous mood. If what eldest sister told us is true, it's going to be the best surprise. Lin Shu laughed. Just follow us and keep waiting in anticipation. Jing had an amused look on her face. Ying couldn't very well argue against them all. So, even though she could be learning more from her father about how to run the family, she allowed them to take her away to who knows where while giggling and laughing all the way. Can you at least hint at what the surprise could be? Ying knew her birthday wasn't today or anytime soon. So that wasn't it. Nope. Lin Shu popped the word out of her mouth. Just keep waiting patiently, senior sister. Ying groaned as absolutely nothing could come to mind about this surprise. She didn't even know why she was getting a surprise gift in the first place. Why am I getting this surprise then? You can tell me that, at least, right? It was finally time? Who knows? Wan Qing cryptically answered. That doesn't tell me anything. Ying complained. It's not my surprise. How could I know? I'm just leading you to the surprise. Wan Qing replied. Ying groaned once more. As they continued leading her somewhere, she felt a sharp jab on her waist and jumped in fright. Only because of the innocent girlish laughing that followed made Ying realize it was one of her friends that did so. It's a good surprise, senior sister. So put a smile on your face, or you're going to make things awkward. Lin Shu advised. At those words, Ying finally let down her guard. Maybe a nice break like this was needed after learning under her father these few days. If her friends were telling her how great this surprise was going to be, then Ying would welcome it. She certainly didn't know how much effort went into running a family before learning under her dad. It was a lot more work than just being strong enough to defend the family's honor and embodying the family's values, that's for sure. Eventually, they finally made it to wherever they were bringing her. Their noises of excitement grew as Ying felt someone taking off her blindfold. It took her a second to regain her sight again, but when she did, she was speechless. All the angels were together in one room and some of her family. Bright decorations filled the walls, along with a relaxing scent that flowed through the air, making her feel light on her toes. Then she saw something she couldn't quite believe or understand. Bing was down on one knee while holding up several gift-wrapped presents. He looked up at Ying dressed in formal robes, which brought out his figure quite well. An awkward look was present on his face before words came stumbling out of his mouth. Hey, Ying. Do you wanna, become my wife? A hand grew out of his neck and scratched his head in nervousness. Everyone grew silent as they anxiously waited for Ying's response. Lin Shu and Ji seemed like they couldn't help themselves as they shook each other in joy and disbelief. Wan Qing smiled as she knew the relationship between the two almost as well as Lei Ji did. Lei Ji just had a peaceful smile on his face as he looked in the direction of the two youngsters. Ying's mind was shutting down on itself when she heard the words coming out of Bing's mouth. She heard them and knew what each word in the question meant, but when putting them together, it was like they formed an incoherent sentence. Was he speaking another language? There's no way he asked what she thinks he just asked. This had to be just another dream. It had to be. Ying? Your betrothal gifts are a little heavy, his voice flowed into her ears once more. Since this was a dream anyway, why not enjoy it while it lasts? Of course, I'll marry you, you big dumb idiot. What took you so long to ask? Ying pounced forward and nearly took Bing to the ground in her embrace. Bing had to use some strength to stay grounded as Ying knocked all her gifts to the floor. He rose up with her crushing the life out of him and repeatedly kissing his face all over. His face rapidly turned red as everyone began cheering and shouting around them. Well, it turns out that Ying didn't like him just a little bit but a lot more than he thought. It didn't take long for Ying to realize that this was indeed not a dream. The second her lips landed on Bing's soft face, she knew it wasn't a dream but reality. Bing actually proposed to her first. She was planning to propose to him soon, but he beat her to the chase. Although her happiness was through the roof, her embarrassment pierced the very heavens themselves. Her face turned even redder than Bing's as she tried to remove herself from his body. She wanted nothing more than to cover her face and run out in embarrassment, but as the future leader of the Yu family, she had to stand strong in the face of such cowardly feelings. Ying let go of Bing and stood in front of him before coughing. I accept your proposal. Her voice was as quiet as a mouse, but everyone heard her. They clapped and cheered at the two lovebirds. With that proposal out of the way, the party could finally begin. Elegantly dressed beautiful musicians came along with servants holding several plates of food. With serene joyous music playing, the Yu family and Heaven's angels mingled. I didn't realize Fat Ass had a thing for Princess Hu Tao ate while dressed in formal wear like everyone else in Heaven's angels. I only knew that Ying held feelings for Bing. I didn't know he felt the same way though. Runt ate alongside his master. You got any little girls you're interested in yet? Hu Tao grinned. Not that I know of. Runt casually responded. What about me? Ju felt hurt. I'm not going to marry you. Runt told her up front. He wasn't interested in crazy women, no matter how good they looked. Why not? Every little brother should want to marry their big sis. Even I know this much. Ju argued. I thought every son wanted to marry their mother? Not their sister. Ji was confused if she was in the wrong or was Ji wrong. Sister, mother, what's the difference? Ju replied. Well, I don't know my mother in the first place. So, it doesn't matter anyway. Runt shrugged. Don't feel pressured. Jing teasingly joked. I'm not. Shang's slightly reddening cheeks betrayed him as Jing saw through his thoughts. You haven't even come 1% close to being allowed to marry my mom. Li snorted. Maybe when you can defeat me, I'll consider it. The young child in human form hung onto Jing's leg. That's a tall order, young master. Wen in another clone's body chuckled. Only when I believe I'm worthy enough to stand by your side as an equal would I consider it. Shang replied with pride. I see. Who knows what might happen if you take too long to reach my side. Jing gave a small smile. Shang planned to increase the intensity of his training as soon as they returned home. The meeting of great talents. After leaving Ying and Bing's wedding party, Runt sighed as he appeared back in the secret realm. Oh yeah, he had to risk his life for cultivation resources and the opportunity to be recognized by an ancient immortal to receive their inheritance. Geniuses and prodigies fought with everything they had to secure benefits for themselves. Lifelong grudges, avoidable deaths, and merciless slaughter reigned supreme inside this secret realm. As one of the only angels to successfully win the finals in the grand tournament, he was eligible to participate despite Runt's relatively low cultivation. The task they were given was to simply survive for a month inside the secret realm. The lingering spirits or whatever of the dead immortals would be watching alongside the elders of the three great sects. Runt already met his fair share of ghosts in the second portion of the grand tournament. He just hoped one of these lingering spirits was nice enough to send something useful his way. As an orphan and former street rat, it wasn't in his nature to pass up on handouts unless they screamed suspicious and danger. Considering all these cultivators that were older than himself fighting with everything on the line, Runt had to assume that the inheritance rewards were pretty damn good. Not that he would go out fighting like a maniac like the rest of them because of it. If the inheritance were really important, Jing or his master would have told him to try. The only words he got were Hu Tao telling him to kick ass and have fun. Runt decided to do the exact opposite and hide out in a cave. He spent the time practicing his ocarina and cultivating while everyone else fought to the death and looked for valuable resources. Since Runt was far below in term of cultivation to most of the people here, he thought it was stupid to go looking around to rob others for their loot. There was also the fact that as a member of Heaven's Angels, resources were something he never lacked. So, Runt got to peacefully cultivate and relax for the month-long event. Of course, it wasn't without some interruptions. From time to time, some cultivators would come within range of his music. Most of the time he'd just subtly influence their minds into completely avoiding his cave and allowing them to go on their way. However, there were always people that didn't take well to being gently persuaded for their own good. The mad tyrant felt his blood itch as he walked through the secret realm. As a 7th stage core stage cultivator taught by the bloody sword tyrant, there were few cultivators that could be considered his equal. He cared little for the inheritance rewards. No, the mad tyrant just wanted to feed his blade. He wanted to cut, slice, slash, and cleave until he died or his sword drowned from too much blood. Now imagine the mad tyrant's surprise when he heard music playing inside the secret realm. Gentle, peaceful, serene music that somehow felt like even the nearby area fell under its influence. Animals and beasts gently tolerated one another instead of acting like predators and prey as they should. Even the grass and trees looked like they were doing a small dance by swaying together in unison. The mad tyrant felt something inside of him snap. This wasn't right. This was completely wrong. There was no peace inside this secret realm. These beasts should be tearing each other apart. The grass and trees should be coated in blood or destroyed. What was going on here? You should ignore this place of wrongness. Yes, I should. This place isn't right at all. The mad tyrant spoke to himself. It would be more fun to go north. 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 North? Isn't that ice bitch up there? It would be fun coating my blade in her blood. The mad tyrant agreed. He began to walk north. As he walked away, something inside his body boiled in a furious rage. Disgusting blood-heavy chi exploded from the mad tyrant's body as he looked toward the dark cave. In an instant, his sword was in his hand, and his body was rushing toward the cave. Lost in his fury and rage at nearly being manipulated and controlled, the mad tyrant didn't notice the music shift dramatically. It was no longer peaceful and now somber in tone. The mad tyrant felt as if his body was covered in weights, and it was difficult to move. Then he suddenly sensed two figures attempting to ambush him as he entered the cave. One from above and one from the side. The mad tyrant laughed as he used his chi to counteract the strange technique, slowing him down, and waved his sword to combat the ambushers. Neck and heart. The mad tyrant felt his blood talk to him. His senses closely inspected the two from the smallest of twitches of their muscles to the direction of their eyes. They were targeting his neck and heart. The mad tyrant quickly slashed out with his bloody blade, sending the two flying away. The one above him recovered by kicking off the roof of the cave while the other dug its claws into the ground beneath to slow its speed. Upper body, no specific body part in mind. His blade burst with blood chi as he sent a flying slash toward the incoming vermin. The thing shaped in the form of a human was split down the middle by his attack, unable to resist in the slightest. The mad tyrant expected to feel a splash of blood coat his face and torso but was confused and disappointed to realize nothing had come. Left lung. Without even turning around, the mad tyrant blocked the incoming attack aimed directly at his left lung with his blade over his shoulder. He leaned his head back and stared directly into the eyes of the strange creature with a smile on his face. I'm coming to kill your creator too. Just wait for me. With a quick turnaround, the mad tyrant skillfully dispatched the second creature through superior swordplay and made his way deeper into the cave. Forehead. His blood told him. The mad tyrant smirked as he swayed his head to the side. He couldn't wait until his blade drained this fool's blood. A mad smile was plastered over the mad tyrant's face as his blood, and internal organs went splattering out of his chest. His walk abruptly stopped as confusion quickly took hold of his very being. There was a visible hole where the mad tyrant's heart used to be. Now it was beating uselessly on the ground behind him. The mad tyrant tried to mouth some words, but no sound came as a figure revealed itself in front of him. Pink hair, small size, and a look of annoyance. As the mad tyrant was about to meet his end, it wasn't his killer's age, looks, or cultivation stage that stuck to him. It was that look on his face. As if the killing of the mad tyrant was nothing more than successfully killing a fly. A once-in-a-thousand-years genius like himself is just a bother for this kid, huh? With the last of his strength, the mad tyrant roared out with all of his power as he attempted to activate his chi domain. Give up. That voice spoke to him again. Oh, it was the kid all along. I was being controlled like a puppet on a string. The mad tyrant realized the truth as everything turned dark. Couldn't just go about your way, could you? Runt sighed. With that dealt with, Runt created two clones from his master's technique that clawed their way out from his shadow and dealt with the corpse. Runt found himself with an unexpected windfall after his clones gave him the storage ring of that guy. He was pretty important if he had goodies like this on him. Well, now that he was dead, it would be better if Runt put these valuable resources to good use for himself. Little bro. Come on, it's time to get our inheritance. Ju shouted from outside the cave, slightly startling Runt. All right. Runt projected his voice with chi, so he didn't have to yell back. The only two members of Heaven's Angels made their way out of the blood-soaked secret realm in good health and far richer than when they went inside. Of course, Ju was covered head to toe in blood while Runt had not a spot of dirt on him. This prompted many looks from others who managed to survive. Elders of the Golden Serpent sect didn't show looks of approval or disapproval when looking in their direction. All the survivors were gathered up in front of several giant rock monuments. They were then ordered to go up to whichever monument was called to them. They would know when they were being called. Don't get complacent just because you survived and made it this far. There's a possibility that none of the ancient immortals saw potential in you. An elder announced before letting them go off. Do you feel anything? Ju whispered to Runt. Not a thing. Runt lazily looked over at the people shouting their life stories and goals in life to the lingering spirits. Should we do that too? Ju suggested. If you want to. I'm not going to beg for whatever this inheritance is. Runt felt sketchy about this inheritance thing in the first place. Free martial arts, cultivation techniques, and sometimes even bloodlines just for being favored by a lingering old fossil? Sounds too good to be true. Runt felt that there were conditions to receiving an inheritance, and there was no refusing once you accepted. He was confident enough in his own power and friends. Give him enough time to learn under his master and others from Heaven's Angels, and he'll be a top prodigy in the continent in no time. Well, if you're not going to, I'm not either. Ju happily smiled. Unfortunately for her, those words were enough to catch the attention of three ancient immortals. Cherry Blossom Empress, Earth-Shattering Fiend, and the Crazy Murderous Wanderer all lit up in response to her words. Three lights shined directly at Ju from three different directions. Runt frowned as he shielded his eyes in annoyance. What should I do? Ju was caught off guard. What are they offering for their stuff? Runt asked. Ju reached out with her chi toward the lights and spent several moments staring off into the air. It was only when the scent of cherry blossoms and she manifested cherry blossoms exploded from Ju's body that everyone knew which immortal she chose. Ju turned to Runt with hearts in her eyes. Runt felt an alarming sense of danger. Her only condition was that I live life for love and never let anyone stop me. Runt cursed Cherry Blossom Empress with all his being as Ju swept him up into a bone-crushing hug. He promised to find a way to exterminate the old fossil if it was the last thing he did. As long as he could survive a love-empowered Ju by then. Young love conquers all. Time has passed since the official union of Bing and Ying. The celebration of their marriage lasted months inside Ying's hometown. Most of Heaven's Angels didn't stay for more than a few days, leaving Ying and Bing alone to spend time together however they saw fit. Ordinary people would assume that the new couple would spend their time together in the usual way. Meeting family, getting to know each other's family, and learning more about each other. Ying was no typical maiden. The first couple of weeks were spent ravaging Bing until even a beast of his physical disposition was thoroughly exhausted and drained. The Yu estate was covered in smiles at the sign of the healthy couple. Of course, that excluded Ying's father. A man who was forced to hear his daughter's loud pleasure-filled screams more times than he wanted because they forgot to replace the sound-silencing talismans on the walls of her room. Yu Tang could only emulate his sons and decide to leave the uncomfortableness of the mansion until the newlyweds got it all out of their system. He wanted to be angry and knock on the door and give the two a stern talk, but he was convinced out of it by the head servant of the Yu estate. A woman that changed even his diapers when he was younger. How she was still alive despite not being a cultivator was a mystery to which not even he knew the answer. I remember when you first got married, Master Tang. Yu smiled. I had some sense to indulge myself on my wedding night and to remember to put up some sound-silencing talismans anytime afterward. Yu Tang replied back. And when did you get married again, Master Tang? I asked. I was in my. Tang realized he was being led into a verbal trap. That's no excuse. The future head of the family should have more sense than to indulge herself in her pleasures. Indulge in her pleasures. Listen to yourself, boy. Yu smacked his head. That's young love. Not some vulgar display of excess lust. Yu Tang still fell for the trap despite knowing it was coming. How was he to respond to young love? When he was younger, he knew of his many excursions of young love. If anything, he was far more of a beast than his daughter ever was, considering the number of women he took fancy to back then. Should he be content that his daughter is only doing this with the man she loves? Yes. Yu acted like she could read his mind despite being a mortal. I don't need to be a cultivator to read your mind, Master Tang. I've been with you since you were in diapers. I know how you think. She smiled. I'm leaving the mansion until this phase of their marriage is over. Yu Tang decided. Instead of doing something foolish like that, Master Tang. Why don't you just put up a sound-silencing talisman on your walls instead? That way, if anything important happens in the family or the city, you can still know at a moment's notice. Yu Tang nodded. Instead of relying on his daughter, it was better to rely on himself for a matter like this while she was love-drunk. I'll get some servants to deliver some to your room as fast as possible. That way, when your daughter is done and ready to take back her position as future head of the Yu family, you'll be ready to teach her in a far better mood. Thank you, AI. You always knew best how to temper my personality. Yu Tang left her with those words. Just be glad that Ying didn't get most of your difficult personality. As the head servant said, Ying was indeed ready to go back to learning how to run the clan after being overfilled to the brim with Bing's love and releasing all of her pent-up sexual frustration after crushing on him for more than a year. Her first major act as the Yu family's future head was taking Clear Wind City by its neck. She went to each of the noble families in Clear Wind City and asked for their unconditional surrender. They would still be a noble family in name, but now they would be a secondary family underneath the Yu family. Branch families, to be specific. The Yu family would take over all of their businesses and receive most of the profits while the branch families would continue to run it. Just under the Yu family name now instead of their own. Of course, it doesn't take a genius to realize that no sensible noble family would be willing to lay down and become willing slaves after living like nobles for generations. 9 out of 10 times, Ying would be harshly rebuked and insulted to her face, just like now with the Han family that tried to marry her. Are you insane, child? You want my family to become your family slaves after we've been in Clear Wind City for far longer than your own family? It doesn't matter if you're a disciple of the Golden Serpent sect. Do you really think you're invincible underneath their name? Han Song split his desk down the middle with his palm. Mr. Song. I apologize for my wife's words. It seems you misunderstood her. As Ying's husband, it was only natural that Bing would come along with her. I damn sure hope I did. Han Song glared at the two youngsters. She wasn't asking. Your family will become a branch family of the Yu family, or it will disappear. There are no other options. Bing clarified for the older man. Those words were all it took for the Han family's patriarch to explode. Both he and his most trusted servant, Han Muchen, rushed to kill the two. Bing sighed in response to this violent answer. There was a difference between stupidity and defending one's honor. Though if you asked him, he wouldn't be able to tell you. They seemed the exact same to him after his experiences throughout the years. Two giant fleshy arms burst out of Bing's body and captured the patriarch and the servant before they could even move from their positions. His eye of end already informed him of the Han family's response after Ying's declaration. An eye that could see into the future only when it pertained to danger regarding its holder. Life has been a lot smoother for Bing after acquiring it. Bing drained the two of most of their life force before carrying them out of their office on Ying's orders. They reached the courtyard of the Han family, and Ying ordered the servants of the Han family to gather everyone in the courtyard. When they saw the skeleton-like bodies of their master moaning in the hands of the freakish abomination, they didn't dare dilly-dally. It took half an hour before everyone that could be gathered was gathered. The fate of the Han family is now in your hands. I gave your patriarch a chance to survive, but you can see how that turned out. Ying pointed to the grey-looking sack of saga skin and bones. Submit to the Yu family or perish. The servants immediately kowtowed to Ying and Bing while the direct lineage of the Han family nervously looked at one another. Eventually, their eyes all converged on a single figure, the future head of the Han family, Han Nichang. The young man who was almost Ying's husband. A single look at Ying was all it took to send fear into his heart. He remembered very clearly his one-sided defeat at the girl's hand. We submit, his voice was low and defeated. A horrific cry shouted out as the sounds of something being crushed was heard. It didn't take more than a second for everyone to realize that it was the sound of their patriarch and the strongest servant of the family being crushed to death. Since everyone else is so amiable, allowing those two to recover would only plant seeds of insubordination and rebellion, Bing explained. Ying nodded after hearing his words. None of these other cowards seemed like they had much of a spine. Get ready to move in a few months. The city lord is helping build new land for the future estate of the Yu family. All the other noble families will be a branch family underneath us as well, so don't think you all are targeted by my family. Ying explained. Yu Ying and Yu Bing soon left to visit another noble family. It took a few months before all of the noble families in Clear Wind City were thoroughly dominated by the Yu family thanks to the husband and wife pair. The combination of their skills, cultivation, and nearly peerless coordination together in a battle made them unstoppable to the cultivators in Clear Wind City. Even those above them in cultivation were swiftly taken down because of the unusualness of their martial techniques and weapons. This quickly allowed the Heavenly Association also to swoop in. Sect developments. Sometime after Ying and Bing's wedding. Inside a mansion, two young women happily chatted with their hands on their bellies. Despite no sign of anything strange about their stomachs, they would smile and gently rub their stomachs from time to time. It was as flat as a stomach could be. As Golden Serpent sect members, it was of both no surprise and a real surprise that these women had beauty that could bewitch even old fossils. All disciples of the Golden Serpent sect are considered evil martial artists since the Nine Swords sect, and the Blossoming Water Palace call themselves righteous cultivators. Wasn't that supposed to be Hu Tao's job? Ji asked. No. Jing said Hu Tao was to deal with external threats while I'm to deal with internal threats with Wen. Wanqing explained. Then why is Hu Tao so focused on that group? Ji didn't understand. He said he was getting payback or something. I think they wronged him somehow. Wanqing wasn't too clear on the matter either. Why? Are you worried about the father of your children coming to harm? Wanqing mocked in a joking manner. Ji sighed with a smile on her face. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that he might go too far and disregard Jing's orders to bring them back alive. She explained. Jing told me that they stole some important things from the sect before leaving. It wasn't a high priority for them to retrieve the stolen items back, but more important that they be punished for betraying the sect and trying to weaken us as well. I think leaving their fate up to Hu Tao is punishment enough, especially considering that they crossed him somehow. Wanqing reasoned. Well, Hu Tao will deal with it one way or another. No point of me senselessly worrying about it. Ji shrugged. That's the spirit, junior sister. Wanqing smiled. Jing has been a lot busier ever since she's become the sect leader's new disciple. I don't think I've seen her face in nearly a year. Ji tried to remember. You don't know the half of it. Wanqing gave a helpless smile. I'm pregnant, and she still hasn't given me a break. She says it's for the sake of a better and more efficient sect. I have nothing to worry about since she could judge the health of my body better than I could. As the new head of the punishment hall, Wanqing had to enforce the new rules put in place by Jing inside the sect, outside the sect, and even in alternate realms. If it weren't for Wen's competence and avatars, Wanqing would have been dead on her feet 1 week into her new position. Somehow, Jing was able to make changes to the Golden Serpent sect as a whole despite just being a brand new disciple of the sect leader. In all of the Golden Serpent sect's history, this was the first time something like this has happened. None of the previous disciples of the sect leader were ever given this much control over how the sect was run. In fact, they were not that different from core disciples. Sure, they were valuable as the sect leader's only students. That position gave them a lot more priority over the core disciples in terms of treatment, resources, and status, but nothing on the level that Jing was given. If the previous disciples of the sect leader were a stage above ordinary disciples, then Jing would be considered vice-sect leader at this point. No one in the sect understood why the sect leader was showing so much favoritism to the little monster. Rumors spread like wildfire about this subject. She has to be a sex demon in disguise, using her feminine wiles to mislead and take control of the sect leader's mind and body. Have you actually seen her? There's no way a female demon would look that ugly on purpose. I agree. Who would want to be with someone when their skin is almost as dark as shit? Zai Shang. Don't mention that spellcasting freak. No wonder he never showed interest in other girls when he has such freakish tastes. Does senior sister really look that hideous? A newly joined outer disciple questioned. No. She looks no different from you and me. Her skin is just darker than farmers who work all day in the sun. That's all. It's inhuman. She's a monster for sure to be that dark. And you think our sect leader is weak enough to be bewitched by a monster? Saying rude things about another disciple was different from saying them about the sect leader. Exactly. So just shut up and accept your own faults as a person rather than trying to convince others of nonsense. I'll kill you. Fed up at being verbally defeated, the disciple pulled out his sword and attacked. Stupid fool. The disciple pulled out his own sword and engaged. Underscore 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 un. In an endless desert, a group of 5 traveled together. They all wore hooded robes that hid the shape of their bodies and most of their faces. Every now and then, they would frantically look around, frightened of something suddenly showing up. Eventually, one of them pulled back their hood and took a deep gulp from a water skin. This fucking sucks. Hong Long wiped his wet mouth. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of a better plan for us. Meili apologized for the 100th time. Come on, leader. It's not your fault Hu Tao somehow escaped from being sealed. Heaven's angels had an unstoppable growth in power and talent, and that they somehow captured the hearts of the core pillars of the sect. I mean, sometimes the heavens just aren't on your side. Yanyu tried to keep things optimistic. Not helping, Xiao Hong muttered. Really? I don't see how we could have stopped any of that stuff from happening, though. Yanyu thought really hard. It's not about if we could or couldn't. Meili feels like it's her fault because she couldn't stop it from happening. While it's ridiculous that she feels responsible for something outside anyone's control, it is understandable. Xiao Hong replied. As long as we're alive, there'll be an opportunity to strike back in the future. BoFai added. You're right. I'm sorry for being dumb. We'll get our chance to strike back in the future. Once we gather enough power in the Tian Kingdom, we'll strike back and get our revenge for the sake of everyone who deserves peace from the tyranny and evil that people like Hu Tao and Heaven's angels stand for. Meili vowed. Well, what a bunch of fucking heroes. A familiar voice cackled from above. All 5 cultivators recognized the voice instantly. They whipped out their weapons and were immediately ready to go all out. No signs of hesitation or holding back. Full power at the go because of the sound of this voice. It was a real bitch and a half finding you 5 pussy bitches in this big-ass desert. Hu Tao sat on his blood-stained cloud and projected his voice with chi as he looked down on the 5. Hu Tao, Meili's voice flowed with pure hatred. How can we even compete with that? Yanyu whined at the unfairness of having a flying cloud. You know how many groups I killed trying to find you rats? So many, I almost forgot what my baby ordered me to do. Hu Tao complained. Slaves from the Tian Kingdom, people from Evergreen trying to flee into the Tian Kingdom, fun insane bastards using this place for training. Hu Tao went on. As Hu Tao casually chatted, the 5 prepared themselves for battle. All 5 were ready to unleash their strongest techniques at the slightest sign of movement from Hu Tao. It wasn't the first time he's caught them escaping the continent. It was actually the 3rd time. Like how a cat plays with its prey, Hu Tao has been doing the same with them. He'd slowly torture them in battle before just letting them go. They'd recover from their wounds, learn from their last battle, and continue fleeing. Then he'd show up again, do the same thing, and mock them all the way. It was at this point Meili realized they would have to rely on their last resort. Hu Tao was insane, but he wasn't insane enough to cross the border that separated the Evergreen continent and the Tian Kingdom. Of course, Meili wasn't entirely sure about that, just mostly sure. That girl in charge of Hu Tao's collar wouldn't want a war with the Tian Kingdom. She's yet to consolidate her power in the sect. There's no way she would be willing to risk getting on bad terms with the Tian Kingdom. While the Evergreen continent is divided into 3 by the 3 great sects, there is only the Tian royal family in the Tian Kingdom. Every family or sect is under their control. Unless the 3 great sects combine under one force, there is no way they could resist the Tian Kingdom. This is why Meili is trying to escape to the Tian Kingdom. If she and her allies can build a substantial force there and gain a backing from the royal family, they could get the revenge they always wanted. They could put into motion the dream that all of them shared. Making the world a place where good people are rewarded for being good, and villains are punished for being villains. Finally. A finished task. Unfortunately for them, Hu Tao didn't give a shit about their dreams or whatever. He hopped off from his blood-soaked cloud and landed in the middle of the group. They didn't hesitate to strike as a single cohesive team when he landed. Hu Tao could only smile as he saw this familiar sight. I gave you dumb fucks enough chance to spice things up. This time I won't be playing around, alright? So, your grandfather, will show you the consequences of kicking MT Tai. Hu Tao scratched the back of his head. BoFai, the immortal reincarnated earthly immortal, erupted in phoenix flames. A long flaming robe meant for emperors and those of royal lineage formed around his body. Perfectly fitting blazing gloves appeared on his hands. Shin guards, wrist guards, shoulder guards, and all sorts of other armor made of flames were conjured on BY body. Yunyu dressed in a similar outfit to BY, but instead of phoenix flames, it seems she managed to harness the magical flames of a dragon. She held a half-broken sword with a dragon's image etched into the body of the blade. If one was to take a closer look, one could feel the majesty of a true dragon from the sword. This sword was forged with the blood of a true dragon. Hong Long raised his mighty golden blade and infused all his chi within the blade as he prepared to unleash his strongest sword technique. This was the man that killed his sister right in front of him. He took advantage of her body right in front of him. And he never had the opportunity to pay him back for what he had done. For all the humiliation and pain he's felt for allowing such a thing to happen to his dear little sister. If he didn't kill Hu Tao before dying himself, there truly was no such thing as a just world. Xiao Hong fully embraced her ice giant bloodline as she clutched her painfully beating heart. She crouched to the ground in severe pain as she seemingly transformed into an entirely different race. Pale icy blue skin, a body temperature that was cold enough to freeze the ground she was standing on into ice, and a connection with ice chi that became innate talent. A gigantic ice blade slowly began to materialize and shape from the snowflakes sparkling around her body. This ice blade was big enough to render everyone around as mere ants. Mei Li narrowed her eyes as she saw into Hu Tao's heart. He truly planned to kill them this time around. She unsheathed her heaven-ranked soul-devouring sword as she prepared herself to strike. There was only one chance of this working, and it was most likely their only chance of defeating Hu Tao. BY gave her the opportunity to tame this sword since he was content with his phoenix flames. The last 2 times they were let go by Hu Tao, Mei Li could tell he didn't intend to kill them purposely. So, she didn't draw this blade those times. This time there was no extra chance if they lost. Mei Li thought back to before she joined the Golden Serpent sect. Her father, the sect leader of the Emerald Grass Slaying sect, sent her to the Golden Serpent sect as a way to better develop her talent. His sect was strong but nowhere near the Golden Serpent sect's strength. He thought it was ingenious of himself to send her to the sect, build her strength, and then return to lead their Emerald Grass Slaying sect to greater heights. He even sent Aunt Xian to watch over her as an undercover elder. Times were far simpler and happier before Hu Tao stepped into her life and ruined it by killing her best friend. All she had to do was cultivate, play, and train. Now, she had to run, train, and lead. If only that devious monster holding Hu Tao's collar didn't capture Aunt Xian and exposed her as a traitor to the sect. That was the only reason their group was forced to retreat. Somehow that monster got Aunt Xian to spill everything. What are you thinking so hard about? Hu Tao suddenly appeared in front of Mei Li with a burst of lightning. Mei Li didn't hesitate to stab her sword straight toward the voice. She heard the squelching sound of her sword running through flesh and a scarily familiar voice screaming out in agony. It only took a mere second for Mei Li to realize her sword didn't stab Hu Tao. She stabbed one of their strongest friends. Hey, you were planning to kill me with this scary son of a bitch. Hu Tao whistled at the sword devouring the immortal soul of the Phoenix host. Good thing I'm sensitive to shit like that. Believe it or not, I've been sealed more times than the average person. He cackled as he snapped the shocked Mei Li's neck with just a slap. In the next second, he appeared behind the idiot who made a mountain-sized ice sword and shattered through her glacial body with his clawed hands sparkling with lightning. With a bloodied grin on his face, he waved toward shell-shocked Yunyu and enraged rushing Hong Long. Just as he was about to pull out of the ice bitch, he realized that he couldn't move his hand. Uh-oh. He giggled. Xiao Hong was using her remaining life essence to freeze Hu Tao for all of eternity. Despite his great strength and being a conduit for the universal force of lightning and thunder, even Hu Tao wasn't immune to everything. Especially a person who planned to use even energy from their soul to make sure he was frozen till the end of time. Hu Tao was helpless to resist as he was frozen into a statue with a grin on his face. Hong Long looked at the 2 frozen figures, conflicted. Was that it? That couldn't be it. There was no way that could the end. His strongest technique fired into the very heavens themselves and split the clouds above since he had no target to unleash it on anymore. He heard sobbing behind him, and a certain emptiness filled him. Was it really over? Looks like my baby was right about that bitch being able to see people's true intentions. Hu Tao reappeared from a black pile of corrosive mucus. Sending a clone of his in first, like his baby said, was a good idea. Yunyu screamed with the rage of 20 lifetimes as she rushed at him with her half-broken sword. Hu Tao casually slipped past her with a spark of lightning as he made it to the exhausted Hong Long. His chains wrapped around her neck and entire body, completely constricting her. Hong Long stabbed forward with all of the power he could muster even if it meant crippling himself in the future. I guess you'll never give me that painful death you promised after I killed your sister. Hu Tao chuckled. Using the flowing palms of judgment, Hu Tao redirected Hong Long's life-giving blow and utilized all of its power for himself as he palmed straight through Hong Long's chest. Blood, bones, and organs went spilling out of the great prodigy's torso. He glared into Hu Tao's maniacal smiling eyes. Even when I die, I shall haunt you for the rest of your life, he vowed before going still. I already got a lot of friends waiting for me on the other side. You won't be alone while you wait for thousands of years. Hu Tao formed a portal to his pocket dimension underneath the struggle Yanyu. He had to bring something back for his baby to have fun with. Not to mention, she gets upset when he doesn't bring proof of the bodies. She says it isn't good enough even if he shows them their heart. She wants a corpse. Hu Tao also dragged the corpses of Meili and the others into his pocket dimension. Jing was really working him like a slave, hey? Hu Tao only smiled at this realization. He was looking forward to his rewards when he returned. Hunting these pieces of trash was fun. He wondered what other kind of mission his baby could send him to do now that she was practically running the sect. She knew exactly how to push the right buttons for him too. Yanyu silently sobbed in terror as an elderly black rotting figure smiled at her while she was surrounded by the corpses of her friends. What was the point of torturing someone who had nothing more to live for? Just get it over with already. Uncle Larry, it's your turn. Quit messing with the girl. A pink-haired boy lazily spoke while sitting at a table with cards. The rotting zombie left her alone and returned to the table. Yanyu didn't care. She just wanted to be with BY. The Golden Serpent Sect. Inside the Supreme Court, which was the step above the inner court, there was a massive structure that was recently built. Droves of disciples from the outer court to elders to mere servants could be seen walking to the building. If there was one thing they generally had in common, it would be that they had varying degrees of injuries somewhere present. Among those traveling to the building, there was a familiar pair. How annoying! Tang Wuiying grimaced as he held a palm to his stomach. At least the line is fairly quick. Gong Jun had a faint smile on his face. How is it being a prince-in-law? Tang asked. Better than you'd think. It turns out all I have to do is be handsome, talented, and have basic social skills. Jun answered. Aren't you lucky? Tang Wuiying scoffed. A pregnant wife with a dragon phoenix pair, a nice relationship with your in-laws, and a stable cultivation. Don't throw your negative energy at me. I haven't done anything. Jun held his hands up. Your perfect little life is an eyesore to me. Tang grumbled. It's not my fault Xiaohong, the love of your life, deserted the sect. It's not my fault you got injured practicing your cultivation technique without properly setting your foundation, and it's not my fault you've been assigned to punishment hall that constantly sends you out on dangerous tasks every few days. Gong Jun highlighted all of Tang's miseries in one neat package. You want to die, hey? Tang glared. I don't think you could kill me with your danchin injured. Jun added a cherry on top. Tang Wuiying took a deep breath, faced forward, and ignored Jun. Don't be like this, little Tang. I'm sorry for teasing you. Jun tried to apologize. They finally made it inside with Tang still refusing to speak to Jun. The inside of the building seemed far bigger than what it appeared on the outside. Most of the disciples and elders didn't understand the intricacies of how it worked, and they kept it that way. Trying to comprehend the mysteries of how this hospital was structured was a hopeless venture that currently, no one held any interest in solving or understanding. It was a hospital that could fit as many people were in the sect and that was all that mattered. Jun silently admired all the pretty female assistants even if some of them were above the age of the women he usually liked to admire. Apparently, most of them were the wives of the blind savior. Ever since his disciples learned all that they could learn from him and ventured out into the world to do their own things, he started teaching his wives how to heal others to spend more time with them. They all settled down inside the sect at his own hospital. Prince Jun? Are you here for more medicine for Princess Lan? Lei Ji asked. No. This time I'm just visiting with my partner. Gong Jun smiled. Yes. Nice to meet you again, Wuiying. How have things been since then? Lei Ji was interested to hear his experiences. Tang Wuiying was one of the youths that Lei Ji believed was irredeemable. Similar to Hu Tao in terms of stubbornness but nowhere near incorrigible. It was quite laughable now that Lei Ji thought about it. When Hu Tao heard about the rules for his clinic of peace, he just decided to be difficult about it. Not that Lei Ji expected anything less from the young man. If he needed healing, he'd force other famous doctors to take a look at him, avoid getting injured to the point where he needs a doctor, or use miraculous pills from Jing after accomplishing difficult tasks for the sect. Even now, he still refused to do good deeds just on the account of hating to be forced to do it. Tang Wuiying on the other hand. He was much more agreeable than Hu Tao. While the boy might grumble or say some rude things, in the end, he would still accomplish the good deeds that Lei Ji set for him. Prince Jun was no problem at all since he was a prince. It would only be beneficial for him to do good deeds as long as others knew about it. Lei Ji didn't have a problem with people doing good deeds for the sake of fame. It was annoying. Who knew orphanages had so many annoying problems? Why would anyone want to kidnap orphans in the first place? There are so many willing children of both mortal and cultivator families that would sign up to join any group as long as they learned cultivation techniques. Tang sighed as Lei Ji began tapping on his body with his index finger. Cultivators are used to ignoring the concept of consent along with other matters that usually take social common sense. Lei Ji infused healing intent within his treatment, recovering Tang's body back to its peak. Consent? The duo asked. Oh dear. Lei Ji laughed. If you were courting a woman and things were going well enough that it looked like you were about to have sex. What if she suddenly said no before things could get to that point? And when I say, she said no, I mean she absolutely does not want to cross the line with you. Would you respect her wishes or go ahead and lose yourself to your human desires? Lei Ji carefully looked in the direction of the two young men. Neither chose to respond as they put on a thoughtful expression. Lei Ji chuckled, it seems they did learn something after all these years. Even if he knew what their answer was, it was good that he at least got them thinking. By respecting her choice to say no, that is understanding consent. By ignoring her wishes, that is not understanding consent. Did all your wives consent to being in a multiple marriage with you? Gong Jun asked. Of course. Some weren't happy about having to share, but I was always very upfront and honest with them. All of them knew I was already married, and if they were interested in me, they too would need to accept that I wasn't a single package. Lei Ji explained. I've been thinking about getting some concubines eventually, but isn't it difficult to juggle so many women? June was curious. Ah, you're not thinking about it in the right way, Prince June. It's not about juggling but setting an appropriate time schedule with them. Women need attention and care more than any material thing one could purchase. As long as you can set up a working schedule that makes everyone happy, it'll help you go a long way in keeping a happy relationship. Thanks. Now what deeds do I need to do now? Tang asked as Lei Ji finished his treatment. Thank you for the advice. I might need to put off getting a concubine anytime soon if I need to rework my entire plans around them. June decided. I'd advise getting a time array and some illusion formations as well if you do decide to. You could spend years with someone in only a matter of minutes. Lei Ji informed. Sign here, Wu Ying. Lei Ji pulled out his contract scroll. As Tang Wu Ying signed the contract with his blood, he read what he needed to do to pay back Lei Ji for the treatment. He groaned as he read the words. Tang Wu Ying had to aid those with struggling talent or circumstances and help them accomplish something of themselves. It turns out, fixing an injury to one's dantian was certainly not cheap. Babysitting, how lucky. June grinned. Shut it. Farewell, doctor. Tang Wu Ying turned to leave and get this stupid deed over with already. Farewell, Wu Ying. Farewell, Prince June. Lei Ji happily waved goodbye to the two young men. Haha. You sword dogs dare mess with us Golden Serpent Sect disciples. Lin Shu waved her little fist. You wicked degenerate vile villains. How dare you ambush us inside the secret realm? Do you not fear retaliation when elders from our sect hear of this? A nine-sword sect disciple shouted in outrage. How are they even going to know it was us? Anything could happen inside a secret realm. He winking chuckled. It's not like they got eyes and ears inside the secret realm. After all, only disciples at the core stage and below can enter. If you let us go now, we swear to not bring this matter up to our elders back at the section. Zaiho Ki appeared from the shadows and struck the disciple in the back of the neck. He dropped like a bundle of sticks, and that was the signal to attack for Lin and he. They rushed forward and effortlessly dropped the nine-sword sect disciples with their mastery over the human body. God's fingers is the ultimate martial art for healing and close combat. All it takes is one touch for the odds of victory to lean in the favor of the wielder. I wish there was a way to erase memories with our martial arts. Lin Shu complained as she looked at the still living bodies of their defeated foes. There is. He winking told her as he robbed the nine-sword sect disciples' belongings. What? Really? Lin Shu looked at him in disbelief. Zaiho Ki nodded, but the technique was far too difficult even for himself. You remember how Master told us to not mess with brains unless he's with us? He winking reminded her. Ooh. Lin Shu did remember something like that. Master even said he would expel them from being his student if he caught them messing with brains without his guidance. Yab. Now let's go find those blossoming water palace disciples Wen was talking about. He said they found something that would be beneficial to our cultivation. He spoke after looking at a glowing talisman in his hand. The Reign of Heaven's Angels. It took only a few months for Jing to transform the Golden Serpent sect into her ideal form of what a sect should be. After being made the disciple of Qingpei, Jing had more status and power than she had since she entered the sect. Just with that position of being the sect leader's disciple, Jing completed several missions and obtained several spirit objects, beasts, and, most importantly, new SCPs. SCP-049, SCP-096, SCP-682, SCP-3008, and more. With all this power in her hands, it was a little difficult not to go mad with all of it. Jing had to thank her memories and experience from her past lives. Otherwise, she might have plunged the world into chaos after being made the disciple of sect leader Qing. She calmed her soul and inner lust for chaos and control as she consolidated her plans. The first thing she decided to deal with was cleaning up the internal culture of the sect. They were a wicked sect in the eyes of the world, but that didn't mean they, too, had to define themselves by the eyes of others. It was much better for Jing to change their PR stance, but that was after cleaning up the trash dwelling inside the sect already. Jing silently cultivated for weeks as she ordered Wen to deeply investigate the inner workings of the elders and report back to her about those that would be a problem in her reformation efforts. She then had Wen take care of those that were a poison for the sect. Jing no longer wanted the inner motto of the Golden Serpent sect to be survival of the fittest. It was such an inefficient waste of profitable human resources. She refused to make their new motto something soft as well, like no man left behind or some crap like that. No, this had to be the thoughts within all of the Golden Serpent sect members' hearts as they stayed within the sect. The Golden Serpent sect seeks power for the sake of freedom. Our lust for power isn't just for the sake of wealth. It isn't for simple longevity. Not for luxury or status. No. Our journey on the path of power is for eternal freedom. Freedom to live a life without restriction. Who cares about talent? Who cares about one's status? We golden snakes shall live the life that we want without others stopping us just because they can't understand us. Because they are afraid of us. Because they can't agree with us. The Golden Serpent sect will gain enough power to make anyone that dares try to stop us from obtaining our internal freedom will regret it within their souls. Wen, disguised as an elder, shouted to the tens of thousands of members of the Golden Serpent sect. His words were met with a thunderous roar in approval. Jing stood on the podium with a little shiny gold serpent wrapped around her neck, shaking its tail in excitement while Li Li sat perched on her shoulder, trying not to look bothered by his little sister. Xiaolian was her name. It stood for Little Lotus. Li Li was a little upset after asking her about the origins of his name when he heard of her thinking of a name for Xiaolian. Jing's response was that he looked beautiful, so she named him Li Li wasn't good enough for him. He also didn't like that his name was a girl's name when he was a boy. It seems like ever since he learned about his new little sister, he's not satisfied with anything anymore. Jing only smiled as she knew he was just anxious about not being loved as much by her. She could tell him this would never happen, but it was only with a person's actions that the truth could be seen. So, while Jing was changing the Golden Serpent sect from the inside out, she also had to soothe and spoil Li Li's bratty attention-seeking nature from time to time. This will make me strong enough to stand by your side. Zai Shang asked Jing. Jing smiled in a way that sent shivers down Shang's spine. If you don't die or break, you might be a match for Hu Tao by the time you get out, Jing responded without a clear answer, as usual. And if I want to be even stronger? Shang gathered his courage. Don't rely on any of the spells or gifts I've given you. Understood. I don't know when I'll be back, but when I do. And I will be a man worthy of standing by your side with pride. Shang wrapped Jing up in his arms and kissed her deeply on the lips. Hey! Back off! Li Li kicked Shang in the forehead into the formation that Jing created for him. Shang went flying into the formation with a smile on his face as Jing only rolled her eyes with a smirk on her face. That idiot! She didn't particularly care about her lover's strength. What Jing was interested in was their personality and how well they managed to amuse her. It was even dumber when she specifically told him that she didn't care that he was far below her in strength. 3/4 of the world was weaker than herself. For the last quarter, Jing thought it was better to be cautious than to assume she was the most powerful cultivator on the planet. As the formation disappeared into another dimensional space, Jing made her way to her throne room. She called for Wen, and one of his clones appeared in an instant. It was already there just waiting for her return rather than him racing to appear here in the blink of an eye. He grinned as she took a seat on her watery throne. It was a lot more comfortable than it looked. Soft, solid, and able to accommodate to whatever comfortable position she wanted. How may I serve you, Your Majesty? He bowed in a joking manner. How has the infiltration gone? Jing asked, ignoring his humor. Without a single problem. More than a dozen of my clones have successfully infiltrated both the Nine Swords sect and the Blossoming Water Palace. I had them equally spread out in the talent department. Outer court, inner court, and core disciples. It might take years before I can do any critical damage to weaken them, but I'm confident in destroying them from the inside. Just give me time, and we're good. He relayed. Well done. Has Hu Tao, Bing, Ying, and the rest reached the Tian Kingdom yet? They ran into some trouble along the way, but they're progressing, Wen rubbed the back of his head. Hu Tao? Jing asked. No. Surprisingly, this time it was AI who accidentally ran into trouble. Wen shared. Elaborate. Jing was interested. He entered a local eating contest within White Claw City and somehow managed to offend the City Lord's only son by beating the participant the City Lord's son bet on winning. The City Lord's son attempted to regain his losses by hiring a bunch of hooligans to beat AI up and take the prize money he won. Unfortunately, AI didn't take well to being threatened and brutally slaughtered them all to the last man. Including the City Lord's son. The city lord found out about his son's death through a spirit tool and investigated his last whereabouts. After some investigating, he found his way to AI and ordered his death and the death of anyone who accompanied him. So, now AI and the others are on the run while being hunted down by sects who were allied with the city lord, bounty hunters, cultivators looking to test their power, and an assassination group. Sounds like they're on quite the adventure. Jing couldn't help but chuckle. I hope they manage to reach the Tian Kingdom's royal family in one piece. It'd be rather embarrassing if they went through all that trouble just to forget their original goal in the first place. Are you sure we should be knocking on the Tian Kingdom's door before we've even dealt with the Nine Swords sect and Blossoming Water Palace? When asked. Let me ask you a question back as a response. Do you think those two would rather join up with a foreign enemy to go against me or join up with me to go against a foreign enemy? Jing asked. Wen was stumped and couldn't immediately answer. Both sects were incredibly envious of the large growth in power that the sect had since Jing started changing things for the better. One of the first things Jing did was improve the selection of martial arts and techniques within the sect. Manuals for blacksmiths that included a guide on how to make heaven-ranked spirit objects. Manuals for spell masters that went in depth for each type of spell and how to increase the ranking for their spells. There were better martial art manuals within the library. They had bow techniques, shield techniques, fan techniques, kicking techniques, soul techniques, and more. However, there was a distinct lack of sword-based martial arts that were added. Many noticed, but few complained since the ranks of the new martial arts within the library were higher than many of the sword techniques that remained. Since all the disciples were learning better martial arts, Jing had to ensure that their container could handle all of the water they were trying to force inside its glass. She began to replace the pills inside the sects with her spirit cakes. While she could forcefully increase the talent of all the disciples, that would lead to disastrous consequences eventually. It would be better just to give them a perfect foundation through her spirit cakes and leave their innate talent alone. Join us. Wen finally answered. Wrong, Jing responded back. What? The Nine Swords sect and the Blossoming Water Palace are all about their reputation though. What kind of reputation could they retain if knowledge of them siding with an enemy nation over an ally was spread throughout the region? Wen asked. You aren't looking far enough, Wen, Jing told him. Far. He silently contemplated as he tried to understand what she was getting at. It took him a minute, but it seemed he finally grasped something. It doesn't matter what choice they make as long as they ensure our destruction. If we continue to grow as we are now, they'll inevitably get wiped out as we seek to spread our ideals of freedom throughout the entire region. If they team up with the royal family, we die. If they team up with us, they die just slower. That's right. Ever since the beginning of the three great sects, they've always kept a balance with each other by ensuring one side doesn't grow stronger than the other two. Whether they had to go back on their morals, ideals, or promises, it didn't matter. The balance must be kept, or there will no longer be a three great sects. Then why are you sending an invitation for a friendly martial conference with the Tian Kingdom? Wen got even more confused. Jing put her finger to her lips as she giggled. To wipe them all out in one swoop. The Nine Swords sect and Blossoming Water Palace won't be able to resist getting rid of such a powerful, growing opponent and the threat to the balance that's always been. They'll join the martial conference regardless of if Jing invites them or not. But before then, she has to ensure all the pieces fall in place exactly where she wants them. Wouldn't be much of a trap if she couldn't prepare a few failsafes. I'll get back to you with more details on that later. How is the expansion of the Heavenly Association going? Jing switched topics. No problems whatsoever. The Heavenly Association has successfully integrated itself with the mortals and cultivators within the Evergreen continent. We've spread from border to border with businesses all throughout. Any problems that pop up are swiftly solved by the disciples disguised as tasks for the sect. Once the disciples solve the problems that are sent by the Heavenly Association, the Heavenly Association then sings praises of the righteousness and freedom of expression shown by the Golden Serpent sect disciples. Is it spreading well? Propaganda only does well if it can influence even outside of its target audience. That's one way to put it, Wen rubbed his head. People are mostly confused. After all, the Golden Serpent sect is known for causing atrocities, murdering indiscriminately, and being wicked. When people are suddenly saying they're heroes helping for a just cause and the like, they don't know how to react. Just give them time. Actions speak louder than words. Continue as is. Jing ordered. Yes. Jing sat on her watery cloud with her angels next to her side. Li Li and Xiao Lian eagerly looked at the millions of people fighting below them. Golden Serpent sect versus the Tian Kingdom, Nine Swords sect, and Blossoming Water Palace. Some clans, sects, and other groups were mixed within those three, but overall, the situation was the Golden Serpent sect versus the world. Either they come out on top somehow against superior numbers or get exterminated and wiped from history here. Jing couldn't help but laugh as she saw the strongest of the enemy forces heading straight toward herself. Since they decided to deliver such a grand present to herself, why shouldn't she eat it? A single droplet of water exited from Jing's finger. That water droplet was shot toward the incoming cultivators, and as it passed near them, it instantly expanded. Heaven's angels watched as the water droplet that was smaller than a bead grew large enough to swallow several hundred kilometers. Millions of cultivators were instantly engulfed in water. Those on Jing's side had a bubble of air around their heads that allowed them to breathe. Those that didn't died gruesomely in various ways from the water controlled entirely by Jing. Suffocation, impalement, decapitation, crushed organs, and even more terrible deaths. Then just as soon as it appeared, it disappeared along with the deaths of millions from one move from Jing. Ah, this is really going to be fun. Jing giggled like an innocent virgin girl as she thought about ruling the world through her sect. Who cared about eternal life and reaching the heavens when she could do whatever the hell she wanted down here? Haha. Plus, even if something did happen, she probably had another reincarnation ready to go after dying in this China-inspired world. Maybe next time she'll arrive in a science fiction world with aliens while exploring galaxies. Who knows? Heaven's angels shall keep watch for the heavens, Jing stated for all to hear. Ying stood proudly with her pregnant belly poking out. Bing kept his face neutral as he wondered how the hell did he even get to this point in his life. That crazy chick who enslaved him all those years ago somehow managed to become the strongest person in the world. He didn't know whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky. Well, actually, he did. If it weren't for this crazy chick, he never would have met his wife. He wouldn't even be alive right now. Hu Tao grinned as he looked toward the wider world, eager to see what kind of fights were waiting for him out there. Run stood next to his side with a baby girl around his neck, pulling his hair and babbling nonsense. He didn't look particularly happy with that annoyed look on his face. Ju held onto his arm with a proud look on her face, overflowing with joy and love. Ji smiled softly as she saw the sight. Maybe bringing her newborn child to a war wasn't all bad. She certainly seems excited about it. Lei Ji frowned as he saw the sight. It made him wonder if the means really justified the end. All this bloodshed, millions of lives snuffed out in an instant. Was so many deaths worth it for the sake of worldwide peace? Was worldwide peace even a worthwhile dream to have if this was the cost for it? Su Su held Lei Ji's hand after seeing his face. Her face was as cold as always, but Lei Ji could feel her concern and warmth through that hand. He let the tension within his body escape with a breath. Right, he was doing this for the sake of a better world for all. He may disagree with Jing's methods, but that doesn't mean that his own efforts have to stop. Lei just had to continue doing what he did best. Living life one step at a time with the purpose of making it better. Lin Chu frowned as she saw all the fun was done already. He winking smiled and shook his head at her childish behavior. Zaiho mimicked him, and they both were swung at by the girl. The two flew away on their clouds while Lin Chu chased after them with her cloud. Wan Qing held two identical children in her arms with a largely built young man next to her side. The children babbled to one another incessantly, and Wan's heart filled with absolute joy. She looked toward the woman that made her greatest wishes come true and vowed to continue to serve her for the rest of her life. Even if it came at her own life, she would see that Jing's dreams, too, came to fruition. CaptainBoyHole. Alright, folks, it's been a long 4 to 5 years of writing this novel, and I can finally say it is concluded. It's been a long, fun ride writing my first Xiangxia story, and I look forward to writing even more in the future. Thank you all for your support over the years, and I couldn't have done it without all of your support. Please check out series of one-shots that might become their own series. Read some of the first chapters on there, and let me know which story you would like me to release next. No guarantee that I will release the most heavily liked stories, but it will play an important factor depending on how many comments and how much support a story gets. Once again, thank you for reading my story. I will continue to write in the future.